Chapter 1. The Coercion of Divorce. Mr. Nangong, we have arrived at the hospital. The driver opened the car door with deference, yet concealed in the corner of his eye was a deep well of sympathy that no one else could perceive. Thank you, Master Zhang. Nangong Yufan expressed his gratitude politely, then gracefully stepped out of the car, his long legs striding onto the pavement. Observing his tall stature from behind, one would undoubtedly consider him a strikingly handsome figure, however. Master Zhang shook his head, a sense of helplessness stirring within him. What a pity. He sighed softly, nodding at him before accelerating away from the hospital. My beloved, I have come to see you. In his hand, Nangong Yufan held a candied strawberry skewer, and despite the scars marring his otherwise handsome face, a gentle smile graced his lips. He clumsily took a photograph of the strawberry skewer with his phone and sent it off. Darling, look what I have brought you, your favorite Gu family's candied fruit, and its strawberry flavor. I miss you and our little one so much. The thought of becoming a father fills me with joy. Yet his messages vanished into the void, receiving no responses whatsoever. A slight heaviness settled in his heart as the smile on his face slowly faded. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender to despair, harboring a flicker of hope that perhaps she had not seen his messages. Dear wife, which ward are you in? Regrettably, even after 10 minutes, no reply came. With a bitter smile, he acknowledged the outcome he had anticipated, yet the pain in his heart remained profound. 2 years prior, he had inexplicably found himself on a road, nearly struck by passing vehicles, when he was rescued by the outgoing Nangong Zixuan. However, his visage was inexplicably marred beyond recognition, and he had lost all memories of his past. Doctors assessed him to possess only the mentality of a 10-year-old. After a lengthy search for his family, Nangong Zixuan found no one seeking him. Out of compassion, she decided to take him in, as her family was affluent enough not to mind an additional mouth to feed, and bestowed upon him her surname, Nangong Yufan. Though many in the Nangong family looked down upon his existence, the matriarch held him in high regard, often proclaiming him a treasure, stating that although he was currently obscured by the world, he would surely soar to great heights in the future. The matriarch's health had always been frail, and she frequently expressed a desire to witness her beloved granddaughter marry and have children before departing this world. She sought the counsel of fortune tellers, who unexpectedly revealed that the fates of Nangong Yufan and Nangong Zixuan were remarkably intertwined, which delighted her greatly. Although Nangong Zixuan was utterly disdainful, even abhorring the notion, the matriarch's unwavering insistence compelled them to marry. In an inexplicable turn of events, they soon found themselves in an intimate relationship, resulting in her pregnancy, which had now progressed to 9 months. For the past 2 years, she had been the entirety of Nangong Yufan's world, the very center of his universe. Upon awakening today, he heard Nangong Zixuan express her discomfort in her stomach. Consequently, the family promptly arranged for her hospitalization, while he ventured out to procure her favorite treat, strawberry candied hawthorn. However, at that moment, gazing at the candied hawthorn in his hand, Nangong Yufan found himself in a daze, uncertain of how to approach his wife. Just then, a throng of people suddenly appeared at the hospital entrance, surrounding 2 individuals who were hastily emerging. Nangong Yufan lifted his gaze, and a wave of happiness washed over him. However, as he began to speak, his attention was irresistibly drawn to the handsome man beside Nangong Zixuan. The man was tenderly supporting Nangong Zixuan, his eyes brimming with affectionate warmth. Though Nangong Yufan could not discern the words exchanged, he was taken aback to witness the typically icy Nangong Zixuan break into a radiant smile, playfully tapping the man. With her delicate fist, her gaze filled with undeniable affection. Despite his youthful innocence, Nangong Yufan was no fool. In that instant, he stood frozen, clutching the candied hawthorn as if entranced by the sight of this perfectly matched couple. Unconsciously, he began to move closer to Nangong Zixuan, intent on offering her the treat in his hand. Yet before he could take more than a couple of steps, several imposing men clad in black suits approached, blocking his path. Mr. Nangong, please hold on. Please step aside. I need to find my wife. Ignoring these men, Nangong Yufan tightened his grip on the candied hawthorn, attempting to maneuver around the intimidating figures. Observing his actions, the men exchanged glances and smirked mockingly, then swiftly advanced to encircle Nangong Yufan, dragging him toward a nearby vehicle. What do you want? Let me go. I need to deliver this candied hawthorn to my wife. It's her favorite. Although Nangong Yufan was oblivious to their intentions, a primal fear gripped him, prompting him to struggle fiercely. Unfortunately, these men were clearly skilled fighters, their physiques imposing thus. His efforts only caused a momentary flurry before they hoisted him into the car, leaving behind a trail of candied hawthorn. The vehicle sped away, and Nangong Yufan's heart raced in tandem. Fear consumed him as he pondered their motives. But soon, the purpose of their actions became clear. Sign this. The car halted in a secluded courtyard, and the leader produced a sinister-looking document, presenting it to him. A divorce agreement? Nangong Yufan did not comprehend the implications of those words, but he sensed that this was no benign matter. I refuse. He instinctively curled his hands away, unwilling to sign. You have no choice. This is a directive from Miss Nangong herself. The burly man sneered, a look of disdain marring his features. What did you say? Nangong Yufan, who had been desperately evading, suddenly halted, gazing incredulously at the man before him. Noticing this, the leading brute's eyes flickered with a glimmer of delight. I must say, this is precisely what Miss Nangong instructed us to do. I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that Zixuan would treat me this way. Upon hearing these words, even with Nangong Yufan's current level of intellect, he felt an intense pain in his heart. She is my wife, and we are about to have a child together. Chapter 2. The Cruel Truth. Ha. Upon hearing these words, the group of burly men erupted into raucous laughter, as if they had just encountered the most amusing joke in existence. You? Ha. The leader clutched his abdomen with one hand while pointing at Nangong Yufan with the other, nearly doubled over with mirth, and the others shared in his amusement. Do you even consider what you are? A grotesque figure, a fool. Do you even comprehend what a wife is? Do you know how to bear children? Ha. This is utterly hilarious. How could such a being exist in this world? Boss, you truly overestimate him. How could a simpleton like him possibly understand such matters? Moreover, one of the men in a black suit cast a scornful glance at Nangong Yufan, a flicker of disdain mingled with jealousy and envy in his eyes. Despite the myriad scars adorning the man's face, upon closer inspection, one could discern that Nangong Yufan possessed a remarkably handsome visage. Coupled with his towering height of 188 centimeters, he resembled a sculpted model, exuding considerable physical allure. Furthermore, Miss Nangong and our Mr. Qin are a match made in heaven, and her pregnancy is intended to use the umbilical cord blood to save Mr. Qin. How could he possibly be deemed worthy to father a child with Miss Nangong? Indeed, the leader glanced at his subordinates, a hint of inscrutable emotion flickering in his eyes. Miss Nangong has stated that once the child is born and the umbilical cord blood is acquired, she intends to drown the child, for she harbors a profound disdain for the loathsome offspring within her womb, viewing it as the greatest blemish of her existence. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. The very thought of carrying a child from such a person is enough to ruin anyone's spirits. Moreover, had it not been for the matriarch of the Nangong family coercing her with threats of death, Miss Nangong might have already married Mr. Qin, and her child would have been born, leaving no room for this fool. Listening to the cold taunts of these men, Nangong Yufan felt his heart convulsing uncontrollably. The piercing pain intensified, and his vision was beset by a flurry of stars. Although his intellect was akin to that of a 10-year-old, it did not hinder his ability to comprehend reality. He could hardly fathom that he was perceived as such a disgrace in Nangong Zixuan's eyes. Even their child was brought into this world with a certain mission, and he never anticipated that in her heart, his own child was regarded as a repugnant existence. Observing the smug expressions on the faces of the burly men, Nangong Yufan clenched his fists tightly. Roaring, the leader noticed this scene and let out a derisive laugh, sauntering over to stand before Nangong Yufan. You fool, what, do you wish to strike me? Cool me. Take your best shot. The man leaned in closer, presenting his cheek with an air of mockery and a smile brimming with derision. A simpleton, like he knows how to be angry? This is utterly astonishing. Before he could finish his thought, Nangong Yufan unleashed a powerful punch towards the direction indicated by the other party. Although his intellect at that moment was akin to that of a 10-year-old, his physique was undeniably that of a fully grown man, rendering his strike quite formidable. The leading brute had not anticipated that this fool would truly resort to violence, causing him to stagger a few steps back, nearly losing his balance, with his lips splitting open and a metallic taste flooding his mouth. "Damn it," he cursed, regaining his footing before charging at Nangong Zixuan, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. Thud! Ugh! A muffled groan of pain escaped him. How could a boy with the intellect of a 10-year-old stand a chance against such an opponent? He was sent sprawling to the ground, a pained expression etched on his face. Yet the assault did not cease. Several other burly men, their faces darkened with malice, joined in the brutal onslaught. Their attacks were merciless, targeting his vital areas without a hint of compassion. In a matter of minutes, Nangong Zixuan's already battered face was drenched in blood, and his arms were left fractured by their relentless blows. But that was not the end of his torment. The leading brute, at some point, retrieved a thick iron rod, approximately 3 centimeters in diameter, from the vehicle, approaching him with a sinister grin. "You dare strike me, you fool? Watch me end your life today," he proclaimed, raising the iron rod high before bringing it crashing down upon Nangong Zixuan's right leg. "No!" With his already swollen eyes widening in terror, Nangong Zixuan felt his heart nearly cease its rhythm. If that rod were to strike his leg, he was all too aware of the grim fate that awaited him. He longed to evade, to defend himself, but with his arms broken, he was rendered immobile, helplessly watching as the menacing iron rod descended upon him with a chilling swiftness. Crack! Ah! The sound of breaking bones intertwined with Nangong Zixuan's anguished scream echoed in the ears of the onlookers. However, his cries did nothing to quell the excitement of his assailants. Instead, they seemed to revel in his suffering, their expressions morphing into a perverse thrill. Without hesitation, the brute raised the iron rod once more and brought it down heavily upon Nangong Zixuan's leg again. This time, he refrained from screaming, his mouth agape, eyes vacant as he stared at the cruelty before him. He appeared unable to comprehend why such individuals existed in this world, spitting a mouthful of saliva onto Nangong Zixuan. The leading brute, feeling somewhat fatigued, remarked, Why? Nangong Zixuan gazed into his eyes and murmured, "Why?" With a dismissive smile, the imposing man picked up his phone and dialed a certain number, activating the speakerphone. "Miss Nangong, the matter has been taken care of. Please expedite the disposal." The cold, ethereal voice of Nangong Zixuan resonated through the line. Though slightly weakened, it still exuded an unmistakable chill. "Do not let me see that detestable scoundrel again." Understood. Rest assured." The leading man bowed slightly as he ended the call, straightening up to cast a disdainful glance at Nangong Zixuan. "You heard that, did you not?" Although disbelief lingered in his heart, Nangong Zixuan recognized that it was indeed the voice of Nangong Zixuan. In that moment, despair engulfed him entirely. His countenance turned ashen, and the once vibrant light in his eyes flickered out, fixating instead on the ceiling of the warehouse. "Commence the operation." He gestured to several of his subordinates, while the leading man turned his back and departed from the warehouse. As he left, the subordinates swiftly retrieved barrels of gasoline from their vehicle, dousing Nangong Zixuan and the surrounding warehouse, obscuring his vision entirely. At that moment, an unexpected figure approached, tossing 2 soft objects toward Nangong Zixuan. With vacant eyes, he glanced at them, only to feel a sudden jolt within. Boom! A fierce blaze erupted from the entire warehouse, accompanied by the piercing cries of an infant emanating from within. Chapter 3. The homeless man, please. Could you spare some food? A towering figure. A homeless man with hair cascading down to his waist and legs misshapen and twisted sat slumped on the ground in a bustling district, begging for alms. Beside him lay 2 small children, dressed in tattered clothing. Although December had ushered in the chill of winter, the children were clad in thin garments, their feet bare, adorned only with socks of indiscernible color, their tiny bodies shivering in the frigid breeze. To add to the scene's poignancy, a small kitten, entirely black and devoid of any markings, lay quietly sleeping beside the man. The lively marketplace bustled with passers-by, yet none paid them much heed, their expressions imbued with indifference as they walked by. Occasionally, a passerby would cast a curious glance at the black cat, perplexed by its unusual calmness amidst the throngs of people. As the sun continued its arc, the air grew progressively colder. "Daddy, I'm hungry a sweet." Soft voice broke the silence, emanating from the man's arms. "Don't worry, my dear. Daddy will find something to eat soon." The homeless man, upon hearing his daughter awake, hastily comforted her, draping his tattered coat more closely around her, as if to shield her from the biting cold. Although his face was obscured by greasy, unkempt hair, his voice resonated with a magnetic quality that engendered immediate affection. Yet, upon closer inspection, there lingered an unsettling discord in his tone, as if he were forcing an air of maturity that did not wholly belong to him. "Okay, I believe you, Daddy." The little girl smiled sweetly, her trust in him palpable. "Excuse me, sir, could you find it in your heart to spare us some coins for food? It's so cold," and the children havened to eat all day at that moment. A group of well-dressed young men and women passed by. Perhaps spurred by his daughter's lament, the homeless man, in a moment of desperation, reached out and grasped the calf of one individual. "Ah!" A piercing scream of alarm erupted. "What are you doing?" A foot clad in high heels struck the homeless man's shoulder with force, sending him crashing to the ground, while the owner of the scream recoiled a few steps back. Unbeknownst to them, directly behind the fallen man was a high step, and, as he toppled, the back of his head struck it sharply, blood immediately oozing forth. However, his long, unwashed hair, tangled and matted, concealed the injury from view. The abruptness of his action caused the young group to shift sharply, their expressions transforming into one of anger as they steadied the startled woman, encircling the fallen figure with indignation. "Are you truly behaving like a ruffian? Just wait until I make you regret it. How dare you not open your eyes and see who you are dealing with? I'll show you." This outburst from the group of young individuals abruptly roused the previously slumbering black cat. Upon noticing its owner, who lay on the ground, struggling to rise due to a disability, the little feline was instantly filled with rage. Its small face twisted into a remarkably human-like expression of fury, and its fur bristled with indignation. With a piercing meow, the little black cat darted in front of its owner, arching its diminutive body and glaring at the group of young men and women with defiance. The two children, who had been cradled in the man's arms, quickly reacted, scrambling toward their father's side. They extended their tiny hands, exerting all their strength in a futile attempt to lift him. Their small frames, coupled with the fact that they had not eaten, rendered them powerless. "Daddy, Daddy, what is wrong? Does it hurt? Let me blow on it for you," cried the little girl, her tear-streaked cheeks contrasting against her dark complexion, as she helplessly crawled beside her father. Gently, she cradled his head in her hands and blew softly, as if her breath could alleviate his suffering. The boy, though equally small and darkened by dirt, wore a determined expression, tirelessly attempting to place his father's hand on his little shoulder in an effort to help the homeless man rise. Meanwhile, the black cat fixed its gaze intently on the group of bipeds before it. Aware of their larger size, it showed no signs of retreat. Its stance suggested that should they make a move, it would not hesitate to retaliate. The young people, who had been cursing moments earlier, were momentarily taken aback by this poignant scene, their intent to confront the ruffian dissipating, while they were infuriated that their female companion had been frightened by the homeless man. They were not devoid of compassion, and the unfolding drama touched their hearts. "What are you all doing?" At that moment, a charming figure hurriedly approached, and upon witnessing the scene, was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of anger bubbling within her. "What are you doing? Are you bullying someone again?" The owner of this striking figure rushed forward to assist the two children in lifting the homeless man. However, just as she took a step closer, the black cat screeched fiercely, blocking her path, poised to attack at any moment. "Be careful, QNGRN." The group quickly moved to intervene, ensuring the little black cat would not strike. Upon witnessing the scene, the young lady known as Sister Qingran realized that she could not advance for the moment and was compelled to suppress the anxiety bubbling within her, halting in her tracks. However, she soon turned her gaze towards the group, her countenance revealing a mixture of anger and disappointment. "How could you all bully such a pitiable individual? I am utterly disillusioned." "No, Sister Qingran, we did not bully him. It was this ruffian who acted shamelessly. Silence. How can you so brazenly distort the truth? How could a person so unfortunate engage in such behavior? Truly, Sister Qingran, we are innocent. Just wait until we return. I shall see to it that you are dealt with. We are wronged, Sister Qingran. It is not as you perceive. The young men appeared to be remarkably apprehensive before the young lady, fervently proclaiming their innocence. Am I mistaken in what I have witnessed? Just wait and see what I shall do. At that moment, a gentle voice interjected, "Do not blame them. It was my recklessness that led to this misunderstanding." Chapter 4. Awakening. I am the solitary Tianchuan. My dear young lady, do not blame them. It was my recklessness just now. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated, instantly silencing the ire of the girl named Qingran, drawing the attention of all towards the vagabond. Among them, the most elated was the little girl named Nyonyo. "Daddy, Daddy, are you all right?" Although the young boy remained silent, his previously frosty demeanor softened. His gaze towards his father filled with a tinge of excitement. Meanwhile, the small black cat positioned protectively in front of the crowd seemed to sense a change, turning its head in confusion towards its master, as if pondering what was amiss. "Sweetheart, your father is fine now. Do not worry." The vagabond, no. He ought to be referred to as the solitary Tianchuan, formerly known as Nangong Zixuan, looked at the girl through his thick locks of hair, his eyes betraying an unmistakable tenderness. Just moments ago, when he had fallen upon the steps, a sudden awakening occurred within him. The memories of both the illustrious Tianchuan, renowned for his unparalleled medical and martial prowess on earth, and the present recollections of Nangong Zixuan seamlessly merged in his mind. He recalled a time in his past life, enjoying a day at the seaside, only to stumble upon a family drowning. Fueled by a rush of adrenaline and confidence in his formidable skills, he braved the tumultuous waves, making several trips to rescue them. However, during his final attempt, he was suddenly ensnared by an immense force pulling him down. Despite his exceptional physical condition and years of martial training, he found himself unable to escape. In that moment of realization, he summoned his remaining strength to propel the last drowning victim to safety, succumbing to the overwhelming pull of the depths, his consciousness plunging into profound darkness. Yet, it felt as though he were ensnared in an interminable dream. In this dream, a woman named Nangong Zixuan brought him home. Though he regrettably seemed to have become a fool, possessing a robust physique, yet an intellect akin to that of a mere child. To compound his misfortune, his once handsome visage was marred by inexplicable scars, rendering him a frightful sight. Eventually, he wed the woman named Nangong Zixuan, and, bewilderingly, after sharing a drink, they found themselves in an intimate encounter, leading to her unexpected pregnancy. Moreover, it was discovered that she was bearing quadruplets, 2 boys and 2 girls. He remembered feeling immense joy in the dream, despite his childlike intellect, and this happiness was shared by the matriarch of the Nangong family. However, Nangong Zixuan's reaction was starkly different. Upon learning of her pregnancy, she was initially struck dumb for an extended period, subsequently withdrawing from any meaningful interaction with Nangong Zixuan. Once, she would occasionally exchange a few words with him, but soon she could hardly bear to cast a glance in his direction. Although at that time, Dugu Tianchuan possessed the intellect of a mere 10-year-old, he comprehended the reason for the discontent radiating from his companion. It was because Nangong Zixuan had a former boyfriend, with whom she had shared 2 years of her life, but she chose to part ways due to his impending departure abroad. Subsequently, under the relentless pressure of her grandmother, she found herself wed to this fool. Merely a month into their marriage, her ex-boyfriend returned, and all of her affections were once again directed towards him. Had they not been intimate, perhaps there would have been a significant chance for rekindling their romance. However, now that she was with child, how could they possibly revive their past? If this were the sole issue, it might have been bearable, but the pivotal moment arrived on the day of Nangong Zixuan's delivery. It was only then that Dugu Tianchuan discovered the truth. Her pregnancy had merely been a means to procure umbilical cord blood to heal her former lover, with no emotional connection whatsoever to the life growing within her. As if this betrayal were not enough, Dugu Tianchuan vividly recalled that day when he was brutally assaulted by her henchmen, suffering grievous injuries and nearly succumbing to flames. Upon realizing that the woman he cherished could treat him with such cruelty, he had lost all hope for survival. Yet, in the midst of the inferno, 2 newborns were cast into his path, wrapped in a bundle. "Fool, I have brought you your children, as instructed by Miss Nangong, so that your family may reunite in hell. As for the other 2, they have already preceded you." These were the final words he heard. In that moment, he finally understood that these 2 infants were indeed his own. Despite his limited intellect, he grasped the essence of blood ties. In that ultimate instant, an inexplicable surge of strength erupted within him, and he cradled the 2 newborns in his arms, enduring the excruciating agony of the flames as he dragged his broken limbs from the conflagration and leapt into the river beyond. Fortuitously, a derelict boat lay at rest upon the water, and driven by the instinct to survive, he ascended with the 2 children, allowing the vessel to drift along the winding current towards the unknown. Perhaps it was the sense of paternal responsibility or divine providence that enabled Dugu Tianchuan to endure, yet his tribulations were far from over. A man with the intellect of a 10-year-old in a foreign land faced the daunting task of caring for 2 newborns. He would drag his injured legs, bowing before strangers, beseeching for rice soup and the like to nourish his children. By some stroke of fortune, he managed to sustain the 2 infants through such desperate means, even taking in a tiny black cat, no more than a few days old, whom he named Lychee, the very creature that now bared its teeth before others. Over the span of 3 years, he wandered aimlessly with the 2 children and the cat. Life was arduous, yet each night, gazing at the 2 children nestled beside him and the little cat named Lychee, Dugu Tianchuan felt an overwhelming sense of joy, especially when he heard his children call him daddy. That happiness rendered all his suffering worthwhile. Although he occasionally thought of that woman, the fervent affection he once felt had long since dissipated, leaving only an endless disdain. Indeed, it was disdain. At this moment, his intellect could grasp nothing beyond this sentiment. As for hatred, it was beyond his comprehension. Had it not been for today's tumultuous altercation, perhaps Dugu Tianchuan would have continued in this manner indefinitely. However, unexpectedly, the girl, in her panic, delivered a decisive kick that propelled him back onto the right path, allowing the once astonishing Dugu Tianchuan to revive in this unfamiliar world. Chapter 5. Transaction. I can cure your ailments. This gentleman, upon hearing the voice of Dugu Tianchuan, the girl, named Qing Ran, felt a peculiar sense of bewilderment. It was not due to any specific reason, but rather the scene before her was challenging to articulate. From what she saw, it appeared to be a disheveled vagabond accompanied by 2 children, which would typically suggest a person of little refinement. However, the moment he spoke, she inexplicably sensed that he was an extraordinarily charismatic man. This stark contrast left Qing Ran feeling quite disoriented. Yet, her well-mannered upbringing prevented her from immediately betraying her feelings through her expression. "How is your health, sir? Would you like me to take you to the hospital?" Observing his somewhat distorted and misshapen legs, a flicker of sympathy crossed her eyes. "No, Sister Qing Ran, why go to a hospital? Just now." Leah merely kicked him in a moment of desperation, and it was his own reckless behavior that brought this upon him, not us. "Indeed, Sister Qing Ran, since this gentleman claims he bears no grudge against us and admits to his own folly, let us leave. Uncle is still waiting for us to join him for dinner. And today is your birthday. We shouldn't waste time here." The young people, upon hearing her words, felt somewhat reluctant. Although the earlier encounter with the 2 children had indeed left a significant psychological impact, they reasoned that since they were not directly involved, they could simply choose not to hold the vagabond accountable. There was no need to take him to a hospital. Silence. Upon hearing her friend's comments, Qing Ran was instantly enraged, her petite face flushing crimson, which only enhanced her already stunning beauty. She wanted to voice her thoughts, but ultimately held her tongue, casting a fierce glare at the group. "This gentleman, my surname is Dugu Tianchuan, that will suffice." "Dugu?" The group collectively paused, taken aback by the unusual surname. "My surname is Xiao Qing Ran." "Xiao Qing Ran?" Dugu Tianchuan murmured. 34 and 15 wish to connect. 78 and 100 ailments entwine. 56 and 60 bring no malice, tranquil and serene, the heart finds peace. Having surpassed the desires for fame and profit, still ensnared by the frailties of illness and age, not devoid of strength to seek mountains and waters, yet still possessing the spirit to listen to music, leisurely opening new wine to savor, intoxicated. I recall old poems and recite one. In dreams of poetry, let us encourage one another without disdain for his age of wisdom. He then lifted his gaze towards her, offering a gentle smile. It seems a venerable elder in your family bestowed this name upon you, doesn't it? Though simple, it is imbued with the wisdom of time. Startled, Xiao Qingran felt a wave of surprise wash over her. Many had remarked on the beauty of her name, yet no one had ever elucidated its origin, and this vagabond was the first to do so. Moreover, her name was indeed given by the ancestors of the Xiao family, although she initially found the surname of the other party rather unique, and noted that Dugu Tianchuan spoke with a tone that seemed not at all characteristic of an uneducated vagrant, but rather quite cultured. She was nonetheless astonished by the depth of his knowledge. The mere mention of his name allowed him to effortlessly recount its origins. Such literary cultivation is not something the average individual can achieve, especially considering his current state of destitution. How, then, had he come to possess such a dismal appearance? Her curiosity about this matter surged, yet she recognized that now was not the time for such discussions. Steeling herself, Xiao Qingran offered a serene smile. Mr. Dugu, your scholarly pursuits are truly admirable. Please do not take to heart what my friend mentioned earlier. I see that you are not in the best of health. Perhaps I should accompany you to the hospital? Upon hearing her compliment, Dugu Tianchuan's expression remained unchanged as he cast a fleeting glance at his legs. During his awakening, he had come to fully comprehend his physical condition. It would not be an exaggeration to state that, in the eyes of an ordinary person, his body was utterly broken, and he would likely rely on a wheelchair for the rest of his life. After all, he had endured the brutal breaking of his legs at the hands of a metal rod. The agony of that moment still lingered in his memory, piercing his heart. Yet, at that time, he felt little pain, for the anguish of his spirit overshadowed the suffering of his flesh. Reflecting on the torment he had endured, Dugu Tianchuan felt a pang in his heart, and his animosity towards that woman and her paramour intensified. This vendetta would not go unavenged. While his current physical injuries might appear insurmountable to an ordinary person, for him, once a revered practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine and a master of martial arts, it was merely a matter of time. However, a flicker of realization crossed his mind. He understood that he must first address the most pressing concern: money. Whether for his recovery or for the livelihood of the children, substantial funds were required. Yet, at present, he could scarcely afford even a bun, let alone the costly medicinal herbs he needed. Miss Xiao, he gazed up at the exquisitely beautiful girl before him, whose gentle and kind nature shone through. Dugu Tianchuan's eyes, hidden beneath his unkempt hair, flickered with a spark of determination, and a plan began to form in his mind. You mentioned Mr. Dugu. Xiao Qingran momentarily hesitated, her attention focused on the vagrant named Dugu Tianchuan. Despite the overwhelming odor emanating from him, she maintained a respectful demeanor, which further enhanced his favorable impression of her. I propose a transaction with you. What? Exclaimed another voice. You filthy beggar. Do you think you can negotiate with Sister Qingran? You're the one I kicked out. If you need something, come to me, but do not attempt to swindle Sister Qingran. Do you have no conscience? Sister Qingran has been advocating for you since her arrival, showing you no disrespect. Rather, she is solely focused on taking you to the hospital. It is one thing to lack gratitude, but to propose a transaction is quite audacious. What do you possess that warrants such a negotiation? The moment these words escaped Dugu Tianchuan's lips, they inevitably offended several of Xiao Qingran's friends, who promptly rebuked him, while onlookers furrowed their brows, casting disdainful glances in his direction. In their eyes and hearts, Dugu Tianchuan seemed to exhibit a profound lack of awareness. Although Xiao Qingran remained silent, the slight furrow of her brow revealed her inner dissatisfaction. Initially harboring a modicum of goodwill towards this vagabond, his words now left her quite unsettled. However, her years of family upbringing prevented her from displaying her feelings overtly. Her expression merely shifted momentarily before returning to its usual calm. What, I wonder, does Mr. Dugu wish to negotiate with a mere woman like myself? Recognizing his earlier rudeness, Dugu Tianchuan felt the weight of his actions. Yet he found himself compelled to persist. Casting a glance at the two children securely held in his embrace, who bravely faced the individuals before them like small kittens, he sighed softly. I possess the ability to cure your affliction. Chapter 6. The Fury of Xiao Qingran. I can cure your affliction. The moment these words escaped from Dugu Tianchuan's lips, the venue fell into a profound silence, only to erupt moments later into a cacophony of laughter. Yet, this mirth was devoid of kindness, steeped instead in mockery and the derision reserved for the insane. Notably, Xiao Qingran remained untouched by this scorn, for it was only she who understood the veracity of the man's proclamation. Who are you? Stepping forward with fervor, the gentle demeanor of Xiao Qingran vanished, replaced by an expression of fierce intensity, her gaze directed at Dugu Tianchuan, now brimming with a palpable menace. As her countenance shifted, the atmosphere thickened with tension, transforming the once refreshing aura she exuded into a heavy pressure that bore down on all present. The spectators, initially entertained by the unfolding spectacle, were momentarily taken aback by Xiao Qingran's sudden change in expression, quickly realizing that their companion's demeanor was anything but normal. They knew all too well that despite her usual kindness, anyone who provoked her faced dire consequences. Only they, the steadfast allies by her side, truly comprehended the formidable nature of her character. Could it be? A shared glance among the crowd revealed the astonishment reflected in their eyes. Me? Dugu Tianchuan chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by the overwhelming aura emanating from her, even detecting a hint of disdain within it. His nonchalant smile ignited the flames of wrath within Xiao Qingran, for she had endured this affliction for no less than 5 years, consulting numerous renowned physicians to no avail, none able to diagnose, let alone cure her. Each month, on the night of the full moon, she had suffered an existence more tormenting than death itself. Had it not been for her concern for her living relatives, she would have long since departed from this world. What had once been an internal affair of the Xiao family was now thrust into the open, emerging from the lips of a vagabond she had never encountered, claiming he could heal her ailment. Surely, no one would remain calm under such a revelation. Her imposing presence surged once more, and in that moment, Xiao Qingran radiated the formidable aura of a queen. An icy chill seeped into the bones of those surrounding her, causing them to involuntarily shiver. "Daddy, I'm scared." At that moment, the little girl nestled in Dugu Tianchuan's arms seemed to sense the tension, huddling closer and whispering her fears. The boy instinctively inched nearer to Dugu Tianchuan, yet his wide eyes remained fixated on the striking lady before them. Meanwhile, the small black cat, once calm, now bristled with alarm, its long tail erect, body arched, and limbs coiled, poised to spring into action, its large, round eyes fixed intently on Xiao Qingran as if ready to pounce at the slightest movement. "Fear not, my dear, for your father is here. No one can harm you." Wrapping his tattered garment around his daughter once more, Dugu Tianchuan tenderly patted her small frame with one hand, while gently ruffling his son's hair with the other, signaling him to relax. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the little black cat, Lychee, whom he had raised since childhood, his eyes sparkling with a paternal warmth. "Lychee, come back." The little black cat, which had been intently staring at Xiao Qingran, instantly returned to a tranquil state upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan's voice. It turned its head to glance at him. Although it could not speak, its round, glistening eyes seemed to express a hint of curiosity. After a moment, it let out a soft meow, no longer obstructing the crowd, and gracefully approached Dugu Tianchuan, gently rubbing its small head against his legs before sitting down, yet its beautiful, large eyes remained fixed on the others. At that moment, Xiao Qingran also heard the frightened voice of the little girl in the man's arms. Her gaze swept over the child's frail form, causing her heart to tremble as a wave of affection and pity surged within her. Regardless of the man's identity, the child was innocent, especially such an adorable little girl. although the child was curled up in her father's embrace, obscuring her features, and her face was smeared with dark mud. Xiao Qingran could still sense that she was undoubtedly a remarkably beautiful child. The anger within her began to dissipate as she recalled how these two children, along with the little cat, had endeavored to protect the man when he had fallen. Immediately, her empathy took precedence. Enough, enough. With a wry smile, Xiao Qingran's character and upbringing prevented her from committing any despicable acts of tyranny. Moreover, the pitiable sight of this father and his children made it impossible for her to unleash her earlier anger upon these unfortunate souls. Let it go, let it go. With a bitter smile, the icy demeanor surrounding her vanished, restoring her to her inherently gentle self. I have no desire to inquire how you came to know of this matter. Let us depart. Casting a lingering glance at the vagrant who was tenderly soothing his daughter, Xiao Qingran turned and walked away. Her friends, witnessing the scene, awakened from the prior shock, exchanged glances and hesitantly followed her lead, refraining from further conversation. Wait! At that moment, Dugu Tianchuan's calm voice suddenly cut through the air. Hearing his interruption, Xiao Qingran paused in her steps, turning back to regard Dugu Tianchuan with a cold indifference, the anger that had previously subsided flaring up once more. What do you want? Xiao Qingran's friends, too, felt a surge of irritation. Having already chosen to let it go, they found it incredulous that this man, seemingly oblivious, dared to provoke the compassionate Lady Xiao. Believing her kindness made her an easy target. At this moment, they dared not speak first, for the news they had just heard was exceedingly explosive, rendering them momentarily hesitant to utter a word. Instead, they directed equally furious glances toward Dugu Tianchuan. If looks could kill, Dugu Tianchuan would have been slain countless times by this group of remarkable young individuals. Yet, regrettably, the fierce glares from these seemingly extraordinary youths felt to Dugu Tianchuan like a mere gentle breeze, having no effect whatsoever. As he gazed at the calm-faced girl before him, a profound admiration flickered in Dugu Tianchuan's eyes for the first time, not for any other reason, but for the kindness she exhibited upon seeing the child in his arms. You need not doubt, nor speculate. I shall cure your ailment, and moreover. At this point, a subtle smile graced Dugu Tianchuan's lips. There is no need for a transaction between us. Chapter 7. The guardian Lichi. The words of Dugu Tianchuan detonated like a bomb in the ears of Xiao Qingran and the others. What do you mean by that? With a slight flutter of her beautiful eyes, Xiao Qingran's expression turned to one of displeasure. Did he find amusement in playing with her? Her friends could no longer contain their simmering anger and quickly surrounded him. It appeared that if Dugu Tianchuan failed to provide a satisfactory answer, he might very well face a beating. There's no need to be so angry. Seemingly oblivious to the crowd's actions, Dugu Tianchuan maintained an air of calm. This demeanor only served to further incite their frustration. Damn it, we just let you off easy for the sake of those two children. But it seems you truly have no regard for your life. As his words fell, a young man named A's could no longer suppress his fury and charged forward, lifting his foot to kick Dugu Tianchuan. Don't you dare hit my father. Before A's could act, the little boy in Dugu Tianchuan's embrace suddenly broke free, bravely placing his small hands in front of A's. The little girl followed suit, standing protectively beside her brother. Despite their tear-streaked faces and their diminutive stature barely reaching A's knees, the siblings radiated an expression of unwavering courage. Meow! A piercing cry from a small black cat, initially seated in front of Dugu Tianchuan, suddenly appeared before A's. Before he could react, the little creature extended its sharp claws towards A's calf. Careful! Lichi, come back! The simultaneous warnings of Xiao Qingran and Dugu Tianchuan rang out. A's, alerted by Xiao Qingran's call, instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding the cat's sharp swipe, but lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. At that moment, the black cat leaped again, claws poised to strike at his head. Had it landed, the young man named A's would likely have been left with a disfigured visage. Fortunately, Dugu Tianchuan's voice intervened, and the cat hesitated for not a moment, gracefully returning to its master. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in astonishment. Was this truly a cat? It resembled a miniature tiger, Many gazes directed at the small black cat Lychee were filled with greed. While it was common to see dogs as protectors, a cat in such a role was a rarity, and this little feline seemed to comprehend human speech. In an instant, various thoughts began to stir among the onlookers. If they could somehow acquire this cat for themselves or sell it, it would surely fetch a handsome price. Without delving into the sordid thoughts that some individuals harbor, the atmosphere shifted once more. Damn it! A loud exclamation erupted as the youth named A's stood up, his face flushed with anger, ready to charge at Dugu Tianchuan again. He felt utterly humiliated. Who would have thought that a strapping young man like himself could be outsmarted by a stray cat cared for by a disabled vagabond? The prospect of becoming the laughingstock of the entire circle by tomorrow was unbearable. Hey, stop! At that moment, Xiao Qingran, recovering from the shock of the little black cat, intervened. Although she shared the same indignation as her companion, her heart melted at the sight of the two small figures. She rushed forward and grasped A's arm. There's no need to be so furious. Let us just walk away. Let go of me, Qingran. If I don't teach that beast a lesson today, I'll have no face left in this world. A's eyes burned with rage as he tried to shake off Xiao Qingran's grip, fixating his furious gaze on the little black cat while casting a glare at Dugu Tianchuan. My friend, I sincerely apologize. Dugu Tianchuan sighed inwardly, not expecting Lychee to display such bravery. Although somewhat helpless, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. This little creature had devoted itself to protecting him from harm over the years. Who asked for your apology? A's remained resolute, his anger still directed at the little black cat, intent on annihilating it. I'm sorry. Dugu Tianchuan forced himself to endure the discomfort, placing his hands in front of him, and bowed slightly toward A's. Please forgive the harm caused, considering that this little one acted to protect me, a worthless being. Papa! Papa! The two children, witnessing this scene, hurriedly scurried to their father's side, attempting to lift him. The little girl was in tears, using her tiny frame to support her father as he bowed on the ground in apology. Meow! The little black cat turned its head, letting out a gentle sound as it rushed to Dugu Tianchuan's side. Unable to assist like the siblings, it merely extended its tiny tongue to tenderly lick the messy hair of its father. A's, who had been struggling fiercely, suddenly froze as he witnessed this. His anger began to dissipate. He had never anticipated that this man would bow his head for the sake of a mere animal. Are you hurt? Xiao Qingran, too, noticed the situation. Deep within her, a tender part stirred as her gaze fell upon the blood-soaked area at the back of Dugu Tianchuan's head. Forget it, forget it. Fate has dealt me a cruel hand. A sighed deeply, ceasing his struggle, casting a complex glance at the man before ultimately fixating on the little black cat tenderly licking and nuzzling against Dugu Tianchuan. This little creature, aha. Though the meaning behind the ha-ha remained elusive, Dugu Tianchuan could detect a hint of envy in A's tone. Realizing that A's was willing to reconcile, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you. Straining to prop himself up, Dugu Tianchuan embraced the two children once more, sincerely expressing his gratitude to A's, before turning his gaze towards Xiao Qingran. I am fine, but I must extend my thanks to you, my friend. Without waiting for an explanation, he continued, Miss Xiao, I may not have articulated my thoughts clearly earlier, but I genuinely harbor no ulterior motives, and I truly possess the ability to heal your ailment. The reason for my earlier remarks was merely to, with a heart-wrenching gaze directed at the two children and the little black cat by his side. Dugu Tianchuan's voice suddenly caught in his throat. I simply wish to procure warm clothing for my children and provide them with a hearty meal. Chapter 8. The bond between father and son who is Dugu Tianchuan. Before arriving in this world, he was nurtured with great care by his enigmatic master, mastering various arts including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. By the tender age of 3, he could recite countless poems from memory. At 5, he had memorized the grand compendium of traditional Chinese medicine. By 10, he was already treating patients on behalf of his master. At 12, he embarked on the path of martial arts. At 15, he had mastered the languages of 12 nations. And by 18, he ventured forth into the world alone. Despite having no parents or the support of power, He carved out a remarkable reputation on the former Earth within just 5 years. Where once Xiao Ji dominated the realm with his unparalleled talent, now Dugu claims 8 parts of the world's brilliance for himself. Had it not been for the insurmountable challenge posed by the underwater siphon, perhaps Dugu would today be a figure of reverence on the former Earth. Yet, in the present, this proud and formidable man humbles himself for the sake of his 2 children, lowering his noble head merely to seek a warm garment against the cold. Daddy, Daddy. Though still young and unaware of the sacrifices her father has made, the little girl feels an overwhelming sadness. She cannot bear to see her father bowing his head to plead with others. The little boy, perhaps more perceptive, upon noticing the blood on his father's head, silently begins to remove his own already tattered and threadbare clothing in an attempt to bandage his father's wounds. Having endured such profound hardships, he understands that his father is unlike the fathers of other children. Sometimes, when hurt or injured, he does not know how to tend his own wounds, and at times he cries, appearing much like the other children he observes. Despite his age, he cannot comprehend the reasons behind these feelings. Yet he knows that his father loves them dearly, even more so than many fathers he has encountered. Without looking up at the crowd, he presses his lips together, his expression grave as he strives to remove his clothing to dress his father's injuries. Witnessing the boy's actions, a young man named Zay feels a stirring within, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes, his body instinctively wanting to intervene. Before he can act, however, Xiao Qing Ran has already reached his side and grasped his hand. "Shall I take your father to the hospital?" When Xiao Qing Ran seized the boy's wrist, her heart trembled. Although she knew the children had suffered greatly, the sensation of their bony frames sent a profound wave of emotion through her, followed swiftly by dissatisfaction towards Dugu Tianchuan. How could he care for his children in such a manner? Even with his legs disabled, he still had hands. How could he allow these understanding, heart-wrenching children to endure so much pain? "Thank you, but I will take my father myself." With a forceful shake, the boy broke free from Xiao Qing Ran's grasp, determined to continue removing his clothing. How could a father be so heartless? A faint tremor coursed through her heart as Xiao Qing Ran directed her furious gaze towards Dugu Tianchuan. "How could you bear to speak of such a lovely and obedient child in that manner? You must not speak about my father like that." The little boy, taken aback by the beautiful aunt's unexpected words regarding his father, was instantly alarmed. He hurriedly rushed to his father's side, extending his tender little hand to gently caress the greasy strands of his father's long hair. "Do not be afraid, Daddy. Nyonyo and I are here. Lichi is here too. We are all with you, so there is nothing to fear." As he spoke, he attempted to rest Dugu Tianchuan's head against his small chest. Xiao Qing Ran was momentarily stunned. Not only she, but everyone witnessing this scene was equally astonished. They had not anticipated such a development. What is happening? Why would you speak of my father in such a way? The little boy suddenly lifted his head, his dark visage revealing a profound mix of anger and sorrow. "You all leave, just leave." At that moment, the little black cat, Lichi, also began to flare up again, seeing its little master so enraged. It seemed to resonate with the sentiment, promptly turning to glare fiercely at the onlookers. "Son, Daddy is fine, Daddy is all right." Although Dugu Tianchuan had been an orphan since childhood, lacking nothing in love, be it from his mysterious teacher or his senior peers, he had always yearned for the familial affection that stemmed from blood ties. In this moment, nestled against his son's small chest, he finally experienced it. His son's love brought tears to his eyes. With some effort, Dugu Tianchuan raised his arm, tenderly embracing the little man in his arms, peering through his disheveled hair at Xiao Qing Ran. "I apologize, Miss Xiao. The child did not mean to shout at you. Due to certain circumstances in previous years, my intellect has remained at a level below 10 years old, which has made the child fear for my safety." Oh. Hearing Dugu Tianchuan's explanation not only failed to clarify matters for the crowd, but instead deepened their confusion. "Then, Mr. Dugu, are you all right now?" Although Xiao Qing Ran was deeply curious about how he could have a child with an intellect of merely 10 years, her upbringing restrained her from voicing that question, compelling her to shift the topic instead. Indeed, with a relieved smile, Dugu Tianchuan spoke with a tone of gratitude. "Fortunately, thanks to Miss Leah's intervention. I have finally awakened from the chaos of these years. Otherwise, I would not know when I could recover. In a way, Miss Leah is indeed my benefactor. The humor in his jest was somewhat cold yet undeniably factual, leaving the others at a loss for how to respond. Congratulations, Mr. Dugong. Nodding, Xiao Qingran could only express this, as there was little else to say. What you just said has deeply moved me, and this is merely a small matter. I will have someone buy some warm clothing for the children shortly. Thank you so much. Deeply moved, Dugu Tianchuan recognized the profound kindness of this girl. Such benevolence should not be subjected to such torment. Miss Xiao, I spoke earnestly. I can truly heal your affliction. Really? It was only at this moment that Xiao Qingran earnestly scrutinized Dugu Tianchuan's words. After all, their earlier interactions had been rather unpleasant, yet the atmosphere had significantly softened. Moreover, she discerned that he was a capable father. A person of such integrity would hardly deceive her, would he? The thought of the anguish that had plagued her for years sent tremors through her heart. She considered herself quite resilient. Yet the unbearable pain during each full moon rendered her existence a torment. Grant me a month. Before the next full moon, I shall surely cure your ailment. Chapter 9. The kind-hearted Xiao Qingran, is it true? A glimmer of joy crossed Xiao Qingran's face, but it was swiftly replaced by a furrowed brow. Mr. Dugu, it is not that I doubt your abilities, but since you have discerned my ailment, you must also be aware of the profound suffering it brings me. Could you possibly assist me at this very moment? Of course. Regarding remuneration, you need not elaborate. I shall ensure you are thoroughly satisfied. With a wry smile, Dugu Tianchuan glanced at his own legs, the weight of his long, flowing hair partially obscuring his eyes, revealing a hint of helplessness. Miss Xiao, it is not that I am unwilling to treat you. Rather, you have witnessed my current physical condition. Even with the intent, I lack the strength. Hearing this, Xiao Qingran paused momentarily, her gaze falling upon Dugu Tianchuan's visibly deformed legs. The flicker of hope she had harbored instantly dimmed. Is this truly feasible? I apologize, Mr. Dugu. I have been somewhat hasty. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qingran suppressed her disappointment and doubt, speaking apologetically. Rest assured, now that I, Dugu Tianchuan, have made this statement, I shall undoubtedly fulfill it. What manner of person is Dugu Tianchuan? Although Xiao Qingran did not outwardly display excessive emotion, he could still sense the trepidation within her heart. His tone remained exceedingly calm, so much so that it conveyed no other sentiment, as if he were discussing trivial matters. Yet, one could not deny that his voice instilled in Xiao Qingran an unparalleled sense of confidence. Very well, I trust you, Mr. Dugu. Even though Xiao Qingran had yet to clearly discern his facial features, she inexplicably felt a profound conviction towards this man. Perhaps, this time, her affliction could truly be alleviated. You shall never regret the choice you make today. Raising her gaze to catch a glimpse of him through the strands of her hair, Dugu Tianchuan's admiration for the girl intensified. She did not disdain him for his current misfortunes, nor insult him for the dirt upon him, and certainly did not lose faith in him due to his disability. This girl possesses remarkable poise. I believe in you. As Dugu Tianchuan uttered these words, a surge of emotion stirred within Xiao Qingran, prompting her to exclaim without forethought. She could not quite comprehend why, but she felt an undeniable conviction in his words, as though whatever he claimed would surely come to pass. This sensation was undeniably peculiar. It was essential to note that at this moment, the man before her bore the quintessential appearance of a vagabond. Not only were his legs contorted and misshapen, but his visage had yet to be fully revealed to her. Dugu Tianchuan remained silent, merely casting a deep gaze in her direction. Sister Qingran, do you not wish to reconsider? After all, your health. Indeed, Sister Qingran, I suspect this fellow is a charlatan. If you were truly so capable, how could he have ended up in such a state? Previously, we were unaware of this matter. I happen to know an exceptional doctor, the youngest professor at the Western Sanctuary Hospital. He is currently visiting his family back home, and I will arrange for him to come and assist you. A small sum to enable him to purchase warm clothing for the child should suffice, Sister Qingran. If necessary, I can provide a few hundred more for some food. However, I believe it is best to leave the remaining matters to professionals. In stark contrast to Xiao Qingran's trust, her companions vehemently urged her to decline. Meanwhile, Dugu Tianchuan remained silent, seemingly oblivious to their counsel, lost in contemplation while embracing his two children. Now that he had regained his clarity, the priority was to heal his own body. Although he felt confident, his financial constraints were daunting. Not only was the cost of the necessary medicinal materials substantial, but he could scarcely afford a bun for his children. Enough, everyone. Please be silent. Though aware that his companions meant well, Xiao Qingran felt that discussing such matters in front of others was rather rude and lacked decorum. Mr. Dugu, I apologize. My friends harbor no ill intentions. They are merely concerned. It's quite all right, I understand. Dugu Tianchuan replied calmly, pulling his thoughts back from previous reflections. His response rendered Xiao Qingran speechless, as she sensed that this man genuinely remained unaffected by her friend's remarks, rather than feigning indifference while feeling deeply unsettled. Miss, the clothes you requested have arrived. At that awkward moment, a breathless voice interrupted, and a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair hurried over. Thank you for your hard work. Uncle Chun. Xiao Qingran smiled and nodded at the newcomer, promptly accepting the package from his hands. Mr. Dugu, please check if the clothes fit. Since I was unaware of your and your children's preferences, I asked Uncle Chun to select a few items at random. If they do not suit you, I can have him return to make other purchases. That is more than sufficient. Thank you. Dugu Tianchuan genuinely appreciated the kindness of this young woman and felt it unnecessary to impose further. Thank you, Uncle Chun. After expressing his gratitude to Xiao Qingran, Dugu Tianchuan turned to Uncle Chun with thanks. At that moment, Uncle Chun was still puzzled by the situation. Yet upon seeing Dugu Tianchuan's disheveled appearance and the similarly unkempt children, he quickly surmised that it was yet another instance of his young lady's overflowing compassion. He couldn't help but sigh softly, followed by a swell of pride. His young lady was not only beautiful and intelligent, but also an exceptionally kind-hearted girl. No need for thanks. Despite Dugu Tianchuan's disheveled appearance being somewhat off-putting, Uncle Chin noted his politeness and was courteous in his response. Miss, shall we hurry back? Both the master and madam are waiting for you at home. Wait, glancing at the delighted Dugu Tianchuan, who was preparing to dress his child. Xiao Qingran couldn't help but furrow her brow. What is it, miss? Uncle Chun inquired, somewhat perplexed. Uncle Chun, could you kindly escort Mr. Dugu and his child to the hotel? Please arrange for a room for them for a month, including breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Also, provide this gentleman with 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, not only Uncle Chun, but also Dugu Tianchuan and the two children were taken aback, raising their heads to look at the girl. Mississippi. While Uncle Chun felt a sense of pride in Xiao Qingran's benevolence, he still believed that it was a bit excessive. Even Dugu Tianchuan found it hard to fathom. Miss Xiao, thank you very much, but there is truly no need. Your gift of warm clothing for me and my child has already left us immensely grateful. Qingran, what are you doing here? Surrounded by so many people? At that moment, a chilling voice broke through the air, causing Dugu Tianchuan to tense up, slowly turning to face the source of the sound, his eyes gradually turning icy beneath his thick, flowing hair. Chapter 10. A chance encounter with Nangong Zixuan. Dugu Tianchuan could hardly fathom that he would encounter this woman once more under such circumstances. Nangong Zixuan, although he was perplexed as to how she had arrived in this bustling port city, 1,000 miles from her family's sphere of influence, and appeared to be quite familiar with Xiao Qingran, he felt no inclination to delve deeper into the matter. As his gaze slowly shifted, he was not surprised to find her former boyfriend, Qin Haoshuan, at her side. Standing approximately 185 meters tall, he was clad in a tailored suit complemented by a black turtleneck sweater. His thick, raven-black hair was slicked back, and his nose was elegantly sculpted, while his eyes resembled twinkling stars, framed by sharply defined, slender lips that contributed to an undeniably handsome and dashing appearance. It must be said that this gentleman named Qin possessed a striking allure that surpassed that of most so-called male celebrities. Moreover, being born into an affluent family endowed him with an innate charisma that was unattainable by mere stars. As for Nangong Zixuan, she resembled a celestial being emerging from a snowy masterpiece, her fair skin glistening faintly in the cold wind, resembling the delicate touch of freshly fallen snow, flawless and smooth. Her eyes, akin to a deep, tranquil pool, were dark yet crystal clear, radiating an air of noble aloofness that made it difficult for one to gaze upon her directly. Her brows were long and thick, as if meticulously drawn with ink, with slightly arched tips that bore a hint of inherent pride. A high, straight nose stood majestically at the center of her face, enhancing her features with a sense of three-dimensionality. Cascading waves of curly hair fell casually over her shoulders, the ends gently curling as if kissed by the winter snowflakes. She donned a creamy white pure wool coat, luxurious and elegant, perfectly enveloping her figure. The coat's collar was open, revealing a fitted black sweater beneath, accentuating her ample bosom and emphasizing her slender waist. Paired with beige trousers and black high-heeled shoes, her legs were adorned with nude stockings, bestowing upon her an air of regal sophistication intertwined with a sultry allure. This strikingly handsome couple certainly captured the attention of those around them. "Sister Zixuan?" Xiao Qingran exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before a radiant smile spread across her face as she approached and affectionately linked her arm with Zixuan's. "What brings you, such a busy person, to our humble abode today?" With that, she turned to Qin Haoshuan and greeted him cheerfully. "Hello, brother-in-law." Upon hearing Xiao Qingran refer to him in such a manner, Qin Haoshuan's smile visibly warmed. "Hello, Qingran. You mustn't call me that so casually. What would others think if they overheard?" Nangong Zixuan displayed no signs of anger or rejection at Xiao Qingran's address. Instead, she gently patted her arm, expressing a touch of exasperation. Qin Haoshuan's smile flickered momentarily, a hint of shadow crossing his eyes, but he quickly resumed his previous charming demeanor, which was undeniably endearing. "What is this? Your brother-in-law has pursued you for so many years, and we have all witnessed it. His affection for you is something we all envy. If I may suggest, why not settle down with him sooner rather than later? This way, there will be no gossip to contend with in the future." In the presence of Nangong Zixuan, Xiao Qingran appears remarkably at ease, indicating the depth of their friendship. More importantly, her admiration for Qin Haoshuan is evident. Otherwise, she would not have spoken so highly of him upon their first meeting. Although Dugu Tianchuan currently harbors intense resentment towards this woman, she was once the object of his affection for many years and the mother of his 2 children. Despite her unwillingness to acknowledge this, even wishing harm upon them, the reality remains inescapable. Seeing her in such a bashful state, he cannot help but reflect on her past indifference towards him, which inevitably stirs a pang of bitterness within his heart. However, he does not harbor hatred towards her for her lack of love. After all, who could find affection for a fool? Moreover, that fool bears an unsightly visage marred by scars. His animosity towards her stems from her callousness. "You may not love me, but how could you go so far as to sacrifice your own flesh and blood for a man who once abandoned you? Is such an act even conceivable? As for his own grievances, he can set them aside, but he cannot ignore the vengeance owed for his deceased children. The mere thought that this woman once carried 4 of his bloodline, and now only 2 remain by his side, fuels his anger even further. Had it not been for the awakening of his father's sense of responsibility, those 2 precious children might very well have perished in that fire. Yet even so, his daughter's health has suffered greatly, and she still frequently falls ill. Were it not for his efforts to beg for help while carrying his children, it is likely that she would no longer be among the living." While Dugu Tianchuan's inner turmoil brews with hatred, Nangong Zixuan and her companions continue to converse joyfully. "By the way, Qingran, what is the matter? Why are so many people gathered around?" After scanning the crowd, Nangong Zixuan's expression turned icy once more. Yet her gaze never fell upon Dugu Tianchuan and his companions kneeling on the ground, as if they did not even warrant a glance from her. "Is something amiss? Speak to me, sister. I shall see who dares to trouble you." No. Upon noticing her friend's cold demeanor, Xiao Qingran realized she had misunderstood and quickly leaned in to whisper an explanation. "It is like this, Sister Zixuan, you know about my ailment. I just encountered someone who claimed he could cure me, and then a minor misunderstanding occurred, resulting in this crowd gathering. What did you say? As Xiao Qingran's closest friend, Nangong Zixuan is well aware of her affliction. In pursuit of a remedy for her dear friend, she had sought the counsel of numerous renowned physicians, both traditional and modern. Yet, to her despair, each practitioner failed to identify the underlying cause of her ailment. Even the most sophisticated instruments in the world declared her friend's health to be impeccable. Now, however, someone has audaciously claimed the ability to cure Xiao Qingran's condition. How could this possibly be? At that moment, Nangong Zixuan could not shake the feeling that her friend had been ensnared by a charlatan. Is anyone there? With a narrowed gaze, she resolved to confront this alleged fraud personally, determined to convey that some individuals should never be trifled with. There he is, she gestured subtly towards Dugu Tianchuan. And for the first time, Nangong Zixuan's eyes formally settled in that direction. Chapter 11. Persuading Xiao Qingran. Nangong Zixuan's frosty gaze shifted towards the center of the scene, her eyes narrowing in sudden focus. What had captured her attention? A figure whose hair cascaded to the ground, completely obscuring their face, revealed only a pair of luminous eyes peering through the tangled strands. A filthy and repulsive vagabond. He huddled on the ground, his legs visibly twisted and deformed. Though she was no orthopedic specialist, the common knowledge of life told her that this homeless man was disabled. Nestled in his arms were two equally grimy children, their faces coated in a layer of dark grime, their disheveled hair rendering their true appearances unrecognizable. And it was impossible to ascertain their ages. However, judging by their stature, these children appeared to be no older than 3 years. At that moment, they clutched several brand new down jackets, undoubtedly purchased by Xiao Qingran. Only her kind-hearted friend would engage in such benevolence. A frail little black cat sat in front of them, its round, bulging eyes fixated on the group. The cat's extended claws and ruffled fur indicated its readiness to spring into action at any moment. Witnessing this scene, an inexplicable pang gripped Nangong Zixuan's heart, a wave of unnameable sorrow resonating within her. The sight of the two children particularly stirred her compassion, and she was astonished to discover that they seemed to exert a profound influence on her. Deep within her soul, a voice incessantly urged her to embrace the children. Had she lost her senses? Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling in her mind, her exterior remained composed, though internally she chastised herself for feeling an overwhelming desire to connect with the children. Is it him? Stealing her resolve, Nangong Zixuan asked coldly. Yes, it is indeed Mr. Dugu. Xiao Qingran affirmed without hesitation. He's merely a vagabond. What can he possibly offer you in the way of answers? At this moment, Nangong Zixuan had regained her composure, her previously tumultuous emotions now manifesting as a clear expression of disdain towards Dugu Tianchuan. Indeed, Qingran, I believe you should exercise caution. After all, the world is rife with deceitful individuals. Qin Haoshuan approached, standing alongside Nangong Zixuan. His voice, soft yet imbued with a deep, magnetic resonance, exuded a captivating charm, possessing an unusual sexual tension. From an outsider's perspective, the pair seemed perfectly matched, a striking combination that drew the eye. Even the young onlookers around them instinctively pulled out their phones to discreetly capture the moment, believing that their images would make splendid phone wallpapers. Dugu Tianchuan, however, offered no response to their remarks, merely glancing at them before lowering his head to drape the thick down jackets over his children. The weather was exceedingly cold, and the child was too young. He feared for their health. As for that woman, Dugu Tianchuan could not help but smirk inwardly. One day, he would make her aware that some matters are not simply dictated by one's desires. Having chosen a path, one must be prepared for the repercussions that may follow. Sister Zixuan, brother-in-law. Hearing those two address Dugu Tianchuan directly in such a manner made Xiao Qingran feel a twinge of discomfort, though she understood that their intentions were for her benefit. Thus she refrained from overtly expressing her discontent. I trust this gentleman. Oh, you. Nangong Zixuan turned to her friend, her eyes revealing a blend of exasperation and affection. You are simply too kind-hearted. Have you considered, if this fellow truly possessed exceptional medical skills, how could he have become a disabled man? Moreover, if he were indeed so capable, Why would he be wandering the streets with his 2 children, lacking even a decent set of warm clothing? With a gentle tap on Xiao Qingran's forehead, Nangong Zixuan's gaze was filled with helplessness. In my opinion, what he said was merely a trick of the trade. Such individuals are astute in understanding human nature, employing all manner of underhanded tactics. Therefore, I believe it prudent for you to exercise caution. As for Xiao Qingran, turning his head, Qin Haoshuan also looked at her, offering advice. Your sister Zixuan speaks for your own good, and her words are grounded in reality. If they merely seek clothing and food, I see no harm in that. After all, those 2 little ones are quite pitiable. At this point, Qin Haoshuan glanced at the group. For some inexplicable reason, upon first seeing them, especially the 2 children, he felt a strong aversion. This sentiment arose suddenly and seemed utterly irrational. He simply disliked them, without any discernible reason. Casting a cold glance at the group, Qin Haoshuan chose to ignore them thereafter. Yet, given the matter at hand pertain to your own health, I believe it is wise to remain cautious. Coincidentally, I have a friend named Ning Wuxia, the youngest professor at the Holy Hall Hospital, renowned as one of the most brilliant doctors in contemporary medicine. He is currently back in the country visiting family, and I have arranged to meet with him. How about this? In the next few days, let us set a time for him to visit you. Trust me, if he cannot provide a solution, then it is unlikely that anyone else can. Listening to the counsel of these 2, Dugu Tianchuan remained impassive, feeling no anger despite their words relating to him. Instead, he silently chuckled to himself. If he were to act, he would do so on his own terms. He was not one to be easily swayed. As for the kindness of providing warm clothing, he would repay that debt in another manner, but never at the cost of his own dignity. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingran's previously resolute demeanor showed signs of wavering. In truth, she too harbored doubts, but what could she say? That vagrant had been the first to approach her, declaring that he was afflicted with illness. Upon hearing her name, a line of ancient poetry involuntarily escaped her lips, a reflection of the profound origin of the name bestowed upon her by her grandfather, indicating that the other party possesses remarkable depth of character. Yet at this moment, her heart brims with anxiety. Nangong Zixuan and Qin Haoshuan were not mistaken in their assertion. Losing a trifling sum of money is of little consequence, but if it leads to irreversible harm to one's body, that is indeed a grave matter. The tumult of thoughts within her ultimately solidified her resolve. She lifted her gaze and, with a hint of embarrassment, looked towards Dugu Tianchuan, a subtle flush gracing Xiao Qingran's countenance. Mr. Dugu, Chapter 12. The insult of Qin Haoshuan. With a faint chuckle, Dugu Tianchuan gently draped the down jacket over the 2 individuals, then embraced the disheveled little black cat, Lychee, in his arms. He lifted his gaze to the conflicted girl before him, offering a warm smile. There is no need to worry. I completely understand. Shaking his head, Dugu Tianchuan continued with a gentle laugh. After all, this concerns your own health, and it is entirely normal to have such concerns. Initially, Xiao Qingran had braced herself for Dugu Tianchuan's potential anger, expecting an outburst, yet she was taken aback by his calm demeanor. A sense of guilt washed over her, and a hint of embarrassment flickered across her face. I truly feel sorry about this. There is no need for such distress, Miss Xiao, Dugu Tianchuan interjected, waving his hand to halt her apologies. In fact, I'm immensely grateful for your thoughtful gesture. Otherwise, my children would have suffered from the cold. He cast a glance at the 2 children nestled in his arms, a look of remorse crossing his features. It is I who have wronged them, allowing them to endure hardships alongside me all these years. And you, Miss Xiao, he raised his gaze, his expression earnest. You have afforded this inept father a semblance of dignity. Thus, whatever decision you make, I shall support you. If by the next full moon you have yet to find a solution, come here. I will await you on that day, ready to assist you whenever you need. Dugu Tianchuan's demeanor was solemn, yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of trust. Thank you, Mr. Dugu. Xiao Qingran felt a weight settle in her heart, yet a warm current surged from the depths of her being. Initially, she had only acted out of pity for the children and the man, performing a small act of kindness, but she never anticipated Dugu Tianchuan would make such a promise. Despite their lack of familiarity and his current plight, which hardly suggested he was a person of great power. She found herself deeply moved. She sensed his gratitude through his earnest expression and unwavering tone. Regardless, my earlier words still stand. For now, please take the children to a hotel to rest, and I shall have Uncle Chun bring you some money. That is unnecessary, Miss Xiao. Dugu Tianchuan replied with a faint smile, gently declining her offer. But I had promised. Xiao Qingran felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment at his refusal and hastily stepped forward to persuade him again. Before she could finish her thoughts, Qin Haoshuan, who had been standing silently nearby, suddenly chuckled, drawing the attention of everyone present, even catching the gaze of the ever-cool Nangong Zixuan. Stepping forward, Qin Haoshuan positioned himself at the forefront, directly facing Dugu Tianchuan. Uncertain whether it was the acrid scent emanating from Dugu Tianchuan or his peculiar appearance that displeased Qin Haoshuan, he instinctively covered his nose upon stepping before him. This gesture elicited frowns not only from Nangong Zixuan, but also from Xiao Qingran, who had affectionately referred to him as brother-in-law. Regrettably, this display failed to provoke any reaction from Dugu Tianchuan. Even if he had shown a change in expression, it would have remained obscured beneath his thick, unkempt hair. Unexpectedly, you possess a certain talent, Qin Haoshuan scoffed derisively, leaving no doubt about his disdain for Dugu Tianchuan. The latter remained silent, merely observing him with an inscrutable gaze. Such a masterful display of feigned vulnerability suggested that he was not an individual to be underestimated. Perhaps Qin had misjudged him. Perhaps incited by Dugu Tianchuan's calm demeanor, Qin Haoshuan's words grew increasingly caustic. Brother-in-law, Xiao Qingran interjected, visibly displeased, stepping forward to mediate. Qingran, do not be swayed by the insidious charms of such a societal rogue. Turning to glance at Xiao Qingran, Qin Haoshuan offered a gentle smile. Yet his resolve to persist was unwavering. These individuals are adept at manipulating the hearts of others. Do not be deceived by his apparent retreat. One can only wonder what schemes lie beneath his surface, perhaps ambitions far grander. While you are undoubtedly astute in both academia and commerce, worthy of the Xiao family name, you may lack insight into the machinations of these societal tricksters. This fellow before us, his expression tinged with disdain, Qin Haoshuan continued, is among the most cunning of them all. I even suspect that his legs were broken by those he deceived. Haoshuan, although Nangong Zixuan internally concurred with Qin Haoshuan's sentiments, she disapproved of his current approach. To her, there existed a stark contrast between their status and that of the vagrant before them. Enough of this, she implored. I heed your counsel, Zixuan. Qin Haoshuan replied with a soft chuckle, moving to embrace her shoulders. However, to his surprise, Nangong Zixuan sidestepped gracefully, evading his arm. This unexpected maneuver caused a flicker of annoyance and gloom to briefly pass through Qin Haoshuan's eyes, though it quickly vanished, restoring his previous air of sophistication. Unnoticed by all but Dugu Tianchuan. With a quietly mocking smile, Dugu Tianchuan chose to ignore the unfolding drama, redirecting his attention once more to Xiao Qingran. Miss Xiao, I am profoundly grateful for your kindness. The reason I did not decline earlier was that I had promised to attend to your ailment before the full moon next month. However, since you no longer require my assistance, I cannot in good conscience accept your help and then seek more. That would be akin to reaping rewards without labor, which contradicts my principles in life. Alas, clap, clap. Qin Haoshuan snapped his fingers, a mocking smile adorning his face. Who would have thought that a vagabond, who might have found himself lost with 2 children tonight were it not for Qingran's benevolence, could utter such profound truths? It is truly astonishing. Silence, Haoshuan. Brother-in-law, please refrain from such remarks. The voices of Nangong Zixuan and Xiao Qingran echoed simultaneously, both wearing expressions of discontent. They could hardly believe that Qin Haoshuan would utter such base sentiments. Chapter 13. Agitated, both Nangong Zixuan and Xiao Qingran wore expressions of displeasure. They had known Qin Haoshuan for many years, and he had always exuded an air of elegance and refinement. Despite his occasional arrogance, he had never spoken with such biting words, especially not towards a pitiable man who was begging with 2 children by his side. One would expect that someone of his distinguished upbringing would refrain from uttering such heart-wrenching remarks. Even an ordinary person would not stoop to such depths in a similar situation. What, then, was the cause of his behavior today? Unbeknownst to them, Qin Haoshuan himself was somewhat perplexed. Yet, he was acutely aware of his profound dislike for the vagabond before him. From the very first glance, he felt an inexplicable irritation and aversion towards the man. Perhaps it was the man's physique that reminded him of Nangong Zixuan's foolish ex-husband. Although the man's face was obscured and his legs were crippled, he appeared remarkably tall, even while kneeling, evoking memories of the past. The former fool, despite his grotesque appearance, had indeed possessed an enviable physique. However, upon hearing the displeased voices of Nangong Zixuan and Xiao Qingran, Qin Haoshuan realized he had momentarily lost his composure. He swiftly masked his mocking expression with a gentler demeanor, shaking his head with a wry smile. "I apologize, Zixuan and Qingran. I was merely incensed at the thought of this man deceiving a kind-hearted girl who seeks to help him. I am sorry." It must be said that Qin Haoshuan was a skilled actor. A mere sentence from him restored Nangong Zixuan's color to normal, and even Xiao Qingran's expression softened considerably. "I know you are not one to speak harshly, but one must still exercise caution in such matters," Nangong Zixuan remarked with a gentle smile, adding a breathtaking beauty to her already stunning visage, stirring something within Qin Haoshuan's heart. However, her subsequent words remained unspoken. Perhaps it was inappropriate to voice them in front of so many witnesses. Observing this scene, Dugu Tianchuan felt a mixture of amusement and sorrow. Although he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards this woman, he could not forget that she had once saved his life, and he had genuinely cared for her during that time. Yet, he never anticipated that she would be willing to kill him for the sake of this man before her. Soon, however, he dismissed such trivial thoughts from his mind. Regardless of how this woman felt or acted now, all kindness had evaporated since she chose to endanger his life for her current lover. All that remained was the distance of strangers. As for the man, a chilling glare emanated from beneath Dugu Tianchuan's long hair. If he recalled correctly, those individuals had claimed that Mr. Qin instructed them to act, implying that this man was indeed one of the masterminds. While he could settle his grievances with Nangong Zixuan, this man must pay for his transgressions in blood. Otherwise, he would not be able to justify the suffering his two precious treasures endured over the years. Unfortunately, his body had yet to recover, leaving him with no choice but to wait in silence. However, he was confident that one day he would stand before the adversary and demand retribution for past deeds. For he, Dugu Tianchuan, had never been a magnanimous individual. "Miss Nangong, please keep your romantic entanglements with Mr. Qin aside and refrain from involving me, an uninvolved party. It reflects poorly on your character. Do you not agree?" "What did you say?" Qin Haoshuan, taken aback by the audacity of the vagrant before him, felt his expression shift dramatically as he glared fiercely at Dugu Tianchuan. Nangong Zixuan was momentarily stunned as well, seemingly unprepared for such a confrontation. Yet, unlike Qin Haoshuan, her demeanor remained unperturbed. Not a flicker of emotion crossed her countenance. Only a deep gaze directed at the vagrant, filled with curiosity, though she buried these feelings deep within. "Are you tired of living?" Qin Haoshuan stepped forward, towering over Dugu Tianchuan with an air of menace, his murderous intent nearly spilling over. "Sister-in-law, please do not act impulsively." Xiao Qingran's expression changed as she hurried to grasp Qin Haoshuan's arm. "There is no need to be angry, and we indeed disturbed Mr. Dugu." Disturbed him? At that moment, the fury within Qin Haoshuan reached its zenith due to Xiao Qingran's words. What right did this man have to utter such a statement? A crippled wretch who couldn't even care for his own child, shamelessly begging for alms. Silence. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Nangong Zixuan's expression had turned frigid, her gaze imbued with a chilling intensity, coupled with an undercurrent of disappointment that was barely perceptible. "Qingran, I cannot stay longer today. I have matters to attend to. I will contact you once I am finished, and we shall spend some time together as sisters." Nangong Zixuan apologized to Xiao Qingran, then commanded, "We are leaving." With that, she cast a final, lingering glance at Dugu Tianchuan before departing without looking back. Observing Nangong Zixuan's exit, Qin Haoshuan, despite his desire to teach the vagrant a harsh lesson, found himself compelled to leave. However, before departing, he pointed a finger menacingly at Dugu Tianchuan, his expression unmistakably conveying a message. You will regret this. At that moment, Xiao Qingran felt a deep sigh escape her heart. She understood that her friend was genuinely angry, harboring dissatisfaction not only towards Qin Haoshuan, but also towards Dugu Tianchuan. Yet, Nangong Zixuan's upbringing and character led her to choose to disregard Dugu Tianchuan entirely. Mr. Dugu, as the two individuals had already distanced themselves, Xiao Qingran slowly approached Dugu Tianchuan, her expression laden with helplessness. With a faint smile, Dugu Tianchuan did not cast his gaze towards those two. You still dare to smile? Faced with the other's remarkable composure, Xiao Qingran's dissatisfaction surfaced first. Do you have any idea who those two are? If they wish to make things difficult for you, I am well aware of their identities and backgrounds. Interrupting Xiao Qingran's words with a wave of his hand, Dugu Tianchuan maintained his calm demeanor. Miss Xiao, I appreciate your concern. What I stated earlier still stands. I, Dugu Tianchuan, am profoundly grateful for your timely assistance, yet I cannot accept rewards without effort. As for the rest, I shall find a way. As his voice trailed off, Dugu Tianchuan's gaze settled upon a group of young individuals nearby, preparing their outdoor singing equipment. Chapter 14. Earning a modest living through musical equipment. As twilight descended, the onlookers began to feel a chill in the air. Dugu Tianchuan's gaze fell upon two young men, likely in their 20s, alongside a girl of similar age, arranging a collection of musical instruments. It was evident that they were music enthusiasts out performing on the streets. Xiao Qingran also noticed the direction of Dugu Tianchuan's focus, and her heart stirred with curiosity. Mr. Dugu, do you enjoy singing as well? Uncle Chun, witnessing the budding interest of his young mistress, furrowed his brow. Although he remained unaware of the earlier events, he comprehended the latter part of the conversation quite clearly. While he did not particularly favor Qin Haoshuan's earlier demeanor, he did concur with some of his sentiments. The vagabond was evidently a charlatan, merely exploiting his young mistress's eagerness to seek medical attention. Observing her undue leniency towards this drifter only deepened his discontent. Miss, it is time for us to leave. Well, to be honest, Xiao Qingran herself was unsure why she felt a sudden pang of guilt in the presence of this man. Perhaps it was due to her earlier commitment that she had now reneged on? Mr. Dugu, I implore you to reconsider my previous suggestion. After all, you must think of your child. Thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Xiao, Dugu Tianchuan remarked, a glimmer of warmth in his eyes as he surveyed the group of young musicians. I'm already on the mend and trust that I can adequately care for my child with my own hands, yet I am immensely grateful for your concern. He graciously declined Xiao Qingran's offer with a smile and a shake of his head, though he yearned to restore his health as swiftly as possible. The habits ingrained for his past life cautioned him against depleting the goodwill of others. Just being able to purchase a piece of clothing for his child filled him with gratitude. It would be unthinkable to burden others with his needs for sustenance and shelter on top of that. You are quite stubborn. Seeing Dugu Tianchuan's unwavering stance, Xiao Qingran felt somewhat exasperated. Mississippi. Noticing Xiao Qingran's silence, Uncle Chun called out once more. All right. Uncle Chun, I shall return with you at once. As their conversation unfolded, the young performers completed their setup. It must be said that these youngsters hailed from relatively well-off families. The musical equipment present was impressively comprehensive, even featuring a piano. Though the brand was not discernible, the quality of sound they produced during their preliminary play was undoubtedly commendable. Miss Xiao, might I trouble you and your friends with a small request? At that moment, Dugu Tianchuan spoke up inexplicably. Huh? Xiao Qingran was taken aback. Miss Xiao, may I? Assuming he had not been heard, Dugu Tianchuan's face flushed with slight embarrassment as he inquired. Please, go ahead. Whatever we can assist with, we shall gladly do. Her friends, however, bore expressions of disdain, smirking at the irony of her earlier refusal to help, now seemingly eager to lend assistance as the prospect of departure loomed. Even Uncle Chun, standing nearby, could not help but furrow his brow, casting a glance at the less than favorable expression on Dugu Tianchuan's face. Ignoring the scornful gazes of those around him, Dugu Tianchuan awkwardly explained, "Miss Xiao, I wish to borrow the equipment of those young children to sing and earn a little money. However, as you know, I am somewhat restricted in my mobility, so..." At that moment, Xiao Qingran grasped the implication of Dugu Tianchuan's words. Meanwhile, Uncle Chen's gaze shifted, becoming even colder as he regarded Dugu Tianchuan. In that instant, the man's perception of Dugu Tianchuan had undergone a significant transformation. It was not that he had developed a favorable impression. Rather, Uncle Chen felt that this vagabond was increasingly suspicious. To someone of his age, Dugu Tianchuan's intentions appeared overly calculated. "As, Li Haoyu, come over and lend a hand." Xiao Qingran, unaware of her butler's true thoughts, called out to her two male friends. Upon hearing her summons, despite their dissatisfaction, Az and Li Haoyu could only pinch their noses and approach to assist. Yet, as they neared Dugu Tianchuan, an acrid odor assaulted their senses, causing both to frown deeply and slow their steps. "I apologize, dear friends," Dugu Tianchuan thought to himself, stifling a bitter smile. Fully aware of their sentiments. Truth be told, the moment he regained consciousness, he too had nearly been overwhelmed by the stench emanating from himself. It was indeed commendable that the two children did not seem to mind. However, at that moment, he felt powerless. He could not simply seek out a place to bathe. Could he? He wished he could, but where would he find the funds? Thus, he could only endure the shame. As for whether he could borrow someone else's musical equipment, Dugu Tianchuan remained optimistic about the goodwill of the younger generation. After all, he had once enjoyed carefree days alongside such individuals and understood their temperament quite well. For those who cherished music, it mattered not if one were human or ghost. As long as there was a genuine passion for music, one would be considered a companion, a comrade. "As, why are you dawdling? Hurry up." Seeing the two lingering, Xiao Qingran raised her brows and chided them. "No, Sister Qingran, this is truly too." Both Az and Li Haoyu wore expressions of distress as they inhaled the repugnant scent emanating from Dugu Tianchuan. "Is there anyone willing to assist? To carry this gentleman to the group of young singers? I am prepared to offer a reward of 500 yuan. Suddenly, Az's expression shifted as he boldly addressed the onlookers. Li Haoyu, who had initially appeared troubled, now brightened and discreetly gave his brother a thumbs up. "Clever. This strategy is truly brilliant." This amount of money was negligible for them, yet the odor emanating from Dugu Tianchuan was indeed a challenge to endure, though they could not disregard Sister Qingran's reputation. Initially engulfed in worry, I was pleasantly surprised by A's prompt resolution of the issue. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingran rolled her eyes in exasperation, but ultimately decided to let it be. As long as the outcome was satisfactory, was it not? The onlookers, who had been merely spectators, stirred with excitement upon hearing this exchange. Before anyone could voice their inquiries regarding the veracity of the situation, two middle-aged men, dressed in somewhat tattered clothing, rushed forward. "We are here. We are here," they exclaimed as they approached to assist Dugu Tianchuan, preparing to escort him aside. At this moment, the little black cat, Lychee, was taken aback, raising her tiny paw as if to swipe at the two men. Simultaneously, the two siblings eyed the newcomers warily, clutching their father's clothing tightly. "Lychee, relax, it's all right, dear." Dugu Tianchuan gently reassured the little black cat, then tenderly stroked his children's heads, offering solace. "Do not worry, my darlings. These two uncles merely wish to help your father over there. Everything is fine." With that, he lifted his gaze to the two middle-aged men and smiled, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, gentlemen. No trouble at all," they replied with hearty smiles, and without further ado, they lifted Dugu Tianchuan and brought him to the group of young singers nearby. "You are..." The three young individuals were taken aback, puzzled by the unexpected turn of events, and inquired with curiosity. "Dear brothers, might I borrow your musical equipment? I wish to sing a song to earn a little money for my sustenance. Would that be permissible?" Chapter 15. I wish to sing a song of my own composition. Although Ding Hao is still quite young, he considered himself a well-rounded individual, coming from a prosperous family. With a father who was a remarkably successful businessman and a mother who held a prominent local leadership position, he had encountered many extraordinary tales throughout his life. Since the age of 16, he had roamed about with peers of similar backgrounds, singing in open-air venues, thus experiencing numerous intriguing events. Yet today, at this very moment, he found himself genuinely astonished. He could hardly fathom that a seemingly filthy, visibly disabled homeless man would approach him with a request to borrow their musical equipment to sing a song and earn some living expenses. The world was vast, but such peculiar occurrences were entirely new to him. However, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes, and his heart raced with fervor. This was, indeed, extraordinarily amusing. They were not singing outdoors out of financial necessity. On the contrary, their families were affluent enough that, as long as the younger generation did not squander their fortunes in reckless ventures, they could indulge in leisure and pleasures for generations without worry. Their motivation stemmed from a passionate love for music and a desire to enrich their lives with joy. They were acutely aware of their own limitations. They were not cut out for the business world and had little affinity for its duplicitous nature. Thus, they chose to embrace their passions instead. And now, to witness such an intriguing scene unfold before them, glancing at his two companions, he noticed that they mirrored his own astonishment. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they nodded in unison, their enthusiasm matching his own. At that moment, Xiao Qingran, too, was fully captivated. She could hardly believe that this homeless man intended to sing for a living. Was he truly going to perform? The curiosity of their other friends was similarly piqued, and they followed suit, not out of faith in Dugu Tianchuan's abilities, but simply to witness what they presumed would be a spectacle. After all, who would believe that a disabled homeless man could sing? "Hey, Ace, what do you think?" Li Haoyu whispered, tapping Ace on the shoulder. "Do you find this credible?" "Credible? Based on what?" Ace replied, casting a dismissive glance at his friend, a smirk curling his lips. "It's just a shameless individual trying to exploit his disability and the presence of two children to elicit sympathy and charity from others. Do you really believe someone like that can sing? He's merely a manipulative con artist. I suspect that his legs were broken after someone uncovered his deceit." Upon hearing A's analysis, Li Haoyu scrutinized the figure of Dugu Tianchuan, now seated on the ground. Though the man was notably tall, he exhibited no signs that would suggest he possessed any musical talent. "That makes sense," Li Haoyu mused, having found no evidence to the contrary after observing for a while, ultimately concluding that his friend's assessment was indeed accurate. This individual undoubtedly seeks to exploit the compassion of others to secure a modest livelihood, while simultaneously attempting to cultivate a favorable impression with Xiao Qingran, laying the groundwork for future financial deception. Contemplating this, Li Haoyu regarded the figure of Dugu Tianchuan with palpable disdain. "Greetings, sir." A visibly excited Ding Hao finally managed to compose himself and approached Dugu Tianchuan. Unlike others who harbored disdain for Dugu Tianchuan's current attire and who were put off by the unpleasant odor emanating from him, Ding Hao instead exhibited an enthusiastic fervor in his expression. "Hello," Dugu Tianchuan replied with a smile. Although it was their first encounter, he felt a genuine fondness for this large young man, not for any other reason, but because he approached him without an air of superiority or condescension, even crouching down due to his own leg issues. This was a remarkably pure and vibrant young man. "I am Ding Hao. That beautiful girl named Lu Lei is Yingling." Dugu Tianchuan. Upon hearing the surname Dugu, Ding Hao's expression momentarily froze. Such a surname is exceedingly rare. However, he quickly regained his composure. "May I inquire, Mr. Dugu?" Lowering his gaze to the small figures nestled in his arms, a gentle look graced Dugu Tianchuan's eyes, which Ding Hao noticed but chose not to question further. "As you can see, I have a disability and the children are quite young. In order to provide them with a meal, I happened to notice that you were preparing for an outdoor performance. I have loved singing since childhood, so I thought I might utilize your equipment to sing and earn some money for their sustenance." Dugu Tianchuan spoke with a calm demeanor, unembarrassed by the nature of his request. Unexpectedly, his words ignited an even greater fervor in Ding Hao and his companions. This is undeniably a man of unwavering integrity. One cannot help but notice that numerous able-bodied individuals on the streets shamelessly beg for alms. Yet this man, despite his disability and the burden of two small children, chooses not to beg outright, but instead seeks to earn money through his singing for their nourishment. Such resolute character is indeed a rarity. Ding Hao privately resolved that regardless of how the man performed, he would ensure to reward him with some money, not for the quality of his singing, but out of respect for his dignity and the love of a parent for their children. The crowd gathered around had grown increasingly larger, and Dugu Tianchuan's voice was not particularly quiet. So many had heard his words. Even those on the periphery, unable to hear directly, learned of the circumstances through others' accounts. In an instant, the gazes directed at Dugu Tianchuan were filled with profound sympathy. They, too, have their own children. Would they be willing to endure the scrutiny of others just to ensure their offspring are well fed? It is uncertain, and one cannot say for sure, especially since the circumstances have not befallen them. Nevertheless, many have shared sentiments akin to those of Ding Hao, thinking that regardless of the man's singing prowess, offering a small token of appreciation could serve as a charitable gesture. Ding Hao chuckled heartily. "Mr. Dugu, what song would you like to sing? We shall play the accompaniment for you right away." "Thank you." Upon hearing the other's immediate and unwavering agreement, Dugu Tianchuan felt deeply moved. As for which song to perform, he knew not of any from this world. Countless outstanding songs existed on earth in his previous life. Any one of them would be a resounding triumph. "I would like to sing a song of my own composition, if I may." Chapter 16. A steady happiness as the words of Dugu Tianchuan echoed through the square. A once boisterous crowd fell silent, as if the world had been momentarily frozen in time. All gazes turned towards him, wide with incredulity. However, it was not long before a stifled laugh broke the stillness. Although the chuckle was faint, amidst the utter silence, save for the whispering winds, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. This revelation swiftly triggered a cascade of reactions. Laughter erupted, filling the air. Initially, some individuals attempted to suppress their mirth, merely covering their mouths, but soon they succumbed to unrestrained guffaws, with some doubling over as though they had encountered the most absurd joke imaginable. Even Xiao Qingran, who lingered momentarily, found her delicate brows twitching uncontrollably, her lovely visage flushing a deep crimson. She yearned to join in the laughter, but, recalling Dugu Tianchuan's pitiable predicament, managed to stifle her amusement, unlike the others who reveled in their mockery. The sole figure maintaining composure amidst the chaos was Dugu Tianchuan himself. Naturally, he could not find humor in the situation, for he was the one who had proposed this seemingly ludicrous reason, making him the object of ridicule. However, he bore no ill will. He understood their reactions completely. After all, a disheveled vagabond claiming to sing for his supper might be acceptable, but the notion of performing his own compositions? Who could possibly refrain from laughing? Ding Hao and his companions were initially taken aback, only to soon find themselves unable to contain their amusement, their youthful faces betraying their struggle to maintain decorum. Yet, they were of good character and upbringing, aware that it was inappropriate to mock someone so openly, and thus they forced themselves to suppress their flushed faces. "Sir, are you truly resolved to perform your own original songs?" "Yes, indeed. I am certain." "Well, without accompaniment, you might have to sing a cappella." "Not a problem. I can borrow your piano and accompany myself." "What?" Ding Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, fearing he had misheard. You can play the piano yourself?" The others, too, were left in a state of shock, their minds momentarily paralyzed as they stared at the vagabond. This was absurd, utterly preposterous. A homeless man claiming to sing? Fine, we can accept that he possesses a voice. But to assert he would perform his own songs? That was truly laughable, and many could not help but erupt into laughter. "Sure, we'll humor you. Your compositions may very well resemble the worst of nonsense, but they are still your own creations, are they not? However, now you claim you will accompany yourself on the piano? That is quite a leap. Leaving aside whether you can play, what about your disabled legs? Remember, a piano has pedals and often requires both hands and feet to achieve the best sound." Silence descended, an oppressive quiet akin to death. Yet, It was quickly shattered by an even more raucous wave of laughter than before. "Mr. Dugu, if you possess the sheet music, might I offer my accompaniment?" Though a smile threatened to escape, Ding Hao's upbringing restrained him from laughing openly, unlike others. "Perhaps I can lend a hand? Admittedly, I have just acquired the sheet music, so my performance may not be impeccable. Thank you for your concern." Dugu Tianchuan understood the goodwill behind the offer, yet his resolve remained unshaken. "This piece does not require the use of a pedal. However, I must trouble you to find a chair for me to sit upon, for I cannot reach the keys otherwise." With a wry smile, Dugu Tianchuan expressed his discomfort, since Ding Hao and his companions were performing in an open-air setting, and today's program did not include a piano. They had not prepared any seating. Moreover, they held great confidence in their abilities, even without a chair. They believed they could perform well while standing. Yet, upon glancing at Dugu Tianchuan and then at his twisted, deformed legs, they recognized that a chair was indeed necessary. Fortunately, the onlookers, eager for entertainment, paid no heed to their motives as a nearby merchant rushed into his shop and emerged with a chair. Alas, the chair was quite dilapidated and bore an unpleasant odor, clearly a relic retrieved from some forgotten corner. One could only imagine, given Dugu Tianchuan's current state, who would be willing to present anything new. Had it not been for the spectacle, it is likely that even this worn-out piece would have remained untouched. "Thank you." Regardless of others' thoughts, Dugu Tianchuan expressed his gratitude. With the assistance of Ding Hao and a young man named Lu Lei, he struggled to settle onto the chair, while his two children stood by his side, one on each. Though unaware of their father's intentions, they felt secure in his presence. Meanwhile, a small black cat let out a soft meow before nimbly leaping to the top of the piano, surveying the scene with an air of disdain before settling down. Witnessing this tableau, the crowd fell silent. While many might have regarded Dugu Tianchuan, the vagabond, as foolishly prideful, the sight of his two innocent children and the perceptive little cat stirred a wave of sympathy and compassion within the hearts of onlookers. Due to his disability, Dugu Tianchuan could only awkwardly perch upon a chair. As he gazed at the familiar instrument before him, nostalgia filled his eyes. It had once been among his most cherished, and prior to his misfortune, he had earned the title of master through his prowess on the piano. Yet in the present, while he spoke with conviction, an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through him. It had been quite some time since he last played, and his arms had sustained significant injuries, which would undoubtedly impact his ability to perform. Nevertheless, he found himself with little choice but to proceed. Regardless of the circumstances, he must first ensure the well-being of the children before devising a means to earn money for his medicine. Taking a deep breath, Dugu Tianchuan's gaze gradually transformed into one of unwavering determination. He lifted his head and surveyed the crowd of onlookers, then smiled serenely, compelled by the demands of life. "I will borrow the equipment of these friends to perform an original song for you all today. If you find it to your liking, I kindly ask for your support, so that I and a few children may enjoy a warm meal. If you do not, simply consider it a moment of entertainment. This song, Steadfast Happiness, is dedicated to all present." Chapter 17. The charlatan. As the words fell, Dugu Tianchuan took a deep breath, raising his somewhat awkward hands to rest upon the piano keys. Despite his outward display of confidence, he was acutely aware that he was about to take a significant risk. The injury to his arm had greatly impacted his piano-playing technique. Nevertheless, Dugu Tianchuan harbored little concern. It was a testament to his unwavering self-belief. Even with such minor flaws, he was certain they would not affect the ultimate outcome. He gently pressed the keys, and as expected, the notes that emerged were not only discordant but also woefully out of tune, lacking the finesse even a beginner might possess. A ripple of laughter erupted among the onlookers, with some individuals beginning to mock him in hushed tones. "Wow, I thought he might be a hidden master, but who knew he was at this level? I could play better with my toes, right? I was hoping for a dramatic twist like in those novels or TV shows. But this is just pathetic. I was too naive. Forget it. My friend and I were betting on him at the Lanting water gathering tonight. Looks like I'm in for a hefty loss. That place isn't cheap. I need to mourn for 3 seconds. How disgusting." I initially felt sympathy for him, Even thought about giving him a thumbs up for the sake of those two poor children and that adorable kitten. But now, I retract my earlier thoughts. What kind of misdeeds has this person committed to end up like this? He deserves it. Yes, I think the same. There are too many fraudsters in this society. Look at his legs. I wonder if they're fine, but he's just trying to con people out of their money? Who knows? Perhaps in this world, there's not an ounce of genuine compassion left. Hey, should we call the police? I'm worried those two children aren't even his. What if they are part of a criminal gang and those kids were abducted? Exactly, that is quite possible. No, I'm calling the police right now. We can't let this opportunity slip by. This fraud must be apprehended. The sounds of derision and gossip continued unabated, though the murmurs were soft. They resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Ding Hao exchanged glances with his companions, slowly shaking his head, disappointment and helplessness evident in his eyes. They had anticipated encountering a master akin to a sweeping monk, only to find a fool instead. It indeed appeared as though the man was merely a charlatan seeking to swindle money. While they could empathize with his physical limitations, playing the piano should not have been hindered by his leg injury. After all, had he not claimed that this piece required no use of the foot pedals? Why then, upon starting, did it seem otherwise? As for the song that Dugu Tianchuan wishes to sing, their hopes have all but vanished. How can one expect a person incapable of playing the piano to possess any singing talent? At this moment, they were engulfed by a sense of indignation, feeling utterly exploited by Dugu Tianchuan. Indeed, exploited. This individual had shamelessly taken advantage of their compassion for deceitful purposes. Little did he realize that such an action would utterly reveal his fraudulent nature. When they turned their gazes towards Dugu Tianchuan, disappointment was overshadowed by a burgeoning fury. As they contemplated how to teach this audacious charlatan a lesson, others shared the same sentiment. Even Xiao Qingran, who had been somewhat inclined to believe Dugu Tianchuan, could not help but furrow her brow. Although she had her doubts about the man's potential brilliance, she thought that since he could calmly articulate those words, he must possess some confidence. However, upon attempting to perform, the dissonance became painfully evident. Not only was he unable to play, but it seemed he lacked even the most fundamental knowledge. Miss, perhaps we should return? The hour is indeed late. Uncle Chun cast a dismissive glance at Dugu Tianchuan, who was still struggling to find his rhythm, his eyes reflecting a scornful mockery. This was a fraud. Qin Haoshuan's previous words rang true. His analysis was spot on. How could a liar of such caliber be allowed near their young lady? After hearing Uncle Chun's remarks, Xiao Qingran fell silent for a moment. To be honest, her heart brimmed with disappointment and an inexplicable rage. The disappointment stemmed from her realization that this man was truly nothing more than a blustering deceiver, while her anger was directed at herself for having believed a fraud. Very well. Nodding her head, Xiao Qingran ceased to speak, not daring to cast another glance at Dugu Tianchuan, and turned to leave. Such a person, she vowed never to encounter again. He even claimed he could cure her ailment? Humph, a cold laugh echoed within her. She no longer harbored any hope. As Xiao Qingran departed, her companions exchanged glances and with peculiar smiles. They too turned on their heels and walked away. Dugu Tianchuan remained oblivious to their reactions. He understood that his previously injured arms would undoubtedly affect his performance. Yet he had not anticipated the severity of his condition. A mere exertion of force sent a piercing pain coursing through him. Having just regained consciousness, he had not yet grasped the full extent of his injuries, and only now did he comprehend how grave they truly were. With this realization, his animosity towards Nangong Zixuan and Qin Haoshuan deepened further. He would not rest until vengeance was served. Dugu Tianchuan was far from being a benevolent soul, nor was he one to repay malice with kindness. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to such heights in his past life. Many in the world possess their own beliefs, and Dugu Tianchuan was no exception. However, his faith did not align with Buddhism, which emphasizes cultivating oneself in this life for the next, nor with the hypocritical doctrines of the West. His belief lay within Taoism, which advocates for a transparent heart. Simply put, what does it mean to have a transparent heart? To repay today's grievances today, I shall not allow myself to be wronged, until he has restored his body to its former peak condition. he will remain patient and silent. However, once he regains his strength, those who have once humiliated him will come to realize that Dugu Tianchuan is not someone to be easily trifled with. The opinions of those present hold no significance for him at this moment. Although his current physical limitations are indeed impacting his performance, they do not pose an insurmountable challenge. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Dugu Tianchuan refrains from further attempts. Just as the crowd began to murmur among themselves, a melodious piano melody resonated through the air, and in an instant, the previously bustling square fell silent, with everyone gazing in disbelief at the man. Xiao Qingran, having led the crowd several meters forward, also heard the enchanting sound. She abruptly turned around, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she looked back. Chapter 18. The performance. Xiao Qingran abruptly halted in her tracks, disbelief reflected in her beautiful eyes, a sentiment mirrored by Ding Hao and the others. Just moments ago, they had dismissed this individual as nothing more than a mere swindler. Yet the scene had dramatically shifted. Unlike the casual onlookers, they, though not virtuosos themselves, possessed an understanding shaped by years of familial education and piano training, enabling them to discern one undeniable truth. This man was undoubtedly a master pianist. Despite some imperfections, they recognized these flaws stem from the vagabond's arm issues, rather than a lack of skill. Dugu Tianchuan, oblivious to their thoughts and indifferent to their opinions, found himself immersed in the world of piano and music upon rediscovering a fragment of his past life as sensations. For the first time, Qingushin's song graced this world. One day, I realized I had long lost the right to self-pity, left only with an unyielding shoulder burdened by simple contentment. As Dugu Tianchuan began to sing, the previously bustling square fell silent, as if a pause button had been pressed. All gazes turned in astonishment toward the seemingly disheveled man. Compared to the other spectators, Ding Hao and his companions were more discerning. Although the song performed by Dugu Tianchuan was fraught with imperfections, they understood these were the consequences of prolonged disuse. They believed that with a little time, he would surely improve significantly. After all, his vocal timbre was simply extraordinary. They recognized this the moment he opened his mouth. Yet, what astonished them even more were the lyrics he sang. Indeed, this was a song they had never heard before, its melody entirely unique, affirming its originality. However, that was not the pinnacle of their astonishment. The beauty of the melody and the exquisite opening lyrics were truly remarkable. One day, I began to find joy in the mundane, gazing clearly toward the horizon, yearning for the happiness I sought. As the second line unfolded, Dugu Tianchuan gradually reclaimed the essence of his former self. While he was acutely aware of his significant technical shortcomings, he also understood that improvement would not come overnight. At that moment, the song surged into its climactic chorus. I yearn for stable happiness, capable of withstanding the cruelty of doomsday. In the unsettling depths of the night, may I find a refuge. I long for stable happiness, to touch it with my own hands, each time I reach into my embrace, feeling your warmth. It was only at this juncture that Dugu Tianchuan rediscovered a semblance of his past feelings, immersing himself deeper in the song. In his previous life, he had a profound love for singing and playing instruments, particularly at the day's end when a good song could utterly relax his spirit. He possessed a remarkable talent in this realm. With a splendid vocal quality, coupled with rigorous training under esteemed mentors, he would undoubtedly have outshone others in any singing competition. It is indeed a pity that his primary vocation is that of a physician, a practitioner of traditional medicine, while singing serves merely as a delightful pastime. Nevertheless, under the pen name Idle Listening to the Wind and Rain, he has composed numerous timeless songs for many prominent figures in the music industry, establishing himself as a titan within the entertainment realm. Yet, no one has ever laid eyes upon him, as he communicates solely through the internet and telephone, never making personal appearances, rendering him an enigmatic figure on Earth in his previous life. Little did he anticipate that one day he would monetize this hobby. Truly, fate plays its hand. One day, I realized that I had lost even the right to self-pity, left only with a tireless shoulder burdened with simple contentment. Another day, I began to derive joy from the mundane, glimpsing a clear horizon of the happiness I sought. The second part of the song resonated once more. The voice of Dugu Tianchuan was deep, resonant, imbued with an inexplicable magnetism. At that moment, all present fell into a profound silence, with fervent emotions evident in the eyes of some. What initially seemed to them a farcical performance had undergone a remarkable transformation. Ding Hao and his companions were particularly fervent, encircling Dugu Tianchuan, their gazes brimming with admiration. No one understood the intrinsic value of this song better than they did. Although he was not without imperfections due to health issues, the excellence of the song was palpable even in its current form. To state it plainly, with adequate promotion and packaging, this song could undoubtedly clinch the Golden Melody Award this year without much difficulty. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingran and her companions were equally astounded, gazing in awe at the man who was simultaneously playing the piano and singing. Though they were not part of this so-called music circle, they could discern the quality of song. This was undeniably a remarkably beautiful classic. Especially noteworthy were the lyrics, which resonated deeply with the hearts of many young men and women. Looking at the man whose features remained obscured, despite the unpleasant aura he emanated and his distorted legs dangling from the chair, he exuded a noble presence reminiscent of long-established artists. With eyes that sparkled with curiosity, Xiao Qingran's mind raced with contemplation. This vagabond seemingly spoke the truth. He could play the piano and sing, and he did so exceptionally well. Was it possible that his earlier statements were also devoid of deceit? While she could not be certain, ripples of uncertainty stirred within her heart. I yearn for a steadfast happiness that can withstand the brutality of the apocalypse. In the restless depths of night, I long for sanctuary. I desire a happiness that I can touch with my own hands. Each time I reach into my embrace, I feel your warmth. I seek a resolute happiness that can shield me from the pangs of disappointment. Even on a solitary journey, I shall not feel alone. I aspire for a happiness that measures the length of my existence. No matter where I may find myself, I shall not lose my way. This is the happiness I desire. As the final note faded, Dugu Tianchuan lowered his arms, his breath somewhat labored. While a single song should not elicit such a response, one must acknowledge that his body had been significantly weakened, and over the years, he had endured countless hardships while caring for 2 children. At that moment, to have sung an entire song without considerable deviation was, for him, an exceptional achievement. As his voice dwindled, the audience first fell into silence, only to be followed by resounding applause and cheers that echoed like mountains. Chapter 19. The applause, a thunderous applause, erupted like a mountain, startling the little black cat, Lychee, who promptly leaped into the embrace of Dugu Tianchuan. His 2 children, equally perplexed, instinctively nestled closer to their father, revealing only their glistening black eyes as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. It seemed that at the slightest hint of danger, they would hastily assist their father to his feet and flee the scene. A fleeting glance at this tender moment stirred a wave of guilt within Dugu Tianchuan, reaching its zenith as he reflected on how much he owed these 2 children over the years. He often pondered how he would have survived without the support of this brother-sister duo during those trying times. Although he appeared to possess the intellect of a 10-year-old, the disparity between his mind and that of a typical child of that age was vast. To say he was akin to a fool during that period would not be an exaggeration. Fortunately, all of this was destined to pass. Mr. Dugu Ding Hao approached with admiration gleaming in his eyes. I never imagined you truly possessed such remarkable talent. It's simply astonishing. You are now my idol. Thank you for your kind words. In response to the praise from the young man, Dugu Tianchuan exhibited little emotional fluctuation, merely offering a serene smile. Compared to his previous life, these achievements seemed trivial. Moreover, the songs he performed were classic pieces from other esteemed artists, not his own creations. In his heart, he did not regard this as a true testament to his abilities. He considered himself merely a decent singer. Another song, another song. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, igniting a wave of enthusiasm among the spectators. The chorus for another song reverberated throughout the square, even drawing Xiao Qingran. who had initially intended to leave, into the fervor as she joined in the call. Observing this scene, Uncle Chen's lips moved as if he wished to speak. Yet ultimately he remained silent, casting a complex glance at his young mistress. Ladies and gentlemen, Dugu Tianchuan nodded apologetically at Ding Hao before turning his gaze toward the crowd. I sincerely appreciate your goodwill and your acknowledgement of my efforts. However, a bittersweet smile graced his face as his eyes shifted to the two children in his arms. I deeply apologize. The weather is quite frigid, and my children have not eaten for quite some time. So though he left the sentence unfinished. The crowd quickly grasped his sentiment. Indeed, the temperature had begun to drop, and seeing the small figures, clad in brand new coats yet still trembling in their father's embrace, evoked a wave of sympathy among the onlookers. Well, sir, I truly admire your singing. I wonder if you'll be here tomorrow? Yes. If you return tomorrow, we will definitely come to support you. Dugu Tianchuan felt a stir in his heart. Will you come? If they were to come, it would undoubtedly yield some income, though the exact amount remains uncertain. Nevertheless, it should suffice to feed several individuals. However, the thought of that woman being present in this very place fills Dugu Tianchuan with an overwhelming sense of agitation. He is not inclined to encounter those two at this moment, nor does he wish to cross paths with them, for no other reason than the possibility that if they were to discover he is still alive, it could lead to unforeseen complications. At this juncture, his body has yet to fully recuperate, leaving him devoid of even the capability for self-preservation. Moreover, with the three little ones by his side, should any mishap arise, he would be left with a profound sense of regret. Thank you all for your kindness. He raises his gaze to the crowd surrounding him. Though obscured by his long hair, it seems each onlooker feels as though his eyes are fixed upon them. However, I have other matters to attend to at present, so I sincerely apologize. No sooner had Dugu Tianchuan spoken than a collective sigh resonated from the gathered spectators. At that moment, a young girl, perhaps in her 20s, stepped forward, shyly extending a 10-yuan bill with both hands. Sir, your singing is truly beautiful. I adore it, but I'm still in school, so thank you. I truly appreciate your support. Dugu Tianchuan quickly accepted the bill with both hands, bending slightly to sincerely express his gratitude to the first girl who offered him a tip. Following her lead, 90% of the onlookers approached to present their own contributions. 1 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 50 yuan, 100 yuan. Bills of all denominations swiftly accumulated before Dugu Tianchuan. Although he could not ascertain the total, he was certain it would cover the lodging and nourishment for himself and the others over the next few days. Thank you, thank you. He bowed his head, bending forward with effort to sincerely thank each patron. The two little ones, who had been nestled in his embrace, emerged from their initial panic, and after overcoming their trepidation, they too followed their father's lead, bowing in gratitude to those who had given. Witnessing this scene, those who had hesitated to part with their money felt a surge of compassion, prompting them to step forward and offer their own tokens of appreciation. After all, the hearts of ordinary people remain inherently kind, particularly towards those less fortunate than themselves. Uncle Chun, do you have any cash on hand? Xiao Qingran gazed at the father and his two children, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion within her. Yes, how much do you require? Uncle Chun, glancing at her, grasped her intention. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Qingran softly replied, 1,000, please. This. Uncle Chin hesitated. Isn't that a bit excessive? His reluctance stemmed not from an inability to part with such a sum, nor from a reluctance to do so. For the Xiao family, even an additional couple of zeros would not pose an issue. However, the issue lies in Uncle Chin's deep-seated wariness towards this man, particularly as Qin Haoshuan's recent words linger in his mind. He fears that his young lady may fall victim to deception. Moreover, as the ancients wisely noted, a grain of kindness may lead to a harvest of enmity. Nonetheless, I am well aware. How clever is Xiao Qingran? The moment Uncle Chun uttered his thoughts, she comprehended them instantly, though she did not place much significance on it. Very well, since Xiao Qingran has spoken thus, what more is there for him to say? Thank you. As Dugu Tianchuan was expressing his gratitude, he suddenly noticed a thick stack of 100 yuan notes being offered before him. causing a jolt of surprise within. Although he had not counted them, he instinctively sensed that the amount must be no less than 10,000. This. Raising his gaze, he found it was Xiao Qingran. Chapter 20. Friends, the singing was exceptionally melodious. Xiao Qingran smiled gently. And your piano playing is quite impressive. Thank you. After a brief moment of surprise, Dugu Tianchuan also expressed his gratitude with a smile, yet he did not accept the money she offered. Miss Xiao, this is too much. I cannot accept it. With a soft smile, Xiao Qingran seemed to disregard his words entirely, slowly placing the money into his embrace. I believe you deserve it. Without waiting for Dugu Tianchuan to voice another protest, she waved goodbye and turned to leave, giving him no opportunity to refuse. However, her words, "You deserve it," stirred profound emotions within Dugu Tianchuan. Miss Xiao, he called out to her graceful figure, what I said still stands. If this isn't resolved before the next full moon, I will wait here for you for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingran paused for a moment, but did not turn back. She merely nodded lightly and departed swiftly once more. As she and her friends left, the crowd surrounding Dugu Tianchuan gradually dispersed. For the night had completely fallen, and the air was growing increasingly cold. Mr. Dugu here, at that moment, a thick stack of cash was presented before him once again. Looking up, he saw it was Ding Hao and his 2 companions. No. With a wry smile, Dugu Tianchuan shook his head. How could he accept their money? I cannot accept your money. I should be compensating you for the use of your equipment. Please take it. Do not be polite. Ding Hao, however, did not heed his words and forcefully stuffed the stack of cash into Dugu Tianchuan's embrace. To hear such excellent original songs is already a blessing for us. There is no need for you to provide any equipment fees. Moreover, our families are well off enough to handle this. That is different. Dugu Tianchuan disagreed. Your assistance has already filled me with gratitude. It is unreasonable for me to accept your money. No, Mr. Dugu, truly do not be so courteous. Seeing Dugu Tianchuan's resolute refusal, Ding Hao grew somewhat anxious. I believe this is a form of recognition for you. Touched by Ding Hao's earnest yet anxious demeanor, Dugu Tianchuan suddenly felt a surge of inspiration, fixating his gaze on a young man before him. What is it, Mr. Dugu? Ding Hao was startled by his intense gaze. I have a few more songs. Would you be willing to sing them? What? At this revelation, Ding Hao and his companions were momentarily stunned, subsequently looking at Dugu Tianchuan in disbelief, as if questioning whether they had misheard. I said, I have a few more songs. Would you be willing to sing them? Absolutely yes. Ding Hao and the others exclaimed with delight, nodding vigorously. Do you trust me that readily with the songs I offer you? Upon encountering these eager young individuals, who were already nodding excitedly before the song even began, Dugu Tianchuan could not help but chuckle. Indeed, Mr. Dugu, we believe that your subsequent compositions will undoubtedly match the brilliance of Steady Happiness. The young and beautiful girl, Yin Ling, remained silent, yet her smiling visage clearly conveyed her sentiments. Haha! Witnessing the exuberance of these youths, Dugu Tianchuan burst into hearty laughter. This youthful spirit is truly delightful. Very well. As long as you do not find my efforts lacking, I shall compose for you. Thank you ever so much. Our dream has always been to sing our own songs rather than merely cover others. Yet we have struggled to find the right fit. At last, we have our own music, hee. The sturdy boy Lu Lei exclaimed with an endearing grin. Mr. Dugu, please accept this money. Ding Hao once more attempted to press a wad of cash into Dugu Tianchuan's embrace. This time, Dugu Tianchuan did not refuse. He accepted it without hesitation. Having resolved to create songs for these young talents, there was no issue in accepting this payment, for it represented the fruits of his labor. Observing that Dugu Tianchuan had accepted the money, Ding Hao finally felt a wave of relief wash over him, his youthful face breaking into a joyful smile. However, he soon appeared to recall something. Mr. Dugu, it's just that. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Hao explained, how much do you charge for a song? I shall pay you. No more. Upon hearing this, Dugu Tianchuan's expression hardened as he spoke directly. Mr. Dugu, this. The group of young men looked perplexed, their faces betraying their anxiety. Everything was going splendidly, Why had the conversation taken such an abrupt turn? Noticing the tension etched on their faces, Dugu Tianchuan let out a gentle sigh and allowed a smile to return. I offer this to friends, not as a sale. Do you understand? If you intend to purchase it with money, I'm afraid Dugu Tianchuan, would never sell my songs. However, he lifted his gaze, peering through his long hair at Ding Hao and the others. My music is solely a gift for friends. The initial anxiety that had gripped the young men immediately dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of gratitude. They had never imagined that in such difficult times, someone would choose to give rather than sell. And to refer to them as friends was particularly touching. Was this not an affirmation of their friendship? For most, aligning oneself with Dugu Tianchuan might seem rather lackluster, and few would desire such a connection. Yet for these ardent music enthusiasts, Dugu Tianchuan stood as a towering figure in their hearts. Thank you, Mr. Dugu. I am but a few years older than you, so there is no need for formalities. Simply call me Brother Dugu. Ah, Brother Dugu. Ha ha. With a hearty laugh, Dugu Tianchuan felt a wave of joy within. Just then, the girl, Ling, approached and called out in a bright voice, "Since you consider us friends, let us not be pretentious. Given your current leg discomfort, we three would like to accompany you to the hospital for an examination to see if there is a possibility of recovery. What do you think?" This, Dugu Tianchuan found it impossible to decline, as Ling continued. "If you refuse, it would mean you do not regard us as friends, and we cannot accept your kindness. Wouldn't you agree?" Yes. Brother Dugu, please agree to our request." At this moment, Ding Hao and Lu Lei also joined in, urging him to accept. Gazing at the vibrant faces filled with youthful energy, Dugu Tianchuan suddenly felt his heart racing anew. Chapter 21. A Name of Their Own Father. Will we live here from now on? The little girl gazed incredulously at the spacious house, approximately 100 square meters, her small hand tightly clutching her father's arm. Her eyes sparkled with joy, yet were tinged with unease and tension. The little boy, though silent, displayed a subtle yet profound delight in his tightly pressed lips and the depths of his gaze, betraying the turmoil within. Perhaps due to being raised in an environment where survival was paramount, he exhibited a calmness and resilience that surpassed that of his sister, which only deepened the ache in Dugu Tianchuan's heart. Over the years, he could scarcely recall whether he was the one sustaining these two children or if, in fact, they were sustaining him. Gently ruffling the hair of both children, Dugu Tianchuan smiled tenderly. "This is a temporary residence lent to us by Uncle Ding Hao. We must return it to him eventually." Oh, upon hearing her father's words, the little girl's spirits dampened. She murmured softly and lowered her head, her eyes filled with disappointment. Even the boy, who had always tried to embody the demeanor of an adult, revealed a flicker of disillusionment before quickly replacing it with determination. Approaching his sister, he imitated his father's gentle gesture, stroking her head. "Nyo, don't be sad. When I grow up, I will surely buy you a big house, one that belongs entirely to you. How's that sound?" Though the voice of the 3-year-old remained sweetly childish, it resonated with unwavering conviction. Okay, I believe in you, brother." The little girl's face brightened at her brother's words, and she clung to his arm, nearly hanging off of him in her excitement. Seeing his sister's joy brought a smile to the boy's otherwise stern countenance. Meanwhile, the small black cat, Lychee, who had been exploring the house since their arrival, approached, nuzzling its head against the sibling's legs. At that moment, a wave of sorrow and pain washed over Dugu Tianchuan. His foremost desire was to regain his health swiftly. Only then could he provide a warm and secure home for his beloved children. Their current residence was necessitated by the unfortunate revelation that Dugu Tianchuan possessed no identification when they arrived at the hotel. To rectify this, he would need to visit the police station to apply for a new one. Yet, he was unwilling and unable to do so, for such an action would inevitably alert Nangong Zixuan to their existence, heralding impending danger. Until he could ensure the safety of himself and his children, he would not permit anyone to discover their whereabouts. In a moment of desperation, he had contemplated resting under a bridge instead, reasoning that he now had sufficient cash for their immediate needs. However, Ding Hao had firmly opposed this idea, citing Dugu Tianchuan's frail health, the presence of 2 children, and the inherent danger of carrying so much cash. Coincidentally, he offered Dugu a modest house for temporary shelter. Dugu Tianchuan did not decline this time. Yet the gratitude he felt towards Ding Hao and the others resided deep within his heart. Without any hesitation, he directly presented them with a song he had just composed on the spot. He still vividly recalled the moment when the 3 young individuals received the lyrics and melody. Their expressions one of sheer astonishment and disbelief. In the gaze of these admirers, Dugu Tianchuan made another request. He would provide them with at least 3 more songs, but in return, Ding Hao must ensure that the 3 of them received a month's worth of provisions. After all, he currently lacked an identification card and was unable to order takeout. However, the most crucial requirement was for some traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, which held the utmost importance. After hearing Dugu Tianchuan's conditions, Ding Hao did not hesitate and readily agreed, not for any other reason, but for the song they had just received. Given their musical talents, they could ascertain that this would undoubtedly be another classic piece. As he looked at the 3 little ones before him, a sense of satisfaction and happiness gradually filled Dugu Tianchuan's heart. "What's wrong, Daddy?" Nionio looked up at her father with innocent concern on her face. "Are you feeling unwell again? Let me give you a massage." The little girl was eager to kneel down and rub her father's legs. Although the young boy remained silent, he too approached his father, wanting to offer a comforting touch. Witnessing this scene, Dugu Tianchuan felt a poignant ache in his heart, yet happiness overflowed within him. He embraced both children, planting a gentle kiss on their little heads. "Sweethearts, Daddy is fine." "Then what is it that you want to tell us, Daddy?" Nionio asked curiously. "I just wanted to give you both beautiful names. Is that all right?" "Really? We're finally going to have our own names?" Nionio exclaimed joyfully. It should be noted that the siblings had been unaware of their names since they could remember, and at that time, Dugu Tianchuan had been oblivious to this fact. Each time they heard other children being affectionately called by their parents, the siblings' eyes would reveal an unmistakable envy and longing. Yet they understood that their father was a bit different from others, so they buried that envy deep within their hearts. "Yes, Daddy is feeling better now, so I want to give my 2 treasures lovely names." With affectionate eyes on his daughter, Dugu Tianchuan beamed with joy. "Yay, I finally have my own name." "Of course, my darling. Not only will you have your own name, but you will also go to school and become a doctor, a professor in the future, all right?" Yes. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a professor." Although she did not fully understand what being a doctor or professor entailed, the little girl felt it sounded quite impressive. Observing his son trying to act mature, Dugu Tianchuan felt an even greater pang of tenderness. Having inexplicably arrived in this world, far removed from his once cherished kin, only these 2 children remain as his bloodline, the continuation of his existence in this unfamiliar place. However, a shadow of somberness flickers in his gaze, a tinge of obscurity rising from the depths of his soul. Had it not been for that incident, he should now be surrounded by 4 adorable and beautiful children. Should he not? "Daddy, what's wrong?" Nionio, noticing her father's sudden silence, anxiously inquired, fearing he might be unwell again. Nothing at all." Daddy was merely lost in thought. He tenderly kissed the dirt-smudged cheek of his child, regaining his composure. "Nionio, from now on, your name shall be Dugu Zixuan, and my son." Casting a glance at the little man who has always protected both himself and his sister, Dugu Tianchuan's eyes brimmed with compassion. "Your name shall be Dugu Jianyan." Chapter 22, Bathing Son. Observing the young boy, who, despite his tender age, exhibited the demeanor of a miniature adult, Dugu Tianchuan gently patted his son's small head. "The reason we named you Jianyan is that your father hopes you will act with prudence and responsibility as an elder brother." "Yes, I will, Dad," Dugu Jianyan replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. Brother, we finally have names. No one will call us wild children anymore," Dugu Zixuan joyfully exclaimed as she embraced her brother. While Dugu Jianyan did not display the same exuberance as his sister, the delight in his eyes was unmistakable. "All right, my dear ones, it's time for your bath." With the cheerful call of his daughter, Dugu Tianchuan wheeled himself into the bathroom alongside the children. This wheelchair had been purchased during their journey by Ding Hao. Dugu Tianchuan neither objected nor commented on any of it, yet he silently etched every action into his memory. Dad, what is this? This is a shower head. Look, my dear, the left side is hot water and the right side is cold. We can adjust the temperature. And what about this? This is called a toilet. What is it used for? It is for our convenience. You see, when a girl needs to use the restroom, she must lower this seat and then sit down. After finishing, we press this button and watch the water flushes down. Doesn't he it? How fun, Dad. And what is this? This is facial cleanser. What is it for? It's to make our Zixuan's little face beautiful. And this is body wash and shampoo. I understand. This must be for washing hair, right, Dad? My precious daughter is so clever. Yes, this is for washing our hair, and the body wash is what we apply while bathing. It makes us cleaner and leaves us smelling delightful. Dad, I am so happy, but I'm also very scared. Why are you afraid, my dear? I fear that I might be dreaming, and when I wake, we will return to that bridge hole. Dugu Zixuan's voice suddenly diminished, causing a pang in Dugu Tianchuan's heart. But I'm not afraid, as long as Dad, brother, and little Lychee are by my side. I will be very happy, hee hee, silly girl. Dugu Tianchuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gently patted his daughter's small head. Sit tight, Dad will wash your back. Listening to the voices of his father and sister resonating in the bathroom, the typically stoic face of Dugu Jianyan finally broke into a smile befitting a child of his age. He was uncertain of the truth, yet his sister's words resonated deeply. As long as he could be by their father's side, he would endure any hardship. What thrilled him most was the apparent recovery of his father's health. Although their father had always treated them kindly, an underlying sense of immaturity lingered, which contributed to the remarkable maturity of young Dugu Jianyan. Lychee, are you happy now? He murmured, gently stroking the fur of the little black cat cradled in his arms. I am very happy, exceedingly happy. Darling, you are truly stunning, exclaimed Dugu Tianchuan from the bathroom, his voice brimming with surprise. Come, let your brother see how lovely you are, shall we? Really, Daddy? Am I truly beautiful? How could Daddy ever deceive my darling? Hee hee. I want to show my brother. Be careful, sweetheart. Put on your clothes properly. MMM. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Dugu Jianyan rose, holding the little black cat, as a bright light filled his vision. Brother, do I look pretty? You do. At that moment, Dugu Jianyan found himself a loss for words to describe his sister, yet he felt she was indeed exceptionally beautiful, surpassing all the girls he had ever encountered. In the bathroom, Dugu Tianchuan gazed at his daughter, utterly captivated. This child had perfectly inherited the best features from both him and Nangong Zixuan. Her cheeks were as rosy as dawn, seemingly bestowed with the gentlest hues by nature. Her delicate skin, smooth and tender like that of a newborn, bore no imperfections. A sweet smile adorned her face, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss her. Her large, round eyes resembled two lustrous black gemstones, clear and bright, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky, radiant and brilliant. Her thick, curled eyelashes framed her beautiful eyes like exquisite borders, each blink resembling the flicker of stars. The soft, elegant eyebrows appeared as if drawn with the finest strokes, their subtle hue complementing her fair complexion. Slightly arched, they conveyed a sense of innocent joy, as if showcasing her carefree happiness to the world. Her petite, charming nose resembled a fine jade gemstone nestled at the center of her rosy visage. The delicate upturn of her nose lent an endearing playfulness. With every breath, her little nose would gently rise and fall, reminiscent of a delightful bunny sniffing the scents of spring. Her lustrous black hair flowed like silk, smooth and shiny, shimmering under the light with an enchanting glow. It cascaded naturally over her shoulders, occasionally allowing a few mischievous strands to obscure her eyes, adding to her adorable charm. Clad in a pink plush pajama adorned with delightful patterns, her small frame appeared even more endearing and beautiful. This pajama was a gift from Yinling. It must be said that girls understand girls best. Jianyan, come, it's your turn. Hee hee. Brother, it's your turn. After glancing at his father waiting in the bathroom, Dugu Jianyan hesitated slightly. What is the matter, son? Hurry up, Dad. After a moment of contemplation, Dugu Jianyan's somewhat hesitant voice emerged. Can I wash myself? Oh. A slight pause ensued as Dugu Tianchuan raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his face. It seems this little man of the house is growing up. Just this once, since you still haven't mastered it, and you're undoubtedly quite dusty. Let me help you with your back this time, and next time, you can do it all by yourself, all right? Dugu Tianchuan did not outright refuse his son's request, but rather approached it as a discussion. Fine. After pondering for a moment, Dugu Jianyan ultimately agreed to his father's suggestion and began to waddle toward the bathroom on his little short legs. Chapter 23. Medicinal Herbs. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Dugu Tianchuan glanced at his two children, still nestled in slumber, then turned his gaze to the clock on the wall, which indicated it was only around 8:30. This marked the most peaceful and joyous night they had experienced since their birth. A flicker of tenderness crossed Dugu Tianchuan's eyes as he donned his robe, intending to rise and answer the door. However, his legs, still not fully cooperative, prompted Dugu Jianyan to awaken instantly. Upon witnessing his father's struggle, he swiftly sprang up to support his arm. Dad, I've got you. Dugu Tianchuan smiled, his lips pressed together as he regarded his son, his heart swelling with compassion. His concern was not for himself, but for his son, the child of a director. Children of this age in other families often remained oblivious to their surroundings, requiring their parents' embrace even to walk. Yet, his son had already learned to care for himself. In that moment, he yearned to restore his health, not only for his own sake, but also for his two well-behaved and understanding children. The commotion between father and son promptly roused the little girl, who rubbed her still drowsy eyes and hurried to assist without hesitation. With the help of the two small ones, Dugu Tianchuan finally settled into his wheelchair, while the siblings each took a side to push him toward the door. Good morning, Teacher Dugu. As the door swung open, Ding Hao stood grinning on the threshold, holding a bundle of breakfast, accompanied by Lu Lei and Yin Ling, both of whom bore an array of packages. Although the contents remained obscured, Dugu Tianchuan discerned the distinctive aroma of medicinal herbs wafting from within. Just then, Ding Hao and his companions widened their eyes in astonishment, fixating on the two children behind Dugu Tianchuan as if they had encountered something extraordinary. They then turned their gaze back to him, their expressions reflecting sheer surprise, seemingly startled by the scars adorning his face. You all arrived so early? Dugu Tianchuan chuckled softly, unperturbed by their reaction. Rather, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. He had not anticipated that these young individuals would come personally to deliver breakfast at such an hour. I figured young people like you would sleep until noon. Indeed, Yinling replied with a smile, her lips curving. But we were worried you and the children might be hungry, so the three of us agreed to come over early. As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the two children behind Dugu Tianchuan. Come in. It's too cold out here. Dugu Tianchuan stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter promptly. Teacher Dugu, I wasn't sure what you all like to eat, so I just picked up a few random breakfast items. If you don't like them, I can go get something else. Ding Hao said, placing the breakfast on the table, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. Oh no. You are far too kind. For us, as long as we can eat our fill, we would never be picky. Please eat quickly, or it will get cold. Hoetsuan and Jinyan chimed in sweetly. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Their innocent voices were utterly endearing. No need to thank us, just eat up. Several young men, upon hearing this, felt their cheeks flush at a loss for words. They could only urge the little ones to hasten their meal. Observing this scene, Dugu Tianchuan smiled faintly, his fondness for these youths growing considerably, setting aside the assistance he had offered to their father and son duo the previous day. Their demeanor alone surpassed that of many peers of their age. And how about you? Have you eaten? Dugu Tianchuan inquired, addressing the two children as he enjoyed his meal. The food was immensely satisfying, especially as he watched the children devour their breakfast with such zeal. It brought both joy and a twinge of heartache. Perhaps this was the first time in their lives that they had partaken in such a substantial breakfast. Ding Hao and the others shared this thought, their hearts stirred by the sight of the children relishing their food. For those born into wealth, when had they ever experienced such hardship? We have eaten. You and the children enjoy your meal. All right, we shan't be polite then. The room soon echoed only with the sounds of the three eating, while the little black cat, Lychee, appeared from nowhere, curiously sniffing around Ding Hao and the others before nuzzling its small head against his leg. Oh, hif. They were quite taken with the little black cat, especially after its valiant display of loyalty the previous day, a moment that many would find hard to forget. Yet, they were pleasantly surprised to see that the once fierce little creature now exhibited such a gentle demeanor. I forgot to bring you cat food today. I promised to bring something delicious tomorrow. Ding Hao reached out to stroke Lychee's fur, noting its pleasant scent, a clear sign that Dugu Tianchuan must have bathed the night before. At that moment, Dugu Tianchuan had just finished his breakfast, taking a bun and tearing it into small pieces, placing them into a bowl. Lychee, time to eat. The little black cat meowed in response and dashed over, eagerly devouring the bun pieces. This little one is certainly not picky, Ding Hao remarked with a chuckle, while Dugu Tianchuan's gaze softened with affection. Teacher, Dugu, let's drop the formalities. We are of similar age. Didn't I say yesterday, if you don't mind, just call me brother? Ding Hao shyly scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. All right, brother Dugu. The children are named Shixian and Jinyan? Yes, I had been rather muddled until yesterday, when I finally realized they had no names. So I decided to name them. Reflecting on these years, I truly owe these two children so much. Do not think too harshly. After all, this can be considered a fortunate occurrence, can it not? You are awakening, and surely the future will hold brighter days for you. Indeed, I remain quite optimistic. They do bear a striking resemblance. Are they twins? Curiosity flickered in the eyes of the few present. A slight pang of sorrow tugged at Dugu Tianchuan's heart, yet he swiftly suppressed his melancholy, offering a gentle smile. Yes, they are twins. They are truly beautiful and handsome. Yinling exclaimed, I have encountered many children, yet few have matched their beauty and charm, which surely indicates that their mother must be a stunning beauty herself. Ahem. Ding Hao nudged Yinling's arm, steering the conversation elsewhere. Dugu, what do you think of the medicinal herbs I brought you? Are they what you needed? Chapter 24. The medicinal herbs have arrived. Dugu Tianchuan's eyes gleamed momentarily as he concealed his inner excitement, maneuvering his wheelchair towards the pile of Chinese medicinal herbs to examine them closely. Gentian, asparagus, cotinopsis, white peony, black snake gall, stone seed, rosemary, poria, sea silk. The more he observed, the more exhilarated he became. These were precisely the materials he had requested from Ding Hao for procurement the day before. He had not anticipated that they would be prepared so swiftly. Moreover, the quality of these herbs surpassed his expectations. Brother Dugu, are these herbs satisfactory? Ding Hao, watching Dugu Tianchuan scrutinize the items, felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if the other was pleased. His apprehension was understandable. When he received the lyrics and melody the previous evening, he had been utterly astounded. Initially, he thought Dugu Tianchuan's remarks about the classic being a mere jest. Yet the song indeed lived up to his claims, poised to be a groundbreaking hit in the music realm. Such talent was akin to a totem for Ding Hao and his companions, who yearned to make a name for themselves. It was impossible not to pay close attention to Dugu Tianchuan's expression, as they might rely on his fame in the future. Of course, for the group, the notion of fame held little tangible significance, as none of them were financially constrained. They pursued music purely for their passion. Excellent quality. Dugu Tianchuan exhaled deeply, his voice brimming with joy. Thank you, Haozi. You are too kind. Ding Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him upon receiving Dugu Tianchuan's approval of the herbs he had brought. Did you purchase these herbs yourself? Why would I buy these? Coincidentally, my childhood friend Lei's family owns a herbal shop, so I asked him to assist. Lu Lei, mentioned by Ding Hao, couldn't help but smile shyly. Thank you for your efforts, Lei. Not at all, Brother Dugu. It was a simple task, hardly any trouble. Lu Lei waved his hand dismissively, being polite. Will you manage the preparation yourself? If it's inconvenient, I can have my friend prepare it and deliver it to you. Lu Lei hesitated before suggesting softly. It's all right. I can handle this myself. No problem at all. Dugu Tianchuan smiled and shook his head, declining the offer. Although his mobility was limited, he was quite capable of preparing the medicine, The critical aspect was that he could never allow outsiders to know the precise proportions of the formula. All right. Lu Lei, being perceptive, quickly realized that his previous question was somewhat inappropriate and promptly shifted the topic. Brother Dugu, do you have knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine? Upon hearing his words, both Ding Hao and Yin Ling turned their heads to look back at him. I know a little. Dugu Tianchuan did not deny it. Then, gazing at his scarred face, Lu Lei revealed a complex mix of emotions. Do you wish to see a doctor? I believe that when it comes to your legs or facial concerns, Western medicine may offer more assurance. I happen to have someone in my family who could take a look for you. It's no trouble. I have some remedies from elders at home that I will try first. If they prove ineffective, I shall bother you again. Upon observing the demeanor of Dugu Tianchuan, Lu Lei decided against further persuasion, yet he resolved to seek assistance once he returned home. Although they had only met yesterday, they held a favorable impression of Dugu Tianchuan, feeling it a pity that such a talented individual should endure such suffering. By the way, how's he? Dugu Tianchuan shifted his gaze from the herbs to Ding Hao. Have you all familiarized yourselves with the song from yesterday? Indeed, we have. Upon mentioning the song, excitement illuminated the faces of the group. Dugu Yi. We began familiarizing ourselves with it right after returning, but we encountered some issues. Oh, what problems? Please share your thoughts. It is just that we cannot seem to elevate the pitch in this section, and if it remains this way, it feels as though the overall essence of the song is compromised. Dugu Tianchuan took the sheet music, glanced at it, and chuckled. This is quite normal. However, having received formal training, albeit not professional, this should not pose a challenge for you. Now, this part should be sung like this. Thus, the group became engrossed in a spirited discussion about the song. After finishing their meal, the two little ones, understanding the situation, refrained from interrupting their father and gently began to tidy the table, while the little black cat, having eaten to its fill, nestled in a corner of the sofa, dozing off. The room fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the sounds of their deliberation. After an indeterminate time, Yinling suddenly let out a surprised exclamation, startling the drowsy Lychee, who opened its eyes only to close them again upon recognizing the familiar face. I'm truly grateful to you, Dugu. Your guidance has allowed me to fully grasp the feeling now. With a gentle smile, Dugu Tianchuan shifted his body slightly. Maintaining such a fixed position was uncomfortable, especially given his considerable stature. Sitting in a wheelchair was particularly taxing. You are the protagonist of this song, so do practice more at home. I am confident that you will achieve splendid results. This is all thanks to you. Had it not been for the song you provided, we would still be playing the role of mere enthusiasts until the day we could no longer continue. But now, with this song, I believe we shall be transformed. This is a mutually enriching endeavor. Ling Ling's voice is indeed exceptionally suited for this song. The bond between Dugu Tianchuan and the group deepened significantly, leading to a more intimate form of address. As the day grew late, we shall take our leave to practice further. We shall not impose on you any longer. Xuanyi. As Dugu Tianchuan's countenance began to reveal a hint of fatigue, Ding Hao and the others quickly spoke up. Very well. Dugu Tianchuan did not insist on their staying, nodding with a smile. I believe you will certainly succeed. Best of luck. Indeed. By the way, Brother Chuan, I will arrange for someone to bring meals daily, so you need not trouble yourself with cooking, considering your health. Thank you, Haozi. There was no need for formality, especially since Dugu Tianchuan had pressing matters that would prevent him from attending to the children. He would cherish this kindness in his heart. Then we shall take our leave, Brother Chuan. All right, take care on your journey. Yes, sure, Xian, Jinyan, farewell. Goodbye, uncle and aunt. The two children waved thoughtfully to Ding Hao and the others, while the little black cat finally opened its eyes, softly calling out to them. Goodbye, Lychee. After they departed, Dugu Tianchuan gazed at the pile of medicinal herbs on the ground, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. This was sufficient for his needs, and the next steps involved healing and recovery. Chapter 25, The Commencement of Healing Gurgling. As he gazed at the pot before him, bubbling incessantly, Dugu Tianchuan could hardly conceal the joy swelling within. It must be said that this time, Ding Hao and Lu Lei had rendered him immense assistance. Initially, He held little hope regarding the medicinal herbs they intended to procure, especially given the current market's abundance of shoddy products. Much like in his previous life on Earth, traditional Chinese medicine, once the pride of his homeland, has increasingly faced skepticism in contemporary society. While certain capitalist manipulations contribute to this disdain, the efficacy of traditional medicine has not always been optimal. However, does this imply that traditional Chinese medicine is inherently flawed? Such a notion is indeed rather one-sided. In Dugu Tianchuan's view, the crux of the issue lies primarily with the quality of the herbs. In the past, medicinal ingredients were genuinely nurtured by nature, possessing potent properties. Yet, in the present day, many herbal materials are artificially cultivated, and some unscrupulous merchants even resort to using inferior goods masquerading as superior ones. Consequently, although the prescriptions remain unchanged, their effects are drastically diminished, and a misstep could potentially lead to medical mishaps. However, the herbs brought by Ding Hao and his companions exhibited remarkable quality. Regardless of their monetary value, what mattered most was their efficacy. The scars on his face, which Dugu Tianchuan had inspected upon regaining consciousness, were all ancient marks, comprising over 90% of his visage. For others, this might seem an insurmountable dilemma. Yet for Dugu Tianchuan, it was not a significant concern. He was confident he could eliminate these scars entirely within a month. Of course, achieving such flawless results would necessitate the synergistic application of additional techniques. Moreover, the injury on his leg posed the most formidable challenge to his healing. However, to label it as difficult would be somewhat exaggerated. It was more accurately described as the most excruciating. Nevertheless, a glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes. Dugu Tianchuan would never resign himself to his current state. Jingyan, what is it, father? Upon hearing his father's call, the two little ones, engrossed in an animated series, turned their heads in unison, gazing at Dugu Tianchuan with curiosity. Observing the burgeoning vitality in the children's eyes, reminiscent of their peers, Dugu Tianchuan felt an even deeper gratitude towards Ding Hao and his companions. Were it not for their intervention, he might not have embarked on his self-treatment journey so swiftly, nor would his children have had the opportunity to engage with age-appropriate experiences. Father will be busy shortly and may take quite a while to emerge from the room. Jingyan, as the elder brother, can you ensure your sister is well taken care of until I return? Yes, I can do it, father. Glancing at his younger sister, Dugu Jingyan nodded earnestly and confidently. For him, this task was not daunting. After all, from the moment he was able to walk and assist with chores, he had embraced the responsibility of caring for both his father and sister. Although he did not comprehend at that time why his father was different from other fathers, he understood that he must shoulder the responsibilities of being the man of the house. Thus, he felt no significant pressure regarding Dugu Tianchuan's instructions. Moreover, they no longer needed to wander about begging like before. Ding had brought them an abundance of food, including snacks, sufficient to alleviate their worries about meals for a while. Upon seeing his son, Dugu Tianchuan felt a pang of sorrow. These years have been a debt owed to his son and daughter. Soon, my son, you and your sister will be able to enjoy the childhood that rightfully belongs to you, just like other children. He gently patted his son's head, gazing at his handsome face, and solemnly said, "If Uncle Ding Hao and the others come, and if your father cannot receive them, please let them know that I will reach out to them once I am well." "Yes, I understand, Dad." Dugu Jingyan was not very talkative, yet his words conveyed a sense of strength. "All right." After casting a deep glance at his son, Dugu Tianchuan suppressed the rising ache within him and then lifted his daughter, feeling her frail body. His desire for a swift recovery intensified. He planted a heavy kiss on his daughter, then set her down, picked up the little black cat, and vigorously rubbed its soft fur before placing it down and retrieving the medicinal herbs and pot. He turned his wheelchair towards his room without looking back. For now, the children must endure some hardship, but soon, they too will have the childhood they deserve, just like other children. With the door firmly locked, Dugu Tianchuan gazed at the medicinal herbs he had prepared, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp fruit knife appeared in his hand, freshly taken from the dining table. Without a moment's hesitation, He brought the knife down forcefully across his already scarred face. In an instant, bright red blood covered his entire visage. The old scars reopened, revealing tender flesh akin to that of an infant's lips, a truly harrowing sight. Yet, Dugu Tianchuan's expression remained unchanged, as if the blade had not grazed his skin at all. He took a clean towel to wipe the blood from his face, observing in the bedroom mirror as the crimson liquid continued to flow forth. He felt no panic. All of this had been anticipated, and he was well aware of his own strength. Upon seeing that the herbal concoction had thickened into a viscous black paste in the pot, Dugu Tianchuan, without a trace of hesitation, seized a spoon and applied it to his face. In that moment, an excruciating pain surged from the wounds, both from the scalding temperature of the freshly prepared ointment and from the cuts themselves. However, Dugu Tianchuan did not so much as flinch, merely ensuring through the mirror that the paste was evenly spread across his face. Before entering the bedroom, he had already transported the entire induction cooker inside. At this moment, the herbal medicine in another pot was also ready. This time, he did not consume it immediately. Instead, he poured it into a container and set it aside to cool, only lifting it to his lips for a swift gulp once it had reached a suitable temperature. Sighing deeply, Dugu Tianchuan could disregard physical pain, yet the bitterness of this concoction was nearly unbearable. Exhaling slowly, he gazed down at his legs, a glimmer of coldness and ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He casually seized the iron hammer that Ding Hao had prepared earlier, raising it high above his head. Chapter 26. The ruthless, a fierce glint flickered in the eyes of Dugu Tianchuan. While the scars etched upon his face might appear brutal to the average observer, what he was about to undertake was likely to be far more harrowing. He raised the iron hammer and brought it down violently upon the distorted area of his legs. The sickening crack of breaking bones echoed within the confines of the modest room. In that moment, Dugu Tianchuan's visage paled, a fleeting expression of agony crossing his features. Yet his countenance remained stoic. He had directly shattered the bones of his own leg once more. Without a moment's hesitation, he bore the excruciating pain in his leg and struck down upon his other leg with equal ferocity. The sound of fracturing bones resonated again, and beads of sweat instantly drenched his forehead and clothing. This torment was not one that an ordinary person could endure. However, it was an unavoidable part of his healing journey. Aware of the impending pain, Dugu Tianchuan steeled himself to confront it. Clattering, the iron hammer slipped from his grasp, and he leaned heavily upon his wheelchair, gasping for breath. Although his spirit could withstand such agony, the physical pain elicited an instinctive response, particularly given his current frail state. After a brief respite of approximately 3 minutes, Dugu Tianchuan's spirit began to revive, and he maneuvered his wheelchair to the bedside, summoning his remaining strength to transfer himself onto the bed. At the head of the bed lay a splint prepared with the assistance of Ding Hao the previous night, intended to stabilize his limbs. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he sat upright and used scissors to tear away his trousers, exposing the broken leg. He then applied a black, viscous substance evenly over the wound. Once everything was in place, he wrapped it in gauze and secured his legs with the splint. Though the movements were few and relatively simple for an ordinary person, for Dugu Tianchuan, it felt as though he had emerged from the depths of hell, sweat saturating his hair and clothes. In those fleeting minutes, he felt as if he had endured an eternity of torment, collapsing heavily onto the bed and gasping for air. After a prolonged period of effort to steady his racing breath, Dugu Tianchuan slowly closed his eyes, beginning to assess his physical condition. This was the most crucial aspect of his healing process. The herbal remedies were merely supplementary. The essence of his recovery lay in the breathing techniques imparted by his master in a previous life. He could not name this practice, nor could his master, who had simply stated that it was an unintentional discovery by one of their ancestors, possessing immense benefits for bodily recovery and enhancement. This was no mere fabrication. After nearly 2 decades of practice in his former life, he had experienced significant improvements in his physical condition, gaining invaluable benefits. This knowledge was the ultimate secret that gave him confidence in healing his legs and the scars upon his face. As his breath gradually steadied, he silently recited the incantations, and Dugu Tianchuan swiftly entered a state of ethereal tranquility, while a faint stream of energy surged forth from his lower dantian. A subtle stir within his heart allowed the ever-anxious Dugu Tianchuan to finally release the burdens that had weighed so heavily upon him. It appeared that the tribulations of the past years had not significantly impacted this individual. However, scarcely had this thought taken root in his mind when an excruciating pain, akin to being sliced by a blade, surged through his meridians. The vital energy was abruptly obstructed within a meridian in the lower dantian, unable to advance any further. Startled, Dugu Tianchuan concentrated all his mental faculties on this specific point, ultimately discerning the cause of his plight. While the energy within his dantian remained largely unaffected by the passage of time, his meridians had suffered significant atrophy and blockage due to the years of neglect. From a Western medical perspective, the concept of meridians may be dismissed, yet within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, this was indeed his current predicament. Sensing the formidable resistance of the blockage, a resolute glimmer flickered in Dugu Tianchuan's eyes. If progress was unattainable, then he would force his way through. Resolutely, he summoned the energy within his lower dantian, which suddenly swelled with vigor and propelled itself toward the site of obstruction with determined force. A sharp change washed over Dugu Tianchuan's countenance, turning pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining both his chest and the sheets with vivid crimson. He felt as though his body were being meticulously sliced by a small blade, one that was cruelly coated in salt. Under such torment, a person with even the slightest wavering of willpower would likely succumb to unconsciousness, unwilling to endure further. Yet, Dugu Tianchuan remained undeterred, displaying little outward sign of his agony, instead revealing a flicker of joy. Though the pain was excruciating, it had indeed proved effective. The once-blocked flow of energy had finally progressed, albeit marginally. To the untrained eye, there might have been no perceptible movement, but for Dugu Tianchuan, this represented monumental progress. It confirmed that his prior direction was correct. Nevertheless, he simultaneously recognized a critical flaw. While the approach was accurate, it had perhaps been excessively forceful. The prolonged cessation of his cultivation had rendered his meridians exceedingly fragile. Despite the fact that his vigorous attempt had succeeded in slightly alleviating the blockage, it had also imposed a considerable strain on his meridians, leading him to feel as though they might rupture. With no other recourse, Dugu Tianchuan was compelled to temper his impulsive urge to charge forward, instead coaxing the energy to gently nourish and tend to the beleaguered meridian. This represented a slow endeavor, one that also tested the human capacity for endurance against pain. Should he have chosen to push forward with unbridled force, though it would have been overwhelmingly painful, the duration of suffering would have been limited. Now, however, he faced the daunting task of delicately nurturing his meridian while simultaneously attempting to penetrate the blockage, akin to using a rusty, dull blade soaked in salt water to painstakingly slice through the most sensitive and tender regions of the body, an agony that few could withstand. This is not the most crucial aspect. The paramount concern lies in the fact that once this endeavor is initiated, it cannot be halted. This signifies that Dugu Tianchuan must remain vigilant until he has entirely unblocked his meridians. The sweat cascading down his body has thoroughly soaked his garments and the bedding beneath him. His complexion is devoid of any color, and his vision is beset by scintillating golden stars, as though he might faint at any moment. Yet, with a resolute glimmer in his eyes, Dugu Tianchuan grits his teeth and perseveres, firmly believing that he will undoubtedly succeed. Chapter 27. Is it poison, or is there truly no issue? Xiao Qingran regarded the physician before her with an impassive expression, her striking visage betraying no hint of emotion. This marked the third internationally renowned medical expert she had sought this month alone. Regrettably, much like the previous doctors, these individuals failed to uncover any underlying problems. "I'm truly sorry, Miss Xiao." A physician in his 50s shook his head, his countenance tinged with bitterness. "Perhaps my skills are lacking. I am unable to ascertain any issues at this time." "Very well, I understand. Thank you for your efforts, Professor Zhang," Xiao Qingran responded, her tone devoid of disappointment. maintaining her politeness. You are too kind. Professor Zhang waved his hand, somewhat embarrassed. What do you mean, one of the top 3 physicians in the country, yet unable to diagnose anything? They are nothing but charlatans. At that moment, a caustic voice belonging to a middle-aged woman resonated, accompanied by the clicking of her high heels. Xiao Ran, come. Mother has found you another exceptional doctor who will surely be able to help. Mother, what brings you here? Turning to face a woman of approximately 50. Exuding an air of elegance, Xiao Qingran was taken aback. You are my daughter. How can I not be concerned for you? Mrs. Xiao, if you believe my capabilities to be inadequate, I implore you to leave now and not waste your precious time. Professor Zhang, who had initially displayed a semblance of embarrassment, immediately altered his demeanor upon hearing the harsh remarks from Xiao Qingran's mother, pointing firmly towards the door of his office. Apologies, Professor Heng. My mother did not mean it that way. Xiao Qingran's expression shifted, and she hastily turned to offer her apologies. Please leave at once. Professor Zhang, however, dismissed her apology entirely, his tone resolute. As a distinguished professor in a prominent hospital, he upheld his principles and individuality. Although he was unable to ascertain the root of Xiao Qingran's afflictions, it did not warrant unwarranted accusations. Though the Xiao family was a wealthy and influential lineage in the region, they were not beyond reproach in his eyes. Additionally, had it not been for someone seeking him out, he would not have even entertained their presence. Did they truly believe that wealth granted them the liberty to act as they pleased? Do you know who I am? Mrs. Xiao, perhaps unaccustomed to encountering someone like Professor Zhang, became incensed upon hearing his words and advanced towards him, intent on confrontation. Mother, please, do not make a scene. Furrowing her brow, Xiao Qingran grasped her mother's arm, halting her impending actions. Professor Zhang, I sincerely apologize for my mother's discourteous behavior and hope you can overlook it. Bowing respectfully to Professor Zhang, Xiao Qingran swiftly guided her mother out, ensuring to gently close the door behind them. Xiao Qingran, what do you mean by that? Why did you apologize to him? I must tell you, his skills are rather lacking. What kind of medical genius is he? I believe he is merely boasting. Please, enough with the nonsense. Professor Zhang has a busy schedule, and his willingness to come over to diagnose me today is already quite generous. Moreover, I have consulted numerous renowned physicians internationally about my ailment, yet the results remain the same. I must warn you, if you continue in this manner, I shall truly become angry. Do you understand that such behavior reflects a lack of grace? What? You dare to say that my mother lacks refinement? Let me tell you, Xiao Qingran. Although the door was closed, Professor Zhang could still hear the voices of Xiao Qingran and her mother, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. This girl is truly remarkable. Not only is she beautiful, but she also possesses great manners and civility. Yet, how could she have such a mother? I wonder if all wealthy socialites are of this character. Nevertheless, furrowing his brow slightly, Professor Zhang pondered the condition described by the girl. On the night of each full moon, it felt as though she were being tortured, writhing in pain. However, once the night passed, the agony vanished as if it had never existed. She had sought answers for many years, consulting countless doctors, yet none could provide a definitive explanation. Furthermore, the medical scans indicated that she was in excellent health. How could such a condition arise? Could it be a psychological issue manifesting as a physical ailment? Perplexed, Professor Zhang found himself increasingly unsettled and decided to call a number. Hello, Professor, how have you been? Are you in good health? Why do you say that? Can I not call you without a reason? Initially serious, Professor Zhang, who appeared quite imposing, was engaged in a playful conversation, reminiscent of a student speaking to a teacher. You have seen through me. I need to discuss something with you. A girl just came for an examination and mentioned. Are you suggesting some ancient poison? A look of astonishment crossed Professor Zhang's face, as he seemed genuinely surprised. You mean to imply? Not just any poison, but those found in novels and television dramas? No, I'm not questioning your expertise. I merely find it astonishing. Indeed, I must learn from you. The teacher on the other end of the line seemed displeased, causing Professor Zhang to sit only halfway on his chair, nodding and bowing, his expression one of eager deference. In your presence, I shall always remain a novice. By the way, Professor, since you believe it to be poison, you must know how to counteract it, right? His face lit with curiosity. Professor Zhang's eyes sparkled with eagerness. As a physician dedicated to saving lives, aside from alleviating patients' suffering, he relishes the pursuit of the unknown, and Xiao Qingran's condition presented itself as a completely new enigma. Whatever was said on the phone left Professor Zhang in a state of shock. Does this imply that only the perpetrator can undo the poison? If the individual cannot be located, does it mean that there is no hope for their recovery? A hint of helplessness, regret, and shock crossed Professor Zhang's face. He held a very favorable impression of Xiao Qingran, especially since she had been introduced by a friend. Although he felt powerless, he still placed his hopes in his mentor. Yet now, his teacher had asserted that only the one who administered the poison could provide the antidote. It was not that he doubted his esteemed mentor. He held profound admiration and respect for him, and he had unwavering faith in his expertise. His sorrow stemmed solely from concern for the young woman. Is there truly no alternative? After a lengthy pause, Professor Zhang quietly suggested, perhaps an exceptional traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Chapter 28. The renowned physician Xiao Qingran was oblivious to the circumstances and helplessly listened to her mother incessantly chastising her. However, she understood that her mother was merely expressing concern for her well-being. After all, she was her mother, and despite her feelings of discontent, what could she do? All right, Mom. Professor Zhang is a distinguished scholar in our country. It was not easy to establish a connection through a friend, and now you come in and say such things. How am I supposed to explain this to my friend? As Xiao Qingran settled into the family car, she noticed her mother continuing her tirade, which began to grate on her nerves. What renowned professor? Madame Xiao, on the other hand, wore a look of disdain. If he is so famous, how would he not diagnose the issue? This isn't an isolated incident. We have consulted countless doctors over the years, yet who has provided a definitive answer? Your current attitude is no different from that of a shrew. What did you say? Madame Xiao was taken aback, unable to believe that her daughter would equate her to a shrew. I'm sorry, Mom, that is not what I meant. Upon seeing her mother's hurt expression, Xiao Qingran realized her misstep and quickly shifted the topic. You mentioned you found me an exceptional doctor. Who is it? This tactic proved effective with Madame Xiao. Upon hearing her daughter's question, a confident smile spread across her face. It's that girl from a Nangong family in Haishu. No, it's her boyfriend who helped connect us. He is said to be a top expert who just returned from abroad and is quite renowned. Sister Zixuan and brother-in-law? Yes, exactly them. Nodding, Madame Xiao continued. Today I received a call from her. She happened to run into you some time ago, but was tied up with work until now. She has already made arrangements. We'll head to the First People's Hospital in the city immediately. All right, I'll follow your lead. Upon receiving this news, Xiao Qingran felt a surge of excitement. She held a great deal of trust in Nangong Zixuan, as this woman never joked around. If she claimed that the doctor was remarkable, it would undoubtedly be true, especially with Qin Haoshuan's endorsement. As the legitimate heir of the Qin family in Kyoto, his status and insight influenced certain perspectives. Moreover, their relationship was quite amicable. Before long, the mother-daughter duo arrived at the First People's Hospital, where they were swiftly guided to a private office by an assistant, laughter occasionally emanating from within. Knock, knock, knock. Approaching, Xiao Qingran gently tapped on the door. Come in. As she opened the door, Xiao Qingran looked up to find a space of approximately 20 square meters. Aside from a desk, a chair, and a small sofa, the room contained several metal filing cabinets filled with medical literature. A middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a white coat, wore glasses and had the quintessential appearance of a physician. Opposite him sat a young man in his 30s, with meticulously styled short hair, eyes like twinkling stars, and a nose that seemed sculpted. He possesses a tall and striking figure, undeniably a handsome man of extraordinary allure. At this moment, he is adorned in a deep navy casual suit, complemented by a black turtleneck sweater beneath, and donning black casual trousers. Although seated, obscuring his full height, Xiao Qingran senses that he must stand at least 185 meters tall. Beside him on the sofa sits a pair of striking individuals. The woman is dressed in a beige coat over a fitted white high-neck sweater, paired with a short skirt that reveals her long, elegant legs clad in sheer nude stockings. And she completes her look with light beige high-heeled shoes. Her long hair cascades gracefully over her shoulders, presenting her as a blooming rose. The other man, equally tall and handsome, is adorned in a well-tailored high-end suit that accentuates his remarkable good looks. These are none other than Nangong Zixuan and Qin Haoshuan. Upon Xiao Qingran's arrival, both stand up with radiant smiles to greet him. Auntie Nangong Zixuan calls out to Madame Xiao, then shifts her gaze to Xiao Qingran. Qingran, I apologize for only being able to meet you today. It's quite all right. I'm grateful that you and your brother-in-law thought of me amidst your busy schedules. There's no reason for me to feel upset, he replies with a smile, habitually linking arms with Nangong Zixuan, his curious gaze shifting to the other two individuals. Following her gaze, Qin Haoshuan offers a subtle smile. One cannot help but acknowledge the magnetic allure of his appearance, likely rendering any girl in sight momentarily spellbound. Auntie, Qingran, allow me to introduce you, he begins. This is Director Wu from the First People's Hospital, a distinguished expert in neurology. The middle-aged man, appearing to be around 50, rises, nodding in acknowledgement to Xiao Qingran before extending his right hand to shake hands with Madame Xiao. Hello, Madame Xiao. I am Wu Kongming. Hello, Director Wu. Madame Xiao responds politely, shaking his hand. At this moment, she exudes an air of elegance, contrasting sharply with her earlier display of anger, embodying the demeanor of a refined noblewoman. I have heard much about you from my husband, who speaks highly of your expertise. I have long wished to meet you, but never found the opportunity. It seems today is a fortunate encounter, and perhaps there is hope for my daughter. Oh, not all, Madame Xiao. You flatter me. Director Wu replies, a glimmer of delight evident in his eyes. After all, the Xiao family's patriarch is no ordinary individual. He is a super-rich tycoon, renowned not only in their city, but throughout all of China. However, upon hearing Madame Xiao's words, Director Wu is initially taken aback, followed by a hearty laugh. Yet today, you have misjudged, for it is not I who shall be consulting with your esteemed daughter, but rather the handsome young man beside me, a protege of my esteemed teacher. Oh, Madame Xiao was momentarily taken aback by these words. She exchanged a glance with her daughter before directing her gaze towards the young man seated opposite Director Wu. At that moment, the young man also rose to his feet, and it was only then that Xiao Qingran noticed his impressive height and robust physique, clearly a testament to his regular fitness regimen. Who could this be? With a hint of confusion, Madame Xiao turned her attention to Qin Haoshuan. With a light chuckle, Qin Haoshuan approached and draped an arm around the young man's shoulders, indicating a deep familiarity between them. And Xiao Qingran, allow me to introduce you to this esteemed individual. Chapter 29. Mental Illness? This is Ning Wuqia, a distinguished student from the Holy Hall Medical College, the youngest professor in the realm of medicine today, celebrated as the most gifted student since the institution's inception. And he is also my childhood friend, Tai. Qin Haoshuan proudly introduced him, draping an arm around Ning Wuqia's shoulder. Madame Xiao and Xiao Qingran were unfamiliar with who Ning Wuqia was, as they were not part of the medical field. However, they were exceedingly well acquainted with the name of the Holy Hall Medical College. In truth, no one in this world is oblivious to its name. It is the pinnacle of medical prowess, home to the most eminent medical professionals globally, and revered as a sanctuary by all healthcare practitioners. The revelation that this handsome young man is a professor from such a venerable institution, and at such a tender age, speaks volumes about his remarkable capabilities. Exchanging glances, both Madame Xiao and Xiao Qingran exhibited expressions of astonishment and delight. Greetings, Madame Xiao, Miss Xiao, Ning Wuqia said with a resigned smile, shaking his head gently. He then stepped forward and spoke with warmth. Please do not heed Haoshuan's exaggerations. I am merely an ordinary physician, not nearly as formidable as he portrays. Moreover, medicine is an endless journey of knowledge. I have only taken a small step further than most, yet the road ahead remains long and arduous. Just like my senior brother here, whose knowledge I find humbling. Hence, I hurried home to seek his guidance. His voice was soft and humble, which significantly enhanced Madame Xiao and Xiao Qingran's fondness for him. Even Nangong Zixuan glanced at Ning Wuqia with a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback by his humility. Director Wu's smile widened, clearly appreciating his junior's words. "You're being modest." Madame Xiao responded with a smile. "The Holy Hall Medical College is indeed a sanctuary of medicine, and your youthfulness as a professor therein is a testament to your exceptional talent." Chuckling lightly, Ning Wuqia chose not to dwell on this topic further and shifted his gaze towards Xiao Qingran. It must be said, this girl is truly beautiful, possessing a unique, serene aura that instills a sense of comfort and relaxation in those around her. If Nangong Zixuan embodies a queenly presence, then this young lady, Xiao Qingran, resembles Snow White from Western fairy tales, lovely yet gentle. "Miss Xiao, might you elaborate on your specific symptoms?" "Certainly." Without hesitation, Xiao Qingran replied. "Every month on the night of the full moon, I experience excruciating pain throughout my body, whether in my bones or muscles, as if a sharp knife is incessantly slicing through me. Yet, when the rooster crows at dawn, this pain vanishes instantaneously." Recalling that unbearable sensation, Xiao Qingran's complexion paled. "The full moon night you refer to is the 15th day of each lunar month. Has it always been this punctual?" "Yes." "Do you have the previous examination results with you?" "Please wait a moment." Xiao Qingran turned her head and received the latest examination results from her assistant, handing them to Ning Wuqia, her eyes glimmering with an eager anticipation. Upon receiving the documents, Ning Wuqia approached the window, gazing into the sunlight. However, the more he scrutinized the images, the more his sword-like brows furrowed, causing a ripple of concern among the onlookers who had been attentively observing his expression. Director Wu also joined him, peering at the results, and like his junior, his brow knitted in worry, a vague expression clouding his features. After a considerable time, the two exchanged a glance before finally setting the documents aside. "How is my daughter, Professor Ning?" Mrs. Xiao stepped forward, her anxiety palpable. Hearing Mrs. Zhao's inquiry, Ning Wuqia shook his head and shifted his gaze to Xiao Qingran. "From the examination, Miss Xiao appears to be in good health. In fact, her physical condition is remarkably sound." "Then why does my daughter experience this every month?" Mrs. Xiao interjected, her voice filled with urgency. "Indeed, that is the crux of the matter." Ning Wuqia seemed puzzled as well. "Miss Xiao, may I ask when this ailment first began?" 5 years ago." Xiao Qingran replied without hesitation. "Have there been any peculiarities or differences before each episode?" "Peculiarities or differences?" Furrowing her brow, Xiao Qingran pondered deeply, ultimately shaking her head. "No, I really can't think of any." Ning Wuqia felt a sinking sensation in his heart upon hearing this. "So, you mean to say that the pain strikes suddenly at that particular time?" "Yes." "I see." Ning Wuqia exchanged a knowing glance with Director Wu, both contemplating a particular aspect. "Mrs. Xiao, Miss Xiao, may I pose a rather personal question?" Xiao Qingran looked puzzled, glancing at her mother, who too felt a sense of bewilderment, but understood the importance of transparency for her daughter's health. "Please ask anything. I will disclose all that may aid in alleviating Xiao Ran's condition." "Very well, I shall be bold. Miss Xiao, do you feel you have experienced happiness throughout your life?" "Professor Ning, what do you mean by that?" Mrs. Xiao was taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, a frown crossing her face. "Allow me to explain." Ning Wuqia, aware that his question might be misconstrued, turned to her gently and clarified. "Based on our preliminary discussion and the diagnoses regarding Miss Zhao's treatment over the years, I personally suspect that this may likely stem from certain psychological factors exerting a negative influence. Other doctors have mentioned similar observations and even attempted psychological treatment, yet with no success." Madame Xiao, at this moment, Director Wu, who had remained silent, stepped forward with a smile and said, "While I cannot comment extensively on others, I have just conferred with my junior regarding Miss Zhao's diagnosis, and our assessments align. It appears to be a case of psychological suggestion. As for the methods of treatment or the ineffectiveness of previous practitioners, you must be aware that the realms of psychology and neurology are perennial subjects, encompassing a vast array of complexities. Thus, although Director Wu did not speak explicitly, the astute individuals present immediately discerned the underlying implication, The prior psychologist had been ineffective. Very well, then, I shall rely on you, Professor Ning. Nodding, Ning Wuqing once again directed his gaze toward Xiao Qingran. Now, Miss Xiao, you may share your thoughts with me later, for the present. Are you willing to have me as your attending physician? Chapter 30. Healing. What day is it? Dugu Tianchuan seemed to have lost track of time, forgetting everything. He only recalled that people occasionally entered his home, accompanied by the cheerful laughter of children and the joyful meows of a small black cat. It was only in the depths of the night that he would awaken from the torturous treatments of the day, enduring excruciating pain to check on the children and attend to his personal hygiene. Each time he beheld the sweet smiles of the children, his heart would soften. Although he was uncertain why he had arrived in this unfamiliar world, he simultaneously felt gratitude for the mysteries it presented. For it had granted him the precious bonds of family, a genuine connection, unlike his previous life, where he was left utterly alone after his master's passing. His nighttime visits to the children were necessitated by the requirement for solitude during his treatments, which involved the careful manipulation of energy that could not be interrupted or halted at will. Otherwise, dire consequences could ensue. The repercussions could range from losing all progress in his recovery to the perilous brink of madness and death. Initially, Ding Hao and the others had expressed concern when they could not find him, as Dugu Tianchuan's methods of treatment surpassed their understanding. They wondered what kind of therapy necessitated isolation. Despite their anxiety, Ding Hao and his companions remembered Dugu Tianchuan's earlier instructions and refrained from disturbing him, instead focusing on their musical practice while caring for the two children and a small cat. Thus, Dugu Tianchuan felt profound gratitude not only for this inexplicable rebirth, but also for the kindness of Ding Hao and his friends. Without their support, his recovery could have been prolonged indefinitely. Perhaps he could wait, but his children could not. As he slowly opened his eyes, a mesmerizing brilliance erupted from his tousled hair. Even within the dim confines of his bedroom, the light emanating from his gaze seemed capable of illuminating the entire room, rendering the darkness inconsequential. At that moment, Dugu Tianchuan's heart soared with joy. Finally, it was over. He could feel that his previously broken and deformed legs had returned to normal, a surge of unprecedented strength coursing through them. His arms had also fully healed, as their injuries were not as severe as those of his legs. Gently raising his arms, he suddenly clenched his fists. A resounding sound of explosion reverberated through the air, accompanied by a fierce power circulating between his fists. Elation and astonishment resonated within him. In his previous life, he had possessed a profound foundation in martial arts, yet the force he felt in that fleeting moment between his fists was entirely unfamiliar. Concealing his inner astonishment, Dugu Tianchuan pushed himself up with his arms and gradually lowered his legs to the ground. In that instant, a grounding sensation surged through him. Attempting to lift his right leg and then letting it down, he encountered no difficulty whatsoever. The sensation of stability, which he had not felt for many years, surged within him, and the joy in Dugu Tianchuan's heart blossomed instantly, accompanied by an endless pride. Though this was not his former domain, but rather a foreign world. For one of his stature, there existed no reason for confinement, regardless of location. Barefoot, he approached the mirror placed within the room, slowly lifting his cascading long hair. Uncertain of how long he had gazed at his reflection, he finally exhaled softly, allowing his hair to fall once more before turning to exit the room. At this moment, the dawn had begun to break, and through the window, he could see a few early risers embarking on their daily labors. The aroma of breakfast wafted from nearby stalls, the rising steam evoking the long-lost essence of human warmth that Dugu Tianchuan had missed. A light chuckle escaped his lips, yet anyone observing would discern that despite the smile gracing his face, his eyes bore no trace of mirth, only an endless indifference. It was only when his gaze shifted to the room where his two children slept that his eyes filled with profound paternal affection. "It is time to return," he murmured, turning to enter the bathroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the air. Ding dong. At that moment, the ringing of the doorbell interrupted his bathing. Who could it be at this hour? Besides, they were not even acquainted with anyone. However, it quickly dawned on him that it must be Ding Hao or one of his companions. They were the only ones who would come. Yet, peering through the curtains, he noted that it was barely 6 o'clock, and in winter, the day had hardly begun to brighten. How could they have arrived so early? Indeed, the doorbell rang only twice before it ceased, followed by the sound of a key turning in the lock. "Howsy, did we come too early today?" came Lu Lei's puzzled voice. "What do you know?" retorted Yin Ling with a hint of sarcasm. "Today is December 24th, Christmas Eve, akin to our New Year's Eve. We came early to secretly prepare gifts for the children and hide them away. Won't they be overjoyed to discover them in the morning?" "You are truly forgetful." Lu Lei chuckled sheepishly. "I never pay attention to these foreign traditions and completely overlooked it. All right, let us hide the gifts before the children awaken. By the way, Howsy, when is the Christmas tree arriving?" "It will be delivered by 10 this morning, ensuring the children will have a delightful day." "That is splendid. Do not let anything delay this. Rest assured, I will not falter." The room was filled with the soft rustle of movements as Dugu Tianchuan turned off the faucet, a flicker of gratitude crossing his features. He had not anticipated that these young individuals had come so early for such a thoughtful reason. He was at a loss as to how to repay this kindness, yet he had firmly resolved in his heart that as long as they needed him, Dugu Tianchuan would forever stand by their side. "Sai, what do you think has become of Brother Dugu now?" came the voice of Yin Ling, tinged with concern. "I hope he is well." Upon hearing Yin Ling's words, Ding Hao also sighed. "Although I have faith in Brother Dugu, this situation is unlike any other. I am genuinely worried that he may not be able to accept such an outcome, and if that happens, alas. Indeed, it has been nearly 20 days since we last saw him. If it weren't for the remnants of his meals from the previous day that we glimpse each time we visit, I would have considered opening the door to check on him." All right. Since we promised Brother Dugu, let us first take good care of the two little ones. That is our priority." "Yes." Right. Yin Ling nodded reluctantly in agreement with Ding Hao's assertion. However, as she turned around, she was suddenly startled by the sight of a tall figure emerging from the bathroom, clad only in a white towel around his lower body, causing her to scream in fright. Chapter 31. "What, do you not recognize me?" A piercing scream suddenly reverberated through the air, startling everyone present, including the two little ones who had been peacefully sleeping in the room, now rushing out with bare feet and rubbing their eyes. Dugu Jinyan was the first to dash to Yin Ling's side, instinctively positioning himself behind her, though unaware of the unfolding situation. His tiny frame barely reached Yin Ling's thigh, yet he radiated an aura that rivaled that of an adult, undeterred by the cold weather and clad only in his pajamas. He fixed his gaze fiercely on the towering man before them, ready to spring into action to shield this beloved aunt from any potential threat. In contrast to her brother, Dugu Shixian, though her eyes reflected fear, clung tightly to Yin Ling's leg, her frail form standing resolutely in front of her. As for the small black cat, Lychee, upon hearing Yin Ling's initial shriek, she had already darted out from the cat house purchased for her, arching her back and puffing out her fur, positioning herself defiantly before everyone, confronting the imposing figure of the long-haired man. At that moment, Ding Hao and Lu Lei finally reacted, stepping forward to anxiously scrutinize the man. It was only after the initial shock subsided that Yin Ling recognized the scene unfolding before her. The sight of the three small figures standing protectively in front of her stirred emotions within her that words could scarcely convey, her eyes welling up with tears. Yin Ling came from a well-off family, one of the top 5 in the city, and by all accounts, she should have been a cherished heiress since birth. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Her parents had entered a marriage of convenience, their hearts estranged over the years, each having established separate lives and even illegitimate children. The lack of affection from her parents, who regarded her as a mere byproduct of their union rather than a child born of love, weighed heavily on her. She could sense their distaste for her, a sentiment that was palpable. However, due to the deep entanglement of their businesses, they maintained a facade of coexistence, choosing not to interfere with one another. Growing up in such an environment, Yin Ling had everything in terms of material wealth, but was devoid of the emotional connection she craved. Consequently, she sought solace in indulgence. Bars, KTV, street racing, and brawling became her lifestyle until she encountered Ding Hao and Lu Lei, kindred spirits who shared her plight. In that moment, Music became their collective outlet for the loneliness and anger that festered within them. Yet, at this instant, her long dry heart was suddenly stirred. Two small, fragile bodies stood resolutely in front of her, trembling in fear, yet bravely facing the potential threat. Even the typically aloof little black cat mirrored this fierce protectiveness, using her diminutive frame as a shield. "Who are you?" Before Yinling could articulate the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, Ding Hao spoke up first. Although he felt an uncanny resemblance to Dugu Tianchuan, especially with the long hair obscuring the man's face, he knew that Dugu Tianchuan could not walk. Although feeling quite perplexed, Ding Hao and Lu Lei stepped forward to shield one another. After all, behind them were women and children, and they could not afford any mishaps. Upon witnessing this scene, Dugu Tianchuan was momentarily taken aback, but then a slight smile graced his lips. He had not anticipated such a significant reaction upon his appearance. However, he quickly realized that in his current state, it was unlikely that anyone would recognize him. Shifting his gaze to his two children, Dugu Tianchuan felt a surge of emotions, predominantly gratitude and contentment. He firmly believed in one principle. One must understand gratitude and be content. A person devoid of gratitude and contentment cannot establish a foothold in society, nor can they earn the trust of others. Yet, at this moment he felt reassured. His two small children, though trembling, stood resolutely in front of Yinling, which was already more than enough. "What are you laughing at?" Ding Hao steadied his mind, suppressing his inner panic as he shouted. The man before them was extraordinarily tall, standing at least 188 meters, and the hair obscuring his face only added to his mysterious aura, exuding an intimidating presence that compelled one to avert their gaze. Though he stood still, it felt as though they were confronted by an ancient, uncharted mountain. "I do not care who you are. I warn you now. Leave this room at once, or do not blame us for being impolite." Lu Lei also regained his composure from the earlier fright, brandishing his phone as if to dial the police. However, he refrained from actually calling, uncertain if such an action might provoke the man further, leading to greater complications. At that moment, Yinling finally regained her senses, noticing her two small ones clad only in flimsy pajamas and bare feet. She quickly scooped them up and placed them on the sofa behind her, then removed her down jacket to cover them, with her hands firmly positioned before her children. She resembled a mother hen protecting her chicks, her eyes radiating a fierce determination. The little black cat, Lychee, glanced back as Yinling lifted the children. Upon confirming their safety, it ceased to be concerned, instead arching its back, tail held high, its round eyes glaring intently at Dugu Tianchuan, its claws extended. "Auntie, do not fear. I am here to protect you." After being placed on the sofa and covered with the down jacket by Yinling, Dugu Tianchuan was momentarily stunned. But then his eyes sparkled with emotion. However, having always been the protector of his father and sister, Dugu Tianchuan was not the type of boy to hide behind others and enjoy their protection. Struggling, he attempted to rise from the sofa to return to Yinling's side, ready to protect her once more. "Jingyan, it's all right, it's all right. Auntie is fine. You and your sister just sit here comfortably, with Uncle Ding Hao and Uncle Lu Lei around. There is nothing to fear." Upon hearing the innocent words of the child, Yinling turned her head and saw him struggling to stretch his little legs. Attempting to jump down, she quickly pressed him down, preventing his descent. Ding Hao and Lu Lei glanced back momentarily, and as their gazes met, they nodded in unison. Without waiting for a response, the two brothers prepared to advance and subdue the man. Meanwhile, the little black cat, Lychee, remained vigilant, ready to pounce at any moment. Just then, the man spoke again, his voice causing both the brothers and the cat to halt their movements, staring blankly at him. Chapter 32. The perfect appearance, all actions seemed to be momentarily frozen as everyone gazed in astonishment at the tall man before them. Among the crowd, the quickest to react was the little black cat, Lychee. Its round eyes initially reflected confusion, but soon recognition dawned upon it. Instantly, its fur settled, and with a swift leap, it darted towards a man like a black arrow. The man let out a hearty laugh, unhesitatingly embracing the little black cat and playfully ruffling its furry head. At that moment, Lychee caught a whiff of a familiar scent, closing its eyes and nuzzling against him affectionately. Brother Dugu? At this time, Ding Hao and the others, witnessing the cat's tender gestures, finally comprehended the identity of the imposing figure before them. Your leg is healed? With all apprehension dissipated, they joyfully gathered around him. The two children, finally grasping the reality that the formidable man before them was their father, excitedly scampered over, shedding their outer jackets. Daddy, sweetheart, Dugu Tianchuan gently placed the little black cat on his shoulder and scooped both children into his embrace. Savoring the overwhelming sense of security emanating from their father, the children's eyes brimmed with tears. Dugu Zixuan, the little golden bean, couldn't help but weep freely, clinging tightly to her father's neck. All right, my dear, don't cry. Daddy is better now. This is a moment for joy. However, his words only served to amplify their tears. Brother Dugu, are you really all right? At this juncture, Ding Hao and the others finally emerged from their stupor, their eyes filled with eager anticipation as they looked at Dugu Tianchuan. Yes, I'm well, truly well. Nodding affirmatively, Dugu Tianchuan smiled. It was simply unbelievable. Although they had witnessed Dugu Tianchuan standing upright, the shock within them remained profound. They had encountered many privileged youths, yet none had witnessed a miracle quite like Dugu Tianchuan's. Of course, they could never believe he had deceived them earlier. The deformation of his legs had been undeniably real. Apologies, everyone. I just finished bathing and did not expect you to arrive so early, hence I am still without clothing. I am truly sorry. I shall return to my room to change, gently setting down the two children and the cat. Dugu Tianchuan nodded apologetically to Ding Hao and the others before retreating to his room. In truth, he possessed little in the way of clothing, save for the down jacket that Xiao Qingran had gifted them. Fortunately, Yin Ling, being considerate, had anticipated their needs and procured some clothes for the father and children during this time. A pair of black jeans, a set of sneakers, and a turtleneck sweater, complemented perfectly by the down jacket. The jeans were slightly snug, but thankfully they could still fit. After donning his attire, Dugu Tianchuan casually picked up a chopstick from beside him and tied a simple knot in his long hair, which cascaded down to the floor. Lingzi, why do I feel as if I am in a dream? Ding Hao gazed intently at his companion, appearing to linger in a state of disbelief. Is this real or not? In truth, Yin Ling was no better off. The shock she felt had yet to dissipate. Rolling her eyes at Ding Hao's inquiry, she retorted, Did you not witness it with your own eyes? If you ask me, whom should I inquire? Lazy, what about you? Ding Hao pressed on. I feel this should be considered normal. Lu Lei, though equally astonished, found himself inexplicably inclined to believe that this situation was, in fact, somewhat normal. Normal? Ding Hao and Yin Ling exchanged incredulous glances at Lu Lei. You actually think this is normal? What's wrong? It seems there's nothing amiss, right? Lu Lei shrank slightly, perplexed as to why his statement elicited such a strong reaction from his two companions. Let me ask you this. Have you ever seen someone's legs twist and contort into a state like that of Dugu go before without the aid of surgery? Perhaps merely through some herbal remedy? That, Lu Lei pondered for a moment, then shook his head. It appears I have not. Exactly. Do you still think this is normal? While I can comprehend your perspective, for some reason, I am convinced that since Dugu spoke of it, he must be capable of achieving it. After all, did he not offer to write songs for us as well? Ding Hao and Yin Ling exchanged glances, recognizing the semblance of reason in Lu Lei's words. However, the notion that Dugu could mend his injured leg seemed to diverge from that concept entirely. All right. Yin Ling, growing somewhat impatient, interjected to halt their discussion. Isn't it a good thing that Dugu has recovered? Why overthink it? This thought indeed resonated with Ding Hao and Lu Lei. At that moment, Dugu Tianchuan pushed open the door, causing the chatting group to turn their heads in unison. Instantly, they were all rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Dugu Tianchuan stood there, a towering figure exceeding 188 meters in height, exuding an aura of formidable power akin to a majestic mountain. His eyebrows were sharp as swords, and his eyes deep and piercing like a soaring eagle. conveyed an undeniable authority that seemed capable of penetrating one's very soul with a mere glance. His high, straight nose resembled the spine of a mountain, supporting his austere visage. His tightly sealed lips formed a rigid line, projecting resoluteness and determination. His skin, slightly tanned, accentuated his masculine vigor, while the contours of his cheeks were sharply defined, reminiscent of a sculpted masterpiece. His long hair, which once cascaded down to conceal his visage, is now elegantly gathered with a simple chopstick, leaving a portion to fall gracefully at the back of his head, bestowing upon him an air of unconventional allure. He dons a modest down jacket over a sleek black turtleneck sweater, while his legs are clad in black jeans, complemented by a pair of unremarkable sneakers. Despite the simplicity of his attire, it impeccably accentuates his tall and robust physique, particularly his broad shoulders that seem capable of bearing the weight of the world. Dugu Tianchuan remains silent, standing quietly, yet every gaze is irresistibly drawn to him. He is, indeed, an extraordinarily handsome man, radiating an endless charm. Chapter 33. The Barber Dugu. Dugu. Ding Hao gazed at the extraordinarily handsome yet imposing man before him, his speech faltering, his eyes filled with astonishment. As for Lu Lei and Yin Ling, they were rendered speechless, their mouths agape, as if they could accommodate a chicken egg. With a gentle smile, Dugu Tianchuan comprehended the shock of the trio. After all, a man who not long ago bore a face marred by scars and walked with a limp now stood tall. His visage transformed entirely. Anyone would be astounded. What, do you not recognize me? No, no, no. Shaking his head vigorously, Ding Hao's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Dugu Tianchuan. I merely feel as though I am in a dream. I never expected you. You to be so handsome. You surpass those so-called stars on television by far. Ah. With a hearty laugh, Dugu Tianchuan waved his hand dismissively. You are being overly flattering. I am but an ordinary man. How could I possibly compare to those celebrities? I am speaking the truth, Dugu. Ding Hao, slightly anxious, turned to Lu Lei and Yin Ling, inquiring rapidly. Do you think I am exaggerating? Not at all. You are truly handsome. Daddy is so handsome. At that moment, Xiao Shishuan's eyes sparkled as she scampered over to her father, who embraced her warmly. Hearing his daughter echo such sentiments, a joyful smile spread across Dugu Tianchuan's face. To him, his appearance was merely an accessory to his talents, hardly deserving of such attention. Yet, the fact that his precious daughter voiced such admiration brought him immense happiness. All right. Dugu Tianchuan decided to change the subject. How's he, thank you? Cradling his daughter, he composed his expression and bowed deeply to Ding Hao and the others. No. Dugu, what are you doing? Ding Hao and the others were startled, quickly stepping back, unwilling to accept Dugu Tianchuan's bow. Thank you for your support. Without you, I do not know when I would have been able to stand again. I'm even more grateful for your care for Shi Xian and Jin Yan. You are far too polite. Indeed, Dugu. Moreover, the song you provided us is truly magnificent. We firmly believe that it will secure a place for you in the music industry. Thus, in some respects, what we have given you is far too little. With a light chuckle, Dugu Tianchuan chose not to elaborate further. Some matters are not merely articulated, but demonstrated through action. As for their assertions, they were simply their own justifications, but for Dugu Tianchuan, the true significance lay in their concern and love for the two children, which touched him deeply. Having waved his hand dismissively, Dugu Tianchuan chose to steer away from the topic. By the way, what is today's date in the lunar calendar? It's the 14th, came a response. Dugu Tianchuan raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise, realizing how much time had elapsed. During the past few days, he had been engrossed in recovering from his injuries, merely waking up each night to rinse off and have a bite to eat, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Moreover, without a mobile phone or a watch, he had little grasp of the date. Reflecting on his promise to Xiao Qingran, a twinge of guilt washed over him. He felt immense gratitude towards the kind-hearted girl, having initially vowed to wait for her at the designated spot, yet he had not anticipated that his treatment would take this long. Hi Z, hey brother. Is there a barbershop nearby? I want to take the two kids for a haircut. Dugu Tianchuan glanced at the disheveled hair of his children, a hint of remorse flickering in his eyes. Yes, yes. I have a regular place. I'll call them right away. Please wait. With that, Ding Hao pulled out his phone, ready to make the call. Why are you so impatient? Dugu Tianchuan chuckled, placing a hand over Ding Hao's to stop him. Have you considered the time? They might still be asleep. Calling now would be rather inconsiderate, wouldn't it? Realizing his oversight, Ding Hao sheepishly scratched his head and set his phone down. I got too excited and lost track of the time. All right, kids, come see what Uncle Ding Hao has brought us to eat. Fried dough sticks, buns, tofu pudding, and milk with eggs? Excellent. Come and eat before it gets cold. After their meal, Dugu Tianchuan and Ding Hao proceeded to the study. How has your practice been during this time? We feel it's going well, but for some reason, it seems something is off, though we can't quite pinpoint it. Ling expressed her frustration. As the lead vocalist, she often felt that her expressions were inadequate. Although Haozi and the others assured her that it sounded fine, she remained unsatisfied, unsure of where the flaw lay. She hesitated to disturb Dugu Tianchuan for assistance. How about this? Dugu Tianchuan observed the troubled expression on Ling's face and spoke gently. Is there a professional recording studio nearby? Let us go check it out together. Great. The group was instantly elated, having witnessed Dugu Tianchuan's remarkable recovery from his leg injuries and facial scars. Their trust in him had reached unprecedented heights. His offer to accompany them to the recording studio was an opportunity they could hardly wish for. All right, Dugu Tianchuan smiled, but first let me take the kids for a haircut. Together then. Yes, let us go as a group. Sure, Xian, Jinyan, dress yourself well. Let us embark on a journey to the hair salon together. I desire beautiful hair, I yearn for splendid tresses. Upon hearing her father's words, the joyful laughter of Dugu, Sure Xian, erupted. In the past, she would gaze enviously at the girls her age adorned with exquisite hairstyles and an array of hair accessories, suppressing her longing as she was acutely aware of their financial constraints. Yet now, with her father's health restored and the presence of kind uncles and aunts in her life, her innate childlike spirit surged forth. In contrast to her sister's exuberance, Dugu Jinyan exhibited a profound composure, merely uttering a soft "oh" before falling silent, which tugged at Dugu Tianchuan's heartstrings. Come now, my dear ones. Chapter 34. Such beauty and handsomeness. Some rejoice while others are troubled. Professor Ning, what do you think? Madame Xiao cautiously observed Professor Ning Wuqia's facial expression, eager to discern the outcome. It has been nearly 20 days since the first treatment. Although the precise effects remain uncertain, Xiao Qingran felt her mental state had markedly improved. Yet, until the very last moment, Madame Xiao remained uneasy, especially since today was the 14th day of the lunar month. After midnight, it would be the full moon night, a time when her daughter typically succumbed to her affliction, leaving no room for her worries to dissipate. Everything will be fine. Observing Madame Xiao's anxious demeanor, Ning Wuqia smiled confidently. Rest assured, Madame Xiao, I believe my treatment plan is correct. Particularly after this period of communication with Miss Xiao, my thoughts have only been reinforced. Have you not noticed how much better her mental state has been during this time? Casting a glance at her daughter, who had already fallen asleep, Madame Xiao perceived that her daughter's complexion was indeed much more vibrant than before, and she could even sense that her daughter had gained a bit of weight. Compared to the doctors they had consulted previously, although the definitive results were still unknown, the current condition was considerably better. Suppressing her inner worries, Madame Xiao nodded with a smile. All right, Madame Xiao, let's await the results today. Trust me, it will be fine. Very well. Professor Ning, shall we go downstairs for some tea? No, Madame Xiao. Raising his hand to check his watch, Ning Wuqia replied apologetically. I'm afraid I cannot, as Hao Xian has arranged to have lunch with Miss Nangong. Not a problem at all. Do what you must. Then I shall take my leave. I'll see you off. As she watched him depart, Madame Zhao's gaze flickered with intrigue. This young man is quite impressive, and he is still single, if only. Since disembarking from the vehicle, the trio of father and daughter had captivated the attention of all around them. The man was tall and handsome. Though his hairstyle might take some getting used to, it bestowed upon him a unique aura that drew the eyes to follow his every move. Beside him, A young girl resembled a porcelain doll, holding her father's large hand and walking in tandem with him, appearing exceedingly adorable. Nearby stood a similarly aged young boy. Though still quite young, he was undeniably handsome as well. A closer look revealed he shared a resemblance with the little girl. However, in contrast to her lively demeanor, the boy exhibited a more composed disposition, his delicate features set in a serious expression, his sharply defined lips firmly closed, resembling a miniature adult. "Isn't that General Ding? What brings him here so early today?" Just as they approached the entrance of the barber shop, a slender young man swiftly emerged to greet them. "Bring my brother over for a haircut," Ding Hao said with a smile, shaking hands with the other party, indicating their familiarity. "Director Yin, you must bring your utmost skills to make my brother and my nieces and nephews look splendid. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily." "Of course. You need not worry about that," Director Yin replied, his smile brightening even more upon learning the identity of Ding Hao's brother. "Welcome, welcome." He warmly ushered the 3 members of the Dugu family into the studio and arranged for them to be seated. "Sir, may I inquire what hairstyle you have in mind?" Director Yin asked, his gaze falling upon Dugu Tianchuan's long hair, which cascaded down to his waist, even when tied up. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but it quickly faded into calmness. "A shorter style will suffice," Dugu Tianchuan replied, expressing no particular demands for his hairstyle, just desiring a clean and refreshing look. "What a pity," Director Yin lamented as he lifted Dugu Tianchuan's long hair. "Very well, I shall begin." "Ah, Director Yin, what about my nieces and nephews?" Ding Hao interjected promptly. "Rest assured, I've made arrangements. They are in the hands of true experts, and you will be absolutely satisfied." "All right then, I shall await your masterpiece." With that, Ding Hao ceased further inquiries and took a seat. "Shall I commence, sir?" Director Yin inquired, glancing at Dugu Tianchuan. "Go ahead," with a soft snip. The long hair that had not been cut for over 3 years vanished in an instant, and a sense of lightness enveloped Dugu Tianchuan's head. As the crisp sound of scissors resonated, the studio fell into a serene atmosphere. "Wow, how exquisite! So handsome and adorable." After approximately half an hour, a chorus of astonished voices erupted as Dugu Tianchuan glanced into the mirror. Before him, Dugu Xian sported 2 charming little ponytails, resembling a fairy that had stepped out of a storybook. Her lustrous black hair was evenly divided into 2 sections, gently secured with colorful rubber bands at the back of her head, resembling 2 delightful candies. Each braid appeared fluffy and elastic, with strands slightly curled, as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze. Her neat bangs framed her forehead, accentuating her bright and innocent large eyes, which sparkled with curiosity and liveliness. When she gently shook her little head, the ponytails danced joyfully, like vibrant notes leaping through the air, radiating an endless sweetness. One must admit, the little girl possessed a remarkable foundation, inheriting her mother's excellent genes. Despite the hardships endured alongside her father over the years, exposed to the elements daily, her skin remained fair and tender, showing no signs of wear. In contrast, Dugu Yin presented a different visage altogether. Sporting a super cool pompadour, his hair was slicked back from his forehead, forming a high arch akin to an airplane soaring through the sky, brimming with dynamism and vitality. The hair on either side is somewhat shorter, creating a stark contrast with the tresses atop his head. His hair is smooth and lustrous, gently swaying in the breeze while maintaining that effortlessly cool style, as if showcasing his charm to the world. His features bear a closer resemblance to those of Dugu Tianchuan. With a well-defined forehead, a prominent nose, and strikingly clear eyes, his tightly sealed lips reveal a hint of joy beneath his otherwise stern visage. Should he be seen by talent scouts at this moment, he would undoubtedly be their prime choice. He is simply too handsome, observing the remarkable appearance of his children. Dugu Tianchuan's lips curved into a subtle smile of delight. "Sir, is everything to your satisfaction?" Director Yan's voice resonated at that moment. After a glance in the mirror, Dugu Tianchuan nodded with approval and rose to his feet. As he stood, the previously animated discussions regarding the 2 children fell silent, and all eyes turned towards the tall figure of this man. Chapter 35. Who is the mother of the children? In the studio, everyone stood transfixed, their gazes fixed upon the imposing figure of Dugu Tianchuan, each countenance reflecting a blend of astonishment and admiration. While the appearance of the two children was already astonishing, it paled in comparison to the profound impact of their father. Dugu Tianchuan stood tall and regal, reminiscent of a majestic mountain, exuding an inexplicable aura of authority. His hair, which had once cascaded down his back, was now transformed into a chic, short style that shimmered under the light, as if each strand was a testament to his formidable presence. His deep-set eyes sparkled like cold stars in a wintry night, imbued with an icy depth and a commanding authority that seemed capable of piercing through the souls of others, revealing the secrets hidden within. His thick brows knitted together, resembling two sharp swords piercing the sky, enhancing his already formidable demeanor. Below his high-bridged nose, his lips bore a resolute and austere line, curving slightly upwards in a way that suggested a disdain for the world around him. Though his attire was remarkably simple, it did nothing to diminish his commanding presence. He was undeniably striking. The female patrons in the studio were captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Even Yao Ling and her companions, who had already been awestruck that morning, found themselves utterly enchanted once more. While they had seen many celebrities on television, none could compare to Dugu Tianchuan. It wasn't merely his looks, though there were undoubtedly others more conventionally handsome, but rather the unique aura he radiated. His fierce yet composed demeanor was a manifestation of an inner strength that could not be matched by mere appearance. It spoke of a profound resilience cultivated through life's myriad trials. Truly, he was breathtaking. Ding Hao and his companions approached, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief as they beheld the transformed Dugu Tianchuan. They could scarcely comprehend that the man who once limped with his crippled legs and bore scars upon his face could possess such striking handsomeness. Most astonishing was the aura he emanated, a quality that transcended superficial beauty. As privileged heirs, they had encountered many, yet they recognized that such presence could only be forged through significant experience. Did this not suggest that Dugu Tianchuan was no ordinary man? Perhaps he had merely fallen from grace for reasons unknown? A slight smile graced his lips. This was not the first time he had encountered such reactions. In his past life, he had garnered numerous admirers, and thus, he regarded this admiration with a knowing smile. "Thank you," he said, nodding appreciatively at Director Yen. "How much is it?" Though he anticipated that the cost would be substantial given the quality of service and clientele, Dugu Tianchuan was not overly concerned. The 10,000 yuan given to him by Xiao Qingran remained unspent, and along with other tips, it would suffice. "Put on my tab," he began, but before he could finish, Ding Hao interjected, blocking his path. "What financial support does Brother Dugu provide? I still have over 100,000 in my account. Let's go have a meal first, then head to the recording studio." Observing the boisterous and generous demeanor of the young man before him, Dugu Tianchuan cast a deep glance and did not refuse. "All right, let us go." Upon hearing that Dugu Tianchuan did not back down, Ding Hao felt an unexpected surge of joy instead of disappointment. He perceived this as a significant advancement in his relationship with Dugu Tianchuan, especially as his foremost concern at this moment was to rectify the remaining flaws in the song. "Today, I will take you to a renowned local restaurant that specializes in unique dishes. It's notoriously difficult to secure a reservation, and considering today is Christmas Eve, it took considerable effort to book a table. It seems I am in for a treat." With a gentle smile, Dugu Tianchuan thought of the Christmas gifts prepared for the children, his gaze softening further. Ding Hao chuckled foolishly, and soon the group split into two cars, heading straight for their destination. It must be noted that the restaurant not only boasted an exquisite ambience, but also served delectable dishes that truly justified Ding Hao's claims about the arduous reservation process. Both adults and children savored every bite, relishing the flavors. Since it was midday and they had to go to the recording studio in the afternoon, they abstained from alcohol. Clatter! At that moment, Shi Xian accidentally knocked over her drink, spilling it all over Yinling. "I'm so sorry, Anine." Upon witnessing this, Dugu Tianchuan's expression shifted to one of panic, her beautiful eyes turning red as anxiety washed over her. She quickly jumped off her chair to help wipe the drink off Yinling's clothes. "It's all right, Shixian, Annie can handle it." The adults present noticed the fear and alarm on Shixuan's face, feeling a pang of sympathy, especially Dugu Tianchuan, whose gaze darkened. They understood that her fear stemmed from a past experience. "Brother Dugu, I need to use the restroom." Yinling stood up, affectionately ruffling Dugu Shixuan's hair, and said gently, "Don't worry, sweetheart. Annie is fine. Just focus on your meal, or your brother might finish all the delicious food." Seeing that Yinling was not angry, Dugu Shixian's anxious expression gradually faded. When she noticed her brother merely glanced at her before diving into his meal, the young girl became anxious, quickly hopping back onto her chair to resume eating. The others exchanged glances, finally exhaling in relief. With a light chuckle, Yinling bid farewell to the group and exited the room. "By the way, Brother Dugu, what are your plans for Shixian and Jinyan later?" At that moment, Lu Lei suddenly inquired. "To be honest, I'm also feeling quite troubled about this." Dugu Tianchuan sighed with a wry smile. "Having contemplated this issue since regaining consciousness, I currently lack a household registration, and I do not even possess an identification card. I find myself at a loss as to how to navigate this predicament. This is indeed a significant issue." Both Ding Hao and Lu Lei are acutely aware of the difficulties faced by Dugu Tianchuan. After all, he was previously a child with an intellect akin to that of a mere 10-year-old, and he also bears a disability. It is likely that he is unaware of his own identity, let alone how to obtain an identification card. "Brother Dugu, may I pose a rather impertinent question, if it is not too much trouble?" After casting a glance at the two children, Ding Hao noticed a flicker of hesitation in Dugu Tianchuan's eyes. With a faint smile, Dugu Tianchuan, a man of considerable character, immediately grasped the essence of Ding Hao's inquiry from his words. However, he did not take offense. "Feel free to ask. Then, might I inquire as to the identity of the child's mother?" Chapter 36. Benevolent Lies. Who, then, is the mother of the child? Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, subsequently setting down their chopsticks to gaze at Dugu Tianchuan. Dugu Shixian and Dugu Jinyan, the brother and sister duo, also placed their utensils aside, lifting their small heads to look intently at their father. Although they did not utter a word, their eyes were brimming with yearning. Witnessing this scene, Dugu Tianchuan felt a pang of sorrow within. In their younger years, when they saw other children with mothers, they would often clamor for one themselves. Even at that tender age, with an intellect akin to that of a child under 10, he understood the distinction between right and wrong. Could a woman who would contemplate harming her own child for the sake of her own unattainable dreams be deemed worthy of motherhood? Absolutely not. Thus, despite the heavy sadness in his heart, he refrained from speaking the truth, instead fabricating a reason to shield the children from the harsh reality. As time passed, coupled with the pressures of life, the children ceased their inquiries. Yet, Dugu Tianchuan could discern the longing for maternal love in Dugu Shixian and Jinyan's envious glances towards other children. When their eyes met once more, a tremor coursed through his heart, and an intense hatred for that woman surged within him. Had it not been for her, could his children have grown up like wildlings, unloved during his 3 years of foolishness? Reflecting on the recent sight of her, vibrant and carefree with her paramour, as others referred to him as brother-in-law, Dugu Tianchuan's gaze darkened. His children were struggling on the brink of survival while she reveled in her indulgences. How could such a person be deserving of the title of mother? Moreover, she had borne the children merely to save her lover's life, harboring no genuine affection for her own flesh and blood. To her, perhaps these two children, or rather 4, were merely vessels of blood. If it's inconvenient, then never mind. I was merely asking. Suddenly, Ding Hao felt an icy chill enveloping him, and upon encountering Dugu Tianchuan's cold, piercing gaze, he swiftly realized he had misspoken. Yes, why bother with such matters? What's this? Howsy, do you wish to become a father too? Noticing the tense atmosphere, Lu Lei hastily attempted to divert the topic. Dugu Shixian and Jinyan perceived their father's altered expression, a flicker of disappointment passing through their eyes as they lower their heads, staring blankly at the sumptuous spread before them. As his gaze swept over his children, observing their despondent demeanor, Dugu Tianchuan sighed inwardly, striving to quell the hatred that had momentarily consumed him. He managed to muster a faint smile. There's nothing wrong with speaking of it. To everyone's astonishment, Dugu Tianchuan unexpectedly uttered these words, causing a stir of surprise within them. The young siblings, upon hearing their father's statement, instantly lifted their heads, their eyes shining with delight, brimming with hopeful anticipation. Their mother tragically passed away during childbirth, and at that time, I was unable to recall certain specific details due to particular circumstances. Thus, I cast an apologetic glance at the few individuals present, and a trace of sorrow unfurled on Dugu Tianchuan's face. I truly feel remorseful. It's quite all right. Ding Hao and the others hastily interjected, waving their hands, though internally they felt a pang of guilt. At that moment, they had already conjured a substantial part of the narrative in their minds. The loss of his wife during childbirth had rendered Dugu Tianchuan heartbroken to the point of becoming somewhat bewildered, wandering aimlessly with two newborns in tow. As for the scars adorning his body, they likely stemmed from the hardships endured while roaming with his children, as his dazed demeanor made him vulnerable to harm. The image of a bewildered man begging on the streets, with two newly born infants tugged at their hearts, filling them with profound sympathy for the two children. Reflecting on the desolate state they found themselves in when they first met him, they could empathize with Dugu Tianchuan's current sentiment. Do not grieve too deeply. Fortunately, you have recovered, and you are blessed with two such adorable and understanding little ones by your side. Surely, your wife in the heavens would be delighted. Indeed, Brother Dugu, let us look forward. The future will surely be brighter. Thank you, I am all right. After all, it has been 3 years since those events transpired, and the children still need me. Offering a strained smile to comfort Ding Hao and the others, Dugu Tianchuan then redirected his gaze to his children. Upon learning of their mother's passing, Dugu Zixuan's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, and she burst into a heartfelt cry, her tears flowing unrestrained. Meanwhile, Dugu Jinyan, though appearing more composed, was still merely a 3-year-old child, and he too succumbed to tears, joining his sister in sorrow. However, unlike his sister, he wept silently, which rendered his pain even more poignant. Witnessing this scene, Dugu Tianchuan felt a deep ache in his heart, yet he understood that this was a necessary experience for them. Thus, he steeled himself to present this harsh reality. The truth he withheld was to spare his children from further distress. If he were to reveal that their mother had given birth to them solely to save her lover, and that she harbored no affection for them or their father, and intended to end their lives at birth, it would undoubtedly inflict profound emotional turmoil upon them. He could hardly bear to imagine their reaction upon hearing such words. The mere knowledge of this truth would significantly impact their emotional well-being, and in an extreme scenario, it could potentially affect their entire lives. Deep within his heart, Dugu Tianchuan felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate the wretched couple at once. However, for the sake of his children's psychological well-being, he could only suppress his revulsion and speak of their mother as if she had tragically succumbed during childbirth. Although this caused him great discomfort, ensuring the health of his children was paramount, and that was sufficient for him. My dears, if you feel like crying, please do so. It's perfectly all right. Your mother loves you dearly and has longed for your arrival. After a brief pause, Dugu Tianchuan steadied himself, forcing down his nausea as he continued, You still have your father and Li Qi, along with uncles and aunts who cherish you, don't you? Dugu Zixuan remained silent, merely sobbing quietly with her little mouth agape, while Dugu Jinyan displayed a commendable sense of composure. Wiping the tears from his face, he noticed the sorrow etched upon his father's countenance and prepared to console Dugu Tianchuan, realizing he must be profoundly heartbroken. Yet, before he could approach, they were interrupted by the enraged shouts of Yin Ling and the mocking laughter of unfamiliar men outside. Dugu Tianchuan's expression shifted in an instant. Without waiting for Ding Hao and the others to react, he bellowed, Haozi, you two stay inside and watch the children. Don't come out. I will take a look. With those words, he sprang forth like a leopard, darting out of the room in a flash. Chapter 37. Insult. Dugu Tianchuan surged forth from the house like an arrow released from a bow. The furious rebuke of Yin Ling and the mocking laughter of a stranger echoing ever more clearly in his ears. He was oblivious to the events unfolding, yet the anger within him ignited like a dormant volcano awakened after centuries of slumber. Although he had known them for less than a month, Ding Hao and the others had already earned his profound respect, not merely as friends, but as family in this world. Were it not for these kind-hearted young men and women, perhaps he would have languished in ill health for a much longer time. Reflecting on how they braved the bitter cold early that morning to prepare Christmas Eve gifts for the children filled him with a sense of gratitude that made him intolerant of any harm that might befall them. At that moment, Yin Ling's cries grew increasingly urgent, and Dugu could even discern the sound of her sobs, heightening his anxiety and quickening his pace. Fortunately, the restaurant was not particularly large, and soon he rounded a corner to find a crowd gathered around the restroom, with Yin Ling at the center. However, her condition appeared dire. Several men were tugging at her, and some were attempting to take advantage of her, although she managed to dodge and fend them off. Dugu could see her usually charming and lovely face marred by tears and fear. "Get away! I'm calling the police!" she cried out desperately, her hands flailing to block the men's lewd advances. Ah. Little beauty, do you even know who you're dealing with? If you did, you wouldn't be spouting such naive words. One of the men sneered. "Come on now. We're not asking you to do anything, but have a drink with young Master Chun. Why act like we're the villains here? Damn it, come here. You're being too cocky." A young man, his face flushed with anger, shouted impatiently, then raised his hand as if to strike her. Given his stature, a blow from him would surely inflict great suffering on Yin Ling. In her frantic efforts to evade the lecherous hands, she lacked the strength to escape the impending blow. By the time she realized it, it was too late to dodge. She could only tremble and close her eyes, bracing for the impact. Seeking death, a fierce glint flashed in Dugu Tianchuan's eyes. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward like a sharpened blade. Thud! A thud resonated alongside a cry of anguish. It was then that everyone discovered a tall, strikingly handsome man, his countenance as cold as frost, had inexplicably appeared among them, while their companion lay on the ground, wailing in pain from a kick delivered by Dugu. The sudden turn of events left not only the men, but even Yin Ling momentarily stunned. However, before long, she felt her wrist being grasped by a pair of warm, strong hands, pulling her behind him. "Brother Dugu," Yin Ling exclaimed in astonishment, her voice brimming with joy. "It's all right, Xiaoling, I'm here." With a firm hand, Dugu Tianchuan gently pushed Yin Ling behind him. His expression darkened as he cast a scornful gaze upon the scoundrels before him. How infuriating. At that moment, the opposing group finally reacted, their anger boiling over. "Who the hell are you? How dare you strike one of our brothers? Do you wish to be eliminated?" A voice filled with rage echoed. "Are you blind, you mutt? Watch as I obliterate you. Who are you?" Just then, a young man stepped forward, pushing aside the crowd. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, standing about 5 feet 6 inches and weighing at least 200 pounds. His sparse hair, small eyes, and flat nose, coupled with his sausage-like lips, rendered him comically grotesque. Yet, as he made his entrance, the insults and jeers ceased abruptly. He was evidently their leader. "Regardless of my identity, I implore you to leave now and cease bothering my sister." Dugu Tianchuan's gaze flickered as he spoke in a low, commanding tone. "Your sister?" The short, portly man surveyed the timid Yin Ling hiding behind Dugu Tianchuan, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. A smirk crept across his face, revealing a chilling smile. "I see. Perhaps she's your beloved sister? Leave." Dugu Tianchuan, unwilling to engage further, shouted angrily as he prepared to escort Yin Ling away. "Oomph." A derisive snort was followed by 3 young men stepping forward to block their path. "Kid, do you even realize where you are? Seeking to be a hero?" The leader, the short man, scrutinized Dugu Tianchuan with a hint of jealousy. However, upon noticing his ordinary attire, his expression shifted to one of disdain. "Do you truly think you are worthy? I shall ask you one last time. Will you step aside?" Despite the humiliation, Dugu Tianchuan remained unperturbed, coldly observing the group. To him, Their words held no weight beyond mere frivolity. "Oh," the short man scoffed, "and what if I refuse to move? Besides," he cast a glance at a recently assisted comrade, his expression growing increasingly sinister. "You think you can simply walk away after striking my friend? Such fortune does not come easily." As he spoke, his companions moved closer, surrounding Dugu Tianchuan and Yin Ling with menacing glares. "How much? I will compensate you." Yin Ling, who had been hiding behind Dugu Tianchuan, felt a surge of panic. Realizing they were outnumbered, with only Dugu Tianchuan as the sole adult male, she hastily sought to resolve the situation with money. Money? As soon as her words left her lips, the short man, along with his companions, erupted into mocking laughter. Their eyes filled with derision as they looked at her. "Little sister, why don't you ask our brothers here if any of them are in need of money? Perhaps we could do this. Let your so-called brother kneel and apologize to us, and afterward, you can accompany Chun Xiao for a drink. If you are willing, we could offer you some money. How does that sound, lovely lady? Name your price, and I shall transfer the funds to you immediately, provided that you ensure Chun Xiao is well attended to. In fact, if you manage to serve him well today, I will reward you with an additional 100,000. It is utterly disgraceful to treat Yin Ling as mere entertainment." The young girl, overwhelmed by fear and anger, could no longer hold back her tears. "This is a death wish." Noticing Yin Ling trembling in fright, the fury within Dugu Tianchuan surged uncontrollably. Chapter 38. A true gentleman knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Dugu Tianchuan has never been known for his amiable disposition. In his previous life, as an orphan, he endured the harsh reality of being labeled a bastard, despite the affection of his master. While other children enjoyed the protection of their parents and the love of relatives, he had to rely solely on himself. Hence, from an early age, he found himself on a path of conflict. Even when his master was informed of his scuffles, he merely smiled and patted his head, refraining from reprimanding him. Instead, he intensified his training upon returning home. Upon entering this world, he initially existed in a state of stupor. However, this did not imply that he was incapable of retaliating against those who wronged him, but rather that his physical condition impeded him. Now, with his health restored, despite still being far from his prime, he was certainly not incapable of dealing with the scoundrels before him. Moreover, he had always been one to protect those he cared for. Since regaining his senses, he had cherished the kindness shown to him and the child by Yin Ling and her companions, considering them genuine friends. How could he bear to witness Yin Ling, whom he regarded as a sister, being so brazenly insulted? A glint of sharp determination flashed in his eyes as Dugu Tianchuan swiftly moved, suddenly appearing before the man who had been so obnoxiously gesturing. The man, taken aback, attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Dugu Tianchuan's right fist struck fiercely at his jaw. With a thud, the man collapsed, unresponsive, his body rigid as he fell heavily to the ground. Yet Dugu Tianchuan did not relent. Following the first blow, he swiftly delivered a powerful side kick, sending another young man hurtling 2 meters away, his back crashing against the wall. Clutching his abdomen in pain, the man struggled to catch his breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. But any attempt to vocalize his distress only intensified his agony. Dugu Tianchuan's movements were astonishingly swift. Though it seemed prolonged, it transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving only the flustered Chun Xiao and another man, whose face still bore an expression of shock, before him. Calmly retracting his right leg, Dugu Tianchuan regarded Chun Xiao with an impassive gaze. Although his expression betrayed no emotion, internally he lamented the toll that these 3 years had taken on his body. After just a few exchanges of blows, he found himself struggling to catch his breath, his heart racing as if after an extended bout of exertion. If he were to encounter a true master of combat today, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation. Fortunately, these men appeared to be nothing more than a group of ruffians, relying on their numbers and backing to bully others. Do not come any closer, do not approach. However, upon encountering the cold, merciless gaze of Dugu Tianchuan, akin to that of a feral beast, the other party appeared as if they had seen a specter, their complexion paling instantaneously, and they involuntarily retreated, frantically waving their hands before them. Meanwhile, his companion, trembling with fear, cautiously took 2 steps back, seemingly attempting to establish a safe distance from this menacing figure. They could never have anticipated that this man would strike without warning and with such formidable skill. Gasping for breath, Chen Xiao felt the effects of the alcohol dissipate considerably, and his mind began to clear. The man before him was not one who could be subdued through mere physicality. Thus, it was imperative to first stabilize the situation. A flicker of ruthless intent coursed through his mind, though Chen Xiao's visage remained composed. Regaining his composure, he forced a stiff smile upon his face while addressing Dugu Tianchuan. "My good brother, it is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Dugu Tianchuan's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, and he did not hasten to strike. "Indeed, it is all a misunderstanding." Chen Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him as he noticed the other man was willing to converse and had ceased his aggressive demeanor. "My name is Chen Zhe, and my father is the chief of police in Harbor City. It seems we have inadvertently crossed paths. Therefore, allow me to treat you both to a drink as a gesture of goodwill. Shall we?" Chen Zhe displayed a facade of sincerity, yet his right hand, hidden behind his back, discreetly signaled his companion to make a phone call. Observing this, his partner hastily retreated once more, seemingly seeking a more secluded spot to make the call. What sort of man is Dugu Tianchuan? It was clear without further contemplation that this individual intended to secure his position before summoning reinforcements. "Apologize to my sister, and we shall consider this matter resolved, otherwise." A glint of menace flickered in Dugu Tianchuan's eyes as his gaze turned once again ferocious. Chen Zhe's heart raced, despite his reluctance. The memory of the man's terrifying prowess sent a shiver down his spine. He soon resolved that a true man could endure and adapt. Thus, it would be wise to acquiesce for the moment, waiting for the arrival of his allies to devise a plan for retribution. Suppressing his internal turmoil, Chen Zhe managed a smile as he approached Yin Ling, who remained in a state of bewilderment. She could not fathom why Dugu Tianchuan had chosen to engage for robust men directly. The fact that he had acted so decisively and with such prowess left her momentarily stunned. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, 2 adult men had already been felled by his hand. One lay unconscious, while the other clutched his abdomen, gasping for breath on the ground. Just as she was grappling with her shock, she suddenly noticed the short, stout leader approaching her. The previously lewd grin had transformed into an unexpectedly benign expression. Uncontrollably, she shuddered and instinctively took 2 steps back, seeking to distance herself from him. "The young lady, previously caught in the revelry of our brothers, extends a sincere apology to you, hoping that you might overlook our minor transgressions and grant us your forgiveness this time." With that, he bowed deeply to Yin Ling. This unexpected apology caused Yin Ling's heart to race. Though she had been somewhat taken aback moments earlier, she was, after all, a girl of some worldly experience. To witness the son of the police chief from this port city offering her an apology was utterly astonishing. It is well known that such privileged individuals are not easily swayed, especially considering the influential position of his father. Even though he was currently subdued by Dugu Tianchuan, it was merely a matter of their unwillingness to endure immediate loss. Once they regained their composure, a fierce counterattack awaited both her and Dugu Tianchuan. Chapter 39 Disdained? At this moment, Yin Ling's apprehension had reached its zenith. Since ancient times, there has existed a belief in Huaxia. The common people should not contend with the officials, and this includes merchants as well. Although her family was considered a significant lineage in the port city, it paled in comparison to that of Chen Xiao's father. Moreover, she herself was merely a marginalized member of her family, destined for an arranged marriage with another clan. Having offended such a second-generation heir, what would their future hold? Despite Chen Xiao's current display of remorse, one could not be certain of his ulterior motives. Could she be angry with Dugu Tianchuan for escalating the situation? No. First and foremost, Yin Ling was not of a petty nature. Secondly, she felt nothing but boundless gratitude towards Dugu Tianchuan, without a trace of blame. Had it not been for his timely intervention, her fate would have undoubtedly been dire. Although she had not witnessed the various tragedies that befell those within the second-generation circle, She had heard countless tales. Casting a glance at Ling, Dugu Tianchuan, with his keen intellect, instantly discerned her inner turmoil. However, he chose silence. For him, taking action was a decision he would not regret. He was acutely aware of the second-generation S mindset, yet he remained unperturbed. When water rises, earth will cover. When soldiers come, we shall counter. Xiaoling, you should go back, he said, casting a nonchalant glance at Chun Zhe before softly addressing Ling. No, Brother Dugu, I will go with you. Rest assured, I will have a proper discussion with this Qin Xiao. You should return to the room with Haozi and the children first. Ling hesitated, wanting to dissuade him further. Go on. I will handle this matter well, do not worry. He gently patted her shoulder, his voice soothing. Initially intent on further protest, Ling found herself nodding involuntarily upon meeting his gentle yet resolute gaze. Once she departed, Dugu Tianchuan turned his attention back to Chun Zhe, but this time his expression bore no warmth, only an endless coldness and ruthlessness. Chun Zhe's countenance shifted slightly. For some inexplicable reason, his mind conjured the image of a wild tiger he had observed in the animal kingdom, its gaze eerily reminiscent of the king of beasts preparing to hunt. Straining to maintain a smile, Chun Zhe spoke softly. Brother, how about I treat you to a drink? No need. Dugu Tianchuan coldly rejected, his frigid gaze fixed firmly on Chun Zhe. I am aware of your intentions, but I advise you to refrain from harboring any ill thoughts. Otherwise, I possess myriad ways to make your existence a living hell. You. Upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan's threatening words, Qin Xiao's fury ignited instantly. He had already lowered his head, yet he never anticipated such a blatant slight, being publicly threatened in such a manner. How could someone so accustomed to smooth sailing like Chun Zhe endure this? Instinctively, I lifted my head and cast a fierce gaze in his direction, only to be met by the indifferent and cold eyes of Dugu Tianchuan, which felt like a bucket of icy water cascading over me in winter, chilling me to the core. Taking a deep breath, I forced a smile, my lips curling slightly. Brother, is this truly necessary? I have already apologized. What more do you want from me? Besides, I haven't wronged your sister, have I? Since he refused to relent. Before I could finish my sentence, I saw a mocking smile suddenly appear on Dugu Tianchuan's face. Aren't your reinforcements on their way? I was momentarily taken aback, turning my head just in time to see my earlier companion returning with a group of burly men clad in black suits, rushing towards us. A surge of joy welled up within me. Disregarding everything, I turned and fled, shouting frantically, "Kill that useless fool! Take it down!" Upon hearing my frantic shouts, the leading group surged forward with even greater speed. As they approached, Dugu Tianchuan's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as he instantly became alert. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be bodyguards for someone. It seemed trouble was brewing. He had only just recovered, and while dealing with a few inebriated fools was manageable, confronting these professionals would likely pose a significant challenge. In his prime, he would have been confident in fending off 10 of them, but this was no longer the case. Suddenly, a stout man in a black suit reached him first, his face contorted with rage as he launched a fierce kick aimed at Dugu Tianchuan. The power behind this strike revealed that he was undoubtedly a skilled fighter. Dugu Tianchuan dared not take the hit directly. Instead, he prudently stepped back to evade the forceful blow. The man seemed momentarily taken aback by Dugu Tianchuan's ability to dodge his kick, his expression briefly flickering with surprise. However, his extensive combat experience allowed him to quickly refocus. Though astonished, he pressed forward, launching another attack. His strikes were powerful and rapid, delivering a flurry of kicks and punches that rained down upon Dugu Tianchuan like a tempest. With no room to evade in the confined space of the restroom, Dugu Tianchuan had no choice but to raise his arms at a 90-degree angle to shield his face. The impact reverberated through his arms, sending him stumbling backward until he was pinned against the wall, unable to retreat any further. At that moment, I was shielded by my own men, witnessing Dugu Tianchuan's desperate struggle to defend himself with glee. A glint of malice flashed in my eyes as I bellowed, "Keep hitting him. If you kill him, I'll take care of it." Upon hearing my command, the black-clad enforcer wore a sinister grin, closing in on Dugu Tianchuan and launching a high kick aimed at his head, intent on incapacitating him in a single blow. At this moment, although Dugu Tianchuan appeared to be utterly powerless against his opponent, he had, in fact, not sustained significant harm. His body was merely recovering and still exceedingly weak, rendering him unable to contend with the strength of this man. However, this did not imply that he was inferior to his adversary. Observing the burly figure in the black suit executing a high whip kick from such close proximity, a subtle smirk emerged at the corner of Dugu Tianchuan's mouth, revealing a hint of cold disdain. It appeared he had been underestimated. Such displays typically arose only in scenarios where there was a vast disparity in strength. Was his opponent overly confident? A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, and Dugu Tianchuan moved. Chapter 40. A critical situation in times of prosperity. One must remain vigilant and harbor a sense of trepidation. For this wisdom has been earned through the blood and experience of many throughout history. The man in the black suit, who was relentlessly attacking Dugu Tianchuan, had momentarily forgotten the teachings of his ancestors. Had his opponent been lacking in skill, his strike would undoubtedly have succeeded. Yet, was Dugu Tianchuan truly lacking? He was merely in the process of regaining his former physical prowess. However, the lessons from his past life remained intact. As the formidable kick approached his opponent's head, a slight smile curled at the corner of the black-suited man's mouth, as if he could already envision Dugu Tianchuan being knocked out. But fate often intervenes unexpectedly. Sensing the arrogance of the man in black and the open opportunity before him, a glimmer of determination flickered in Dugu Tianchuan's eyes. He swiftly advanced half a step, positioning his right leg between his opponents, then pivoted to deliver a powerful punch. Dugu Tianchuan's fist struck heavily at the root of the man's thigh, unleashing a searing pain that coursed through him, causing him to scream in agony. This man was indeed skilled. Upon receiving such a fierce blow, he quickly recognized his loss of initiative and attempted to withdraw his leg. Unfortunately, while his intentions were noble, Dugu Tianchuan denied him the chance. Just as the black-suited man attempted to retreat, Dugu Tianchuan capitalized on the moment, retracting his fist only to unleash another devastating blow aimed at the man's liver. The liver is an exceptionally delicate area within the human body. Even seasoned professional boxers would find themselves incapacitated by a strike to that region. The attack was not yet finished. The black-clad man, doubled over in pain from the impact to his liver, was met with a beautifully executed uppercut from Dugu Tianchuan, striking him squarely on the chin. This technique was famously renowned in a past life, a signature move of America's greatest boxing champion. First, incapacitate the liver, and, as the opponent bends over, deliver a swift uppercut, then turn and walk away. It was elegant, effortless, yet devastatingly lethal. With a resounding thud, the force of the punch sent the black-suited man flying, crashing to the ground with a tremendous noise. As for him, luckily, he felt little pain, for he had already succumbed to unconsciousness the moment Dugu Tianchuan's fist connected with his jaw. The other men who had rushed in alongside him were left in stunned silence, witnessing their comrade gain the upper hand. They had hesitated to intervene while the tall man was on the defensive. Little did they know that in the blink of an eye, their companion had been rendered unconscious. Shunzhe was equally bewildered. How had this man suddenly managed to incapacitate his ally? Regardless of their thoughts at that moment, Dugu Tianchuan was not about to afford them any opportunity. With a glimmer of icy determination in his eyes, Dugu Tianchuan swiftly dispatched his opponent with a single punch, showing no signs of hesitation as he pivoted to confront another burly man. With an elegant leap, he brought his elbow crashing down towards the man's head. Taken aback by Dugu's astonishing speed, the adversary attempted to evade, but soon realized it was too late. Left with no choice, he raised his arms to shield his head in a futile effort to mitigate the impending blow. A sardonic smile crept across Dugu's lips, revealing a hint of derision. The sharp crack of bone echoed through the air, and the man's countenance turned ashen in an instant. A wave of excruciating pain radiating from his arm as he was propelled backward by an irresistible force. He understood that his arm was broken. However, this man was no ordinary fighter. He possessed considerable experience in combat. A flicker of resolve ignited in his eyes, and without waiting for his body to stabilize, he executed a front kick. A muffled grunt escaped Dugu's lips as the kick connected with his chest. Though the impact was not overwhelming, it nonetheless caused him to stagger back a couple of steps, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he gently pressed his chest to steady his breath. He was astonished by the swiftness of this giant's reaction. Despite the intense assault, the man was able to respond so quickly, piquing Dugu's curiosity about the identities of these individuals. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. At that moment, two more men in black suits snapped out of their daze. Their fury ignited upon witnessing their comrade's injury. They charged toward Dugu Tianchuan, launching a fierce onslaught. It must be said that these individuals exhibited remarkable skill. Each kick and punch was delivered with substantial force, aimed directly at Dugu's vital points. If any of these strikes landed, they could prove fatal or at the very least, severely injurious. The man with the broken arm displayed remarkable grit. Seeing his two companions arrive for support, he gritted his teeth and rejoined the fray. Although he could not exert force with his arms due to his injury, his legwork was commendable, relentlessly targeting Dugu with kicks. His face darkened with determination. "Come on, let us finish this scoundrel." "Yes, beautiful, that S-hit uppercut, lower cut, let us take him down." "Excellent, brothers, if you manage to defeat him today, I'll treat you to a generous reward and take you out for a lavish evening at the Shenghao KTV. Meanwhile, Chunze finally emerged from his earlier shock, and upon witnessing Dugu encircled by the group, he was elated, recklessly promising the men in black suits rewards for their efforts. With a swift sidestep, Dugu executed a kick that struck a decorative vase behind him, shattering it into countless pieces. A flicker of helplessness crossed his face, and he felt a twinge of vexation. Though these hulking men were indeed skilled, they were merely competent. Had he encountered his past self, he could have effortlessly incapacitated them all in less than a minute. Yet, at this moment, he found himself utterly incapable. His skills remained, but his body and consciousness struggled to harmonize. After all, he had only recently recovered. To reach his former prowess would require several months of dedicated nutrition and discipline training. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his calf. As he failed to notice the adversary's kick connecting with his leg, his body staggered, and the eyes of the three assailants gleamed with anticipation. They recognized their opportunity. One of them bellowed, delivering a vicious kick aimed at Dugu Tianchuan's head, while another brute lunged forward to strike at his abdomen. The third, whose arms were broken, relentlessly targeted the very spot on Dugu Tianchuan's calf that had just been struck. In that fleeting moment, Dugu Tianchuan found himself completely cornered, with no escape routes left to him. Chapter 41. Spectacle Chinje was elated. The impression that man left on him was profoundly striking. Within mere seconds, both of his brothers had been felled to the ground. Yet, this was not the most disconcerting aspect. What truly unsettled him was the man's extraordinary handsomeness and formidable aura. As a second-generation elite, particularly in the vibrant metropolis of Hong Kong, he had encountered numerous influential figures alongside his father. Nevertheless, he was compelled to acknowledge that the presence exuded by this man was not inferior to that of the genuine upper echelons of society. In an instant, an inexplicable sense of inferiority surged within him. However, now he felt a sense of comfort, surpassing even the peaks of ecstasy he experienced in the company of women. "Let us end him. Let us bring this bastard down." Chunze's eyes widened, his excitement transforming his expression, leaving him with nothing but hoarse shouts. He envisioned this star-like man being beaten to the ground, gasping for mercy like a dog. The mere thought of such a scene flooded him with immense pleasure. But could his ambition truly come to fruition? In the face of such chaos, Dugu Tianchuan exhibited little sign of panic. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he swiftly ducked to evade the opponent's fierce high kick while simultaneously raising his right leg to dodge a sweep aimed at his calf from another man with broken arms. Positioned against the wall, he could no longer evade. A blow struck his abdomen from yet another brute. In that instant, a sharp pain surged through him, nearly causing him to regurgitate his breakfast from that morning. Despite the intense agony coursing through his body, Dugu Tianchuan's expression remained unchanged, his gaze instead sharpening with fierce resolve. This was the moment. Enduring the searing pain, Dugu Tianchuan seized the opponent's wrist, twisting it violently before he could react. The man's wrist snapped, bone piercing through skin and muscle, eliciting a horrific scream. Yet, this was not the end. As he broke the man's wrist, Dugu Tianchuan stepped forward, his arm forming a right angle, driving his elbow directly towards the man's throat. Realizing the imminent danger that would surely result in severe injury or death, the brute hastily raised his other arm to shield his vulnerable throat, enduring the excruciating pain in his wrist. However, Dugu Tianchuan's elbow strike was charged with the full force of his body, far beyond what the man's arm could withstand. A muffled cry was abruptly silenced, replaced by anguished groans as the man's eyes rolled back, clutching his throat and retreating. Dugu Tianchuan's expression remained impassive. Take advantage of the sick to claim their life. A timeless adage from his ancestors echoed in his mind. Though ruthless, it encapsulated the bittersweet nature of existence. Just as he prepared to obliterate this man completely, a sudden, fierce gust of wind whipped past him from behind. Although he could not see, Dugu Tianchuan sensed through the sound of the wind that he could not withstand the impending strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down sharply, turned, and plunged forward, wrapping his arms around the man's legs in front of him. With a powerful thrust, he sent the man crashing violently against the wall behind them. As his opponent was flung away, Dugu Tianchuan surged forward like a leopard. He crouched and pressed down. With a resounding impact, Dugu Tianchuan's knee struck the man's body, eliciting a sudden, agonized cry from him as he gasped for air. A glint of cold determination flashed in Dugu Tianchuan's eyes, without allowing his adversary a moment to react. He drove an elbow into the man's neck. The man offered no sound, his head lolling as he slipped into unconsciousness. Simultaneously, Dugu Tianchuan felt a violent tremor in his ears, and then, arching his back, he executed a bridge, his upper body nearly overlapping with his thighs. Whoosh! A fierce kick, slicing through the air, grazed Dugu Tianchuan's face, leaving a faint sting that spoke volumes of the force behind it. He did not grant his opponent another chance to strike. With a backward somersault, he scissored the man's lower leg between his feet and exerted pressure. Crack! Ah! Thud! The sharp sound of bone breaking resonated in the confined space, mingling with the man's anguished wails. Annoyed, Dugu Tianchuan delivered a powerful punch to the man's face, instantly sending him into slumber. Exhaling deeply, he finally took a moment to survey the crowd around him. The commotion was significant. Numerous diners had turned their heads to observe, some even holding wine glasses, their faces alight with excitement, as if they had witnessed something immensely entertaining. Among the onlookers, Dugu Tianchuan noted a conspicuous lack of fear. Even the women and children appeared unperturbed. Some bold women threw flirtatious glances his way, captivated by his striking features and the raw charisma he exuded after dispatching his adversaries. It was not only the women. Even some men gazed at him with shining eyes. Nearby, the restaurant staff watched with expressions of shock and apprehension, seemingly torn between the urge to intervene and the fear of becoming embroiled in the chaos, as the earlier clash had been extraordinarily loud. Dugu Tianchuan understood their apprehension. After all, in such a prestigious and valuable establishment, patrons were either affluent or influential, having witnessed countless spectacles. The staff certainly would not risk their lives for a meager paycheck. Yet, amidst the crowd, there was one who was truly alarmed, young Master Chun, who now found himself once again in a state of utter bewilderment. Unlike moments ago, he now stood with his mouth agape, his eyes wide and unblinking, his entire body trembling incessantly. Upon meeting the gaze of Dugu Tianchuan, a surge of panic compelled him to retreat several steps until his back pressed against the wall, where he seemed to find a modicum of solace. A soft chuckle escaped Dugu Tianchuan as he noticed the absence of others, gradually rising to his feet. However, the moment he stood, an involuntary frown creased his brow as he became acutely aware of the fatigue and pain coursing through his body. He understood that this was still a consequence of his body's incomplete recovery. With his movement, Chun Zhe's body once again trembled uncontrollably, his eyes brimming with terror. Chapter 42. Setting a trap for Chun Zhe. When Dugu Tianchuan rose to his feet, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, while the light in the eyes of several women intensified with fervor. Although they had previously discerned that this man was likely quite tall, his actual height exceeded their expectations upon standing. He appeared to be at least 188 centimeters tall, though his physique seemed somewhat slender. They had just witnessed his fierce and untamed demeanor. The imposing figures of the burly men nearby served as a tangible testament to his prowess. Hidden within his seemingly frail body lay an alarming intensity of wild energy, precisely the quality that captivated those women. Not to mention his strikingly handsome visage that eclipsed even that of movie stars. As Dugu Tianchuan approached, Chun Zhe's throat constricted, his swallowing becoming increasingly rapid, the fear in his eyes intensifying. Please, don't come closer." He clasped his hands tightly against his chest, resembling a timid girl bullied by a tyrant. "And my father is the director of the Public Security Bureau. If you dare to harm me, he will not let you off." At these words, the expressions of some onlookers shifted subtly. They had not anticipated that this seemingly frail young man would have such a formidable father. No wonder he had the audacity to act so brazenly, dragging a girl in a public view to drink with him. Nevertheless, the gazes directed at him were rife with disdain and a hint of intrigue. Some individuals discreetly retrieved their phones to record the unfolding scene, while others stealthily stepped aside to make calls. It appeared that some were contemplating shifting positions. After all, with so many people in limited space, everyone was eager to vie for a better vantage point, unaware of the unfolding drama around him. Chun Zhe was solely focused on distancing himself from the terrifying man before him. A smirk crept across Dugu Tianchuan's lips, a sign of his disdain, while his peripheral vision caught the furtive movements of the onlookers. It seemed that the rules of this world mirrored those of his past life, where everyone had their own agendas. Given this, he resolved to take further action today to mitigate future complications. "Chen Xiao, is it? See Chun Zhe. Just call me Chun Zhe." Swallowing hard, Chun Zhe was bewildered by the sudden softness in the man's voice. "Your father is the director of the Public Security Bureau in our port city?" "Why, yes. My father is Chun Xiaobing, the vice mayor and director of the Public Security Bureau." Upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan's words, Chun Zhe's eyes brightened with hope, secretly wondering if the man's apprehension regarding his father's status might lead him to spare him. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and the anxiety he had long harbored began to ease. "Chen Xiao, your actions are rather unscrupulous. Wouldn't you agree?" Dugu Tianchuan's expression softened slightly, an air of mild reproach in his tone, though the ferocity that had previously enveloped him had dissipated. "My sister merely stepped out for a moment to use the restroom, and yet you all exhibit such impatience? To forcibly drag her into drinking with a group is utterly unacceptable. Should an uninformed observer witness this, it would tarnish my sister's reputation and reflect poorly upon you and your father as well, wouldn't it? Indeed, I acknowledge that I may have indulged too much in libations earlier." As Dugu Tianchuan's voice softened, the heart of Chun Xiao began to settle considerably. His greatest fear was that the other party would recklessly approach him to deliver a beating, a hardship he could scarcely endure. Fortunately, it seemed that this individual understood the nuances of social decorum and recognized the formidable backing that restrained him from being overly aggressive. Perhaps he even had matters that required his family's intervention. Reflecting upon the young lady's delicate complexion, as if one could squeeze water from her, and her striking innocence, he pondered how delightful it would be to seize the opportunity to share an intimate moment with her. Additionally, the prowess of this fellow was remarkable. If he could entice him to join his side as a bodyguard, who could possibly challenge him in the future? This notion exhilarated Chun Xiao to the point where his words began to slip from his control. "Thus, let's not remain strangers. I shall call for your sister and arrange another table for introductions. I cannot claim to be of great significance elsewhere, yet in this city of port, my reputation does hold some weight, and others will extend a modicum of respect." At this moment, Chun Zhe had relinquished all wariness. Fully enveloped in a state of self-satisfaction, his face radiating pride. "Is what you say truly genuine?" Dugu Tianchuan thought to himself with a silent scoff, awaiting this very assertion, though his expression betrayed a hint of skepticism. "If I truly require assistance, can you ensure matters are resolved?" "Rest assured, my brother." With a hearty slap upon his rotund chest that sent ripples of discomfort, Chunze confidently proclaimed, "My father is the vice mayor of Port City, also holding the position of head of the Public Security Bureau. In this locale, there is no issue I cannot resolve." However, a look of doubt crossed Dugu Tianchuan's face, seemingly unconvinced by the other's words. "After all, we reside in a society governed by the rule of law. Can you genuinely assure me that your father could aid us should a crisis arise?" "You doubt my words?" Whether it was due to the effects of midday spirits or the allure of Yinling's innocent visage, or perhaps a fear of being struck by Dugu Tianchuan once more, Chun Xiao found himself irked by the skepticism. "Let me enlighten you. In this place." Chunze was not devoid of intellect. He quickly grasped that they were in a public setting, and if his words were overheard by ill-intentioned ears, it could lead to significant complications. With a fierce glare, he barked, "What are you all staring at? Go home and attend to your mothers. By the heavens, I will count to 3. Should I catch any of you lurking about again, do not blame me for being unkind." Before the third person could even exit, those who had previously gathered around discreetly retreated to their own rooms. This action provided a significant boost to Chen's vanity, eliciting a proud smile upon his face. "How about that, my friend? Did you see how they all withdrew at a mere suggestion? Surely, the Chun family holds some influence in this area. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, it does appear quite impressive." Dugu Tianchuan nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. Is this fellow truly the offspring of a prominent family? How could he possess such a lack of discernment? Has he not noticed those individuals discreetly extending their phones, capturing the moment? This implies that even if he were to force the girl to drink as he did moments ago, it would be futile, as she could simply report him. Absolutely. The Public Security Bureau in this port city is under my family's control. Who would dare? Chun, enough. Just as Chunze was about to boast further, a chilling voice interrupted his words. Chapter 43, Encountering Nangong Zixuan. Chun Xiao, be silent. A voice, sharp and frigid, cut through the air, heralded by the swift approach of 3 figures, Chairman Nangong, General Qin, and Professor Ning. Upon hearing the audacious command to cease his words, Chunze, who was in the throes of excitement, felt a surge of displeasure. He turned, ready to unleash the aura of his affluent lineage once more. However, upon facing these individuals, his demeanor shifted instantly, morphing into a solicitous smile. It is imperative to note that none among these individuals were ordinary. The leading woman and her 2 companions hailed from illustrious families. While his father held a prestigious position in this realm, it paled in comparison to their prominence. What do you mean by this? Some things are better left unsaid. The woman at the forefront cast a fleeting glance at him, her eyes briefly revealing a hint of disdain before she regained her composure. With a voice devoid of emotion, she redirected her attention to the man seated opposite her. At first glance, she was taken aback. This man was extraordinarily tall and handsome. Moreover, there existed an enigmatic aura about him that commanded respect and awe. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an uncanny familiarity with him, as though they had crossed paths before. Amused by the absurdity of such a notion, she dismissed it. After all, a man of such remarkable caliber would surely be unforgettable to anyone who had encountered him. Dugu Tianchuan, oblivious to the tumult of thoughts swirling in her mind, found himself astonished by the unexpected presence of this woman. Indeed, she was none other than Nangong Zixuan, the chairwoman of the Nangong Group, his ex-wife, and the mother of his 2 children. Nangong Zixuan suppressed the inexplicable sense of familiarity swirling in her mind and stepped forward to scrutinize him for a moment before extending her delicate hand. "May I inquire your name, sir?" Witnessing Nangong Zixuan take the initiative to greet this strikingly handsome man, Qin Haoshuan's eyes momentarily flashed with a hint of hostility before he swiftly concealed it, his gaze toward Dugu Tianchuan now brimming with animosity. He was well aware of Nangong Zixuan's character, a quintessential career-driven woman with an inexplicable aversion to men. The number of men who had elicited her to extend a greeting over the years could be counted on one hand. Thus, he found it peculiar that she would approach this man, having only just met him today. Qin Haoshuan maintained an impassive expression as he regarded Dugu Tianchuan's remarkably handsome visage, his mind racing with myriad thoughts that he skillfully masked. Beside him stood Ning Wuk, the attending physician for Shao Qingran, whose face radiated boundless curiosity as he surveyed Dugu Tianchuan intently. With a detached glance at the delicate, jade-like hand, Dugu Tianchuan initially believed that his heart, once tranquil and undisturbed, would not be stirred. Yet, it began to race uncontrollably before he swiftly suppressed it. He had once cherished holding that hand, enjoyed trailing behind her, and relishing the call of wife, even when he had yet to comprehend the true meaning of that term. His desire to remain by her side was insatiable. Despite Nangong Zixuan's considerable disdain for him, there were moments when he had her at a loss, leaving her with no choice but to take his hand. He recalled those times as his happiest moments. Yet now, the tides had turned. The hand he once adored now evoked a sense of revulsion within him. He could even sense a foul odor emanating from it. Struggling to contain his disgust, Dugu Tianchuan wished to avoid any contact with this woman. For now, he was reluctant, but once he regained his strength and status, he would present himself before her with unreserved confidence. Casting a sidelong glance at Nangong Zixuan, he swiftly shifted his gaze to Chunzhe. As for Qin Haoshuan and Ning Wuqia, who accompanied Nangong Zixuan, he did not spare them a single glance, as though they were non-existent. This behavior immediately darkened the expressions of Nangong Zixuan and her companions, who had not anticipated such arrogance from him. They seemed oblivious to the black-suited bodyguards who lay unconscious or were still wailing on the ground. "Chairman Nangong, I'm unsure what you meant by that," Chunzhe inquired cautiously, his eyes devoid of any lustful intent as he faced the enchanting figure of Nangong Zixuan. Exhaling deeply, she concealed her frustration and anger, choosing to focus on Chunzhe instead. "Mr. Chun, some matters ought not to be spoken of lightly, especially given your current position. Careless remarks could create considerable inconvenience for your esteemed father," she advised, her words veiled yet pointed. Chunzhe, grasping the implications, turned pale as beads of sweat began to cascade down his face, his small eyes wide with panic. "Chairman Nangong, please, what should we do about this situation?" he stammered, his demeanor akin to that of a frightened swine. Nangong Zixuan, filled with irritation, cast a disdainful glance at him. She had arrived in this city to forge connections for a nearly 100 billion investment project, and Chunzhe was a suitable candidate. However, their meeting was interrupted when his companion rushed into the private room, reporting that Chunzhe had encountered a conflict and needed assistance. Consequently, she dispatched several of her bodyguards to investigate, but when they failed to return after several minutes, she and Qin Haoshuan had hurried over to discern the situation. Unexpectedly, even before she laid eyes on him, she could hear him babbling indiscreetly, which instantly filled her with alarm. Did he not comprehend that certain matters ought to be handled discreetly and never publicly disclosed, such as the unwritten code of conduct? Upon witnessing the dire state of her several bodyguards, Nangong Zixuan realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. While others might be oblivious, she, as their employer, was acutely aware of their prowess. Yet, she could hardly fathom that within mere minutes they had been reduced to such a condition. This was precisely why she had taken the initiative to extend her hand to Dugu Tianchuan. After all, she was a businesswoman, and every decision she made was meticulously calculated for profit. Chapter 44, A Mysterious Familiarity. I will handle this matter. "Chun, please assist the injured and take them away," Nangong Zixuan stated with an expressionless demeanor, suppressing her inner disgust and frustration. Upon hearing her words, Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he promptly joined his companion in helping the fallen bodyguards to their feet. Ning Wuqing's eyes flickered with excitement as he stepped forward to lend a hand. The sight of the wounds on the bodyguards only intensified his exhilaration. "Chairman Nangong, may I take my leave?" "Go ahead. Take them to the hospital for treatment. You need not worry about this matter any further," Nangong Zixuan replied with a nod, signaling Chunzhe to depart. However, her words provoked the ire of Dugu Tianchuan, who obstructed the elevator entrance with his long legs just as Chun Zhe and the others were about to leave. He raised his head, his expression cold as he regarded Nangong Zixuan's exquisite features, his gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. You claim you will resolve this. Are you attempting to take the matter upon yourself? This gentleman, faced with Dugu Tianchuan's roadblock and his indifferent inquiry, Nangong Zixuan remained unperturbed, her expression calm as she looked at him. It is said that it is better to resolve enmity than to escalate it. Since Chun had acknowledged his wrongdoing and you were unharmed, why be so aggressive, even going so far as to set a trap for him? A trap? Chun Zhe, momentarily taken aback by the accusation, quickly regained his composure, his face darkening like a storm cloud. He was not a fool, merely startled by Dugu Tianchuan's imposing presence. Now that Nangong Zixuan and the others had arrived, he realized there was something amiss with the man's earlier question. By what authority do you speak? Dugu Tianchuan queried, his tone casual as he shifted his gaze from Chun Zhe to Nangong Zixuan. Suddenly, a look of enlightenment crossed his face. It appears you are an accomplice of the assailant. These black-suited thugs are your people, are they not? Watch your words, boy. Be cautious lest trouble arise from your mouth. Before Nangong Zixuan could respond, her companion Qin Haoshuan stepped forward, his icy gaze fixed on Dugu Tianchuan. His presence caused the women peeking from behind the door to brighten, astonished to see another handsome man whose looks rivaled that of the earlier assailant. However, Dugu Tianchuan did not spare a glance for Qin Haoshuan. His eyes filled with mockery as they remained fixed on Nangong Zixuan. Yet, those observant enough would notice that his expression did not reach his eyes. Miss, since you are also an accomplice of the assailant, it seems you owe me an explanation. You seek death. Qin Haoshuan, taken aback by the disregard shown to him, felt his temper flare as he believed himself to be of noble stature among men. He raised his arm, prepared to deliver a resounding slap to Dugu Tianchuan. Hao Xian. With a thud, before the words of Nangong Zixuan could fully escape her lips, a glint of ferocity flashed through Dugu Tianchuan's eyes. He raised his foot and delivered a kick to Qin Haoxian's abdomen, sending him flying 2 to 3 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground with a painful groan. How noisy! With a curt admonition, Dugu Tianchuan seemed to regard Qin Haoxian as nothing more than a bothersome fly, disdainfully brushing off his foot as if to rid himself of the encounter. Hao Xian. Witnessing Qin Haoxian being propelled by the kick, Nangong Zixuan disregarded her anger and rushed over, carefully helping him to his feet. Meanwhile, Ning Wuqia also took note of the situation, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze as he interlocked his hands and began to roll his wrists, slowly approaching Dugu Tianchuan. Are you all right, Hao Xian? A look of concern graced Nangong Zixuan's face. I'm fine. If looks could kill, Dugu Tianchuan will have perished countless times. He had not anticipated such a sudden assault and, caught off guard, had momentarily suffered, though his abdomen ached to the point of cramping. Qin Haoxian maintained a facade of nonchalance, offering a gentle smile to reassure Nangong Zixuan, observing the tender scene before him, despite his deep-seated hatred for the woman. Dugu Tianchuan felt a sudden pang of anguish within. This was once his fervent desire, something he had never attained. His interactions with Nangong Zixuan had always been marked by coldness and impatience. Though he could empathize with her plight, being forced by her grandmother to sever ties with her former lover and marry him, an unappealing and foolish man, it did not absolve her of attempting to harm him and his kin. Upon hearing Qin Haoxian's words, Nangong Zixuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. After a meticulous inspection confirmed there were no serious injuries, she cast a frosty glare at the man. It seemed this matter could not be resolved amicably. Ning Wuqia, observing Nangong Zixuan's words, halted his advance, his expression turning cold as he regarded Dugu Tianchuan. Heh, Miss of the Nangong family, how do you propose to resolve this? Your friend attempted to forcefully take my sister for drinks, and you sent your henchmen to retaliate. Do you expect to walk away without providing an explanation? Moreover, Dugu Tianchuan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Qin Haoxian. You, the paramour, wish to strike me. Do you affluent families consider us commoners to be less than human? Do you believe we exist merely as dogs, to be beaten and humiliated at your whim? You. At Dugu Tianchuan's vehement rebuke, Qin Haoxian could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, only to be restrained by Nangong Zixuan, leaving him with no choice but to halt, his expression dark as he glared back. Meanwhile, Ning Wuqia appeared to have caught wind of something amusing, a knowing smile breaking through his previously lackadaisical demeanor. The gentleman, suppressing the fury that surged within her, Nangong Zixuan approached Dugu Tianchuan and gazed up at him. In reality, she was not of diminutive stature, standing a height of 172 centimeters. And with the addition of her high heels, she reached at least 178 centimeters. Yet, compared to the man before her, she still appeared to be at least 10 centimeters shorter. However, this was not the most significant matter. Rather, she felt an uncanny familiarity with him, particularly his height and the scent that enveloped him, which stirred a sense of recognition within her. Yet, she could not recall where she had encountered him before. Most notably, his reference to her as a lover momentarily disrupted the intense anger she had been harboring. It was worth noting that few were aware of her previous marriage. Only those closest to her were privy to certain details, and outsiders regarded Qin Haoxian as her boyfriend, making his words all the more perplexing. Could it be that this man truly recognized her? Chapter 45. Threat at this moment. Nangong Zixuan was enveloped in uncertainty, her gaze fixed intently upon the man before her, desperately seeking the source of the familiar sensation he evoked within her. Yet, despite her scrutiny, she found herself unable to discern any clarity. After all, how could such an exceptionally handsome man fade from memory? Struggling to suppress the tumult of emotions within, she managed to restore a semblance of calm to her demeanor, though her eyes now bore a hint of disdain and mockery. I cannot fathom how someone as remarkable as yourself could exhibit such volatility and resort to crude language, even stooping to slander a woman. What a waste of your exquisite facade. Slander? Dugu Tianchuan paused momentarily, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, and burst into a fit of laughter, so vigorous that he bent at the waist. Witnessing his reaction, Nangong Zixuan's elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly, and she took a cautious step back, regarding him as one would a fool. You dare say, I am slandering? After a prolonged silence, Dugu Tianchuan regained his composure, but his words were laced with unbridled sarcasm. Miss Nangong, some matters are not merely as you perceive them. You know the truth in your heart. Furthermore, I, Dugu Tianchuan, would never deign to lie to someone of your ilk for. His starry eyes cast a disdainful glance at her and her companion, Qin Haoxian, the corners of his mouth curling upward, because you are unworthy. You. Nangong Zixuan was genuinely infuriated by the man before her. The self-control she had always prided herself on seemed to evaporate in his presence. Yet, as a seasoned figure in the business world, she quickly recognized that her emotions were being manipulated and adjusted her mindset, fixing her cold gaze upon him. I am guiltless. What a declaration of innocence. Dugu Tianchuan clapped his hands together, a chilling smile gracing his lips. I have once again witnessed the shamelessness of your kind. What an eye-opener. You bastard. At that moment, Qin Haoxian could no longer contain his fury and cursed loudly, preparing to charge at Dugu Tianchuan once more. Haoxian. Nangong Zixuan's heart raced, and she hurriedly grasped his arm to halt his advance. Let go of me, Zixuan. I must teach this guy a lesson. We live in a society governed by law, and considering our statuses, why should we stoop to anger with such a lowly individual? Casting a sidelong glance at Dugu Tianchuan, Nangong Zixuan's expression mirrored his earlier disdain, filled with contempt. Do you think you are worthy of discussing a society governed by law? Dugu Tianchuan's expression turned frosty, his gaze directed at the pair with chilling intensity. I have no time for your futile banter. Speak plainly. How do you wish to resolve this matter? Young man, do you believe I would hesitate to call the authorities and have you taken away? Confronted by Nangong Zixuan's admonitions, Qin Haoxian, despite his fervent desire to rend Dugu Tianchuan asunder, managed to regain a semblance of composure. He cast a disdainful glance at his opponent, his eyes brimming with contempt. The entirety of the man's attire likely paled in comparison to the cost of a single meal he could afford. Apart from his visage, he seemed destined for a life of penury. You shall soon realize that it is not we who are unworthy, but rather, it is you who lacks merit. Perhaps this moment represents the singular occasion in your life when you are permitted to engage with us in such proximity. Upon hearing Qin Haoshuan's words, both Nangong Zixuan and Ning Wuqie furrowed their brows, evidently displeased by his remarks, though their expressions swiftly reverted to neutrality. In truth, from a certain perspective, Qin Haoshuan spoke a kernel of truth. Although they remained unaware of the man's origins, his garments suggested he hailed from no influential lineage. It was solely due to his striking appearance, physique, and commanding presence that these details were overlooked. Call the authorities? Dugu Tianchuan appeared unfazed by the insult, instead donning a knowing smile. Very well, I shall observe the intentions behind the son of the deputy mayor of Harbor City engaging with individuals such as yourselves in private. It would serve as a testament for the populace. Are we, the children of ordinary families, merely playthings for you elites, subject to your whims, with no recourse for resistance? At this proclamation, not only did Qin Haoshuan's countenance shift, but even Nangong Zixuan's expression transformed. They had not anticipated this man to possess such a silver tongue. Moreover, he had deftly seized upon their vulnerabilities. Despite their formidable family backgrounds, in contemporary society, such legacies often serve as shackles that constrain their actions. Moreover, the involvement of a high-ranking city official complicates matters significantly. Should this information be disclosed, their prospects within the nation would likely diminish, with officials reluctant to associate with them henceforth. In truth, this scenario could be considered mild. The potential repercussions could escalate should those in power decide to retaliate against them. Ning Wuqie, though not residing domestically, was well aware of the family business's substantial domestic interests and the underlying unspoken rules. Hearing Dugu Tianchuan's words, his eyes momentarily flickered with intrigue, redirecting his gaze toward the man before him, curiosity evident in his expression. Initially, he had presumed Dugu Tianchuan to be merely a proficient fighter, thus not warranting significant attention, his interest piqued solely by the man's exceptional looks. However, in this moment, his perspective shifted. Through the preceding dialogue, he discerned that this man certainly recognized Nangong Zixuan and Qin Haoshuan. What astonished him further was that, upon understanding the standing of the individual before him, rather than retreating, Dugu Tianchuan adopted an even more aggressive demeanor. This was indeed remarkable. Typically, such audacity stems from either a lack of intellect or an overwhelming sense of self-assurance. Does this man resemble a fool? Certainly not. This indicates his remarkable self-assurance. Nangong Zixuan was oblivious to the thoughts of those around her, yet the melancholy within her was insurmountable. She never anticipated that a simple meal would lead to such a significant predicament. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have resolutely avoided any interaction with this ineffectual scion of privilege and would never have consented to her bodyguard's presence. However, since events had already unfolded, her priority now was to contemplate solutions to this dilemma. With this thought, Nangong Zixuan composed herself and turned her gaze towards Dugu Tianchuan, her lips parting gracefully. Chapter 46, A Stalemate, Sir. The incident has occurred, and Chen has already offered his apology. Given this, why not take a step back? Gazing at the handsome face of Dugu Tianchuan, Nangong Zixuan smiled and continued, If you propose a number within reason, we shall not refuse. Alternatively, we could exchange contact information and consider it a favor owed by the Nangong family. Upon hearing this, a wave of envy rippled through the onlookers. In their nation, the Nangong family was renowned as one of the foremost business dynasties, with assets exceeding trillions. Moreover, whispers suggested that a top-tier magnate was backing their family. The fact that the head of the Nangong family was stating they owed him a favor spoke volumes about the weight of this acknowledgement. All eyes turned to Dugu Tianchuan, awaiting his response. Would it be monetary compensation or a matter of goodwill? With a cold smile, Dugu Tianchuan surveyed the crowd. It was clear that the elite among them believed money could resolve all disputes. However, he had other intentions. His tone grew icy as he declared, I require neither your money nor your family's favor. What I seek is a genuine apology, devoid of insincerity. Don't be ungrateful. At Dugu Tianchuan's words, Qin Haoshuan could no longer contain his outrage. He stepped forward, indignantly pointing a finger at him. Chen has apologized, and Zixuan has shown sincerity. Do you think you can twist the truth with mere words? Dugu Tianchuan's eyes glinted with a frigid light as he faced the accusatory finger. Before Qin Haoshuan could react, Dugu Tianchuan's hand shot out like lightning, seizing his finger and attempting to bend it back. You dare! Ning Wuqiu, who had been closely observing, suddenly moved. His previously gentle demeanor transformed into one of chilling ruthlessness, as his right fist shot toward Dugu Tianchuan's temple with blinding speed. Dugu Tianchuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated the swift ferocity of the seemingly mild-mannered man before him. In the blink of an eye, Ning Wuqiu's fist was upon him. If he continued to bend Qin Haoshuan's finger, he would undoubtedly be struck in return. Reluctantly, Dugu Tianchuan released Qin Haoshuan's finger and swiftly retreated to evade Ning Wuqiu's assault. Startled, Qin Haoshuan stumbled back 2 steps, distancing himself from the 2 combatants, his eyes wide with shock. He could hardly fathom the ferocity of the man before him, who dared to strike in such a public setting. Even as he distanced himself, his heart raced, filled with a lingering dread. Meanwhile, Nangong Zixuan hastily withdrew, her gaze towards Dugu Tianchuan tinged with astonishment. Similar to Qin Haoshuan's thoughts, she too was taken aback by the fact that this man, who appeared remarkably handsome, possessed such a volatile temperament, daring to resort to violence before so many people over a mere disagreement. However, she quickly shook her head, feeling a tinge of disappointment towards Qin Haoshuan. There exists a saying in Longwa: pointing one's index finger at another is akin to cursing their parents, an act laden with profound insult. Thus it was no wonder that the man was so incensed. At this moment, the atmosphere of the arena had escalated to a fever pitch. Ning Wuqiu, though seemingly mild-mannered, displayed an unexpectedly formidable prowess in combat. Each strike he delivered was fierce and unyielding, his punches and kicks executed with astonishing speed and immense power. Compared to the bodyguards who had previously been subdued by Dugu Tianchuan, this individual exhibited a level of skill that was markedly superior, undoubtedly a top-tier martial artist. With a swift motion, Dugu Tianchuan raised his left arm to shield his head, yet he was caught off guard by the tremendous force behind Ning Wuqiu's kick, which sent him staggering back several steps, nearly causing him to tumble down the stairs. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have sustained an injury. Even so, his forearm felt as though it had been struck by an iron rod, the pain excruciating. Before he could regain his balance, Ning Wuqiu reappeared before him like a darting sword, his fists flying about like cottonwood fluff in the wind. With no other option, Dugu Tianchuan crossed his arms over his head to defend against the onslaught, striving to avoid a blow to the head that could inflict serious harm. A glimmer of determination flashed in Ning Wuqiu's eyes as he seized the back of Dugu Tianchuan's head and forcefully yanked him down, simultaneously driving his knee upward with ferocity aimed directly at Dugu Tianchuan's face. Should that strike land, it would likely necessitate a trip to the country for reconstructive surgery. In that moment, Dugu Tianchuan felt a surge of fury rise within him, despite his body just beginning to recover. The humiliation of being so thoroughly bested by this man ignited a fierce anger in his heart. With a sudden shift, Dugu Tianchuan's body seemed to become as supple as willow, swiftly wriggling free from Ning Wuqiu's grasp, and crossed his arms to block the impending knee strike. A sharp pain shot through his arms, causing him to stifle a groan. Seizing the opportunity, Dugu Tianchuan executed a swift somersault, propelling himself over Ning Wuqiu's head like a great bird in flight. Before he could stabilize his landing, he unleashed a whip-like kick aimed at Ning Wuqiu's head. At that moment, Ning Wuqiu had channeled all his strength into his previous attack, failing to anticipate Dugu Tianchuan's remarkable agility. By the time he sensed the impending danger, Dugu Tianchuan's foot was already perilously close to his head. Hearing the anxious shouts of Nangong Zixuan and Qin Haoshuan cautioning him to be careful, Ning Wuqiu, though flustered, remained composed. In a sudden display of agility, he executed a perfect bridge maneuver, narrowly evading the fierce kick from Dugu Tianchuan. The impact was akin to a hammer striking a wall, as Dugu Tianchuan's foot smashed a massive hole into the wall beside Nangong Zixuan, revealing a pair of astonished eyes within. Swiftly recovering from the near miss, Nangong Zixuan sprang to his feet, moving with the grace of a butterfly and quickly distancing himself from the formidable adversary before him. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense as the two men found themselves evenly matched. Chapter 47. Fierce as a tiger, both Dugu Tianchuan and Ningong Zixuan refrained from initiating further attacks, instead adopting defensive postures as they intently observed one another. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense, while the spectators surrounding them exhibited expressions of excitement and fervor. Little did these onlookers anticipate that their mere intention of enjoying a meal would lead to such a spectacle. The two men not only bore striking resemblances to celebrities, but their combat also unfolded with a dramatic flair reminiscent of a television series, igniting a sense of passion among the audience. However, the most displeased among them was Qin Haoshuan. Though he possessed a presence and demeanor that rivaled his opponents, he found himself repeatedly toyed with, a situation intolerable for someone used to holding power. Consequently, his gaze towards Dugu Tianchuan was laden with intense animosity. Nangong Zixuan caught a glimpse of his expression and understood his sentiments. Gently patting his arm, she shook her head and spoke softly, "There's no need to be angry. Haoshuan, after all, this is merely the valor of a brute, while you rely on your intellect. Why let such trivial matters disturb you?" Feeling the soothing touch upon his arm and hearing Nangong Zixuan's gentle reassurances, Qin Haoshuan's indignation began to wane. Indeed, he relied on his intellect for his success. Why did mere brawn have to compare with him? Besides, given the esteemed lineage of the Qin family, skilled experts were easily within reach. With this realization, his inner turmoil gradually subsided, and he offered Nangong Zixuan a faint smile, his hand deftly encompassing her delicate one. "Thank you, Zixuan. Oh, it's nothing. We are too close for such formality," she replied, feigning nonchalance as she withdrew her hand, smiling in return. Upon witnessing her gesture, a fleeting shadow crossed Qin Haoshuan's eyes, but it vanished quickly, replaced by a nod as he redirected his attention to the two men in the center. At that moment, Chunze observed Professor Ning's fierce demeanor and felt a surge of joy. Had it not been for Nangong Zixuan's earlier words, he might have rushed forward to confront the detestable Dugu Tianchuan. After all, when had he, the esteemed young Master Chun, ever endured such indignity? Although Dugu Tianchuan directed all his focus towards Ningong Zixuan, he overheard every word exchanged between Nangong Zixuan and Qin Haoshuan. Upon hearing her question, "What is our relationship?" he felt a pang in his heart, despite his deep-seated animosity towards her. This was swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of rage. Dugu Tianchuan was a man, and a remarkably exceptional one at that. Though the woman behind him harbored disdain for him, even wishing him harm, he could understand her feelings. After all, in certain respects, he had wronged her. Thus, he had never harbored hatred towards Nangong Zixuan on that front. However, when she had allowed her own flesh and blood to be cast into the flames during that catastrophic fire, his animosity towards her reached its zenith. At this moment, the two individuals were engaging in flirtatious banter before the crowd, a sight that was utterly intolerable for Dugu Tianchuan. Although in a sense, he had already been deemed dead and had been coerced into signing a divorce agreement, they still shared two children. To witness this woman publicly cavorting with her lover felt as if he were adorned with a garish green hat. In an instant, the flames of rage within Dugu Tianchuan reached a crescendo, and his gaze directed at Ningong Zixuan was imbued with lethal intent. With a deliberate step forward, Dugu Tianchuan assumed an offensive stance. Meanwhile, Ningong Zixuan felt his heart race, intently observing his opponent's movements. Although he had appeared to hold the upper hand moments ago, an unsettling intuition lingered in his mind. It seemed that Dugu Tianchuan's strength, speed, and combat reflexes existed on an entirely different plane. Before Ningong Zixuan could fully comprehend the situation, Dugu Tianchuan struck. His right leg lashed out like a steel whip aimed at Ningong Zixuan's head. Startled, Ningong Zixuan's eyes widened. and he cursed under his breath, questioning how this man's speed had suddenly become so formidable. Had he not exerted his full strength earlier? Though such thoughts raced through his mind, reality offered no respite, as Dugu Tianchuan's powerful kick was already upon him. With no time to evade, Ning Wuxia hastily raised his arms to shield his head. The impact reverberated through his limbs, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Yet, before he could regain his balance, Dugu Tianchuan's onslaught continued. The walls and decorative items around them fell victim to his relentless strikes. Damn it! Those were the only words that echoed in Ning Wuxia's mind. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities, honed through years of rigorous training. He was confident that, even compared to professional fighters, he would not be significantly outmatched. Yet now, under this man's assault, he found himself bereft of even a counterattack opportunity. Even more shocking was the realization that Dugu Tianchuan's style bore little resemblance to the modern combat techniques he was familiar with. Rather, it resembled the ancient martial arts of Long Country, reminiscent of scenes from films or television. But how could this be? It was common knowledge that the martial arts of Long Country, while spoken of with great reverence, were mere spectacles that crumbled under the pressure of amateur fighters, often failing to endure even a minute. Yet, what he faced now completely shattered Ning Wuxia's expectations. Indeed, witnessing this seemingly refined man withstand his full-force efforts without revealing any signs of defeat was astonishing. Although Dugu Tianchuan's current strength was but a fraction of his former peak, he was far from an opponent that an ordinary fighter could withstand, and a sense of admiration stirred within him. However, admiration aside, he would show no mercy in his actions. Since they are friends with Nangong Zixuan and Qin Haoshuan, it seems fitting to extract a modicum of interest from him first. A glimmer of icy determination flashed in Dugu Tianchuan's eyes as he suddenly closed the distance with remarkable speed. He thrust his right leg between Ning Wuxia's legs, his right elbow raised at a sharp angle, exhaling forcefully as he charged towards Ning Wuxia. This unexpected assault disrupted Ning Wuxia's rhythm, especially when he heard the thunderous sound emanating from his opponent's mouth and nose. Years of practical experience warned him to evade quickly. However, he found himself unable to dodge, as the wall loomed directly behind him, leaving little room for maneuver. In a moment of desperation, he raised his arms to shield himself, curling into a defensive posture in an attempt to mitigate the impending blow. Alas, he remained blissfully unaware of the nature of the danger that awaited him. Chapter 48. Fulfilling promises. Ning Wuxian soon found himself regretting his impulsive reaction. He had initially believed that, regardless of the circumstances, he could at least withstand the opponent's ferocious strike, but the moment they clashed, his expression changed dramatically. A weighty force, akin to Mount Tai pressing down upon him, collided directly with his arms. Had it not been for the rigorous conditioning of his physique, significantly more resilient than that of an average person, it was likely that his arms would have been shattered by this singular impact. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Suddenly, Ning Wuxian discerned that his adversary's strength had escalated once more. In the blink of an eye, he felt as if his body had been struck by a speeding freight truck. A wave of discomfort surged through his chest, and he could no longer suppress it. A mouthful of blood was violently expelled, and he was sent flying by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily against the wall behind him. His complexion paled instantaneously, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to rise. This unexpected turn of events left everyone present utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed upon the tall man in the center, who was now regaining his composure and slowly regulating his breath. Dugu Tianchuan refrained from pursuing. It was not that he lacked the desire. Rather, he was acutely aware of a throbbing pain within his body, accompanied by the disconcerting sensation that his very form might crumble. The energy within him began to swirl chaotically, and he was beset by flashes of light before his eyes, a dizzying feeling threatening to unseat him. With a silent lament, Dugu Tianchuan recognized that his body had only just begun to recover and could not endure another explosive surge of power. Should he attempt to attack again, it was probable that he would collapse before he even commenced his assault, leaving him vulnerable to a fierce counterattack from Qin Shao and his allies. Although his internal state was tumultuously unstable, he maintained an impassive exterior, coldly observing his opponent as if awaiting a response. Professor Ning, Wuk, Nangong Zixuan, and Qin Haoshuan were equally astonished. Particularly, the shock experienced by Qin Haoshuan transcended verbal expression. While others might be oblivious, as Ning Wuk's childhood friend, he was acutely aware of his brother's capabilities. Despite his scholarly demeanor and gentility, Ning Wuk's inner tenacity was a stark contrast to his outward appearance. From a young age, Ning Wuk had harbored a passion for combat and survival activities, and due to his privileged upbringing, he had received training from the world's most elite martial artists. Furthermore, during moments of fatigue, he would often compete in underground boxing arenas, remaining undefeated over the years. To quote one of his instructors, as long as he did not encounter a professional elite, Ning Wuk was an invincible presence in amateur fighting and even in ordinary professional matches at his level. How is it possible that such an extraordinary master has been so thoroughly defeated by the man before him? This left Qin Haoshuan in a state of astonishment and dismay. Wuqing, are you all right? Ignoring the terrifying presence of the man in front of him, Qin Haoshuan hurriedly approached Ning Wuqing and carefully helped him to his feet. I'm fine. With a bitter smile, Ning Wuqing shook his head, patted Qin Haoshuan's arm, and then nodded in gratitude to Nangong Zixuan, before shifting his gaze back to Dugu Tianchuan. Impressive. I must admit I fall short. You are quite formidable yourself. Dugu Tianchuan was momentarily taken aback by the absence of any hostile emotion from his opponent, but quickly responded in kind. This was not due to any newfound admiration for the man, as he considered anyone associated with Nangong Zixuan and Qin Haoshuan to be his adversaries, the primary obstacles to his future vengeance. Nonetheless, he found no need to elevate himself by belittling others. The man's skills were indeed exceptionally formidable. Defeating him in a more spacious setting would not pose a great challenge. Yet to inflict such significant harm in this confined space was no small feat. Since I have lost, let this matter rest, and we shall fulfill our promises as per your request. Haoshuan, Professor Ning. Upon hearing these words, both Nangong Zixuan and Qin Haoshuan were momentarily stunned, but their expressions quickly contorted in dissatisfaction. After all, they had not agreed to anything with Dugu Tianchuan. It was Ning Wuqing who had voluntarily stepped forward to confront this man. How could this be tied back to their previous issue? It's settled then. Unexpectedly, Ning Wuqing did not allow them any time to react, firmly reiterating his earlier statement before turning his gaze to Qin Haoshuan. Haoshuan, could you do me this favor? You. Witnessing his childhood friend's earnest request, Qin Haoshuan was momentarily taken aback. Despite his inner turmoil, considering their long-standing friendship and the formidable power behind Ning Wuqing, he could only reluctantly nod in agreement. All right. Exhaling a sigh of resignation, Qin Haoshuan nodded to indicate his acquiescence. I apologize. Facing Dugu Tianchuan, Qin Haoshuan suppressed his inner fury and spoke in a subdued tone. Huh. With a quiet chuckle, Dugu Tianchuan's gaze remained averted from Qin Haoshuan, briefly glancing at him before returning to the man named Ning Wuqing. This was an undeniably remarkable individual, not just in skill, but also in intellect. Perhaps he had already sensed something? And what of this chairman from the Nangong family? Shifting his focus from Ning Wuqing, Dugu Tianchuan's eyes were filled with derision as they landed on Nangong Zixuan. Yet upon closer inspection, there was no trace of mirth, only an inexplicable aura of menace. Esteemed sir, I, Nangong Zixuan, hereby extend my sincerest apologies for our earlier indiscretion. Unlike Qin Haoshuan, Nangong Zixuan offered her apology with remarkable candor, leaving Qin Haoshuan astonished, seemingly unable to fathom the words he had just heard. Only Ning Wuqing regarded her with a profound gaze, elevating his assessment of this woman to a higher echelon. She is a person of great adaptability and remarkable sensitivity. It is no wonder that the Nangong family has flourished so magnificently. Is that sufficient, sir? This matter is now concluded, Dugu Tianchuan remarked with a nod. Should you feel any dissatisfaction, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am at your service. However, should I discover that you lay a hand on those around me? A glint of menace flickered in his eyes, an imperceptible aura of lethal intent enveloping Dugu Tianchuan entirely. I shall ensure that you esteemed individuals comprehend the true meaning of a common man's wrath as blood spills forth. With that declaration, he turned his back on the assembly and departed from the scene. Chapter 49. The intent to kill is directed at you. The towering figure of Dugu Tianchuan gradually faded from the sight of the crowd. Only after his silhouette vanished completely did Qin Haoshuan abruptly release his grip on Ning Wuqian. Turning around with an expression of fury to demand, "Wuqian, what on earth do you mean? Why should we apologize? If you don't clarify this today, don't blame me for turning against you." At this moment, Qin Haoshuan no longer resembled the elegant gentleman he had been earlier. As he let go, Ning Wuqian nearly stumbled to the ground. Fortunately, he had regained some strength and quickly grasped the railing beside him to steady himself. "Haoshuan, what are you doing?" The sudden hostility from Qin Haoshuan took Nangong Zixuan by surprise, prompting her to step forward and assist Ning Wuqian. "Thank you." Gratefully nodding to Nangong Zixuan, Ning Wuqian then shifted his gaze to his brother, regarding the formidable woman from the Nangong family. He had only heard of her through Qin Haoshuan and had only met her formally for the first time in the hospital. However, judging by the recent events, it was evident that his brother could not compare to her in any regard. Yet, he refrained from commenting further. Perhaps Nangong Zixuan appreciated such a demeanor. As for Qin Haoshuan's attitude at that moment, Ning Wuqian was indifferent. After years of camaraderie, he understood his friend well. At that moment, it seemed Qin Haoshuan recognized that his actions had been inappropriate, especially considering Ning Wuqian's poor physical state. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he hesitated to apologize, unwilling to lose face. Observing Qin Haoshuan's expression, Ning Wuqian merely smiled gently. "It's all right, Miss Nangong. Haoshuan and I are not strangers. He didn't mean any harm. He is just a bit hot-headed at the moment. I believe Miss Nangong has some understanding of my intentions, right?" Zixuan, upon hearing Ning Wuqian's words, Qin Haoshuan's expression turned puzzled. Was there something more to this situation? Nevertheless, he remained unconvinced. Why should we grovel and apologize to such a despicable little wretch? Even if he possesses remarkable skills, can he truly kill us? I believe he harbors such thoughts. In response to Qin Haoshuan's accusation, Nangong Zixuan interjected abruptly. "Indeed, he intends to kill us." Nodding, she did not deny Qin Haoshuan's assertion. Meanwhile, Chun Zhe, who had been listening nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the woman before him. As a top second-generation heir in the port city, he was accustomed to chaos and had relied on his family background to act recklessly, but the thought of committing murder was beyond his courage. At most, they merely harass those of lower status, break others' legs, and threaten businesses. However, to suggest murder, let alone claim he would actually commit such an act, would certainly provoke his father to intervene. After all, we reside in a society governed by law, not in the chaos of ancient times. "Young Master Chun, my bodyguards need to visit the hospital. Could you kindly escort them there at once?" Nangong Zixuan said gently, shifting her gaze to Chun Zhe. Although her disdain for this second-generation heir was profound, and today's embarrassing situation would not have arisen had it not been for him. She needed his connections for her ongoing projects and thus stifled her discomfort. "All right, I'll take a few brothers over now." Chun Zhe, aware that he had something to say, was not entirely foolish and quickly agreed. It seemed best to keep his distance from the current scene, which no longer pertained to him. While he was a figure of authority in this domain, he was hardly significant in the presence of these individuals. So maintaining a safe distance was prudent. As for revenge against that man, initially he entertained such thoughts, but Nangong Zixuan's previous statement had thoroughly frightened him. He was merely a second-generation heir who enjoyed indulging in pleasures and leveraging his status for minor gains, not a reckless outlaw. A bright future awaited him, after all. Moreover, he had no doubts regarding Nangong Zixuan's judgment, given her esteemed background. If she asserted that the man harbored murderous intent, then there was certainly some truth to it. Thus, Chun, the young master, conceded defeat. Hearing Nangong Zixuan's voice now seemed like a melodious symphony, prompting him to hastily gather the remaining sober brothers and escort the group to the hospital. The subsequent matters were no longer his concern. Hao Xian. Do not blame Professor Ning. That man indeed exuded a peculiar aura of murderous intent, particularly evident in his gaze. As Nangong Zixuan spoke, the image of Dugu Tianchuan's eyes, akin to vast galaxies, resurfaced in her mind. His expression appeared jovial. Yet she could perceive an icy ruthlessness and an overwhelming malice emanating from his gaze. Upon hearing Nangong Zixuan reaffirm her observations, Qin Haoshuan felt a chill run down his spine, and his anger dissipated, leaving only a sense of dread. But why? Could it truly be that this entire debacle stemmed from the foolishness of Chen Zhe? Moreover, he had not inflicted any irreversible harm on that man. I find it perplexing. Nangong Zixuan shook her head, unsure how to respond. Perhaps such individuals possess a strong rustic demeanor, intolerant of any perceived disrespect. After contemplating for a while, she could only summarize her thoughts with a phrase reflecting the ways of the world. No, you are mistaken. To her surprise, her words were met with Professor Ning's dissent. Professor Ning, what do you mean by that? At that moment, Ning Wuqiao sat upon the undamaged decorative cabinet beside him, the bloodstains on his chest starkly visible. Nevertheless, his spirit had visibly improved. Nangong Zixuan gazed curiously at Ning Wuqiao, eager to discern the man's response. Miss Nangong, as well as Hao Xian, I wish to pose a question to you both, and I implore you to answer truthfully without any concealment, if you would be so kind. Observing Ning Wuqiao's solemn demeanor, both Nangong Zixuan and Qin Haoshuan exchanged anxious glances and promptly nodded. Do you know that man? Or do you harbor any enmity towards him? We do not know him. We do not know him. Both Nangong Zixuan and Qin Haoshuan were taken aback, subsequently denying it in unison. That is rather peculiar. Upon hearing their responses, Ning Wuqiao felt a tinge of confusion. Is there an issue? The murderous intent of that individual. Fixing his serious gaze upon the two before him, Ning Wuqiao stated gravely, "It is directed at you." Chapter 50. Refusal, what did you say? I must be mistaken, right? What? Nangong Zixuan and Qin Haoshuan were utterly astounded by the words uttered by Ning Wuq. There could be no mistake. Shaking his head, Ning Wuq exuded unwavering confidence in his judgment. In our recent confrontation, I discerned that he harbored no animosity towards me. It was merely a contest of skill. Even the glances he cast my way were imbued with the unique excitement of a martial artist. However, when his gaze shifted towards the two of you, it was chillingly cold and devoid of compassion, suffused with palpable malice. Upon hearing this, Nangong Zixuan and Qin Haoshuan were left in a state of shock. They found themselves inclined to trust Ning Wuq's assessment, setting aside the fact that the individual in question was Qin Haoshuan's childhood companion. His accomplishments as a professor at the Holy Hall Medical Academy before the age of 30 spoke volumes about his intellect and talent. How could such an exceptional person claim that there was intent to kill directed at them? Ning Professor, it is not that I doubt the accuracy of your judgment. I am simply deeply curious. If not for this project, Haoshuan and I rarely visit this city. How could we have possibly offended such a figure? Nangong Zixuan could no longer contain her curiosity and posed the question. Yes, Haoshuan. Could it be that you are mistaken? Qin Haoshuan echoed, feeling quite perplexed. How could he possibly know such a lunatic? He had never encountered this man before, and if he had, he would undoubtedly have remembered. How peculiar. Ning Wuq also felt baffled by their responses, yet he remained resolute in his conviction. I just recalled something. At that moment, Nangong Zixuan suddenly furrowed her brow, her expression marked by complexity. What is it? Both Qin Haoshuan and Ning Wuq turned their attention to her with a jolt. Strangely enough, when I first laid eyes on this man, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though he resembled someone I once knew. Yet I cannot pinpoint the source of this feeling. Have you encountered him before? Absolutely not. Nangong Zixuan shook her head emphatically. Who do you think he resembles? Qin Haoshuan fixated on Nangong Zixuan's visage, seemingly eager for an answer. He looks like, just as she uttered a single word, she halted her speech, then shook her head and forced a wry smile, declaring, "It is impossible. I must have misjudged." Though she spoke thus, the image of that man resurfaced in her mind. What she had not verbalized was that the man bore a striking resemblance to her deceased husband. Of course, it was merely in stature. Yet, she promptly dismissed her own conjecture. After all, the man from her past had been marked by scars, resembling an ugly monster, whereas this man, his countenance rivaled that of the world's most illustrious male celebrities, radiating an extraordinary aura that made it evident he was no ordinary being. Once, the man in question possessed an intellect akin to that of a child under 10, appearing utterly foolish. However, the demeanor exhibited by him moments ago indicated a remarkably high intelligence. Had she not arrived early, it is likely that both Chen Xiao and his father would have found themselves ensnared by this individual. As her thoughts meandered, Nangong Zixuan's mind flooded with vivid recollections of the various details from her life with that former simpleton. By mere chance, she had once saved the man who lay unconscious on the street. It was an impulsive act. Yet little did she know how much her grandmother would come to adore him. To further their union, her grandmother even sought the counsel of a fortune-teller, proclaiming that their destinies were profoundly intertwined, insisting that their togetherness would elevate the fortunes of their family business. Yet how absurd this all seemed, setting aside the fact that Nangong Zixuan was regarded as a goddess in Kyoto, who among ordinary women would ever consider marrying a fool. Moreover, she had been involved with Qin Haoshuan at that time. Ultimately, however, under the relentless pressure of her grandmother, who had raised her single-handedly, she was compelled to acquiesce and obtain a marriage certificate with that imbecile. Though the man was undeniably unattractive and possessed a low intellect, he treated her with genuine kindness, devoting his entire being to her. Despite his lack of understanding regarding the meaning of wife, he remained wholeheartedly devoted. In a twist of fate, she unexpectedly found herself pregnant. Yet, a flash of piercing hatred and profound sorrow suddenly crossed Nangong Zixuan's eyes. Qin Haoshuan, who had been observing her expressions closely, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He could not fathom what had prompted such a joyful smile from her, which displeased him greatly. However, before he could inquire further, he noticed the icy demeanor and deep animosity that had overtaken Nangong Zixuan's face. Given that matters had escalated to this extent, perhaps it was best to let it be. Taking a deep breath, she restored her frigid expression. "Ah, Professor Ning, I wonder how things are progressing with Qingran." The sudden shift in topic caught Ning Wuck off guard, yet he quickly realized that she likely wished to move on from the previous discussion. He had no objections, having already conveyed his necessary reminders. As for what transpired next, it was clear that the iron-willed queen of the marketplace would have her own plans, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. I believe that the majority of the issues stem from early psychological trauma. I have provided her with therapeutic guidance, and logically, there should be no problems now. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Wuck cautiously remarked. As a physician, he held immense confidence in his medical skills. Yet he dared not assert with absolute certainty that all was well, given the unique nature of her case. "All right, let us return," Qin Haoshuan interjected, his impatience evident. "Very well, then let's head back." Exchanging glances, both Ning Wuck and Nangong Zixuan concurred with Qin Haoshuan's suggestion. Subsequently, after settling all compensation and expenses with the establishment, the three departed in their vehicle. "Zixuan, do you have some time later?" Qin Haoshuan suddenly inquired, glancing at the woman beside him. For individuals of their stature, owning residences in various regions of the country was commonplace. "Why not come to my place for a chat?" A fervent urgency flickered in Qin Haoshuan's eyes. Meanwhile, Ning Wuxia, seated in the passenger seat, smiled slightly upon hearing his words, then turned his gaze to the window. "No, I feel somewhat fatigued today and wish to return home to rest. Besides, I have an engagement this evening, so I won't be able to make it. Perhaps another time," Nangong Zixuan replied, her brow slightly furrowing as she unequivocally declined the invitation. As an adult woman, she fully comprehended the implications behind his suggestion to visit. "Let us not dwell on this. I'm quite tired now, and we can discuss it later." Before he could finish, Nangong Zixuan interrupted Qin Haoshuan's discourse. Witnessing her resolute rejection of his proposal, Qin Haoshuan's countenance paled, a shadow of discontent flashing in his eyes. He promptly ceased his suggestions and turned his gaze to the window, plunging the entire vehicle into an atmosphere of silence. Chapter 51. Seeking an assassin, Nangong Zixuan cast aside her high heels, revealing her petite feet enveloped in flesh-colored stockings. An utterly alluring sight that would tempt anyone to cradle them affectionately. Without a semblance of grace, she flung herself onto the sofa, sinking deeply into its embrace. How could she not comprehend the implications of Qin Haoshuan's recent suggestion? Yet with a profound sigh, Nangong Zixuan retrieved her phone and dialed. The call was quickly answered, and a cheerful, childlike voice resonated on the line. "Mummy, Mummy, I miss you so much." Upon hearing that joyful tone, a radiant smile illuminated Nangong Zixuan's face. "My darling son, I miss you too. When will you be home?" Soon. Once I finish my matters here, I'll return." "If you always say that. It's never happened." The boy's voice was tinged with skepticism. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Nangong Zixuan's visage. "By the way, Eugen, what has your sister been up to?" "Her? She's right here, listening to your call. Please tell her that Mummy loves her. I'll return to be with my precious babies as soon as I can. All right?" If an outsider were to witness Nangong Zixuan's tender demeanor, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. After all, who in the Dragon Kingdom was unaware that the chairperson of the Nangong Group was a formidable and unyielding woman? In the business arena, she was relentless, granting no quarter to her adversaries. Yet, who could have imagined that she possessed such gentleness in private? However, unbeknownst to others, there lingered a trace of sorrow and helplessness in her gentle gaze. After concluding the call, Nangong Zixuan picked up a nearby cushion and pressed it against her face, holding it there for a long moment before slowly lowering it. The tender expression had vanished, replaced by an air of coldness. Minister Sun Chairman, a composed male voice resonated through the phone. "There has been a minor issue here in the port city. Xiao Lu and the others are currently hospitalized. Please arrange for someone to look after them." "Understood. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, don't worry," Nangong Zixuan replied coolly. "By the way, arrange for the recruitment of a new batch of combat experts. They must be true masters." "Understood. I'll make the arrangements immediately." Minister Zhang sensed that something was amiss, but recognized that his boss had likely encountered a significant problem, hence the urgent instructions. "Also, help me investigate a person." "Of course." He took note as she described the appearance of Dugu Tianchuan, whom she had encountered earlier that day. "Now, please attend to your duties." After hanging up, Nangong Zixuan forced herself to regain her composure and return to her study to review documents. Yet, for reasons unknown, her focus eluded her. The image of Dugu Tianchuan continually intruded upon her thoughts. Upon first glance, she always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from the other person, yet she could not recall when or where she had encountered them before. After all, given the other party's remarkable qualities, it was inconceivable that she would have no memory of them. Moreover, the evident animosity directed towards her and Qin Haoshuan made it even less plausible that she would lack any recollection. However, no matter how she tried to recollect, her mind became increasingly agitated, ultimately leading her to cast aside the documents in her hand and retreat to her bedroom for a moment of respite. Qin Haoshuan wore a profoundly displeased expression. He had never anticipated that a mere outing for a meal and discussion would culminate in such an embarrassing predicament. The thought of the recent events filled him with intense disdain for the young Master Chun. But his greatest ire was reserved for the man who had caused him to lose face. Intent on my demise? He murmured to himself with a mocking sneer as he sat at the tea table. Truly, he was unaware of the peril he courted. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number he had not used in quite some time. The call connected swiftly, and a somewhat unrestrained voice greeted him on the other end. "Ah, is this not President Qin? What brings you to think of us brothers again?" The casual tone of the speaker, Yang Wenthu, caused Qin Haoshuan to furrow his brow, his expression darkening. "Yang Wenthu, spare me the jesting. I have a business proposition for you. Will you entertain it?" "Do tell." Upon hearing Qin Haoshuan's tone shift, the man named Yang Wenthu adopted a more serious demeanor. "A formidable fighter. I require his photograph within 3 days, preferably with the Grim Reaper. Any additional information? I shall provide you with detailed intel shortly." 3 million. Do you take me for a fool? Qin Haoshuan's face immediately contorted with anger at the audacious figure quoted. 1 million. If you can accept, fine. Otherwise, I'll seek someone else. President Qin, given your description of him as a formidable fighter, I trust his skills are not lacking. Furthermore, you have provided me with no information, indicating that this is an unknown adversary. The sum I proposed encompasses all potential uncertainties, regardless of the opponent's background or capabilities. My associates will ensure the task is executed flawlessly. Yang Wenthu's words left Qin Haoshuan in contemplative silence for a moment before he exhaled deeply. It's a deal. Excellent. As per our usual arrangement, I require a 50% deposit by midnight. Not a problem. I will provide you with an address. In 2 hours, you are to retrieve a box from him. Your generosity is commendable. The tone of Yang Wenthu brightened considerably upon hearing this. The task must be executed with precision. Otherwise, not only will you forfeit the remainder of the payment, but you will also have to return the deposit I provided. Qin Haoshuan's countenance darkened as he spoke. Do not entertain any notions of clandestine maneuvers or deceit. You are well aware of the strength of the Qin family. I understand. The man on the other end brusquely interrupted Qin Haoshuan's display of bravado. Mr. Qin, we have collaborated on numerous occasions, have we not? You should be acquainted with the character of my associates. Once we accept the task with an advance payment, as long as the target remains alive, we will see it through to the very end. Therefore, I implore you not to question our professional ethics. Very well, I await your news. As soon as you provide me with the specific details of the target, you shall swiftly receive the results you desire. Upon ending the call, a chilling smile emerged on Qin Haoshuan's face as he leisurely lifted a cup of tea and sipped from it. To contend with the Qin family? They truly have no comprehension of the meaning of peril. Chapter 52, Midnight Strikes. At the stroke of 12, Dugu Tianchuan remained oblivious to the sordid affairs transpiring behind the scenes. He stood alone at the very spot where he had encountered Ding Hao and others. After politely declining yet another unsolicited advance from an unknown beauty, fatigue began to wash over him. He casually settled onto a chair in front of shop, closed his eyes, and contemplated the path ahead. After departing from the restaurant, he had briefly returned to the house lent to him by Ding Hao, where he shared a few parting words before making his way here. He was uncertain as to why he found himself in a place so reminiscent of Earth in his past life, yet he bore little psychological burden. After all, since the passing of his master, he had been devoid of family ties on Earth. Thus, any location held little significance for him, especially as he now had 2 children of his own in this realm. While awaiting Xiao Qingran, he ventured to a nearby bookstore and purchased several volumes concerning the history of this world and its contemporary societal conditions, skimming through them to gain a clearer understanding. It became evident to him that this world bore a 99 resemblance to Earth, yet possessed its unique distinctions. Dugu Tianchuan noted that the historical narrative diverged from the Qin dynasty, with numerous historical figures from his past life vanishing, including their classic works and historical anecdotes, replaced by indigenous cultural references and historical knowledge. Moreover, the iconic songs, television dramas, and novels of the entertainment industry were entirely absent in contemporary society. In essence, while the trajectory of this world remained largely unchanged, such as the dynasties and the tragic history of the past 8 years, only certain details had shifted. In summary, this was a world strikingly akin to his previous existence, yet imbued with distinct differences. Today, after encountering Nangong Zixuan once more, the fervent desire for vengeance within him was reignited, particularly upon witnessing the affectionate display between the two. Though he yearned to eliminate them on the spot, reason prevailed, cautioning him against such impulsiveness. Had he been alone, he would have been unencumbered by fear, willing to pay the ultimate price for retribution. However, the return of rational thought reminded him that he was no longer solitary. He had 2 precious children linked by blood, and for their sake, he must exercise restraint. Yet, the hatred simmering within him could not be so easily quelled. At present, he lacked a viable plan, for both the Nangong family and the Qin family were among the most elite of the Dragon Kingdom's aristocracy, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, let alone someone without even an identification card. Additionally, the events of today had been merely a fortuitous encounter, given the opponent's capabilities. They would undoubtedly hire new security personnel, making any attempt on his part to exact revenge highly improbable. As for undermining them through commercial means, Dugu Tianchuan could only shake his head and smile wryly. He had not yet deluded himself into believing that he could destabilize such venerable families with mere ambition. With both hands covering his face, he did not lower them until 3 minutes had passed, at which point a renewed determination gleamed in his eyes. He believed that in this world, no challenge was insurmountable, and he was resolute in achieving his goals. However, his first priority was to obtain identification for himself and the 2 children. Otherwise, his activities would be severely restricted, and how could he possibly seek revenge? Additionally, the matter of the children's education weighed heavily on his mind, becoming one of his foremost concerns. Yet, as he rummaged through his pockets, Dugu Tianchuan could only shake his head in resigned amusement. The home he currently resided in was merely a temporary arrangement from Ding Hao, and he could not impose on his goodwill indefinitely, despite their close relationship, which left him feeling like a guest under someone else's roof. He still had approximately 20,000 yuan left, a reward from Xiao Qingran and Ding Hao, but what could that possibly achieve? Every aspect seemed fraught with complications. As night descended, Dugu Tianchuan remained seated on the shop's bench, patiently waiting. He was uncertain whether the other party would arrive, but he felt compelled to uphold his previous words. Moreover, a glimmer of insight shone in his eyes. This was the key to addressing his current difficulties. The darkness deepened, and time inched closer to midnight. At the Xiao residence. "Dad, Mom, I'm a bit scared." Looking up at the wall clock, the once youthful and confident young woman was now filled with panic. "It's all right, sweetheart, it's all right." Mrs. Xiao enveloped her daughter in an embrace, her face radiating warmth and affection as she gently reassured her. "Didn't Professor Ning say you were getting better? Trust yourself. These fears are mere illusions of the mind. As long as you remain steadfast in your beliefs, you will be fine." "Yes, Miss Xiao." At that moment, Ning Wuqie also offered a reassuring smile, adding, "What Mrs. Xiao says is absolutely correct. According to my conclusions, your condition is primarily psychological. Once we address that, you will undoubtedly improve. Moreover, you must have sensed some progress during this time, haven't you? But I'm still afraid." Despite the comfort from Mrs. Xiao and Ning Wuqie, the shadows cast by years of fear loomed large over Xiao Qingran. "It's all right, my dear. Everything will be fine. Rest assured, Qingran, your father is here. Whatever happens, I will be by your side, so do not be afraid." A steady, mature voice resonated as Xiao Zhongyan stood, moving beside his daughter to gently caress her hair. His previously stern face now softened with compassion. "Professor Ning, thank you for your hard work today." Xiao Zhongyan turned to Ning Wuqie, offering a forced smile of gratitude. "It is my duty as a physician. There is no need to mention hardship." Ning Wuqie responded with a gentle shake of his head. He held a deep admiration for the head of the Xiao family in this port city. "As long as this time Qingran recovers, you shall be the greatest benefactor of the Xiao family. In the future, should any matters arise, do not hesitate to speak. Whatever Xiao may be capable of, I shall not refuse. Henceforth, the Xiao group will steadfastly stand as the most loyal ally of the Ning family." With a gentle smile, Ning Wuqie replied nonchalantly, "You flatter me." Although he did not outwardly display it, Ning Wuqie felt an immense joy within. After all, while the Xiao family may not rival the major leading families in the country, they are certainly not insignificant. Gaining such a promise is of great significance for the Ning family. It is midnight. The alarm suddenly rang, and all eyes instinctively turned toward Xiao Qingran. Chapter 53. A sudden change. Midnight arrived. The hearts of everyone present raced as they turned their gaze toward Xiao Qingran. The young lady trembled in fear, tightly clutching her mother and burying her head in her embrace. Witnessing this, Ning Wuqie felt a deep pang of discomfort. From her reaction, it was evident how much suffering she had endured over the years. How could a girl who usually exuded such sunshine, confidence, and kindness be reduced to a state of quivering like a partridge? "Miss Xiao, do you feel any discomfort?" "No, not at the moment." "That is good." Upon hearing this, Ning Wuqie felt a considerable weight lift from his heart, and Zhao's father finally allowed a slight smile to grace his tense features. While others may not grasp the underlying circumstances, as Xiao Qingran's father, He was acutely aware that previously, at the stroke of midnight on the night of the full moon, his daughter would be engulfed in excruciating pain. Yet today, that was absent. Could it be that Professor Ning's treatment had proven effective? As time passed, the expressions on the faces of those present grew increasingly jubilant. Even Xiao Qingran lifted her head from her mother's embrace, her face alight with astonishment. "It's 1 o'clock." Ning Wuqie glanced up at the wall clock and murmured softly. "Ha." He looked at his daughter and, seeing no indication of pain, felt his heart finally settle. He burst into hearty laughter, his gaze towards Ning Wuqie radiating admiration. Truly, the youngest genius professor of the Holy Hall Medical Academy. Who would have thought that my daughter's affliction, which had plagued her for years, would be alleviated so swiftly under your care? Remarkable, truly remarkable, you flatter me. Although Ning Wuqie allowed some of his worries to dissipate, he still felt a lingering unease. He was over 70% confident that her ailment stemmed from psychological factors. Yet he hesitated to draw a definitive conclusion. After all, the Xiao family was not of humble origins. Had they not consulted other psychologists over the years? While he held considerable confidence in his abilities, he was not so arrogant as to dismiss the expertise of others. His skills were indeed of international caliber. Yet he had not yet reached the pinnacle that would place him far above other scholars and experts. "Professor Ning, you are simply too modest at that moment." Madame Xiao chimed in with a beaming smile. "This is a phenomenon we haven't witnessed in years." Previously, as soon as the clock struck 12, Qingran would start exhibiting her symptoms. "Look at her now. It's past 1 o'clock, and she feels perfectly fine. This demonstrates your exceptional skill." Madame Xiao's face radiated joy, her eyes filled with affection and an indescribable sparkle as she looked at Ning Wuqie. This made him feel somewhat flustered. Xiao Qingran, too, gazed at him with gratitude, a subtle blush gracing her beautiful face. "Oh, Xiao, you wouldn't believe it. Not long ago, the specialist I took Qingran to at the first hospital called me, claiming that my daughter had been poisoned. His vivid descriptions were almost theatrical, even dragging his own teacher into the conversation. Isn't that amusing? Professor Zhang?" The once cheerful Mr. Xiao was momentarily taken aback by his wife's words. Indeed, it seemed to be someone named Professor Zhang. Mrs. Xiao responded repeatedly, her sarcasm unmistakable, and he dares to claim to be one of the top 3 experts in the country, I think. "Enough." "Silence, Mrs. Xiao." Unexpectedly, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Qingran, Mr. Xiao, and Ning Wuqie simultaneously interjected to stop her. "What are you all doing?" Faced with this sudden interruption, Mrs. Zhao's expression darkened, and she felt unable to voice her displeasure towards Ning Wuqie, redirecting her ire towards her husband instead. "What do you mean, old Xiao? I'm telling you, if you don't give me an answer today, be quiet, do you hear me?" At that moment, Mr. Xiao's expression was exceedingly grim, his gaze directed at his wife, nearly ablaze with anger. "I tell you, Yin Shunning, keep your mouth shut. What kind of person is Professor Zhang? With his stature, how could he be so easily disparaged by you? Do you have any idea how many people line up to see him each year?" Seeing her husband's anger, Mrs. Xiao felt a twinge of fear. Yet she couldn't bring herself to lose face in front of Ning Wuqie and her daughter. "No matter how remarkable he is, he couldn't even cure my daughter's ailment. Could he?" Although she dared not speak ill of Professor Zhang any longer, Mrs. Xiao still whispered a few discontented remarks. "Mom, how can you say that about him?" Xiao Qingran, unable to hold her tongue, pouted in disapproval. "My condition is indeed quite peculiar. It is already a tremendous favor that Professor Zhang took the time to treat me, and we shouldn't speak ill of him behind his back." "Oh, you little brat. Are you reprimanding your mother too? I'm only looking out for your best interests." "Enough, enough." Mr. Xiao rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat weary. Why had his once gentle, kind, and understanding wife transformed into such a person? Moreover, he had dealt with Professor Zhang and knew his character and medical expertise well. Thus, there must be some basis for what he said yet. Just then, Ning Wuqie, with a serious expression, suddenly spoke up. "Did Professor Zhang say that Miss Zhao's condition is caused by poisoning?" Upon hearing Ning Wuqie's words, Mr. Xiao shifted his gaze towards him, his eyes filled with unease. "Yes, he did say that." Nodding, Mrs. Xiao affirmed, but then shook her head, clarifying. No, it wasn't him. He said it was his teacher who stated so. Teacher? A jolt ran through him. Mr. Xiao and Ning Wuxia exchanged glances, both recognizing the apprehension reflected in each other's eyes. That Professor Zhang is almost 60. His teacher must be over 80. At such an advanced age, can he still treat patients? I think it's just nonsense. Perhaps it was her nature. But Mrs. Xiao couldn't help but continue her ramblings. Silence. Mr. Xiao could no longer contain himself, shouting at his wife in exasperation. You no longer gazed at your wife. Mr. Xiao, suppressing the turmoil within, directed his gaze towards Professor Ning. Professor Ning, regarding this matter, I find myself unable to ascertain a conclusion at this moment. Shaking his head, a grave expression enveloped Professor Ning's countenance. However, I am well acquainted with Professor Zhang and am fully aware that his mentor is among the earliest academicians in our nation, enjoying esteemed recognition internationally. Given his current stance. Before he could complete his thought, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Chapter 54. The onset of illness before Ning Wuxia could finish speaking. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Xiao Qingran, who had appeared untroubled moments before, suddenly turned pale, her face drained of color. She emitted a cry of anguish, her hands frantically clawing at her own body. Mom, it hurts. Unable to endure the torment any longer. Xiao Qingran forcefully pushed away her mother's embrace and collapsed to the ground. Her body convulsed violently, as if struck by an unseen force, her eyes wide with terror, bloodshot and filled with dread, as though she had glimpsed the most horrifying sight imaginable. In an instant, an indescribable agony engulfed her, as if countless insects were gnawing at her insides. A piercing scream escaped her lips, shattering the stillness of the night and sending chills down the spine. Overwhelmed by the pain, Xiao Qingran writhed on the ground, her body contorted beyond recognition, joints cracking ominously as if her bones might shatter. Her nails dug deeply into her palms, blood oozing from her fingertips and staining the ground crimson. The skin exposed beyond her clothing flushed a deep red, and the veins in her hands and neck writhed beneath the surface like worms. She frothily mouthed incoherent words, her gaze fixed blankly on the ceiling, her lips trembling, as pale as parchment, devoid of blood. Suddenly, her body convulsed as if electrocuted, her hands clutching her abdomen tightly, her legs kicking uncontrollably. She rolled on the ground, each collision with the earth resonating with a dull thud that struck fear into the heart. Her forehead slammed heavily against the ground, leaving trails of blood. Yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, merely emitting a continuous stream of anguished groans. Ning Wuxia stood frozen in shock. Despite years of medical experience and having encountered a myriad of patients, he had never witnessed a spectacle quite like Xiao Qingran's current state. In stark contrast to his hesitation, Xiao's father and mother maintained a surprising composure, rushing to her side. Xiao's father immediately enveloped his daughter in a tight embrace, preventing her from thrashing about, even as her frantic hands clawed at his face, soon leaving multiple trails of blood. Yet, despite the pain and wounds marring his visage, Xiao's father remained impassive, akin to a stone statue. However, a discerning observer might glimpse the profound sorrow and helplessness veiled deep within his eyes. Meanwhile, Mrs. Xiao clutched her daughter's legs to restrain her erratic movements. Unfortunately, being an elderly woman, she found herself overpowered by Xiao Qingran, who seemed possessed by a demon, her strength surging beyond normal limits. The petite frame of Mrs. Xiao was tossed about by her daughter's violent struggles, her makeup smudged by tears. Yet she clung fiercely to her daughter, determined to prevent any harm from befalling her, despite the tight embrace of Mr. and Mrs. Xiao around their daughter. She continued to thrash about wildly, desperately trying to escape anyone's approach. Her heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the room, a haunting blend of despair and terror. It was only at this moment that Ning Wuxia finally reacted. With a taut expression, he quickly approached Xiao Qingran, half squatting beside her, and extended his hand to steady her wildly shaking head. Upon witnessing his arrival, Mr. Zhao's gaze slightly narrowed, yet he refrained from uttering a word, silently observing his actions. He bore no resentment towards Ning Wuxia for the current situation, although the latter had just confidently asserted that there was no major issue. Mr. Xiao understood that the world was rife with unforeseen emergencies, and no one could ever guarantee absolutes regarding any matter. Moreover, how many renowned doctors had they consulted in search of a remedy for Xiao Qingran's ailment, and how many prestigious hospitals had they visited around the globe? Yet, what was the final outcome? Even though Ning Wuxia possessed extraordinary talent and was indeed a formidable medical expert, Mr. Xiao could not place all his hopes upon him. For as her family, they were most aware of their daughter's affliction. What? As Ning Wuxia managed to stabilize Xiao Qingran's trembling head, he was taken aback. He beheld her once beautiful eyes now devoid of any sclera, a void of darkness that resembled a demonic presence, exuding an unsettling and eerie aura. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his tumultuous emotions and forcibly opened her cherry-red lips. However, her once alluringly seductive lips were now a shade of dark purple, froth accumulating in her mouth. Ning Wuxia simply wiped away the filth with his hand and retrieved a pair of chopsticks from the nearby table, inserting them into her mouth to prevent her from biting off her own tongue in her frenzy. Once this task was completed, he carefully examined the veins on Xiao Qingran's neck and the backs of her hands exposed outside her clothing. The more he observed, the more alarmed he became. The protruding veins were grotesquely swollen, far beyond the limits of human comprehension. What sent a shiver down his spine was the unsettling illusion that something was writhing beneath these bulging veins. Mr. Xiao, had you ever noticed these anomalies before? Suppressing the shock within, Ning Wuxia turned to face Mr. Xiao, his expression grave. Nodding slightly, Mr. Xiao replied somberly, "At that time, we believed it might be some unknown insect eggs, but thorough examinations yielded no results. Aside from moments like this, it seems to completely vanish at other times. Not even the most advanced instruments could detect anything." Upon hearing this, Ning Wuxia's heart quivered with sudden trepidation. Although he was indeed skilled and had encountered many peculiar cases, this was the first time he had witnessed a condition like Xiao Qingran's, not in her current distress, but rather in the inexplicably writhing protrusions upon her body. The Xiao family is no ordinary lineage. It is reasonable to assume that they possess the most advanced instruments and the most esteemed physicians to conduct examinations for their children. Yet, if even these cannot uncover the truth, what recourse is left? It appears that Mr. Xiao has grasped this notion as well, his countenance growing increasingly somber, while the despair in his eyes intensifies. As for Mrs. Xiao, at this moment, she clings tightly to her daughter's legs, her gaze vacant, seemingly oblivious to the dialogue between Ning Wuxia and others. I would recommend bringing Miss Xiao back to the hospital immediately. I shall conduct a thorough examination anew, perhaps. Gritting his teeth, Ning Wuxia, still skeptical of fate, resolved to personally administer a comprehensive assessment. However, before he could finish his statement, a steady male voice resonated from beyond the door. Chapter 55, Dugu Tianchuan faces doubt. Knock, knock, knock. Is this the residence of Miss Xiao Qingran? Accompanying the sound of the knocking was a gentle yet deep male voice. At that moment, Xiao Zong and the others, who were engaged in a frenzy of turmoil and despair, were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. It was well known among those close to their family that there were matters to attend on the night of the full moon. Thus no one would dare disturb them on such an occasion. Furthermore, their security personnel and servants were stationed in a nearby building, keeping their distance. Yet, someone had arrived at their doorstep. What could this mean? Xiao Zhongyin's expression darkened instantly. Without raising his head, he coldly responded, "We have matters to attend to tonight and cannot entertain guests. Please leave." Inside the house, there was an intercom, so Xiao Zhongyin was unconcerned about whether the other party could hear him. "Is this Mr. Xiao? Greetings, I am Dugu Tianchuan, a friend of Miss Xiao. I have come this evening." Upon hearing this name, Xiao Zhongyin's brow furrowed slightly. He could not recall any prominent family in the country bearing the surname Dugu. Concluding that this individual was not of high status, the suppressed anger within him erupted. "Get lost! Did you not hear what I said? Don't make me throw you out." At that moment, Dugu Tianchuan outside the door was taken aback by the harsh words, and he shook his head with a wry smile. He had been waiting for quite some time, and though most would have left by now, he was unwilling to do so. Since childhood, his master had instilled in him the importance of keeping one's promises and seeing matters through to the end. From what he had gathered, the girl was gentle and kind, and in certain ways, she had shown him kindness. Feeling a sense of obligation, he was determined to repay that kindness. Although he was uncertain of the current situation, he understood that Xiao Ran must have begun her torturous ordeal, given what he knew of her condition. The address of the Xiao family was not difficult to ascertain, especially since they were one of the most prestigious families in the port city. After spending a bit more on taxi fare, he arrived at the entrance of the Xiao residence, only to find himself berated by the man he presumed to be Xiao Ran's father before he could even finish his sentence. Rubbing his nose, Dugu Tianchuan could only smile wryly, but he felt no anger. He recognized that at this moment, Xiao Ran must be experiencing a crisis. Otherwise, a person in such a powerful position would undoubtedly maintain their composure. Regardless of one's status, when it comes to their child, emotions are likely to spiral out of control. Thus, he understood and bore no ill will. Mr. Xiao, get lost. Do you not understand human speech? Unfortunately, even as Dugu Tianchuan attempted to speak, he was once again silenced by Xiao Zhongyin's furious tirade. Should you fail to depart, do not blame me for ensuring that you and your family suffer beyond imagination. Dugu Tianchuan's countenance darkened. While he could empathize with the other's feelings at this moment, such reproach was unwarranted. Yet, upon recalling Xiao Ran's kind and gentle demeanor and the kindness she had shown him, Dugu Tianchuan managed to suppress the fury that simmered within him. I can cure Miss Zhao's ailment. Get the hell out of here. What did you say? Xiao Zhongyin's tirade abruptly ceased. I said I can cure Miss Zhao's ailment. Clang. With a flurry of hurried footsteps and heavy breaths, the door swung open, revealing the stern and imposing visage of a middle-aged man, none other than Xiao Zhongyin himself. At this moment, Ning Wu Kei had taken his place, while he had come to open the door. However, upon beholding the man's strikingly handsome appearance, Xiao Zhongyin was momentarily taken aback, though he quickly regained his composure. What did you mean by that? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zhongyin quelled his tumultuous emotions and regarded Dugu Tianchuan with a frosty gaze. It means precisely what I just stated. Through the man's shoulder, Dugu Tianchuan discerned two figures in the hall, cradling another person. Although he could not see the face, he was certain it was Xiao Ran. However, he found himself perplexed, as one of the men bore a strikingly familiar silhouette. Are you certain? Xiao Zhongyin did not immediately allow Dugu Tianchuan entry, but scrutinized the young man before him with discerning eyes. It was undeniable that the young man possessed exceptional physical attributes, especially an ineffable aura that drew everyone's gaze effortlessly, causing Xiao Zhongyin's tone to soften slightly compared to before. Hee. With a slight smile, Dugu Tianchuan nodded, absolutely. His voice was not loud, yet it brimmed with confidence. You are a doctor? No, not a doctor. Xiao Zhongyin's tone suddenly turned frigid. You dare claim you can cure my daughter's ailment without being a doctor? At that moment, his gaze towards Dugu Tianchuan was imbued with icy disdain, his very being radiating a chilling aura. Do you have any notion of who I am? Should I discover that you are deceiving me or the Xiao family, I will ensure you regret ever existing. I await such a moment. Unfazed by the blatant coldness emanating from the other, Dugu Tianchuan felt no fear or panic. Instead, the smile on his face gradually faded, and his gaze towards Xiao Zhongyin grew increasingly frigid. I came here for Miss Ran. I cannot bear to see such a kind and gentle girl tormented by illness. If it solely relies on you. Assessing the man before him, Dugu Tianchuan allowed a hint of disdain to curl at the corners of his mouth. You are simply not qualified. How dare you speak such words? Who is Xiao Zhongyin, and when has he ever been so belittled? Upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan's words, he was instantly filled with fury. If you continue to prattle on, then your daughter's illness shall wait another year. As soon as the words left his lips, Xiao Qingran's anguished screams grew even louder, and even Ning Wuck struggled to maintain control over her body, causing Xiao Qingran's head to collide with various surfaces. Turning to look, Xiao Zhongyin's expression changed drastically. Without waiting for a response to Dugu Tianchuan's remarks, he turned and began to dash towards the hall. At that moment, he had no time to linger over this man before him. With a faint smile, Dugu Tianchuan followed in Xiao Zhongyan's footsteps, entering the hall. Chapter 56. The soul-devouring blood poison. Xiao Zhongyan rushed in, disregarding the unfamiliar man trailing behind him, and knelt beside his daughter, desperately restraining the thrashing body of Xiao Qingran. His face was etched with pain and helplessness, a stark contrast to the earlier bravado he had displayed while conversing with Dugu Tianchuan. The latter, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The hearts of parents everywhere are filled with compassion, regardless of one's immense power or wealth. They remain gentle and helpless in the presence of their children. However, as Dugu Tianchuan's gaze met that of the young man who had lifted his head to look at him, both were momentarily taken aback. "Is it you? Is it you?" A chuckle escaped Dugu Tianchuan as he shook his head, not allowing the encounter to weigh heavily on his mind. Despite the intense altercation that had transpired that day, he held no ill feelings towards this man. The same could be said for Ning Wuxia, who had not anticipated that the visitor was the remarkable individual from earlier. "Professor Ning, do you know each other?" Observing the expressions on their faces, Xiao Zhongyan steadied Xiao Qingran's body and raised his head to scrutinize the two. "No, we do not," Ning Wuxia replied with a shake of his head. "And you too." Just then, Dugu Tianchuan's expression changed abruptly. Without waiting for a response, he appeared by Xiao Zhongyan's side like a wraith, forcefully pushing him away from Xiao Qingran and enveloping her vibrant form in his embrace. "You!" Xiao Zhongyan was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing his daughter in the arms of the unfamiliar man, fury ignited within him. He turned to grab a small vase nearby, raising it high with the intent to strike Dugu Tianchuan. "If you wish for your daughter to perish, then strike away." The words were cold, but the underlying menace was even chillier. With the vase raised, Xiao Zhongyan found himself paralyzed by indecision, his eyes betraying his internal struggle. Deep down, he yearned to exact vengeance upon the man, yet if his words bore truth. In the midst of his hesitation, Ning Wuxia interjected, "Mr. Xiao, let's first observe how Mr. Dugu resolves this matter. If he truly can cure Miss Qingran, then we shall all rejoice. If he is merely a charlatan, he will surely face the consequences." Very well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhongyan recognized it as the most prudent course of action. Though his anger simmered within, he reluctantly lowered the vase. At that moment, Mrs. Xiao was devoid of any emotion aside from terror, oblivious to the conflict between her husband and the stranger, mechanically clutching her daughter's violently trembling legs. Ignoring the thoughts of those present, Dugu Tianchuan wore a grave expression, tinged with a hint of displeasure. Initially, he discerned the affliction afflicting Xiao Qingran at a mere glance, yet he never anticipated the situation to be even more formidable than he had imagined. For the adversary possessed not only this singular method, but also an intricate web of schemes. Taking a deep breath, Dugu Tianchuan endeavored to restore his composure, channeling all his focus. The sound of tearing fabric resounded throughout the grand hall, instantly revealing Xiao Qingran's delicate, fair skin to the assembly. "What are you doing?" Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhongyan felt an urgent pang in his heart, his eyes reddening with distress. The vase he had nearly relinquished was raised once more with fervor. It seemed that Madame Xiao was likewise roused from her stupor by Dugu Tianchuan's brazen act of tearing clothing. "You rogue, what are your intentions?" It appeared that, had her hands been free, she would have lunged forward to confront Dugu Tianchuan directly. "Mr. Xiao, wait." As Dugu Tianchuan tore away Xiao Qingran's outer garments, exposing her porcelain skin, he too furrowed his brow slightly. He had intended to turn away, to dismiss the scene, but a glimpse from the corner of his eye revealed a horrifying tableau that compelled him to halt his actions. His eyes widening in disbelief as he turned his gaze back, simultaneously halting Xiao Zhongyan's movements. "Professor Ning, what does this mean? His heart is indeed venomous." Before Ning Wuck could provide an explanation, Dugu Tianchuan's voice erupted forth. With his words, the collective gaze of the onlookers involuntarily gravitated towards Xiao Qingran. Just one glance, and Xiao Zhongyan's expression shifted drastically. He cast aside the vase, heedless of its monetary value, and hastened to stand beside Dugu Tianchuan. What is this? His lips trembled, his eyes brimming with horror. Ningwuk was equally perplexed, merely directing his attention to the man whom he had regarded as a rival earlier that very morning. This is a form of poison. Sealing his lips tightly, Dugu Tianchuan spoke with grave seriousness, his expression devoid of the earlier levity, now replaced with a weighty solemnity. Moreover, there is also the soul-devouring blood poison. What did you say? Dugu Tianchuan's words left everyone in stunned silence. Each word he uttered was comprehensible when isolated, yet together they formed an enigma that bewildered them all. The mention of the poison was somewhat acceptable, as it had been depicted in novels or television dramas. But what on earth was this soul-devouring blood poison? And why was it so incomprehensible? There is no time for explanations. Dugu Tianchuan had no leisure to elaborate on their bewilderment. Time was of the essence. Just then, Xiao Qingran's movements became violently erratic once more, culminating in a sudden, thunderous scream, her eyes devoid of any white instantly widening as she forcefully kicked her mother away. Thud! Ugh! Madame Xiao had not anticipated such force from her daughter. Caught off guard, she was injured, recoiling in pain as her entire body curled inward. Wife! Madame Xiao! Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhongyan disregarded his own daughter and hurriedly rushed to Madame Zhao's side, carefully assisting her to her feet. His eyes brimming with concern, Dugu Tianchuan felt a stir within him. It was unexpected that this man could be so tender toward his own wife. Yet, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Dugu Tianchuan let out a cold snort, his hands moving with lightning speed as he swiftly pointed at Xiao Qingran's neck. In an instant, the once thrashing veins ceased their tumultuous movement. Chapter 57. Exorcism. The once wildly struggling body of Xiao Qingran, under a mere gesture from Dugu Tianchuan, miraculously fell into a serene stillness. However, this fleeting tranquility did little to soothe Xiao Zhongyan's anxious heart, for none could predict what turmoil the next moment might bring. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the calm demeanor of the unfamiliar man, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He was acutely aware of his daughter's affliction. The inexplicable strength that surged within her was often beyond the control of several grown men, and in the past, he had resorted to securing her firmly with iron chains to his bed. This time, however, he had refrained from such measures out of trust in Ningwuchia, only to find the outcome unchanged. Nevertheless, the mysterious man's ability to quell his daughter with a mere gesture was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Though Ningwuchia was also taken aback, his astonishment paled in comparison to that of Xiao Zhongyan. After all, he believed that many with a modicum of medical knowledge could accomplish similar feats, though none could do so with the grace and composure he exhibited. At this moment, Dugu Tianchuan had no inclination to ponder the thoughts of those around him. Observing Xiao Qingran, who had momentarily succumbed to unconsciousness, his expression bore a weight of seriousness. Mr. Xiao, let's first transfer Miss Qingran to the bed. Very well. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Zhongyan readily acquiesced, although he remained unaware of the man's identity. His extensive experience in the business world allowed him to discern that this individual was not an adversary. Soon, Xiao Qingran was gently placed upon her bed, lying still. Though she remained in slumber, the agony she endured had not abated, evident from her pained visage and contorted form. Mr. Dugu, after a moment's hesitation, Xiao Zhongyan could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, his tone now imbued with respect, a stark contrast to his earlier agitation. What exactly is this poison you mentioned, and what is this soul-devouring blood poison? Upon hearing this, Ningwuchia lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the man before him with keen interest. Having studied Western medicine since childhood, he regarded terms like poison and the such as mere fabrications, believing them to be unexplained ailments that human medicine had yet to comprehend, manipulated by those who sought to exploit fear. In a sense, it was akin to religious beliefs, a means of attributing unresolved scientific phenomena to superstitions. We shall discuss this later. Dugu Tianchuan, however, was not in the mood to expound on such matters. Mr. Xiao, and you, Professor, please step outside. Madame Xiao, I kindly ask you to remain. As he spoke, Dugu Tianchuan retrieved a beige cloth pouch from within his garments, from which he extracted a silver needle measuring nearly 10 centimeters in length. Mr. Dugu, I believe it is more prudent to remain here. After all, I consider my medical skills to be adequate. Should any issues arise, I can assist at any time. Moreover, casting a glance at the silver needles in Dugu Tianchuan's hand, Ning Wuxia revealed a hint of derision in his eyes. With such a formidable instrument in hand, should it happen to get out? Before Ning Wuxia could finish his sentence, Dugu Tianchuan abruptly turned his head and rebuked him with fury. You! A flicker of anger crossed Ning Wuxia's eyes as he took a step forward, fixing a fierce gaze upon Dugu Tianchuan. Gentlemen, let us not allow tempers to flare. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhongyan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting between the faces of Dugu Tianchuan and Ning Wuxia, quickly forming certain conjectures in his mind. It appeared that these two were acquainted, and their relationship was rather strained. Under any other circumstances, he would have remained silent, as it was not his concern. But now the situation was different. This young man, Dugu, was seeking treatment for his daughter. Although he was unfamiliar with him, he could discern that he would not wish harm upon his own child. As for the silver needles, mentioned by Ning Wuxia, he recalled hearing a friend in his circle occasionally mention it, referring to it as acupuncture, an ancient and mysterious medical art from the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, it seemed that very few in the entire Dragon Kingdom practiced it, and those who did kept it closely guarded. How could this young man possibly possess such knowledge? Mr. Dugu, what are you? Although Xiao Zhongyan had heard of the miraculous art of acupuncture, he was not well versed in it and had never encountered it before, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. Acupuncture. The response was succinct, as Dugu Tianchuan had no time to engage further. Mr. Xiao, please escort this professor outside. You. Ning Wuxia was immediately incensed, stepping forward to attempt to obstruct Dugu Tianchuan. I have heard of acupuncture, but I have never known of such a young national physician in our Dragon Kingdom. Young man, do you understand the consequences should anything happen to Miss Qingran? Get out. Without waiting for the threat to be fully articulated, Dugu Tianchuan spun around, his face a mask of anger. Darling, perhaps you and Professor Ning should step outside for a moment and allow this gentleman to proceed with the treatment. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Madame Xiao felt compelled to intervene, yet her words caused Ning Wuxia's expression to darken considerably. However, Madame Xiao paid little heed to his discontent. She harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards this so-called youngest professor of the Holy Hall Medical Academy. He boasted of his medical prowess, incessantly claiming that her daughter's condition was not severe. Yet now, not only had there been no improvement, but she had also observed that her daughter's ailment had worsened today compared to previous times. How could Madame Xiao possibly find comfort in such a situation? Although this young man named Dugu Tianchuan was a stranger to her, she began to feel a flicker of hope as he effortlessly uttered the words poison and toxicity. It reminded her of the earlier conversation regarding Professor Zhang, who had mentioned that his mentor had concluded that her daughter's ailment was indeed due to poisoning. There had been more to his discourse, which was interrupted by Dugu Tianchuan's arrival. Professor Zhang had also proposed a solution to seek out a physician of exceptional skill in traditional Chinese medicine, which might offer a glimmer of hope. Now, witnessing Dugu Tianchuan produce an unfamiliar silver needle, she recalled Professor Zhang's words, and a surge of optimism welled up within her. Perhaps he truly possessed the ability to heal her daughter. At that moment, seeing his wife speak up, Xiao Zhongyan, though uncertain of the young man's intentions, felt no fear. He cast a penetrating glance at Dugu Tianchuan and then discreetly signaled to his wife, somewhat bashfully requesting that Ning Wu Kei step outside for the time being. Ning Wu Kei was reluctant to leave, feeling a sense of pride on the line. However, upon noticing that Mr. Xiao had also spoken, he could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod, though his gaze towards Dugu Tianchuan was filled with indignation. Once the two had departed, Dugu Tianchuan addressed Mrs. Xiao, saying, Madam, please remove Miss Qingran's outerwear. Chapter 58. Peculiar Thoughts. Madame Xiao, please remove Miss Qingran's coat. Dugu Tianchuan commanded with an unperturbed expression. You, what did you say? Upon hearing his words, Madame Xiao was momentarily taken aback, her face first registering disbelief before flushing a deep crimson, casting a fierce glare at Dugu Tianchuan. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Or are you utterly unaware of the power of the Xiao family? If you wish to save your daughter's life, cease this nonsensical chatter. In the face of Madame Zhao's threats, Dugu Tianchuan's expression remained unchanged, revealing a hint of impatience. How can I administer the acupuncture if she does not remove her clothing? You. Madame Xiao glanced at the silver needle in Dugu Tianchuan's hand, momentarily at a loss for words, her expression shifting as if deep in contemplation. It dawned on her why Dugu Tianchuan had sent her husband and Ning Wuqie away. After all, it was highly inappropriate for a young lady like Xiao Qingran to be seen by a stranger in such a vulnerable state. However, as she looked at the man before her, his brow furrowed in impatience. Uncertainty gnawed at her heart. This was a matter concerning her daughter's purity. What if this man was a fraud? Just then, Xiao Qingran, who had been unconscious, suddenly awoke with a piercing scream of agony. The pain was so intense that her beautiful visage contorted, and she struggled violently against the iron chains binding her to the bed. Her strength was so fierce that the slender chains clinked ominously, and the bed creaked under the strain, threatening to collapse. Outside the door, Xiao Zhongnian's expression changed drastically upon hearing his daughter's anguished cries. He turned swiftly to open the door. "Do not come in." A glint of determination flashed in Dugu Tianchuan's eyes as he bellowed without turning back, then proceeded without hesitation to unfasten the buttons on Xiao Qingran's clothing. "What are you doing?" Madame Xiao cried out in alarm, rushing forward to intervene. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhongnian, hearing his wife's exclamation, felt a jolt of apprehension. His face darkened as he approached the door, attempting to turn the knob. Ning Wuqie, observing the scene, exchanged quick glances before silently moving beside Xiao Zhongnian, intending to assist him in opening the door. "If you do not wish for your daughter to perish, you must heed my instructions." Dugu Tianchuan believed he had made himself abundantly clear. If the opposition persisted, it mattered little to him. After all, she was neither his daughter nor his woman. And if inappropriate sights were to be witnessed, it was of no concern to him. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Xiao Zhongnian, who had been on the brink of bursting through the door, paused, a flicker of conflict crossing his face. "Mr. Xiao?" Seeing Xiao Zhongnian hesitate, Ning Wuqie stepped forward and softly inquired, "Shall we proceed inside?" After a moment of contemplation, memories of Dugu Tianchuan's resolute gaze surged in Xiao Zhongnian's mind, causing his heart to quiver. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and lowered his arms, feeling as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Witnessing this, Ning Wuqie, despite his deep reluctance, was compelled to halt his actions, his eyes directed towards the door glimmering with an inscrutable emotion. At that moment, Dugu Tianchuan had no time to dwell on such matters. The girl before him had succumbed to a frenzied state, her mind utterly clouded. Resembling a creature stripped of its humanity, driven solely by instinct, she bellowed loudly, her eyes devoid of any white, appearing as dark as night, reminiscent of a demonic possession from a Western film. Saliva dripped incessantly from her lips, her skin marred with dark red veins that bulged grotesquely, resembling shattered porcelain, an image both terrifying and repulsive. "Qingran, my dear." Mrs. Xiao was horrified by the sight, tears streaming down her face as she longed to embrace her daughter, yet was paralyzed by fear. "Enough with the delay. Hurry, time is of the essence." Dugu Tianchuan's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated such a drastic change in Xiao Qingran's condition in less than a month. It was evident that the poisoner had lost patience and was preparing to close in. From the visible details on her body, Dugu Tianchuan realized that time was running out. Should the veins converge upon Xiao Qingran's heart, even divine intervention would be futile. All right. Despite having been startled moments before and harboring doubts about Dugu Tianchuan, Mrs. Xiao grasped the gravity of her daughter's deteriorating condition as she witnessed the intensity of her madness surpassing anything seen before. Forgetting the smudged makeup on her face, she trembled as she unfastened her daughter's outer garments, leaving only the delicate clothing that shielded her modesty. It must be noted that Xiao Qingran possessed an unexpectedly alluring figure. Outwardly, her visage exuded a pure charm, with skin as smooth and lustrous as mutton-fat jade, glowing softly as if one could extract moisture with a mere pinch. Yet beneath this innocent facade lay a body of surprising sensuality. Her slender waist was so delicate it seemed a gentle breeze could topple her, evoking a natural instinct to protect. However, as one's gaze descended, it would inevitably be drawn to her rounded, voluptuous hips, their elegant curvature akin to a crescent moon, silently inviting admiration. Her long, straight legs further accentuated her allure. Although bound by chains and thrashing in agitation, this only enhanced her captivating beauty, rendering a unique aesthetic that was undeniably striking. If an ordinary person were to encounter such a scene, they might not bleed from a nose. Yet they would undoubtedly be captivated, unable to look away. However, at this moment, Dugu Tianchuan's expression remained as frigid as ever, his eyes filled with clarity, devoid of any hint of desire. Lady Xiao, initially anxious about her daughter, glanced at the tall man beside her, only to discover that he did not direct his gaze toward Xiao Qingran's irresistibly alluring figure. Instead, his eyes reflected a grave seriousness, which eased her heart momentarily. Yet a peculiar thought began to take root in her mind. Could it be that this man was a fraud? How could any man witness his daughter's stunning sensuality without harboring any other thoughts? Unlike Lady Zhao's unfounded musings, Dugu Tianchuan was engulfed in a profound rage within. Chapter 59. The acupuncture Dugu Tianchuan was consumed by a profound fury. At that moment, the once pristine skin of the girl was marred by a grotesque tapestry of crimson, azure, and ebony veins which writhed upon her body like some sentient entity, evoking a visceral horror in all who beheld it. Their insidious destination was none other than the heart and head of Xiao Qingran. He could not fathom the depths of animosity that compelled the perpetrator to employ such vile means against the Xiao family. Even if a vendetta existed, why torment such an innocent girl? Despite having met Xiao Qingran only twice, including their previous encounter, he recognized her inherent goodness. Yet, here lay this virtuous soul, subjected to such cruelty. How could Dugu Tianchuan not be enraged? Moreover, in a certain light, she could be deemed an indirect benefactor to him. Upon witnessing the abhorrent markings on her daughter, Madame Xiao nearly collapsed, staggering back and collapsing onto the sofa, her gaze fixated on the horrific scene before her. Although Xiao Qingran had experienced her ailments on schedule over the years, her mother had never witnessed such manifestations upon her daughter's form. What could possibly have transpired today? She was oblivious, and she dreaded the answers, gripped by fear. Dugu Tianchuan inhaled deeply, expelling all tumultuous emotions, striving for serenity as he banished thoughts of the shadowy figure behind this affliction. In an instant, his gaze sharpened with fierce determination, and the silver needle in his hand gleamed coldly under the light, radiating an enigmatic aura akin to a chilling star in the nocturnal sky. Suddenly, he moved. With remarkable swiftness, Dugu Tianchuan thrust the silver needle into the acupoint nestled between Xiao Qingran's proud bosom, twisting it gently, allowing it to penetrate a third of her body. As the needle pierced her flesh, Xiao Qingran's pupils dilated dramatically, and an involuntary, harrowing wail escaped her lips, her body convulsing with increasing fervor, causing the bed to creak ominously beneath her struggles. Outside the door, Xiao Zhongyan clenched his hands tightly. His palms bloodied from the pressure, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, fixating instead on the door with a stern countenance, his eyes flickering with turmoil. Listening to his daughter's anguished cries, his heart was rent with despair, yet he dared not intrude. In that moment, he felt stripped of the resolute authority expected of the head of the Xiao family, replaced by the anxiety of a father. Ning Wuqie stood impassively by, offering no professional counsel, for he found himself bereft of any viable suggestions in this matter. Truthfully, he was engulfed by a sense of defeat. He had anticipated a swift resolution upon his involvement, having discerned that the affliction stemmed from psychological factors, especially since Xiao Qingran had recently expressed improvements in her mental state and sleep. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged, casting doubt upon Ning Wuqia's previously unwavering confidence in his professional aptitude, remained oblivious to the thoughts of the two individuals outside. His entire focus was devoted to the girl before him, leaving no room for complacency. The piercing wails of did not evoke the slightest change in his expression. With a swift motion of his right hand, a silver needle appeared once more, and without hesitation, he plunged it directly into the 3 inches below her navel. The anguished cries have erupted once again, her terrified eyes locked onto, radiating profound hatred, despite the inexplicable animosity emanating from her. S. countenance remained impassive as he quickly retrieved another silver needle from his pouch. Outside, trembled at the sound of his daughter's renewed cries. His fists clenching and unclenching in a rhythmic dance of anxiety. Stood in a daze, never anticipating that a single scream could resonate so powerfully. She could not comprehend how her daughter could be in such a state. Though pain had often besieged her, had always gritted her teeth in silence. Moreover, witnessing her daughter's fierce gaze, felt a shiver run through her body. Was this truly her once kind and lovable daughter? However, had no time to ponder such matters. His eyes were fixed intently on the intricate patterns across body, filled with an unmistakable gravity. At that moment, the entities beneath those patterns seemed to sense an impending threat, beginning to move rapidly towards her head and heart, yet would grant them no opportunity. His hands moved with the swiftness of lightning, reminiscent of a butterfly flitting through flowers, as the silver needles swiftly pierced through his flesh. With each insertion, a faint sound echoed, like the clarion call of a duel between the silver needles and the venom. Initially, S' body thrashed violently, but as the needles penetrated, she grew gradually tranquil, the malice in her eyes dissipating, her gaze becoming increasingly lucid, shedding the earlier turmoil. Beads of sweat began to form On's forehead, trickling down his cheeks and splattering onto the ground, creating tiny droplets. Yet his focus intensified, akin to a hawk fixating on its prey, as he meticulously tracked the movements of the dark, bluish-red patterns On's body. He understood that this was the most mentally taxing phase. Any misstep could not only jeopardize her rescue, but also allow the poison to wreak further havoc. It seemed that the venom, too, sensed the peril it faced, moving frantically within her body. Yet regrettably, its space for maneuvering was rapidly diminishing. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, thought she heard faint cries of anguish. Heed my words, should you fail to heal my daughter, I shall not spare you. Though the cacophony of his daughter's cries had subsided, S' patience was wearing thin. Outside, he bellowed with fury, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, causing the doorframe to tremble slightly, imbued with a sense of threat and distrust. In the face of the looming threat posed by Xiao Zhongyan outside, Dugu Tianchuan appeared oblivious, remaining wholly engrossed in administering acupuncture to Xiao Qingran. At this moment, his physical strength was nearing its limits. After all, he had only just awakened today, and his body, having endured years of tribulations, was utterly frail, incomparable to the resilient form he had possessed in his past life on Earth. Sweat trickled down his resolute visage, and the interior of his winter down jacket was thoroughly soaked, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Yet, Dugu Tianchuan had neither the energy nor the inclination to dwell on such discomforts. The situation was now at a critical juncture, approaching its climax. Chapter 60. A temporary respite at this moment. Dugu Tianchuan found himself devoid of any energy to attend to matters beyond his immediate focus. Many believe that acupuncture was merely a straightforward process of inserting needles, and then voil. Yet, only those who truly delve into the realm of acupuncture can fathom the profound mysteries it conceals. The human body is an untapped treasure trove, yet simultaneously, it resembles a fragile glass artifact, susceptible to irrevocable harm from the slightest misstep. The poison coursing through Xiao Qingran's body was no ordinary affliction. It was the work of a master, compounded by the presence of another insidious toxin that demanded his utmost dedication. Had he been his former self on Earth, perhaps he could afford to be less cautious, but the current him could not. Both his body and skills had languished in a prolonged period of dormancy. requiring him to reacquaint himself with them. Dugu Tianchuan meticulously adjusted the angle and depth of the silver needle. Each modification was exquisitely subtle, akin to sculpting the world's most precious work of art. He could sense the flow of poison within Xiao Qingran, akin to a dark river that ebbed and flowed under the guidance of his needle, at times tumultuous, at others tranquil. Suddenly, he encountered an obstinate point of resistance within the poison. As the needle pierced the skin, it felt as though it were repelled by an overwhelming force, much like a furious tide battering against it, causing the needle to quiver slightly. Dugu Tianchuan furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Yet, he did not falter. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated all his energy into his fingers and forcefully drove the needle into that acupoint once more. This time, he felt a fierce resistance, as though invisible hands were striving to thwart his endeavor, powerful and unyielding like forged steel. A low grunt escaped Dugu Tianchuan's lips, the veins on his arms and neck swelling like serpents, the blood beneath surging with fervor. Clenching his jaw, beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks. Yet his gaze remained resolute. He understood that he could not afford the slightest lapse. This was a pivotal moment. The success of expelling the poison from Xiao Qingran hinged upon this very act. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his mind and once again adjusted the needle's angle. This time, he chose not to forcefully breach the formidable resistance, but instead employed his profound understanding of acupuncture to navigate the subtle currents of the poison, deftly guiding the needle deeper into the acupoint. With each inch the needle advanced, he felt the intangible resistance surge like relentless waves. His arm began to tremble, not from fear, but from the immense pressure he bore. Nevertheless, his focus remained unwavering, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, steadfast and resolute. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The room enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Dugu Tianchuan's labored breaths and the delicate vibrations of the needle. Suddenly, he sensed a glimmer of yielding within the stubborn resistance beneath the needle. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the solitary Tianchuan decisively channeled all his spirit and strength through the silver needle, swiftly piercing it into Zaya Kingren's acupoints. In that instant, he felt a powerful force surging from the deepest part of the needle, attempting to expel him. What a delusion, he thought, his resolve strengthening once more. Ignoring his own physical weakness and discomfort, he firmly grasped the silver needle, which had only just been inserted into Zaya Kingren's body, and twisted it resolutely. After an indeterminate duration, he sensed a lightness in his arm. The silver needle had successfully penetrated the barrier, embedding itself deep into the acupoint. Simultaneously, Zaya Kingren's body began to tremble violently, her complexion paling to that of a sheet of paper. Tianchuan dared not let his guard down for a moment, fully concentrating on manipulating the needle, guiding the poison to act slowly according to his design. Gradually, the intensity of Zaya Kingren's tremors diminished, and her expression eased somewhat. With a sigh of relief, Tianchuan exhaled, as if releasing all the pressure that had accumulated within him. He slowly withdrew the silver needles one by one. Each extraction felt akin to the completion of a significant mission. At that moment, Zaya Kingren's complexion began to regain some color, her breathing stabilizing. The rhythm of her breath reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, creating ripples. Exhausted, he felt his arms heavy as if they were leaden, yet a smile of satisfaction graced his face. After this arduous effort, the poison within Zaya Kingren had been temporarily subdued, the intricate lines on her delicate skin retreating to form a patch about the size of a fingernail, resembling a blackboard. Gently wiping the sweat from his forehead, he gazed at the gradually calming Zaya Kingren, a sigh escaping him, filled with a sense of regret. If only his body had not reached its limits, or if Zaya Kingren had been afflicted by only the poison, he could have resolved everything in one go. Alas, shaking his head, Tianchuan acknowledged the reality that many matters in this world are not swayed by human will. However, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction in having achieved this degree of progress today. Mr. Dugu, Lady Xiao had now regained her senses from the shock. Observing her daughter no longer screaming and the terrifying lines on her skin vanished, her heart leaped, and a bold thought emerged in her mind. Could it be that her daughter had recovered? "Mr. Dugu, is my daughter well now?" Cautiously regarding the visibly exhausted man before her, Lady Xiao felt a surge of emotion. Although she was unaware of the specifics, she could discern that Dugu Tianchuan was indeed fatigued. His previously rosy cheeks now appeared pallid. His neatly trimmed hair completely soaked with sweat, dripping down his handsome face. Though she was uncertain of his condition, it was evident that he must be profoundly weary. A gentle smile graced his face as Dugu Tianchuan first nodded, only to shake his head in resignation soon after. "What does this mean?" Upon witnessing Dugu Tianchuan's nod, Madame Xiao felt a surge of joy in her heart, yet her elation quickly dissipated as she observed his subsequent shake of the head, leaving her in a state of anxious uncertainty as she gazed at him. Overwhelmed by worry and fear, her entire being trembled uncontrollably. Yet she remained fixated on Dugu Tianchuan's visage, as if seeking to discern the answer she so desperately desired from his expression. Chapter 61. The Threat of Xiao Zhongyan. "Mr. Dugu, what has become of my daughter? Could you perhaps elucidate the matter for me?" Dugu Tianchuan slowly raised his head, meeting the gaze of Madame Xiao, whose eyes were filled with concern. He inwardly sighed, reflecting on the profound sentiments of all parents. With a gentle exhalation, he replied, "Madam, Miss Qingran's affliction is currently suppressed. At least for the time being, there should be no significant issues. Moreover, I am confident I can eradicate it completely within a fortnight." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhao's eyes initially sparkled with hope, but soon dimmed again. "Then why do you shake your head? Is there something awry?" Before Dugu Tianchuan could respond, a resounding knock echoed from the door, accompanied by Xiao Zhongyan's anxious voice. "Wife, what is the situation now? May we enter? I will first collect these needles. Madame Xiao, please help Miss Qingran into her nightclothes." With a fleeting glance, Dugu Tianchuan refrained from further remarks and approached the slumbering Xiao Qingran, carefully gathering the needles. Meanwhile, Madame Xiao hastened to dress her daughter in a fresh set of pajamas. Bang! Before receiving a reply from his wife, Xiao Zhongyan could no longer contain his mounting anxiety. Together with Ning Wuqia, he forcibly pushed the door open and hurried inside. His gaze swept across the room, landing on the figure of Xiao Qingran lying in bed. "What is wrong with Qingran?" Xiao Zhongyan rushed to the bedside, his eyes betraying profound concern. Observing this, Madame Xiao cast a glance at Dugu Tianchuan, seemingly torn about whether to disclose the situation to her husband. Her hesitation, however, led Xiao Zhongyan to misinterpret her demeanor, and his expression instantly darkened. Spinning around, he glared furiously at Dugu Tianchuan. "Speak. Did you worsen my daughter's condition? What are you doing, dear?" Alarmed by her husband's words, Madame Xiao quickly stepped forward to prevent Xiao Zhongyan, fearing he might utter something offensive to Dugu Tianchuan. At this moment, she regarded Dugu Tianchuan as her daughter's sole savior. Setting aside all else, if it had been before 5:30, her daughter would not have improved, but now, though still in a deep slumber, the serene expression on Xiao Qingran's face was undeniable evidence that Dugu Tianchuan's treatment was indeed effective. Stealing a glance at Ning Wuqia, who stood beside her husband, Madame Xiao internally scoffed, realizing that Dugu Tianchuan was far superior to this so-called top medical professor. Despite her dissatisfaction with Ning Wuqia, Madame Xiao was not foolish enough to express it openly. She merely obstructed Xiao Zhongyan's path to prevent any unseemly actions. "Calm down, dear. Mr. Dugu has been diligently tending to Qingran's needs, and he has stated that her condition is temporarily under control. You cannot unjustly accuse him," Madame Xiao implored, standing protectively before Dugu Tianchuan, her eyes filled with desperation. At this moment, Xiao Zhongyan was in no mood to heed his wife's words. He forcefully pushed aside Madame Xiao and angrily pointed at Dugu Tianchuan, exclaiming, "Give your all to help? Nonsense! Look at our daughter. She remains unconscious. Young man, tell me, you said her condition is temporarily stabilized, so why has she not awakened? Is there a problem with your treatment?" "Husband." Upon hearing Xiao Zhongyan's words, Madame Xiao was taken aback, her well-maintained face turning pale in an instant. She cast a quick glance at Dugu Tianchuan, her eyes filled with pleading. "Get away from me. Xiao Zhongyan's temper flared, especially upon seeing his daughter lying on the bed, her face ashen and utterly still. His concern morphed into fury. Let me tell you, if anything happens to my daughter, you will learn the meaning of a fate worse than death. Nangong Zixuan frowned at these words. Although he held little affection for the man named Dugu Tianchuan, he recognized that the latter had come with good intentions to treat Xiao Qingran. Setting aside the assumption that Dugu might be a fraud seeking to swindle money, Xiao Zhongyan's words were utterly perplexing. After all, he himself was a physician. While he considered his skills commendable, he would never claim to cure every ailment. However, to threaten a doctor merely for the sake of his daughter's health was unacceptable. Such threats were, in a sense, a menace to him and all medical personnel. Dugu Tianchuan furrowed his brow slightly. Though he felt some displeasure, he could comprehend Xiao Zhongyan's current emotions. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a composed demeanor. Mr. Xiao, I understand your feelings, but please also understand mine. Miss Qingran's condition cannot be resolved overnight. The poison within her body is intertwined with another affliction, requiring time to unravel. Moreover, she has improved significantly compared to before. She merely needs more time to regain consciousness, so please rest assured. Upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan's explanation, Xiao Zhongyan's anger did not dissipate. With a cold snort, he retorted, You speak so lightly of time to regain consciousness. Clearly, you're just stalling. If you cannot cure my daughter, I will not let you off easily. A flicker of displeasure crossed Dugu Tianchuan's eyes, yet he remained calm. Mr. Xiao, a physician possesses the heart of a parent. I naturally wish for Miss Qingran's swift recovery. However, healing takes time, which is beyond my arbitrary control. Since I have promised to cure your daughter, I will certainly fulfill that promise. I only ask for a bit more time. Nangong Zixuan, observing Xiao Zhongyan still brimming with anger, sighed inwardly. Mr. Xiao, perhaps Mr. Dugu's medical skills are indeed exceptional. We should extend him some trust rather than engage in bickering. Furthermore, from my observations, Miss Qingran appears to be in a deep sleep, and her condition is much better than before. I believe it would be wise to wait and see how things unfold. What do you think? Upon hearing Nangong Zixuan's words, Dugu Tianchuan shifted his gaze towards him, feeling a subtle stir within. He did not anticipate that this professor would speak on his behalf, and an immediate sense of fondness for the man began to blossom. He nodded in gratitude towards him. Nangong Zixuan, however, merely responded with a serene smile, refraining from any further action. His reasoning for advising Xiao Zhongyan stemmed from his own profession as a physician, yet it did not imply that he held significant affection for Dugu Tianchuan. At that moment, Mrs. Xiao, overcome with emotion, felt tears welling in her eyes as she grasped her husband's sleeve, imploringly stating, My dear, please trust Mr. Dugu Tian. I truly believe our daughter's condition has improved significantly. Observing the tear-streaked face of his wife, Xiao Zhongyan's fury subsided somewhat. He took a deep breath, turned to Dugu Tianchuan, and said, Very well, I shall wait and see the outcome. However, should anything happen to my daughter, be prepared to face my wrath. Chapter 62. The shock of Xiao Qingran upon witnessing the tears streaming down his wife's face. Xiao Zhongyan felt a tremor within his heart. He then shifted his gaze to his daughter lying on the bed, who appeared to be sleeping soundly, although her complexion remained pallid. The torment that once etched itself upon her features seemed to have vanished. Torment? A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he approached his daughter for a closer inspection. Indeed, there was no trace of pain. At this moment, Xiao Qingran resembled someone in deep slumber. At that moment, Ningguo also approached. Unlike Xiao Zhongyan, who observed superficially, Ning examined with meticulous attention. Yet, the more he looked, the more astonished he became. The girl, who had just moments ago exhibited wild, beast-like fervor, was now enveloped in profound sleep, her mental state evidently improved. He lifted his gaze towards the composed man nearby, and for the first time, Ningguo felt intrigued by Dugu Tianchuan. Professor Ning, what do you make of my daughter? Though he had formed some preliminary judgments in his heart, Xiao Zhongyan still sought the counsel of a professional. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, while I cannot ascertain the precise condition of Miss Qingran at this moment, I can assure you that she is not in any immediate danger. In fact, I perceive her current physical state to be quite favorable. With a sigh of relief, Ningguang straightened up, casting a complex glance at Dugu Tianchuan before earnestly addressing Xiao Zhongyan. Good. Upon hearing Ningguang's words, the anxiety that had weighed heavily on Xiao Zhongyan's heart finally began to dissipate. He glanced at the man who had offered little response, realizing that perhaps his earlier remarks had been somewhat hasty. A hint of embarrassment flickered in his eyes as he attempted to convey an apology, only to find himself unable to lower his pride. Ultimately, he managed a strained smile and nodded towards Dugu Tianchuan. Noticing the lack of response, Dugu Tianchuan merely cast a cold glance at him before settling onto the sofa to rest his eyes. Although the duration of his respite was brief, he felt as if he'd been run over by a vehicle, his entire body aching profoundly. Particularly, his head throbbed as if pierced by countless needles and agonizing pain. He recognized that this discomfort was a consequence of the acupuncture he had just performed, which had drained considerable physical and mental energy. Especially since his body had not yet reached its peak, such intensity in treatment was a significant test for him. Xiao Zhongyan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated this young man to possess such a unique disposition. He had offered a smile and a nod, yet the other had chosen instead to close his eyes and rest. Was he being dismissed? Though a flicker of displeasure crossed his mind, he understood that his previous actions had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. It was reasonable for the other to be displeased. Moreover, if this individual could truly heal his daughter, he would willingly kneel to apologize. Time passed slowly in the tense atmosphere. Xiao Zhongyan and his wife sat at the bedside, their eyes never straying from their daughter's face, hearts filled with both hope and apprehension. As time passed, Xiao Qingran's complexion gradually became more radiant, and her previously pallid lips began to show a hint of color. Dugu Tianchuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and glanced over, nodding slightly with a flicker of relief in his gaze, for he recognized this as a sign that the poison was gradually dissipating. Suddenly, Xiao Qingran's fingers moved delicately, a subtle gesture that instantly captured everyone's attention. Qingran! Qingran! Mrs. Xiao called out her daughter's name with palpable emotion, her voice trembling slightly. Mr. Xiao immediately stood up and leaned over his daughter's bedside, his eyes brimming with excitement. Xiao Qingran slowly opened her eyes, still somewhat dazed, as if uncertain of what had transpired. However, upon seeing the familiar faces surrounding her, a smile gradually appeared in her eyes. Dad! Mom! Her voice was faint yet evoked overwhelming joy in Xiao Zhongyan and Mrs. Xiao, akin to the most melodious music in the world. Qingran, you are awake. Mrs. Xiao embraced her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Zhongyan stepped forward, his eyes glistening with tears as well, yet he restrained his emotions and softly inquired, Qingran, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Dugu Tianchuan, who remained half-lidded and indifferent. Xiao Qingran gently shook her head and replied, I seem to have had a long dream, but I feel much better now. What just happened? Hearing her words, Dugu Tianchuan smiled faintly and approached her bedside. Miss Qingran, you have just awakened and your body is still quite weak, so you must rest well. The good news is that the poison within you has been successfully suppressed. After a period of recuperation, I will be able to proceed with further treatment. Who are you? Confusion clouded Xiao Qingran's face as she regarded the tall, handsome man before her. She seemed not to recognize him. Moreover, what did he mean by saying the poison within her had been temporarily suppressed? Are you saying my illness is cured? Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him. Xiao Zhongyan and Mrs. Xiao exchanged hopeful glances with Dugu Tianchuan, yearning for a definitive answer. Ningguang observed Dugu Tianchuan with a complex expression, although he was still uncertain about Xiao Qingran's specific condition. His professional knowledge indicated that she appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, aside from her evident weakness. Could this truly be the so-called poison? For the first time, Ningguang found himself questioning the knowledge he had acquired. He had once believed there was no ailment beyond the reach of Western medicine, merely that the requisite medical techniques had yet to evolve. With time and the application of advanced scientific principles, He was convinced many complex illnesses could be overcome. Yet today, this conviction was entirely upended. Is it possible that what this man speaks of regarding poison is indeed true? He neither comprehends nor grasps the situation. I have assured you, I possess the ability to cure your ailment. A faint smile graced Dugu Tianchuan's lips. Yet the words he uttered caused Xiao Qingran's eyes to widen in astonishment. You are. Observing that the other party seemed to recall his identity, Dugu Tianchuan nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is I. Xiao Qingran was truly taken aback. She had never anticipated that the man who had once appeared as a vagabond could be so strikingly handsome. However, as her gaze fell upon his legs, a look of perplexity emerged in her eyes. Chapter 63. Discussing the condition, Xiao Qingran's gaze fell upon the flawless legs of Dugu Tianchuan. Those legs, straight and elongated, stood in stark contrast to the atrophied and deformed image etched in her memory. A torrent of confusion surged within her, enveloping her thoughts like a dense fog, as inexplicable queries entwined her mind like fine threads. Slowly, she lifted her head to regard the man before her, who seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. In his profound and luminous eyes, a mysterious light flickered, elusive and captivating. His facial features were sharply defined, as if meticulously sculpted, exuding an aura that was both austere and enigmatic. Standing nearby, Xiao Zhongyan and the others could not help but feel an odd sensation wash over them as they witnessed this scene. It appeared they sensed a prior acquaintance between Dugu Tianchuan and Xiao Qingran. Otherwise, he would not have uttered those earlier words. Your legs? Xiao Qingran's voice shattered the momentary silence, revealing a flicker of surprise and curiosity in her gaze as she fixed her eyes upon Dugu Tianchuan's legs. They are healed, Dugu Tianchuan replied, a subtle smile curving his lips, seemingly casual yet concealing countless untold stories. He was reluctant to elaborate further, downplaying the significance of the matter as if it were trivial. Qingran, do you know this Mr. Dugu? Xiao Zhongyan approached his daughter with measured steps, his eyes filled with concern and curiosity as he inquired softly. Upon hearing her father's words, Xiao Qingran's expression momentarily froze, as if something had lodged in her throat, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. To say they were acquainted seemed misleading, as their interaction had been limited to a brief exchange. Yet, to deny familiarity felt equally disingenuous. Dugu Tianchuan had indeed spoken at length that day, his words resonating in her ears. At that time, he had been a filthy, disabled vagabond, a stark contrast to the tall and handsome man before her now. Xiao Qingran looked once more at the man who perplexed her so deeply, her mind racing with countless unsolvable mysteries. She could not fathom how his previously disabled legs could have miraculously healed within less than a month. It seemed akin to a remarkable magic, far beyond her comprehension. If one were to suggest it was a ruse, she would not entertain such notions, for the state of Dugu Tianchuan's legs had been unmistakably dire, warped and grotesque. Injuries that could not have been feigned. Xiao Qingran had unwavering confidence in her powers of observation and judgment. Mr. Xiao, Dugu Tianchuan stepped forward, his gait slightly weary yet resolute. He extended a hand, gently halting Xiao Zhongyan's intent to probe further. At this moment, he truly felt an overwhelming fatigue, not merely of the body, but predominantly of the spirit. The recent brief treatment, though seemingly effortless, had drained all his energy. All he yearned for was a tranquil place to rest. However, prior to indulging in repose, he felt compelled to convey some crucial words to Xiao Zhongyan. After all, although Xiao Qingran's condition appeared to have improved superficially, it merely served to temporarily suppress the venomous curse within her. One must not forget that an even more insidious, soul-biting blood poison lay dormant within her, posing an imminent threat to her life. Mr. Dugu. Upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan's voice, Xiao Zhongyan was instantly roused from his reverie and respectfully turned to face him. In that moment, the previous wariness and disdain in his eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by a profound respect and reverence. His daughter had sought countless renowned physicians and attempted various treatments for her ailment, yet none could truly cure her. However, this young man before him had achieved what many could not, a skill not possessed by the ordinary. As for the authenticity of his abilities, Xiao Zhongyan was acutely aware that Xiao Qingran's previous episodes would invariably last until 5:30 in the morning, leaving her in excruciating pain that deeply pained them as parents. Yet now, it was not even 3 o'clock, and her episode had concluded prematurely. Observing his daughter's current state, calm complexion, steady breathing, there was no sign of suffering, which could only affirm the efficacy of the treatment she had received. Miss Qingran requires proper recuperation over the next few days, and during this time, I shall also ready myself to continue her treatment. No problem, no problem, Xiao Zhongyan exclaimed, visibly relieved, eagerly nodding in agreement. The improvement in his daughter's condition was the greatest comfort he could hope for. Yet, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face, and after much deliberation, he finally inquired, Mr. Dugu, may I ask, in your judgment, how long will it take for my daughter to be completely healed? Upon asking this question, Xiao Zhongyan seemed to feel it was inappropriate, fearing he might leave a negative impression. He quickly smiled and clarified, please do not misconstrue my words. I have faith in your medical expertise. You have instilled hope within me. However, as a parent, it is natural to feel anxious and desire clarity. I hope you can understand the worries of a parent concerned for their child's safety. I can empathize. Dugu Tianchuan nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. I comprehend your feelings, Mr. Xiao. After all, I have 2 children myself, and I would be equally distressed if they were unwell. If it were solely the curse, I could administer the final treatment within a week. However, at this point, a trace of helplessness crossed Dugu Tianchuan's face. Upon hearing that the curse afflicting his daughter could be resolved within a week, both Xiao Zhongyan and his wife were elated. And even Xiao Qingran's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise, her lips parting in astonishment at this fortuitous news. To their astonishment, there was a but from Dugu Tianchuan, and those 2 words instantly cast a pall over the hearts of the 3 family members. Mr. Dugu, but what? Xiao Zhongyan stammered, his anxiety palpable. With a heavy sigh, Dugu Tianchuan offered a wry smile and said, I previously mentioned that Miss Qingran is afflicted not only by poison, but also by the soul-devouring blood poison, which complicates matters significantly. Faced with these seemingly fantastical toxins, the individuals present felt a shiver run down their spines. They wished to disbelieve, yet the intricate patterns on Xiao Qingran's body were witnessed by their own eyes. Coupled with the inexplicable nature of her ailment, disbelief was no longer an option, especially for Madame Xiao, who had personally witnessed the troubling occurrences afflicting her daughter. Thus, she held Dugu Tianchuan's words in unwavering regard. Mr. Dugu, then? What shall we do? Madame Zhao's complexion had turned pale with fright at this revelation, and tears once again threatened to overflow from her eyes. Chapter 64. The hidden hand Dugu Tianchuan did not directly respond to Xiao Zhongyan's inquiry. Instead, he slowly shifted his gaze from Xiao Zhongyan to the side, where Ning Wuqie stood. Professor Ning, might you excuse yourself for a moment? I have some private matters to discuss with Mr. Xiao. Dugu Tianchuan's voice was deep and steady, imbued with an undeniable authority. Ning Wuqie paused momentarily, a wave of discomfort washing over him. He felt as though he had been sidelined, leaving him with an awkward and somewhat forlorn sensation. After all, he was the one who had initially taken on the treatment of Xiao Qingran's condition, even proclaiming that he had cured her. Little did he anticipate such a significant turn of events. Had it not been for this man's intervention, matters could have deteriorated further. However, he harbored little resentment towards Dugu Tianchuan's request. After all, they had previously clashed over certain issues, and he could hardly expect cordiality from an adversary. With this thought in mind, Ning Wuqie quickly dismissed his discomfort, forcing a light chuckle in an attempt to mask his inner turmoil. No problem. It seems I should be leaving as well. With that, Ning Wuqie turned his attention to the Xiao family, his expression tinged with regret. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Xiao. I regret that I could not be of assistance this time. Miss Qingran, you are too kind. In response to Ning Wuqie's apology, Xiao Zhongyan swiftly returned the sentiment with a polite smile. Regardless, we are immensely grateful for your help during this time. Though Xiao Zhongyan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Ning Wuqie, given his earlier confidence, he refrained from expressing it openly. After all, Ning Wuqie had indeed devoted considerable effort over the past days, and it would be unwise to offend a family of their stature. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Professor Ning, thank you for all your contributions these days. I truly feel much improved. Xiao Qingran strained to sit up, expressing her gratitude to Ning Wuqie. Please extend my regards to Sister Zixuan and my brother-in-law, and once I fully recover, I would love to invite them to dinner. Certainly, Ning Wuqie replied with a smile, nodding in agreement before striding away. As he departed, his gaze swept across Dugu Tianchuan with a complex expression, just in time to notice a subtle shift in the latter's demeanor at the mention of Nangong Zixuan's name, though it quickly vanished. Ning Wuqie was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the cause behind that fleeting expression. However, he chuckled inwardly, dismissing it as a mere figment of his imagination, perhaps a result of fatigue. As the necessity for his presence dissipated, and feeling out of place, it was indeed a fortuitous moment for him to take his leave. When the figure of Ning Wuqie vanished from the room, followed by the roar of the automobile engine, Xiao Zhongyan finally redirected his gaze towards Dugu Tianchuan. Mr. Dugu, is there anything inconvenient that you might wish to disclose now? The trio's eyes were fixed upon Dugu Tianchuan, seemingly eager to discern what revelations could warrant Ning Wuqie's absence. Mr. Xiao, I seek to understand the circumstances of this period or even these past years. Dugu Tianchuan paused, his gaze penetrating and sharp as it bore into Xiao Zhongyan's, as if attempting to unearth a hidden secret. Had he offended any particularly formidable figures? Or had he sensed any unusual activities or suspicious individuals nearby? Are you suggesting that someone is employing underhanded tactics against us from the shadows? Upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan's words, Xiao Zhongyan's expression darkened instantaneously. To have built a business of such magnitude inevitably incurs a myriad of adversaries. However, he had never anticipated that someone would resort to such despicable means to target him. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to why the assault would be directed towards his daughter rather than himself. Xiao Zhongyan furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. Over the years, he had made numerous enemies in the business realm, yet he struggled to identify anyone capable of such ruthless actions, especially one skilled in the arts of poison and malice. I have reflected thoroughly. While there has been some competition in our business recently, it has all been within the bounds of normal commercial rivalry. Not to the extent of resorting to such vile tactics, Xiao Zhongyan articulated slowly, a hint of confusion and concern flickering in his eyes. Dugu Tianchuan nodded slightly, continuing his analysis. What about outside the business realm? In personal matters, perhaps within the family or related to private grievances? Xiao Zhongyan shook his head with a bitter smile. My family has always maintained harmony, and the possibility of internal strife is non-existent. As for personal grudges, I have always been cautious in my dealings, striving to avoid enmity. However, he abruptly halted, as if a realization struck him, his countenance growing grave. There is one individual who may be connected to this affair. Oh, who is it? Both Dugu Tianchuan and Xiao Qingran inquired simultaneously. It is Lin Yaowen from the Lin Group, a former business partner, Xiao Zhongyan stated solemnly. A few years ago, we collaborated on a project that initially progressed smoothly, but at the final juncture, I uncovered some financial discrepancies. To safeguard the reputation and interests of my company, I opted to terminate our partnership and reported him to the relevant authorities. Ever since then, Lin Yaowen has harbored resentment towards me, repeatedly attempting to sabotage my ventures, yet I managed to counteract each of his schemes. However, I cannot recall him ever employing such despicable tactics. Perhaps it was not him. At that moment, Xiao Qingran suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting. Wait, Dad. There is another person, the enigmatic feng shui master, Li Banxian. Li Banxian? Xiao Zhongyan was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Are you referring to that self-proclaimed master who claims to communicate with the realms of yin and yang and to understand spirits? I recall that shortly after my fallout with Lin Yaowen, this individual approached us, asserting that he could assess our family's feng shui and ensure our safety and prosperity. At the time, I paid little heed to his words, looking down upon such charlatans, and after a few dismissive remarks, I sent him away. Curiously, it was only a few days after his departure that Qingran fell ill. Could he be the cause of it? At that moment, Xiao Zhongyan's expression grew increasingly grim as he finally recalled a certain individual. Dugu Tianchuan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this Li Banzian appears quite suspicious. The world is rife with deceit. Some individuals will go to any lengths to achieve their aims. Moreover, based on your analysis, it would be prudent to investigate whether Lin Yaowen has recently associated with anyone new. If so, it is highly likely that this so-called Li Banzian is involved. Are you insinuating that this person has entangled himself with Lin? More likely than not. Xiao Zhongyan exclaimed furiously, a formidable aura radiating from him. Although he did not rely on such dubious means, a person capable of building an empire of this magnitude would undoubtedly have his own network. The immediate priority is to uncover evidence to ascertain who is behind the poison, so that we may address the issue appropriately. Dugu Tianchuan replied calmly. Furthermore, we must consider not only the poison, but also the identity of the one responsible for the soul-devouring blood poison. That is of utmost importance. Chapter 65. Blessed are the kind-hearted. The soul-devouring blood poison is indeed a formidable challenge. It is unlike ordinary toxins, being far more enigmatic and perilous. To my knowledge, it appears to have been lost to time. Yet today, I discovered it manifesting within Miss Qingran. Dugu Tianchuan furrowed his brow, his gaze revealing a hint of gravity. Xiao Zhongyan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with anger and concern. Who could possibly be so malicious as to employ such insidious tactics against my daughter? Dugu Tianchuan shook his head slightly. It is difficult to ascertain at this moment, but one thing is certain. The perpetrator of this poison is not aligned with Li Banzian. Although Li Banxian's methods of cursing do possess a certain darkness, the manner and effects of the soul-devouring blood poison are entirely distinct. Furthermore, judging by Miss Qingran's symptoms, this poison seems to have been tailor-made for her, aimed not merely at inflicting physical harm, but at shattering her very mind. What? Shatter my mind? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingran's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet. Her lips trembled slightly, her voice tinged with fear. How? How can this be? If my mind is truly shattered, then would I not become a mere shell of a person? What meaning is there in living? In that moment, the faces of the Xiao couple turned ashen. Madame Xiao involuntarily swayed, and had her husband not supported her, she would surely have fallen to the ground. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her voice quavering. My dear daughter, how could you endure such tribulations? At this juncture, Xiao Zhongyan finally comprehended why their adversary had not directly targeted him. Even if he were incapacitated and unable to work, his daughter could take the reins, and other family members could provide mutual support. They could even enlist a professional manager. However, if his daughter truly succumbed to the state of a soulless being, as Dugu Tianchuan suggested, how could he, as a father, focus on anything else? His adversary would seize this opportunity to consume his assets, and at that point, the majority of his thoughts would undoubtedly be consumed by concerns for his daughter, rendering him incapable of standing against them. In due course, their family's wealth would swiftly fall into another's hands. This tactic is exceedingly ruthless. The mere thought of it made Xiao Zhongyan tremble, a surge of wrath igniting within him. If you show no mercy, do not expect my compassion. Once he uncovers the identity of his foe, he will ensure they come to know that there exist realms in this world where sunlight cannot penetrate. Dugu Tianchuan was unaware of the turmoil within Xiao Zhongyan's heart. He merely nodded gently. Indeed, the soul-devouring blood poison gradually erodes one's consciousness, plunging the victim into an abyss of fear and confusion, ultimately resulting in the loss of self. Had I not discovered it in time, Miss Qingran would likely have already reached an irretrievable state. What shall we do then? We cannot simply sit idly by, Xiao Zhongyan exclaimed, regaining his composure with urgency. The immediate priority is to swiftly unearth clues regarding the soul-devouring blood poison. As far as I know, this poison is exceedingly rare, and ordinary individuals find it difficult to access. Those capable of wielding it must undoubtedly possess a certain status or background, possibly linked to some enigmatic organization. After a moment of contemplation, Dugu Tianchuan spoke. An enigmatic organization? Could it be those nefarious sects from the martial world? Asked Xiao Zhongyan. Although he was engaged in legitimate business, he understood that wherever there are people, there exists a martial world, rife with various organizations of mixed repute. There is a possibility, but we must not dismiss the involvement of other factions. We need to investigate from multiple angles. On one hand, we should send people into the martial world to gather intelligence, checking for any recent appearances of mysterious figures or unusual activities. On the other hand, we must carefully reflect on whether your family has had encounters with any peculiar individuals in your business dealings or daily lives. Xiao Zhongyan nodded in agreement. I shall instruct my subordinates to attend to this matter immediately. However, could you elaborate on whether there is an antidote for this soul-biting blood poison? Dugu Tianchuan pondered briefly. The difficulty of the soul-biting blood poison lies in its dual effect. It not only damages the body, but also inflicts harm upon the soul. Conventional detoxification methods are often ineffective. However, I once came across a mention of it in an ancient tome, which spoke of a rare herb known as Lingxi grass. It is said to grow in frigid terrains and possesses miraculous properties to purify the soul and dispel malevolent toxins. Yet this Lingxi grass is exceedingly rare, and finding it may prove challenging. No matter how arduous the task, I shall find this herb and save my daughter, Xiao Zhongyan declared resolutely, his gaze betraying an unwavering determination. At that moment, Xiao Qingran interjected. Father, Mr. Dugu, I just recalled something. At a charity gala I attended, I encountered a rather peculiar individual. He wore a black robe, his gaze was sinister, and he seemed to fixate on me. At the time, I found it rather odd. In retrospect, could there be a connection? Dugu Tianchuan's eyes brightened. This is a significant lead. Can you provide a detailed description of this individual's characteristics, such as his height, physique, accent, and so forth? Xiao Qingren concentrated on her memory. He was approximately 1.8 meters tall, with a slender build, and his voice had a somewhat hoarse quality, as if deliberately disguised. Moreover, he appeared to wear a strange ring on his hand, inscribed with peculiar patterns. This is intriguing. It seems we can initiate our investigation, starting with this black-robed figure. I shall promptly arrange for individuals to follow the lead you have provided and seek out the whereabouts of this mysterious person. After Xiao Zhongyan concluded, he immediately took out his phone to instruct his subordinates. Mr. Dugu, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. If it were not for you, I shudder to think of the torment my daughter might have endured. He looked at Dugu Tianchuan's handsome visage, filled with gratitude. Initially, he had suspected that the man was a charlatan, only to discover that he indeed possessed the skill and power he claimed. Had it not been for him, his daughter would have truly become a soulless, mindless being. For their family, it would have been a calamity of cataclysmic proportions. You are exceedingly gracious. With a gentle smile, Dugu Tianchuan shook his head and cast a tender glance at the figure of Xiao Qingran resting upon the bed. Moreover, to be candid, I owe my gratitude to Miss Qingran. Had it not been for her, my children and I would have been bereft of even the simplest garments for warmth during the night. It is precisely because of her that I have been able to rediscover my true self. Her kindness and compassion have rescued me and safeguarded the future of my children. Upon hearing these words from Dugu Tianchuan, Xiao Zhongyan and his wife were instantly taken aback. What does this mean? Chapter 66. The request of Dugu Tianchuan, Xiao Zhongyan and his wife were momentarily taken aback, as if they had been frozen by the sudden words that hung in the air. Their gazes were filled with confusion as they stared intently at Dugu Tianchuan, their eyes betraying a mixture of doubt and bewilderment. Although they could not comprehend the meaning behind his statement, they sensed a subtle connection between him and their daughter, hinted at by the weight of his tone, which carried a sense of weariness and reflection. Moreover, it appeared that their daughter held some form of gratitude towards him, stirring ripples of emotion within their hearts. However, upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan mention winter clothing, the couple exchanged perplexed glances, bewildered by the unfolding situation. In stark contrast to her parents' confusion, Xiao Qingran felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude swell within her. Lowering her head slightly, her thoughts drifted back to that frigid day when, out of compassion, she had purchased warm garments for the father and son, who had been clad in tattered clothes, their toes exposed in the biting cold. What had begun as a simple act of kindness, stemming from her innate benevolence, had unexpectedly yielded such profound returns. The thought of Dugu Tianchuan waiting for her at that place made her heart swell with emotion. Her lips trembled slightly as if she wished to express her feelings but found herself at a loss for words. "Thank you, Mr. Dugu." Xiao Qingran gazed at the man before her, so different from the homeless figure she had once encountered, her voice soft yet imbued with genuine emotion. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to continue living." At this, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, shimmering like dew, threatening to spill over. The mere thought of the soul-corroding poison he had mentioned sent shivers through her body, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, as if to ward off the deep-seated fear that threatened to engulf her. She would rather perish than become a soulless, mindless husk. Such an existence would be an unbearable torment for her. Her heartfelt words drew tears to the eyes of Xiao Zhongyan and his wife as well. With a deep sigh, Xiao Zhongyan's gaze was filled with guilt and self-reproach. He lamented his inability to protect his daughter, allowing her to endure such suffering. Mrs. Xiao gently grasped Xiao Qingran's hand, pulling her into an embrace, whispering words of comfort. "My child, do not be afraid. We are here for you." Dugu Tianchuan, too, was moved by the moment. "Miss Qingran, please rest assured as long as I, Dugu Tianchuan, am here, I will ensure you face no harm." "Thank you, Mr. Dugu." For reasons unknown, the steady timbre of Dugu Tianchuan's voice instilled a sense of calm within Xiao Qingran. "Mr. Dugu." Just then, Xiao Zhongyan regained his composure and approached Dugu Tianchuan, his expression serious as he regarded him intently. "Your profound kindness and generosity shall forever be etched in my heart. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall exert every effort to fulfill your request." "No. Upon hearing Zixuan's words, Dugu Tianchuan immediately smiled and waved his hand in refusal, but suddenly he realized that he might indeed need the other's assistance. However, having just stated that it was unnecessary, he found it somewhat difficult to lower his pride and make a request. "Is there something troubling you? If not, please feel free to speak." Zixuan, a seasoned veteran of the business world, instantly discerned from Dugu Tianchuan's hesitant demeanor that there was indeed something he wished to convey. He also noted the awkward expression on Dugu Tianchuan's face. In his mind, he believed that once his daughter had fully recovered, he would bestow upon the man a substantial sum of money, enough to ensure a comfortable life for him in his later years. He held the conviction that the most steadfast bonds in this world were not those ephemeral emotions, but rather those forged through mutual benefit. Only interest could serve as the most stable adhesive in this realm. Although he was aware that his daughter had provided the other with winter garments, he still found it perplexing how such an exceptional man could lack clothing. Even now, he harbored some doubts. But years of experience in the business realm had taught him to conceal his thoughts, especially since his daughter's ongoing treatment depended on him. The fact that Dugu Tianchuan had taken the initiative to express his needs alleviated some of his concern. "Indeed, Mr. Dugu, our family possesses some influence in this locality, and we shall do our utmost to assist you." Unlike Zixuan, who harbored ulterior motives, Mrs. Xiao genuinely wished to express her gratitude to Dugu Tianchuan. Observing this, and for the sake of his future and that of his children, Dugu Tianchuan decided to be forthright. "Mr. Xiao, since that is the case, I shall no longer hold back." With a hearty smile, Dugu Tianchuan stated, "The situation is such that both my children and I are currently unregistered, and I would like to request your assistance in obtaining identification cards for us." What? Initially, he had expected a much larger request, and was taken aback by this modest plea, leaving Zixuan momentarily speechless, his gaze fixed on Dugu Tianchuan in disbelief. "Is this matter particularly challenging?" Dugu Tianchuan, witnessing Zixuan's expression, felt a twinge of anxiety, aware of the stringent regulations the government imposed regarding identity management. Given Zixuan's demeanor, it seemed that this might indeed be a difficult endeavor. Reluctantly, he considered setting this matter aside for the time being, hoping for a more opportune moment in the future to revisit it. Meanwhile, he was filled with disappointment, as lacking identification would severely hinder his daily life, and more critically, it would complicate his children's future schooling. If it proves to be troublesome, then let it be. No, no, no. Upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan's words, Xiao Zhongnian suddenly realized that there had been a misunderstanding. He hastily clarified, "This matter is easily manageable. At dawn, I shall arrange for my people to assist you and the two children in obtaining identification cards and household registration." Really? Are you serious? Initially believing that the situation was hopeless, Dugu Tianchuan was unexpectedly elated by Xiao Zhongnian's assurance. Although this task might be challenging for the average person, it was hardly a significant issue for the Xiao family. With a proud smile, Xiao Zhongnian regarded him, though a hint of confusion lingered in his gaze, and he hesitated to voice his thoughts. Understanding the unspoken questions reflected in the other's expression, Dugu Tianchuan smiled gently, having never intended to keep anything concealed. "Mr. Xiao, I am aware that you likely harbor many doubts. Allow me to elucidate the situation for you, so you may grasp the full context of this matter." Chapter 67. Clarification. The words of Dugu Tianchuan immediately captured the full attention of the three members of the Xiao family present. To be honest, their curiosity was piqued. Even Xiao Qingran was intrigued. After all, just over 20 days ago, he had been a homeless man with crippled legs, and now he stood before them, not only with his legs restored, but also remarkably handsome. How could this not evoke their confusion? This matter is rather lengthy, so I shall be brief. Dugu Tianchuan collected his thoughts and began to speak slowly. "I once lost my memory, and, for an extended period, my intellectual capacity was akin to that of a child under the age of 10. This opening statement left the Xiao family members momentarily stunned. Yet, my situation was somewhat unique. Although my intellect reached the level of a 10-year-old, it merely indicated that my ability to take care of myself resembled that of a child. In reality, I was an imbecile, colloquially referred to as a fool." Dugu Tianchuan's words astonished the three members of the Xiao family. They could scarcely fathom that this confident and handsome young man had once been regarded as a fool with the intellect of a mere child. "Later, I was rescued by someone, and for certain peculiar reasons, I ended up marrying the person who saved me and even had my own children." As he spoke, Dugu Tianchuan's mind drifted to the memories of his days with Nangong Zixuan, his expression becoming slightly wistful. Before marrying Nangong Zixuan, their relationship had been quite harmonious. She would bring him delicious treats upon returning from work and local specialties when she returned from business trips. Although his mind was muddled at that time, he was deeply in love with this woman, waiting for her at the door every day to present her with the meals and desserts he prepared. It must be said that the body's instincts are remarkably powerful, even though he had no recollection of anything. The culinary skills he honed while cooking for his master in a past life remained intact. Each time, Nangong Zixuan devoured every morsel, smiling as she praised him. Those were the happiest moments for Dugu Tianchuan. However, everything changed after he obtained his marriage certificate with Nangong Zixuan. Not only their relationship, but also her feelings toward him. Shaking his head to dispel the beautiful memories from his mind, Dugu Tianchuan returned to his composed demeanor. Later, that person's ex-boyfriend returned, and thus I, the fool, was no longer meant to exist. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, I became lost, wandering the streets with two newly born children, until I was jolted back to reality by a kick from Miss Qingran's companion, restoring me to my former self. Yet, regarding my previous identity, Dugu Tianchuan let out a bitter smile. Aside from these seemingly innate skills, all traces of my past have vanished from memory. At this moment, Dugu Tianchuan's expression turned desolate. Though he smiled, the onlookers could perceive the underlying sorrow and helplessness. "Therefore, Mr. Xiao, I currently possess no trace in this society and can only hope that you might assist me in obtaining an identification card and household registration. If it were solely up to me, it would matter little whether I acted or not, but I have two children to consider. They will need to attend school, and eventually they will marry. Does this woman possess any semblance of conscience?" After Dugu Tianchuan finished speaking, Xiao Qingran was the first to awaken from her reverie. Her eyes brimming with tears, gazing at Dugu Tianchuan with a profound sense of compassion. She could never forget the image of this man, limping on the streets, nor the sight of him tirelessly laboring for his children. "Father, you must assist Mr. Dugu. I implore you as your daughter." Turning to her father, Xiao Qingran pleaded earnestly. Xiao Zhongnian, observing the pain and determination in his daughter's eyes, felt a swirl of complex emotions. Initially, he had presumed this extraordinary man to be a descendant of a prominent family, only to discover the harshness of his life. Still, a lingering curiosity compelled him to understand more. "Rest assured, Qingran, Mr. Dugu is a benefactor to our Xiao family. How could your father possibly neglect this? Tomorrow, I will instruct our legal team to address this matter." After comforting his daughter, Xiao Zhongnian turned to Dugu Tianchuan. "Mr. Dugu, have no worries. I shall personally oversee this issue and ensure it is resolved in the shortest possible time." "Thank you immensely, Mr. Xiao." Dugu Tianchuan expressed his gratitude. He was aware that this matter would not be as simple as Xiao Zhongnian suggested, yet given his position, he knew the other party would exert every effort to assist him. "Let us not stand on ceremony," Xiao Zhongnian remarked with a smile. "Mr. Dugu, I have one more matter I wish to consult with you. If it is convenient, please go ahead. Earlier, I gathered from your conversation with Qingran that you once had injuries to your legs." Xiao Zhongnian hesitated, but Dugu Tianchuan understood the implication of his inquiry. "Indeed, my legs were broken by someone, but after regaining consciousness, several newly acquainted friends provided me with significant assistance, allowing me to heal my legs over the course of 20 days. 20 days? The members of the Xiao family were visibly taken aback by this revelation. How is that even possible? Yet, considering Dugu Tianchuan's level of skill demonstrated in his treatment of Xiao Qingran, it seemed less implausible. "Mr. Dugu, I have a rather humble request, and I wonder." "Please speak." Dugu Tianchuan smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated that the other party had something in mind. As long as it did not pertain to his more private matters, he was willing to assist. For dealing with the Nangong family and the Qin family was not a task he could undertake alone. Although Xiao Qingran appeared to have a good relationship with Nangong Zixuan, should the need arise to confront the Nangong family, it would certainly be advantageous for him if the Xiao family chose not to intervene. It is as follows. Xiao Zhongnian softened his tone. "I know a leader whose father sustained numerous injuries while fighting against the Japanese invaders in his youth. However, as he has aged, these old wounds have resurfaced, leaving him confined to a wheelchair. Therefore, I wish to fight against the Japanese? Indeed, he belongs to that generation of elders." "No problem." Upon hearing this, Dugu Tianchuan promptly agreed without hesitation. "Are you speaking the truth? I never utter falsehoods." Dugu Tianchuan smiled calmly. "However, I must clarify in advance that if the elder's lower limb issues are due to injuries, I can provide treatment. Yet, if they arise from the natural effects of aging, I am unable to assist." "Very well, very well. No problem." Upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan's words, Xiao Zhongnian was overjoyed. Should he truly be able to heal the leader's father's ailments, it would bring immense benefits not only to Dugu Tianchuan himself, but also to the Xiao family. Chapter 68. The Xiao family's doubt regarding Dugu Tianchuan. "Mr. Xiao, you must expedite the search for the Lingxi grass. Although I have managed to stabilize Miss Qingran's condition, we are left with a mere 10 days. Should we fail to locate the Lingxi grass within this time frame, I fear I will be powerless to assist." Dugu Tianchuan's expression grew somber. While he had indeed managed to control the soul-devouring blood poison, it was but a temporary measure. If this crucial herb were not found within 10 days, not even the diagnosis from his master, who had returned from the beyond, would yield any positive results. Xiao Zhongnian's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. "Rest assured, Mr. Dugu, the Xiao family will mobilize all our resources. Even if we must scour the earth, we shall find the Lingxi grass within 10 days. Nodding slightly, Dugu Tianchuan remained somewhat apprehensive. "Mr. Xiao, I urge you to approach the search for Lingxi grass with caution. It would be best to conduct this discreetly, without attracting undue attention. I fear that an unseen adversary may prepare for our actions upon hearing of our quest. We are currently in a precarious situation. where our enemies lurk in shadows while we remain in the light. Prudence is essential. Though he did not articulate his concerns explicitly, Xiao Zhongnian grasped the underlying implication immediately, his expression shifting subtly. Are you suggesting? Yes, precisely as you surmise, Dugu Tianchuan affirmed without hesitation. This poison possesses a significant characteristic. The antidote must be infused with a personal item from the afflicted, reduced to ashes. It cannot be an ordinary garment. It must be something imbued with the essence of the individual, such as hair. Understood, Xiao Zhongnian replied, his expression grave yet determined. While his face bore no overt signs of emotion, a fierce resolve flickered in his gaze. Anyone who dared to harm his daughter would soon learn the meaning of the phrase. To seek life yet find none, to seek death yet be denied. Very well. I shall not impose further. I must return to rest. I will arrive punctually in a week to remove the final traces of the poison from Miss Qingran. Dugu Tianchuan concluded. Indeed, I shall not delay you further, Mr. Dugu. Noticing the paleness that had settled upon Dugu Tianchuan's countenance, Xiao Zhongnian felt a pang of guilt. Where are you staying? I will arrange for someone to escort you back. Also, rest assured regarding the identification and household registration for you and the child. I will endeavor to have everything processed by tomorrow. My gratitude, Mr. Xiao. Dugu Tianchuan accepted the kindness without demur, smiling warmly. Too courteous. We ought to be the ones thanking you for your assistance. Without you, we would be a loss. With a gentle smile, Dugu Tianchuan chose not to elaborate further, turning to depart with the driver summoned by Xiao Zhongnian. It was only after the tall, robust figure of Dugu Tianchuan vanished from sight that Xiao Zhongnian returned to his daughter's side. Taking her cold hand in his gaze filled with tenderness and concern. Rest easy, Qingran. Your father will surely find the Lingxi grass in the shortest time possible. I will ensure you are safe. Trust in your father. Yes, I believe in you, Dad. With a pallid visage, Xiao Qingran forced a smile and nodded. Old Xiao. What is it? Xiao Zhongnian turned to his wife. Indeed, it is what Mr. Dugu mentioned regarding this poison and that poison. Do you truly believe him? Are you doubting him? Not exactly doubt. Mrs. Xiao furrowed her brow. It just feels peculiar that he has arrived here. We have never had any connection with him, and until today, we were strangers. Yet now, he comes to our home to treat Qingran. This, mother. Upon hearing her mother's words, Xiao Qingran, before her father could respond, became visibly upset. How can you think so poorly of Mr. Dugu? He is a man of gratitude, unlike those ungrateful wretches from uncle's family. Qingran, Xiao Zhongnian chided gently, yet his expression did not betray displeasure, indicating he was in agreement with his daughter's sentiments. He is your elder. Do not speak carelessly. I'm not speaking baselessly, father. You have not seen the private dealings of uncle at the company. Do you truly think I am oblivious? I have merely refrained from confronting him out of respect for his seniority. Qingran, how can you speak about your uncle in such a manner? Faced with her daughter's assertions, Mrs. Zhao's demeanor soured instantly, her countenance turning cold. It seemed that had Xiao Qingran not been unwell today, she would have been furious. Moreover, what you mentioned are mere hearsay without evidence. Your uncle has communicated with me, and I am aware of many matters. Thus, do not heed the gossip of others. Communicated? Xiao Qingran scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Did he inform you of his desire for our Xiao family shares? The moment those words escaped her lips, it was as if a stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of disturbance across the surface. Xiao Zhongnian's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze flickering with a complex array of emotions, an amalgam of resignation at his daughter's forthrightness and contemplation regarding her claims. Qingran, I understand your discontent towards your uncle, but regardless, he remains your elder, and we must show him respect. Some matters may be rooted in misunderstandings. Xiao Zhongnian spoke gently, attempting to soothe. Xiao Qingran huffed, turning her head away, her face etched with stubbornness and dissatisfaction. Respect is reciprocal. When has he ever truly respected us? I have witnessed him clandestinely colluding with shareholders of the company, attempting to usurp your position, father. Qingran. Mrs. Zhao's expression shifted, and she sharply reprimanded. Can you speak so recklessly? Thankfully, we are at home. If outsiders were to overhear, what would become of your uncle? If he dares to act, must he not face the consequences? Mother, let me tell you, Qingran, let us not dwell on these matters any further. Your primary concern now is to recuperate, and when Mr. Dugu returns in a week, he shall cleanse you of this poison. Xiao Zhongyan interjected, halting his daughter's pursuit of the topic. However, a certain inexplicable brilliance flickered in his eyes, and his heart was stirred by his daughter's words, leading him to contemplate further. Xiao Qingran, with a helpless shake of her head, remarked, I understand, Mom and Dad. After a brief pause, she continued, As for Mr. Dugu, I believe he is a trustworthy individual. We should not doubt him. Upon mentioning Dugu Tianchuan, Xiao Zhongyan's expression grew solemn. He was uncertain whether Dugu Tianchuan's appearance was merely coincidental or driven by other motives. From the current circumstances, he had indeed exhibited extraordinary medical skills and a sincere demeanor. Yet could it be true that his actions were solely motivated by gratitude? Dugu Tianchuan, Xiao Zhongyan murmured softly, contemplating inwardly. He resolved to discreetly investigate Dugu Tianchuan's background while hastening the search for linksy grass. After all, his daughter's life was of utmost importance. Enough of these troubling matters, he said with a strained smile. Qingran, you should rest well. Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to assist Mr. Dugu with his identification and household registration. You need only focus on your recovery. Chapter 69. The heart-wrenching Dugu Jinyan, Shixian, come. Today your father will take you to the mall and buy you some clothes, shall we? After a night of rest, Dugu Tianchuan felt significantly rejuvenated. Coincidentally, today was Christmas, and reflecting on how his children had never visited a mall or celebrated any festivities, a wave of guilt washed over him. Thus, he made this decision. As for finances, he still had a little left on him. If he was frugal, it would suffice for the three of them for 3 to 5 months. However, this was not a sustainable solution. He needed to devise a plan to earn money, or it would become troublesome when the children started school. Dad, I cannot go. Dugu Jinyan hesitated upon hearing his father's suggestion and spoke softly. His sister simultaneously lowered her head, her small feet rubbing against the ground. Lost in her thoughts, Dugu Tianchuan was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. Don't children usually love such places? Jinyan, don't you like it? And no, that's not it. Then why don't you want to go? Today is the Western New Year. There are many fun games outside and plenty of other children. Shall we go see? Although he did not understand why his child was reluctant, Dugu Tianchuan patiently coaxed him. I'm a bit scared. As soon as he spoke, Dugu Jinyan quickly lowered his head, his small hands fidgeting together. Upon hearing this, Dugu Tianchuan was momentarily stunned, a surge of compassion and tenderness swelling within him. He understood that the children had endured too much hardship in recent years, coupled with the bullying from peers, which had left psychological scars. All of this was the consequence of having a father like him, who felt inadequate and foolish. Regaining his composure, Dugu Tianchuan adorned his face with a gentle smile, crouched down, and tenderly embraced Dugu Jinyan. Sweetheart, don't be afraid. Your father will always be with you, protecting you. There is nothing to fear, all right? He softly stroked Jinyan's hair, his eyes brimming with love and concern, continuing, Look, father's legs are better now. If any danger arises, I can protect you and your sister. Let us think of today as an opportunity to enjoy the festive atmosphere, shall we? Dugu Jinyan lifted his head, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he whispered, But I've never been to a place like that. I don't know what will happen. Dad, I'm still scared. Dugu Tianchuan gently patted his son's small head, patiently explaining, It's all right. That is only because you've never been there. You'll realize that it's not as daunting as you think. Besides, once you're there, you'll discover many delightful things. For instance, there are beautiful clothes, all sorts of adorable toys, and delicious treats. We might even meet other children and perhaps make new friends. Turning to Dugu Shixian, he softly inquired, Shixian, do you want to go? If you go, Daddy will buy you many beautiful hairpins and a Barbie doll, okay? Daddy, what is a Barbie doll? Raising her head, Dugu Shixian looked at her father with confusion. Upon hearing this, Dugu Tianchuan was momentarily taken aback, and a wave of profound melancholy surged within him. causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears, suppressing the complex emotions stirring in his heart. Dugu Tianchuan smiled gently as he embraced his daughter and said, "A Barbie doll is a little toy girl, adorned in beautiful clothes and shoes." Huh? A pretty toy sister? Dugu Zixuan's eyes widened in delight as she gazed at her father. Is it the kind of little toy that other children as parents have bought for them? Yes. Exactly that. Shall I go buy one for you today? Yes, yes. Daddy, I want a Barbie doll too. All right, no problem. Daddy will get you one. Dugu Tianchuan chuckled as he ruffled Dugu Zixuan's hair, then turned to Dugu Jinyin, saying, "Look, your sister wants to go too. And I promise you, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. If you feel uncomfortable or scared, we will return home immediately. All right?" Dugu Jinyin bit his lip, his eyes filled with conflict. Noticing his son's demeanor, Dugu Tianchuan refrained from urging him, instead silently observing his mature child, his heart brimming with love. If not for their companionship, he wondered if he could have endured those chaotic 3 years. "Daddy, why don't you take my sister?" I don't want to go." After a long pause, Dugu Jinyin shook his head. "Can you share the specific reason with Daddy?" Dugu Tianchuan did not feel impatience at his son's words. Rather, he patiently inquired about the reason. Years of father-son bond had made him deeply understand his son. It was surely not the reason he had just mentioned. I'm just a bit scared. Brother, don't be afraid." Dugu Zixuan approached her brother, wrapping her arms around his. She lifted her small face and said, "Daddy is better now. If anyone bullies us, Daddy will protect us. Please come with us, okay?" Upon hearing his sister's words, Dugu Jinyin, who had been composed, gently patted her little head but still shook his head. "My dear, are you afraid that Daddy has no money?" Dugu Tianchuan suddenly asked with a light laugh. Dugu Jinyin was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his gaze to the ground in silence. Seeing this, Dugu Tianchuan knew his guess was correct. A warm current surged within him, tinged with a hint of sorrow. He gently pulled Dugu Jinyin into his embrace and spoke tenderly. "My dear, do not worry. Daddy was ill before, but he has recovered now. In the future, we will have more and more, so do not fret. As long as our family is together, that is the greatest happiness." Suddenly, he paused and then chuckled. "In that case, how about I take you both to earn some money today and also have a little shopping spree?" Dugu Jinyin raised his head, hesitating for a moment. "Earn money?" "Yes, just like last time. Let us invite your Uncle Ding Hao too, and we can go sing and make some money, shall we?" Dugu Zixuan, witnessing this, quickly grasped Dugu Jinyin's hand, playfully shaking it while saying, "Brother, let us go, let us go. I want to join you too. Daddy said he would buy me a Barbie doll and get you lots of fun things." Dugu Jinyin gazed into his sister's wide, expectant eyes, feeling a surge of emotion within. "All right, Daddy, we shall go together, but I don't want anything. You could buy something for my sister. Let us go then." With a hearty laugh, Dugu Tianchuan did not respond to his son's words, but instead embraced Dugu Zixuan and stepped out of the house first. Chapter 70. Christmas gifts. It is unclear when the celebration of Christmas began to gain popularity in China, captivating numerous young boys and girls, as well as infatuated couples. Dugu Tianchuan harbored a deep-seated aversion to this festivity. Not only did he remember the fateful Christmas Eve from his past life, which bore significant implications for the destiny of his nation, but he also found the cultural imposition rather distasteful. What connection does a Western holiday hold for the people of China? It is not a tradition of our ancestors. Yet, gazing at the two children before him, whose eyes sparkled with joy tinged with trepidation, Dugu Tianchuan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards his children over the years. In that moment, he dismissed the weighty historical context. He was merely one among countless fathers, and his sole desire was for his children's happiness. "Is this pretty, Zixuan?" Dugu Tianchuan inquired, presenting a beautifully adorned doll before his daughter. "Beautiful." Her eyes lit up, and she was instantly captivated. "Haha, seeing my daughter so delighted." Dugu Tianchuan chuckled heartily. "All right, we shall buy it." Without waiting for her objections, he strode over to the cashier to settle the payment. "Thank you, Daddy." Clutching the exquisite doll tightly, Dugu Zixuan's gaze remained fixated on her new treasure. It must be said that for a 3-year-old girl, A Barbie doll is indeed an unbeatable delight. As for Dugu Jianyan, upon noticing his son's sparkling eyes lingering on a remote-controlled car for a mere 2 seconds, Dugu Tianchuan immediately purchased it without hesitation. Although his sensible son protested, claiming disinterest, a father knows well the true desires of his son's heart. Regardless of how mature Dugu Jianyan might appear, he was, after all, still just a 3-year-old child. On this day of the Western Christmas, the shopping mall was bustling with an influx of visitors, with an abundance of food and entertainment far exceeding the norm. Though Dugu Jianyan felt a twinge of concern for his father's finances, he ultimately let go of his reservations. Reveling in the games he had always watched other children enjoy alongside his sister. "How about it, my dear? Are you happy?" Emerging from the bumper car arena, Dugu Tianchuan beamed at the rosy-cheeked faces of his children, brimming with excitement. "I'm happy. Haha, as long as you're happy. Shall we come here often?" "Daddy?" A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes, but soon Dugu Jianyan reverted to his usual composed demeanor, shaking his head and responding earnestly, "No, Daddy. I'm not particularly fond of it. Just an occasional visit will suffice." Observing his son's adorable struggle to suppress his evident enjoyment, Dugu Tianchuan's heart melted. He understood that Dugu Jianyan's reluctance was merely a facade, masking his eagerness to partake in the joy of the day. In the moments spent driving with his children, he felt the sheer exhilaration radiating from his son. The current assertion was merely born from his concern over frivolous spending. Dugu Tianchuan gazed at his son's thoughtful demeanor, feeling a blend of pride and a tinge of bittersweetness in his heart. He gently stroked Dugu Jianyan's head and said, "Jianyan, I know you enjoy this. In the future, we shall have more opportunities to come and play." Dugu Jianyan slightly lifted his head, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and replied, "Yes, thank you, Dad." Beside them, Dugu Zixuan, clutching her doll, curiously observed the interaction between her brother and father. In her childish voice, she chimed in, "Brother, don't you want to play? It's so much fun." Dugu Jianyan smiled and affectionately patted his sister's head, yet he remained silent. At that moment, a jubilant melody resonated throughout the mall, akin to the warm sun of winter, instantly igniting the festive spirit of the space. It was the arrival of Santa Claus, distributing gifts, his iconic red figure and snow-white beard strikingly visible amidst the crowd. The children in the mall appeared as if enchanted, eagerly flocking towards him, their little faces radiating excitement and joy. The parents, witnessing the scene, could only smile helplessly before ushering their children towards Santa Claus. Dugu Zixuan, too, was swept up in the fervent atmosphere. She excitedly tugged at Dugu Tianchuan's hand, her big eyes sparkling with delight. "Daddy, Daddy, let us go get a gift." Her tender voice brimmed with longing. "Haha, all right, we shall go." Dugu Tianchuan laughed heartily, his voice resonating with affectionate warmth for his children. He effortlessly lifted both of his treasures onto his shoulders, startling them momentarily before they burst into gleeful laughter. Utilizing his height and build, Dugu Tianchuan swiftly navigated through the throng, pushing through the sea of people until he reached Santa Claus. Dugu Zixuan slid down from her father's shoulders, darting towards Santa like a jubilant little bird. "Santa Claus, may I have a small gift, please?" Seeing the adorable little girl who resembled a character from a fairy tale and hearing her sweet, lark-like voice, Santa's eyes sparkled with gentle kindness. "Of course, my dear." With a smile, he presented her with a carefully prepared gift. "Wishing you a joyful holiday." Dugu Zixuan gleefully accepted the gift, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Santa. You are so kind." Her voice, akin to a melodious birdsong, rang out delightfully amidst the bustling mall. In contrast to his sister's exuberance, Dugu Jianyan appeared somewhat too composed, standing hesitantly to the side. Dugu Tianchuan discerned his son's apprehension and encouraged him. "Jianyan, why not go and receive a gift? It is a blessing from Santa to the children." Meeting his father's encouraging gaze, Dugu Jianyan suddenly felt a surge of happiness and an overwhelming sense of reassurance, as if the weight on his heart had finally lifted. Nodding in agreement, he joined the throng of children clamoring for gifts with a cheerful smile. The melodious chime of Ding Hao's phone suddenly resonated, prompting him to glance at the screen and break into a smile. It appeared they had arrived, and thus the time had come to fulfill the commitments made. Children, come. Let us join Uncle Ding Hao and his companions. With a grand gesture, Dugu Tianchuan led the two excited children, their brows glistening with perspiration and their faces alight with joy, towards the designated meeting place. As they approached, they beheld a throng of individuals busily arranging an array of musical instruments upon a stage in the square, while a curious audience had already begun to gather around. Chapter 71. A Song Our Love Dedicated to Everyone. Dugu Tianchuan observed a group of individuals busily transporting an array of musical instruments on the stage in the square, surrounded by several layers of curious spectators, their faces alight with intrigue and excitement. Ding Hao, Lu Lei, and Yin Ling were diligently completing the final preparations, meticulously adjusting equipment and confirming their positions, each movement exuding professionalism and earnestness. To an uninformed observer, it would appear that they were a professional band, unaware that they were merely a handful of music enthusiasts. Chuange, you've arrived. Dugu Tianchuan, with his standout height and appearance, was easily spotted by Ding Hao and the others, who instantly greeted him with cheerful exclamations. Hazi, your outfit is quite trendy. Dugu Tianchuan chuckled, playfully patting Ding Hao on the shoulder, his eyes twinkling with mischief. It was no wonder he reacted this way. After all, Ding Hao had chosen to wear only a sleeveless white undershirt and a matching sleeveless denim jacket in the midst of winter. Although the warmth of the mall mitigated the cold, his ensemble was undeniably unconventional. What left Dugu Tianchuan speechless was Ding Hao's hair, which resembled a colorful bird's nest, vibrant and flamboyant like a peacock displaying its feathers, dazzling to behold. Ha! Ding Hao, oblivious to the playful jibe, assumed he looked exceptionally stylish and began to pose dramatically. Cool, right, Chuange? This look was designed for me by a renowned stylist, Tony. It's bound to astonish everyone. Look over there, he excitedly pointed to the onlookers. Do you see how those young ladies gaze at me with admiration? Yin Ling and Lu Lei exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in unison, instinctively distancing themselves from him, their faces expressing disdain. Dugu Tianchuan, however, could only stifle a laugh and pat his shoulder again. Yes, quite nice. He found himself a loss for words. What could he possibly say? Just then, no one expected that little Xian would suddenly chime in with a high-pitched voice, nearly causing everyone to double over with laughter. Uncle Ding Hao, did a cute rooster style your hair? You two look quite alike. Ding Hao, caught mid-pose, seemed frozen, his expression shifting to one of acute embarrassment, caught between laughter and dismay. Was he supposed to be angry? After all, the little girl was merely 3 years old. What did she truly understand? Fortunately, Xian added, but I love big roosters the most. They're so majestic and handsome. Though the child had professed her fondness for roosters, Ding Hao could only interpret it as a unique form of admiration directed at himself. Indeed, Uncle knows that our little Xian adores the rooster. So today he has specially crafted this delightful design. Is it not splendid? Splendid. Hee. Little Xian truly possesses discerning taste. Ha! The laughter from Dugu Tianchuan and others could no longer be contained, bursting forth in hearty guffaws. Even the usually composed Dugu Jinyan revealed a smile. These two are simply too amusing. Casting a glance at the crowd, Ding Hao decided he had no desire to continue conversing with these jokesters and strode confidently towards the stage. Although he appeared cheerful, like a carefree second-generation rich kid, it must be acknowledged that his audacity far surpassed that of ordinary people. Sporting a flamboyant, colorful hairstyle, Ding Hao confidently took center stage, microphone in hand. Dear friends, today is Christmas, and to celebrate this joyous occasion, our band has meticulously prepared an original song titled Our Love. We hope you all will enjoy it. As his words fell, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, igniting the entire night with their fervor. For them, the joy of spending time with children and enjoying music was simply unparalleled. Of course, much of the applause was directed at Ding Hao's avant-garde hairstyle, which was undeniably amusing. After finishing his introduction, Ding Hao slung a bass guitar across his shoulder and began tuning it. Go for it, give it your all. Dugu Tianchuan smiled and punched his fist playfully towards Lu Lei and Yinling. Yes, Lu Lei and Yinling nodded vigorously, their eyes brimming with excitement. Although this event was merely a spontaneous arrangement with Dugu Tianchuan at a shopping mall, it marked a significant moment to showcase the results of their month-long practice. As the music began to play softly, a beautiful melody flowed through the night sky like a gentle stream. As the lead vocalist, Yinling felt a twinge of nervousness. Glancing at the tall, handsome man in the audience who wore an encouraging expression, she gently closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and began to sing. In her memories, she recalled the hazy days of childhood, clouds drifting in the azure sky. Back then, you said you would hold my hand and walk with me to the end of time. Since that day, I dared not lift my gaze, as if the colors of my sky had faded. From that moment on, I forgot how to breathe, tears forever absent, no longer crying. As Yinling's voice soared, Dugu Tianchuan gently tapped the beat from his seat, his gaze filled with admiration for the girl on stage. It must be said that her vocal timbre was remarkably pure and infused with strength. At this moment, Yinling became increasingly immersed in the world of the song, her voice rising with clarity and brilliance, akin to a nightingale soaring freely through the night sky. The previously raucous crowd began to quiet down, their attention fixed intently on the three young performers on stage. At that moment, Yinling's voice paused slightly, while Lu Lei's electronic piano melody intensified simultaneously. In that very instant, Yinling's passionate and fervent singing resonated throughout the venue once more. Our love, once past, shall never return. Even now I quietly await. Our love, I comprehend, has transformed into your burden. Yet forever I cannot let go of the final warmth, the warmth you once bestowed. As Yinling reached the high notes of the chorus, Dugu Tianchuan felt a surge of tension, his gaze fixed intently on the young woman on stage, silently praying for no mistakes, for she had previously encountered minor flaws at this very spot. When the high notes were flawlessly delivered before the audience, the weight on Dugu Tianchuan's heart finally lifted, and a smile of satisfaction graced his face, reminiscent of a teacher witnessing the successful debut of a cherished pupil. Chapter 72. The invitation of Dugu Tianchuan was filled with delight and admiration, his gaze fixed upon the passionate young girl on stage, brimming with joy. He was profoundly moved by Yinling's explosive vocal timbre, astonished by her remarkable performance that day. Her voice was exceptionally pure, flowing softly like a crystal-clear spring in the clamor of the mundane world, refreshing and pristine. When she sang softly, her voice was delicate and nuanced, akin to gentle spring rain caressing tender green willow leaves, imbued with a hint of sweetness that quietly penetrated the heart, captivating the listener to the point of reluctance to awaken. Yet, when she unleashed her full vocal power, the high notes erupted like a mountain torrent, formidable and majestic, soaring to the heavens, seemingly capable of penetrating any obstacle, resonating deeply within the souls of every audience member. Her voice possessed a unique texture, balancing softness and warmth with strength and resilience. It resembled exquisite silk, supple and smooth, yet tough enough to withstand storms. This tonal quality allowed her to effortlessly switch emotions while performing, sometimes gentle as water, other times fervent as fire, thoroughly conveying the essence of the song. Such talent was truly astonishing, although Yinling's singing technique still required refinement, particularly in handling intricate details. Her ability to flawlessly deliver the high notes of the song today surpassed 80% of professional singers in the music industry. In Dugu Tianchuan's eyes, this girl harbored boundless potential and possibilities. As long as she maintained her passion and dedication, her future in music would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Moreover, Dugu Tianchuan was pleasantly surprised by Ding Hao and Lu Lei's mastery of rhythmic instrumentation. Initially, he had presumed these two were merely dabbling in music as a means to express their emotions due to familial circumstances, but he had not anticipated the depth of their musical foundation. Ding Hao, exuding a playful demeanor with his vividly colored spiky hairstyle, appeared nonchalant yet demonstrated remarkable control over the instrument, skillfully stirring the inner enthusiasm of the audience. From the perspective of emotional and rhythmic control, Ding Hao was inherently suited to thrive in the entertainment industry. Of course, Dugu Tianchuan noted that his most distinctive trait was his thick skin. Clutching the bass, he performed with flamboyant movements, engaging in eye contact and physical interactions with the onlookers, exuding palpable excitement. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the effect was truly impressive. With a slight smile, Dugu Tianchuan turned his gaze towards Lu Lei, expressing his admiration. In stark contrast to Ding Hao's vivacity, Lu Lei exhibited an extraordinary composure. Standing before the electronic keyboard with an upright posture akin to a pine tree, he emanated a reserved aura. His fingers gracefully descended upon the keys, each movement appearing so calm and unhurried, as if each key were an extension of his very being, flowing effortlessly. As the music commenced, his fingers began to dance rhythmically, agile and precise, akin to a dancer leaping upon a keyboard, each jump imbued with exactitude and timing and force. His gaze was focused and profound, fixated intently on the keys, as if engaging in a dialogue with each note, deeply attuned to the ebbs and flows of every melody and the emotional surges they conveyed. The electronic piano seemed to come alive beneath his fingertips, flowing forth with enchanting melodies. The sound would occasionally resonate softly and melodiously, akin to whispers in the twilight. At other times, it soared with fervor, reminiscent of the first rays of dawn dispelling the darkness. His performance transcended mere technical exhibition. It was a transmission of emotion, allowing every individual present to experience the warmth and poignancy that welled up from his heart. His feet gently kept the beat, perfectly synchronizing with his hands, while his body swayed subtly to the rhythm, completely immersed in the ocean of music. Each keystroke mirrored the pulse of a heartbeat, in harmony with the music and resonating with the souls of the audience. In such a performance, Lu Lei was not merely a musician but a storyteller through sound. His music was not simply a backdrop. It was the indispensable soul of the stage, guiding everyone into the world he had conjured. These were three extraordinarily promising young talents. Until Yinling's song concluded, a thought arose within Dugu Tianchuan's mind. Yet the specifics of what to do would have to await further discussion with them. Applause erupted from the gathering crowd, accompanied by exuberant shouts from numerous young admirers. "It's so beautiful. I've never heard this song before. Is it their original composition? Indeed, I feel this song is truly delightful. It's remarkable, but why have I never heard of this band before?" Exactly. The female lead's caliber is astounding. Considering it's a live performance, her vocals are exceptional, far superior to those so-called big-name stars. By the way, what are they called? I think they're called the Flower Band? Yes, that's the name. I hereby declare myself a devoted fan of the Flower Band. Another song. Another song. As the fervent applause subsided, a unified chant for an encore arose from the audience. The members of the stage, including Yinling, exchanged excited glances, aware that they had truly succeeded this time. All that remained was to promptly upload the final version from the recording studio to a music website, potentially opening new avenues for their career. Thank you all for your applause. Calming her emotions, Yinling stepped forward with a smile. I am Yinling, the lead vocalist of the Flower Band. This stylish individual with trendy hair is our bassist, Ding Hao, and the composed handsome gentleman is Lu Lei. We only brought this one song today, so we sincerely apologize. As she spoke, a deep sense of regret washed over her face, though internally she felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, they did not bring merely one song. In fact, they possess only this singular piece. Steadying her nerves, Yinling smiled and remarked, "Today is Christmas, and we have engaged in extensive discussions with the mall's management to secure their agreement. If we were to continue singing without engaging in any commerce, what would become of the businesses here?" Her words elicited a hearty laugh from the audience. Nonetheless, her statement held merit. If they continued to sing, what would happen to the merchants? However, today, I would like to invite a friend to the stage to serenade us with a song. Is that agreeable? Wonderful. Observing the enthusiastic crowd, Yinling smiled gently and turned her gaze toward the talented Dugu Tianchuan. Now, let us welcome Mr. Dugu Tianchuan to present his original composition, Kiss My Darling. Chapter 73, Kiss My Treasure Father. Father, will you sing? Dugu Zixuan asked excitedly, lifting her small head. Her brother, Dugu Jianyan, though silent, gazed at their father with eyes brimming with anticipation. The fervor displayed by Uncle Ding Hao and his companions on stage had already captivated the children. How could they not be elated at the prospect of their father singing? After all, what child does not take pride in having a remarkable father? Yes, my dear. Do you like it? Of course. Clotsing her Bolbido, Dugu Zixuan jumps for joy. With a gentle chuckle, Dugu Tianchuan ruffled his daughter's hair and then patted his son Dugu Jinyan's head, softly advising, son, when I go on stage to sing, please stay with Uncle Ding Hao and take good care of your sister. Wait for me to finish, all right? Okay. Dugu Jinyan, a boy of few words, nodded earnestly. Seeing this, Dugu Tianchuan smiled, exchanged a few words with the descending Uncle Ding Hao, and then walked slowly towards the stage. The crowd surrounding them was eagerly anticipating who would take the stage next, when a remarkably handsome man strode forth with measured steps. His tall and upright figure resembled a majestic pine, drawing all eyes under the spotlight. Dressed in a simple yet elegant long black coat, though not of high fashion or a renowned label, it perfectly accentuated his athletic build. Underneath, he wore a white turtleneck sweater that added an air of composure and charm, complemented by his sharply defined features, making him the center of attention. This man was undeniably striking. He rivaled even the most esteemed celebrities on television. Dear friends, Merry Christmas. Dugu Tianchuan's voice, deep and resonant, caused some girls and young women to blush, their gazes becoming misty in an instant. I sincerely thank you all for your fervent support of the Flower Band. As their friend, I would like to perform an original song for you entitled Kiss My Treasure. This song is dedicated to my two precious ones. Thank you for accompanying your father over the years. I also dedicate this song to all the big friends and little friends present, hoping you enjoy it. Upon finishing his words, Dugu Tianchuan offered a slight bow to the audience, then picked up a guitar from the stage and casually tuned it. These simple gestures exuded a carefree elegance, causing several young women and ladies to gaze wide-eyed at the man on stage, as if he were a rare treasure. Once satisfied with the tuning, Dugu Tianchuan smiled gently. His nimble fingers began to strum the strings, and a melodious prelude filled the air. The soft notes floated like a warm spring breeze, gently caressing the hearts of everyone present. Dugu Tianchuan closed his eyes slightly, inhaled deeply, and allowed himself to be wholly immersed in the realm of music. His chest rose and fell rhythmically with each breath, as if in sync with the melody. My dear, I shall traverse the lofty mountains to seek the sun that has vanished, to search for the moon that has gone astray. The moment Dugu Tianchuan opened his mouth, a tremor of astonishment rippled through the hearts of all present. The timbre of this man's voice was profoundly magnetic. My dear, I shall cross the oceans to find the lost rainbow, to capture the fleeting meteor. I will soar into the boundless night sky, plucking a star to be your plaything. As he sang this line, Dugu Tianchuan pointed towards his two children, his gaze filled with infinite affection. Yet if one were to look closely, they might perceive a hint of guilt lurking deep within his eyes. Unbeknownst to Dugu Tianchuan, this very gesture incited a fervent commotion among the crowd of children, with little girls and young wives waving their hands enthusiastically at the man on stage. It must be said that his mere visage was enough to drive everyone into a frenzy, not to mention the enchanting quality of his song. Dugu Jinyan and Zixuan, his siblings, also noticed this tender scene of their father and joyfully waved their short arms in response. At that moment, they thought their father was exceptionally cool. I yearn to touch the moon with my own hands and inscribe your name upon it. La la hu la 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 hu la la. Inscribing your name upon it. La la hu la 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 hu la la. Finally, I shall return safely to tell you everything, my dear. Dugu Tianchuan's voice was steady and powerful, his pitch impeccable without a trace of flaw. His vocal techniques were masterful, and his emotional expression was sincere and natural, vividly conveying the essence of familial love embedded in the song. As the melody progressed, Dugu Tianchuan's state improved, his body swaying gently with the rhythm, as if he had become one with the music. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with a tender light, radiant like a constellation, captivating all who beheld him. The audience below was equally ensnared by the enchanting strains of music. Through this song, they deeply felt the love a father bears for his children, for their sake. They would traverse mountains and rivers, even pluck a heart from the heavens, all for the sake of their children's joyful smiles. Although this was not traditional pop music, it must be said that the lyrics of the song were truly magnificent. An enthusiastic music lover in the audience could not help but exclaim, "This man's singing prowess is remarkable." For him, singing seems as natural as drinking water or eating, and the lyrics are even better. His sentiments were echoed by those around him. Indeed, while this song may not be a mainstream hit, it resonates profoundly with us parents, encapsulating our very hearts. The gentleman on stage just mentioned that it was written for his children. A man so handsome, talented, and devoted to his family and children is a rarity indeed. How fortunate it would be if he were my husband. Oh, please, do you really think you're worthy? One should not overlook the remarkable qualities of others, particularly those of his wife. Ha! As the last note resonated from the voice of the illustrious Dugu Tianchuan, the venue erupted in a thunderous applause and cheers. Yet, in a corner invisible to him, a woman of exquisite grace and unparalleled beauty gazed upon his performance. Unlike the fervent enthusiasm of the other spectators, her expression conveyed a more intricate tapestry of emotions. Chapter 74. Who is your darling? Nangong Zixuan could never have anticipated that she would unexpectedly encounter the man who had left an indelible impression on her in such an ostensibly ordinary location. In her initial perception, this man, aside from possessing an exceptionally handsome visage, seemed to be burdened solely by his undeniable propensity for violence. To put it plainly, he appeared to be a brawny individual with a simplistic mind, as if he had little to offer beyond the display of physical strength. However, at this moment, the unfolding events compelled her to reassess her previous judgments about him. The man's prowess in singing and songwriting was astoundingly remarkable. His voice possessed an enchanting quality, effortlessly penetrating the hearts of listeners and immersing them in the musical realm he conjured. Nangong Zixuan herself was an ardent music lover, yet the demands of her rigorous work schedule consumed the vast majority of her time and energy, rendering her, in the eyes of others, a somewhat rigid individual solely devoted to her profession, devoid of any discernible interests or hobbies beyond her career. Yet, the song performed by Dugu Tianchuan resonated deeply within her, its emotional depth and significance serving as a key that unlocked the softer corners of her heart, long overshadowed by the monotony of daily responsibilities. It must be said, this song possessed the potential for monumental success. After all, every adult in reality bears the weight of familial responsibilities and has their own children. This song poignantly touched upon the profound love that people harbor for their families and offspring. "Mama, let us go. What is so enjoyable?" Just as she was lost in contemplation, a small boy's impatient voice broke through. "I'm starving." Oh, emerging from her complex emotions, Nangong Zixuan redirected her attention from the scene below and cast an apologetic glance at her son. Sorry, darling. What would you like to eat for lunch? Mama will take you and your sister out." Anything, the boy shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm tired of all this. You and sister can decide." You shaking her head in exasperation. Nangong Zixuan's typically frosty demeanor softened with affection as she picked up the little girl beside her. Yuan, tell Mama, what do you want to eat?" "Mama, you really shouldn't ask her. You know she can't speak." The boy rolled his eyes in displeasure, then waved his hand dramatically and declared, "Cake. Michelin black truffle cake. That's sister's favorite." Upon hearing her brother's words, the little girl in Nangong Zixuan's arms brightened instantly, nodding her head rapidly like a chick pecking at grains, her eyes shimmering with joy. "All right, since that's the case, let us hurry along. We can't let my precious son and daughter go hungry." With a gentle smile, Nangong Zixuan cradled her daughter in her arms while holding her son's small hand as they made their way towards the Michelin restaurant. However, before they could leave, Her phone suddenly rang. This was Nangong Zixuan's private number, known only to a few close acquaintances, so she reluctantly slowed her pace and retrieved her phone. Hello, Zixuan. Are you at Wana Plaza? I just saw someone who looked like you. The cheerful voice of Qin Haoshuan resonated through the line. What about you? Are you here today as well? A smile of delight graced Nangong Zixuan's face upon receiving his call. Indeed, have the little treasures come along too? Yes. Grandma said they were too rowdy at home, so she had to send Zhangma to bring them here to play. I just received them last night. Ha! It's been ages since I've seen those two adorable ones. What are you all up to later? Yuan wants to eat black truffle cake. So I'm taking them to the Michelin restaurant now. All right, wait for me. I'll join you shortly, and we can have dinner together. Okay, you go ahead, and I'll take the kids there first. After hanging up, Nangong Zixuan prepared to continue her walk, only to find her son had stopped moving. She quickly looked down to see a disdainful expression on his face, mixed with anger. What is wrong, darling? Why are you suddenly upset? Darling. To her surprise, the little boy's irritation intensified at her words. It's better if you don't call me darling. Your real darling will be here soon. Chuckling softly at her son's sarcastic remark, Nangong Zixuan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, gently flicking his forehead with her delicate finger. You're just being silly. Mommy's treasures will always be you and your sister. Don't. The boy, clearly displeased with his mother's explanation, waved his hands dismissively, his face contorted with disgust. Right now, we are your little treasures, but once that disgusting man arrives, we'll be nothing but unwanted scraps. Nangong Jinyu, upon hearing her son's words, Nangong Zixuan's expression changed instantly. The previously playful smile vanished, replaced by a serious gaze fixed upon him. Sensing his mother's change in demeanor, Nangong Jinyu appeared somewhat frightened and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Nangong Jinyu, tell me, who taught you such foul language? With a sulky expression, Nangong Jinyu retorted, no one taught me. But tell me, isn't this the truth? Aren't you about to marry him? Then you'll have your own children, and my sister and I will be nothing but unwanted scraps. Am I wrong? Nangong Jinyu abruptly turned his head, fiercely staring at his mother, his eyes reddening, tears already visible within them. Meanwhile, the little girl in Nangong Zixuan's arms, upon hearing her brother's words, though unable to speak, had no issue with her hearing. Large teardrops began to cascade down her tiny cheeks, her small body seemingly resisting the embrace of Nangong Zixuan, struggling to break free. Who told you that? Nangong Zixuan was momentarily stunned by her son's question, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Nangong Jinyu. Noticing that his mother did not immediately refute the claim, but instead inquired about the source, the young boy's temper flared. I'm going to the bathroom. With a loud shout, Nangong Jinyu turned and ran away. Observing her son's anger, Nangong Zixuan realized her earlier words had been problematic, but there was no time for explanations now. She could only urge the bodyguard to follow swiftly and, cradling her daughter tightly, offer her soft reassurances. At that moment, Dugu Tianchuan happened to be leading Dugu Tianchuan towards the restroom. Chapter 75. The Twins? Sweetheart, go ahead and use the restroom. Daddy will be right here, enjoying a smoke. As he watched his son enter the lavatory, Dugu Tianchuan noticed the smoking area nearby and decided to light a cigarette, strolling towards it. This spot provided a clear view of the restroom entrance and exit, alleviating any concerns he had about his son wandering off. Despite Dugu Tianchuan's young age, he had been responsible for taking care of both his father and sister over the years, so Dugu Tianchuan felt relatively at ease. Moreover, he had recently gifted both children a smartwatch, ensuring he wouldn't worry about them getting lost. However, just as he turned away, Nangong Jinyu dashed into the restroom, leaving his bodyguard stationed at the entrance, watching attentively. Bad mommy. With tear-filled eyes, Nangong Jinyu felt the warm droplets streaming down his cheeks. His earlier outburst had not been mere childish antics. He truly felt the weight of his emotions. Despite his tender age, he possessed an extraordinary intellect, fully comprehending the gravity of the situation. Had it been anyone else, he might have shown more understanding, considering the challenges his mother faced in raising him and his sister alone. Yet, he could not bring himself to tolerate that man named Qin Haoshuan. He could not articulate the reason for his disdain. Although the man always greeted them with joy and treated them kindly, something about him felt insincere. The mere thought of his mother potentially sharing a life with this man, perhaps even welcoming a child of their own, filled Nangong Zixuan with distress, intensifying his aversion towards Qin Haoshuan and casting shadows over his feelings for his mother. Cursing the man and lamenting his mother, he approached the urinal, unzipping his pants. I must devise a plan to separate my mother from that insufferable man. Ideas swirled in his mind as he casually glanced to the side. There's another child. Suddenly, the little boy next to him turned his head, and in that instant, both children found themselves momentarily frozen in surprise. Nangong Zixuan suddenly felt warmth at his feet. Glancing down, he was startled to discover that his own urine had splattered onto his shoes. Oh dear! Realizing the predicament, he felt a rush of embarrassment, while the boy who had caught his gaze mirrored his astonishment. After a brief silence, the two little ones erupted into laughter almost simultaneously. "Ha, you wet your pants," the boy teased. Nangong Zixuan's face flushed crimson, but he quickly regained his composure, retorting, "I didn't. That was on purpose. Want to try it?" "Not a chance, that's gross." "Chicken, you are indeed the timid one." With a dismissive pout, Nangong Zixuan resolved to end this distasteful topic, her expression transforming into one of curiosity. "I am Nangong Zixuan. What is your name?" "Dugu Tianchuan." The boy beside her was none other than Dugu Tianchuan, who had just entered to use the restroom. "Why do we look so alike? Why do we look so alike?" To their astonishment, both uttered the same words simultaneously. "Is it you who resembles me? Are you unwell? Why do you mimic my speech?" Unexpectedly, their responses mirrored each other until the final line. "Ha!" Nangong Zixuan and Dugu Tianchuan exchanged a glance, bursting into laughter. For some inexplicable reason, both children felt a sense of closeness, perhaps due to their uncanny resemblance. "How is it that we resemble each other so much?" Nangong Zixuan inquired after their laughter subsided. "I have no idea," Dugu Tianchuan replied, equally perplexed. "Come, let's see for ourselves if we truly are the same." This ignited a spark of excitement within Nangong Zixuan, banishing her earlier discontent. Now, she was eager to rush to the mirror with Dugu Tianchuan to confirm their likeness. Grasping his hand, they hurried to the mirror. Upon gazing into the reflection, they were utterly astonished. They had only sensed their resemblance moments ago, lacking a concrete impression without the mirror. But now they finally comprehended the truth. It was not merely a resemblance. They were utterly identical. With wide eyes, the two children scrutinized each other in the mirror. Aside from their differing attire, their faces appeared to be chiseled from the same mold. Nangong Zixuan's eyes sparkled with cleverness, while Dugu Tianchuan appeared slightly bashful, appearing far more composed than Nangong Zixuan. Occasionally, others entering the restroom cast curious glances at the two children before the mirror, their expressions reflecting surprise at their striking similarity. This is truly peculiar," Nangong Zixuan murmured. "Indeed, it is as though we are twins," Dugu Tianchuan agreed, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "Do you think we might actually be siblings?" I do not know." Dugu Tianchuan was momentarily taken aback by Nangong Zixuan's imaginative proposal. "How about this?" She glanced around conspiratorially and whispered, "You leave a strand of hair for me, and I shall discreetly conduct a paternity test to ascertain the truth." "A paternity test?" Dugu Tianchuan furrowed his brow, confused. "Is that even possible, my good fellow?" Noticing his seemingly naive expression, Nangong Zixuan dramatically waved her hand. "Do you not even know what a paternity test is?" I truly do not know." Upon hearing this, Dugu Tianchuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, lowering her head as her small hands fidgeted together restlessly. All right." With a resigned roll of her eyes, Nangong Zixuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and refrained from repeating her inquiry. After all, the child had already expressed her ignorance. "A paternity test, you see, is a means of ascertaining familial ties through the examination of DNA. Now do you understand?" Oh, he said. Although Dugu Tianchuan still lacked comprehension of what DNA entailed, he did grasp the concept of a paternity test. The adults passing by cast curious glances at the self-satisfied Nangong Zixuan, astonished that such a small child would utter the term DNA. Chapter 76. identity exchange, Dugu Tianchuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he lowered his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of his newly acquainted friend. How could he possibly convey that just a month prior, he had been begging on the streets of his father and sister, spending nights under the bridge? As for the things Nangong Zixuan spoke of, he had never even heard of them. This realization deepened Dugu Tianchuan's sorrow. However, he did not harbor resentment towards his father. Instead, he resolved inwardly that upon returning, he would pursue an education and strive to learn the remarkable knowledge that fascinated him. Nangong Zixuan, brimming with pride, suddenly noticed the evident discomfort on his friend's face. Being an exceedingly intelligent child, one might even label him a genius. He recognized that his words may have inadvertently caused distress. Thus, he swiftly shifted the topic. Hey, what do you like to eat? My favorite is steak, especially Japanese Wagyu. The flavor is simply divine. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Upon hearing this, Dugu Tianchuan hesitantly lifted his head, a flicker of longing crossing his eyes, only to dim again as he murmured, I've never had it. Nangong Zixuan was taken aback. He could hardly believe his new friend had never tasted steak. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Then what do you usually eat? Dugu Tianchuan's cheeks flushed crimson, and after a moment of hesitation, he softly replied, I don't know what steak tastes like. I'm just happy when I can fill my stomach. Really? Upon hearing this, Nangong Zixuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Dugu Tianchuan, noticing the astonishment etched on his friend's face, felt a wave of sadness wash over him as he lowered his head. I'm sorry. Nangong Zixuan was taken aback, realizing that his words had inadvertently saddened his companion, and quickly offered an apology. He then attempted to divert the conversation to lift his friend's spirits. You mentioned you've never had steak, and that you're just happy to be full. What's the story behind that? A shadow flickered in Dugu Tianchuan's eyes as he lowered his head, silently twisting the hem of his clothing. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. My father was unwell, so he could only take my sister and me out to beg. Being able to fill our stomachs was the greatest luxury we could hope for. We could hardly dare to dream of steak. A hint of bitterness colored his voice. Nangong Zixuan listened intently, his heart aching for his new friend. By the way, you often mention your father and sister. What about your mother? Did she not care for you when your father was ill? I have no mother. Lowering his head, Dugu Tianchuan felt a sudden wave of anguish, his eyes welling up with tears. I have never seen my mother since I was little. Nangong Zixuan's mouth fell open in shock as he ran a hand through his hair in frustration. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it, Dugu Tianchuan said, forcing a brave face as he lifted his head. Sighing, he added, I also have never had a father. At this moment, it was Dugu Tianchuan's turn to be taken aback. He quickly closed his mouth and cast a sympathetic glance at Nangong Zixuan. It's all right. I'm used to it anyway. Having a father or not, it makes no difference. Nangong Zixuan, emulating the adults, gently patted Dugu Tianchuan on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't be sad. From now on, we shall be friends. Having friends is what truly matters, don't you think? Yes. Gazing at the boy before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, Dugu Tianchuan suddenly felt an overwhelming fondness for him. Just then, Nangong Zixuan furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. After a brief moment, his eyes brightened, and he exclaimed excitedly, I've thought of a splendid idea. Since we look so alike, why not swap clothes? You can impersonate me and go have black truffle cake with my mother, while I pretend to be you to ease your father's worries. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Dugu Tianchuan's face turned pale as he shook his head vigorously. That won't do. What if we get caught? It would cause you trouble. However, Nangong Zixuan waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, It's fine. My mother dotes on me immensely, and even if she finds out, she won't be angry. Come on, let us change now. You can finally have a taste. As he spoke, he began to unbutton his shirt, preparing to swap outfits with Dugu Tianchuan. Watching his friend's actions, Dugu Tianchuan felt a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he was eager to discover the taste of that mysterious black truffle cake. But on the other, he feared causing Nangong Zixuan any trouble. Hurry. If they catch us, it won't be good. Seeing his friend already down to his undergarments, Dugu Tianchuan reluctantly began to undress as well. The adults who entered the restroom were filled with curiosity and amusement at the sight. What on earth were these two children doing, starting to undress in the bathroom? However, upon seeing their identical faces, they couldn't help but smile knowingly, thinking these two must be up to some mischief. Before long, the two had changed outfits and couldn't help but chuckle at each other's appearance. "Now you are me. Just don't blow your cover," Nangong Zixuan said, looking at Dugu Tianchuan with satisfaction as he adjusted his collar, feigning seriousness. "Yes, don't worry." A sly grin spread across Nangong Zixuan's face as he suddenly remembered he hadn't exchanged contact information with his new friend. "By the way, do you have a little genius watch?" "Yes." Dugu Tianchuan revealed the watch his father had recently bought for him. "Let us exchange contact information. After you finish eating with my mother, we can find a place to swap back our clothes. What do you think?" Nangong Zixuan proposed excitedly, pulling out his little genius phone watch from his pocket and handing it to Dugu Tianchuan. After a moment of hesitation, Dugu Tianchuan accepted the watch, inputting his number, and then took out his own watch to exchange numbers with Nangong Zixuan. Two children exchanged a smile, as if, in that moment, they had forged a unique bond between them. "By the way, I just remembered what I said earlier. Could you spare me a few strands of your hair?" Nangong Zixuan suddenly recalled her previous words and hurriedly added, "Sure," without waiting for further elaboration. Dugu Tianchuan swiftly plucked a few strands of hair from his own head and handed them to Nangong Zixuan. "Here you go. All right, I will seize the opportunity to send them for testing, and I will inform you at the earliest possible moment once I have news." She continued, "Now, you must go out first, and you will see a tall man in a black suit waiting at the door. That is my family's bodyguard. Once you step outside, he will escort you to meet my mother. Remember, do not say a word. Just act cool, understood?" Fearing that Dugu Tianchuan might make a mistake, Nangong Zixuan incessantly instructed him. "Yes, all right. When you go out, you will encounter a very tall and handsome man. That is my father. I understand. Off you go." A mischievous smile spread across Nangong Zixuan's face as she pushed her friend, urging him to hurry outside. Chapter 77. The Human Trafficker. As Dugu Tianchuan emerged from the restroom, a robust man in a black suit approached him swiftly. "Let us depart," he stated, cradling Dugu Tianchuan in his arms and navigating through the throngs of people towards the direction of Nangong Zixuan. Feeling somewhat disoriented and a flicker of regret surfacing within him, Dugu Tianchuan pondered why he had acquiesced to Nangong Zixuan's proposal. His thoughts turned to his father, anxiety creeping in at the possibility that his father would worry about his whereabouts. Yet, as he considered his striking resemblance to the other party, an overwhelming curiosity arose within him. He suddenly yearned to know whether Nangong Zixuan's mother would discern any differences upon seeing him. Caught in this conflict of emotions, Dugu Tianchuan ultimately chose not to flee, but to accompany the bodyguard to the so-called mother. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Dugu Tianchuan being escorted away by her family's bodyguard, a glint of cunning flashed in Nangong Zixuan's eyes. She carefully secured the hair she had just pulled from Dugu Tianchuan's head into a small bag and tucked it into her pocket. With a smirk gracing her lips, she glanced around and strode out with a spring in her step. In stark contrast to Dugu Tianchuan's unease, Nangong Zixuan reveled in her triumph, eagerly anticipating the moment she would meet this so-called father. She was curious to ascertain the character of her new friend's father. Where is he? Standing outside the restroom, Nangong Zixuan scanned the area for the tall and handsome father described by Dugu Tianchuan. Yet, amidst the bustling crowd, no familiar figure emerged, igniting a flicker of irritation within her. How irresponsible. He leaves a 3-year-old alone to use the restroom? This is utterly infuriating, she muttered under her breath, continuing to search anxiously. At that moment, where was Dugu Tianchuan? After finishing his cigarette, he was preparing to go and retrieve his son, only to receive a call from Xiao Zhongyan. The arrangements for their identification cards had been made. All Dugu Tianchuan needed to do was provide their birthdays, and the cards would be ready in a few days. This delightful news filled Dugu Tianchuan with joy, and he expressed his gratitude repeatedly, marveling at the Xiao family's prowess as one of the top families in the port city, effortlessly resolving such a challenging issue. In his excitement, he lost track of time. Nevertheless, he felt reassured about his son's well-being. After all, during his own aimless years, it was Dugu Tianchuan who had taken care of him. Despite his tender age, Dugu Tianchuan instilled a deep sense of trust in Dugu Tianchuan. Oblivious to being observed, Nangong Zixuan continued her vigilant search. "Son, what are you doing? You've used the restroom, but haven't come to find your father? Aren't you worried about making me anxious?" Just then a tall, lanky man with shifty eyes approached Nangong Zixuan, feigning displeasure. "Father?" Nangong Zixuan, upon hearing a voice, initially presumed it was the arrival of Dugu Tianchuan's father, and quickly turned to take a look. However, the sight that greeted him was startlingly unexpected. Was this truly the father of his good friend? To be candid, he felt a pang of disappointment. After all, both he and Dugu Tianchuan were strikingly handsome youths, often receiving compliments on their looks. Oh, but they shared a resemblance. Thus both could be deemed charming young men. Naturally, one would expect Dugu Tianchuan's father to possess similar allure. Yet, the man before him, Nangong Zixuan, found it difficult to articulate. He was quite tall, but that seemed irrelevant to the concept of handsomeness. It was as if he was not just unattractive, but rather, one could only say he had a rather unique appearance. "What's the matter? Are you dazed? Hurry and come with your father. Your mother is waiting for us outside." The man, noticing the boy's gaze was fixed in a stupor, felt a twinge of impatience. He stepped forward, grasped the boy's arm, and began to pull him outside. Though young, Nangong Zixuan was astute, a child prodigy often praised by others. Despite his earlier disappointment regarding the man's appearance, he was attempting to rationalize the situation, perhaps attributing it to some genetic anomaly. Yet, before he could fully convince himself, he heard a word from the man's lips. "Mother." "Mother?" Nangong Zixuan looked up, bewildered, at the man before him. If memory served him correctly, Dugu Tianchuan had just lamented his never having met his mother. How could one suddenly emerge? In an instant, his remarkably high IQ of 220 began to whirl with thoughts. He feigned innocence, blinking his large eyes with an adorably naive expression, and asked, "Mother has come too?" "Father, we did agree not to let her know we sneaked out today. If she finds out, I'll be in trouble." Initially, the man was apprehensive about the child causing a commotion, but was taken aback when the boy referred to him as father. This revelation eased his burden considerably, and he relaxed his grip. "You know, Mother is aware of our little plan and is waiting for us in the car. If we don't hurry down, she might truly get angry. Let us move quickly. We mustn't keep her waiting." As he spoke, the man attempted to pull him along again, but Nangong Zixuan deftly dodged the grasp of the would-be abductor, a sly smile spreading across his face. "You dare to deceive me, Yuval trafficker? You're far too inexperienced. Go home and drink some more milk." Before his words had even settled, Nangong Zixuan had turned and fled. At that moment, he had no time to ponder his father's whereabouts or why he had yet to appear. His primary focus was to escape from this would-be kidnapper. Otherwise, if caught, he might truly face a dire fate. The trafficker, caught off guard by the audacity of a mere child, was instantly consumed by fury, his expression transforming into a grotesque visage. He hissed menacingly, "You little brat, forsaking your parents just to play outside, are you? Just wait until I get you home. I will make you regret it." With that, he lunged forward, pursuing Nangong Zixuan. However, he underestimated the nimbleness of this seemingly small creature. Despite the child's short limbs, he moved with the grace of a fish, deftly weaving through the crowd, rendering the trafficker utterly unable to seize him. Observing this, a glint of malice flickered in the trafficker's eyes as he abruptly gestured forward. Chapter 78. Inversion of truth. At this moment, Nangong Zixuan seemed to have found his excitement. Dodging deftly, he turned to the trafficker, unleashing a torrent of disdainful mockery. You fool. How can someone as dim-witted as you even exist in this world? Do you truly believe such trivial tricks could deceive someone like me? You ought to go home and consume a few more years of milk. It's utterly amusing. With an IQ barely above 30, you dare to attempt deceit? If I were you, I'd have long sought a sturdy tree to hang myself with my belt, thereby sparing both air and resources. His voice rang out, crisp and resonant, drawing attention. However, unbeknownst to Nangong Zixuan, while he reveled in his own mockery, one of the trafficker's accomplices had stealthily positioned himself before him. "Where do you think you're running? as Nangong Jinyu turned, prepared to unleash another wave of his unparalleled derision. A large hand suddenly grasped his collar, and a forceful grip ensnared him, pulling him into a foul-smelling embrace. Upon glancing back, he was met by the menacing visage of a bald man who had seized him. A scream escaped his lips, and dread filled his heart as he struggled desperately to break free from the man's hold. Yet, the bald giant's strength was formidable, and despite his precociousness, he was merely a child of 13. His efforts were as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. "What are you shrieking about?" The bald man slapped him on the backside, his grotesque face attempting a semblance of a gentle smile, yet only elicited discomfort. "Hurry back home to your father. With so many people around, aren't you afraid of being snatched away by traffickers?" At that moment, the tall, gaunt man came rushing over, panting heavily. Upon seeing that the little rascal had finally been captured by his companion, he felt an undeniable relief wash over him, a smile breaking upon his face. "My apologies, everyone. This mischievous little brat of mine has been hiding, not wishing to return home. It's truly exasperating, and I am sincerely sorry for the trouble caused." The slender man noticed that a crowd had begun to gather, drawn by the commotion. Though startled internally, he maintained a composed facade, bowing apologetically to those around him. "Ah, I see. I initially thought he was a victim of trafficking. Brother, you must keep a close watch on your child. With so many people about, it would be quite troublesome if he were to be abducted." "Indeed, but honestly, your child is quite the troublemaker. You must educate him properly at home, perhaps with a belt. My own son was once like that. A few whippings, and he quickly learned to behave. Children nowadays truly lack manners. How can they speak of their father in such a way?" As the onlookers believed they understood the situation, that the child was merely being naughty, they began to encourage the tall man to properly discipline his child to prevent further mischief in the future. "All right, I understand. Thank you all for your concern." The tall, slender man finally released the tension in his heart, offering a wry smile as he bowed in gratitude to the surrounding crowd. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Jinyu felt a surge of alarm. At that moment, he truly comprehended fear. "You've all been deceived. He is not my father. He is a trafficker. Hurry, call the police and save me." "Child, how can you speak of your father in such a manner?" A middle-aged man furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting evident displeasure. He straightened his posture, arms crossed over his chest, fixating his gaze on Nangong Jinyu, as if attempting to instill a sense of recognition for his alleged misstep through his authority. Such rudeness is truly unbecoming. It seems a lack of upbringing is to blame. A woman nearby chimed in, shaking her head gently, her face adorned with a hint of disdain. She gestured towards the struggling Nangong Jinyu, casting a knowing glance at the crowd, as if to suggest that this child truly lacked proper guidance and deserved a firm reprimand. "Indeed, my good fellow, your child appears no older than 3 or 4. If he behaves so mischievously now, what will become of him in the future?" A bespectacled man earnestly proposed. He adjusted his glasses, his demeanor serious, as if his suggestion were an infallible and effective solution. "While I do not condone striking children, I must admit that for such a troublesome child, this might be a viable approach." A young woman regarded Nangong Jinyu with contempt, seemingly perceiving him as an unruly miscreant. As the crowd rallied in support of the trafficker, urging for discipline, Nangong Jinyu's fear morphed into a fit of indignation, the arrogance cultivated from his upbringing surfacing instantly. Did they not recognize his identity? He was the direct heir of the Nangong family, a prestigious lineage in the capital, with his mother currently at the helm of the family's affairs. He might one day be the family's leader, having lived a life of opulence and privilege. The Nangong family was a formidable entity, having thrived across China for nearly a century, spanning 5 generations and evolving into a colossal conglomerate with interests in construction, medicine, technology, and a market value nearing $1 trillion. Now, as the scion of the current head of the Nangong family, he found himself the subject of scorn from a throng of strangers, which was utterly intolerable. His temper flared. "Do you wretches have any idea who I am? I assure you, should you not release me, you will come to regret it." The crowd was taken aback by Nangong Jinyu's audacity to threaten his own father, their expressions shifting to one of discontent. Goodness, my friend, your child needs discipline. How could he address his father in such a manner? Another voice joined in. Indeed, what kind of child behaves this way? A good thrashing is in order, a few more lessons, and he will learn to behave. You ought to know better. Blind to the truth, Nangong Zixuan, in a fit of rage, scanned the crowd, his eyes beginning to brim with tears. You insolent wretch! How can you be so lacking in courtesy? The tall, slender man exchanged a glance with the bald man before approaching Nangong Zixuan, glaring at him with palpable ire. It seems that without a lesson, you remain utterly unteachable. As he spoke, the slender man raised his hand, poised to strike Nangong Zixuan's delicate face. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, erupted into delighted laughter, eagerly anticipating the moment when this unruly child would face his father's reprimand. As the massive hand descended towards him, Nangong Zixuan understood that evasion was futile. He clenched his teeth, refusing to shut his eyes. Instead, he fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the man, his eyes ablaze with defiance and fury. Chapter 79. Timely arrival. Nangong Zixuan fixed his gaze on the descending hand of his assailant, gritting his teeth in stubborn defiance, refusing to beg for mercy or cry out. Yet within his heart, a flurry of thoughts raced as he contemplated how to escape and summon the bodyguards at home to exact a brutal vengeance on the two ruffians. He had steeled himself for the impending blow, but just as the slender man's hand was mere inches from him, he felt the latent power behind it. Suddenly, an elegantly long-fingered hand appeared, grasping the slender man's wrist. Everyone froze, turning their heads in unison. Nangong Zixuan was momentarily taken aback, slowly lifting his small head to follow the beautiful hand, and his eyes sparkled with surprise. This man was exceedingly handsome and cool. His tall, upright figure resembled a majestic pine, and a black trench coat impeccably accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His deep-set eyes twinkled like stars in the night sky, profound and piercing, as if they could see into one's soul. Beneath his prominent nose, his thin lips were pressed tightly together, exuding an air of sternness. His mere presence seemed to hush the entire room, an intangible pressure subtly filling the space. However, what astonished Nangong Zixuan the most was how familiar this man appeared. In less than 2 seconds of contemplation, Nangong Zixuan's eyes widened in realization, his mouth agape. This was undeniably the adult version of himself. There was no need for further speculation. This dashing uncle must be Dugu Tianchuan's father, Dugu Tianchuan. Indeed, his conjecture was accurate. The newcomer was Dugu Tianchuan. After concluding a phone conversation with Xiao Zhongyan, he lifted his head to find a throng gathered near the restroom, causing his heart to skip a beat, as his son was still there. He hurried over, only to find his son cradled in the arms of a slender man, who was raising his hand as if to strike. Dugu Tianchuan's expression immediately darkened. Fortunately, he arrived in the nick of time, preventing his son from being struck. However, the fury brewing within Dugu Tianchuan had reached its zenith. Still unaware of his circumstances, he held his anger in check for the moment. No one could fathom Nangong Zixuan's thoughts, but the slender man was visibly irritated by this sudden interruption. Furrowing his brow, he attempted to break free. "Who are you? How dare you meddle?" Yet, the grip on his wrist was like a vice, unyielding regardless of his struggles, and his expression transformed into one of indignant rage. Meanwhile, the burly man, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and stepped closer to the slender man, his menacing visage fixed on this stoic figure. "Release your hand. Why are you hitting a child?" Their voices echoed simultaneously. Dugu Tianchuan cast a sidelong glance at the bald man before dismissively turning his attention back to the man whose wrist he held. "This is my son. If he misbehaves, I shall discipline him as I see fit. It is not for you to instruct me." With a slight raise of his brow, a glimmer of disdain and mockery flickered in his gaze. His voice, deep and resonant, uttered, "Your son? How? If he's not my son, could he possibly be yours?" A soft chuckle escaped his lips as he directed his attention toward his son. Upon witnessing the stubborn determination etched on his son's face, he was momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile graced his features. It seemed his son possessed a commendable spirit of masculinity. However, when his gaze shifted to the delicate wrist of his child, his gentle demeanor swiftly morphed into a dark scowl. How dare this man inflict harm upon his son's wrist? Jingyan, this fellow claims you as his son. So who? May I ask, am I? After a brief pause, he reined in the chill radiating from him and regarded his son with tenderness. At that moment, Nangong Zixuan found himself somewhat dazed, genuinely taken aback by the striking resemblance he bore to his father, Dugu Tianchuan. When Dugu Tianchuan posed a question to him, he inadvertently blurted out, "Father, you are my father." A hearty laugh erupted from Dugu Tianchuan as he turned to face the two men, his voice suddenly taking on a frosty edge. "Did you hear that? I am his father. Then who do you belong to?" Unintentionally, both men recoiled a step under the formidable aura emanating from Dugu Tianchuan, causing Nangong Zixuan to stumble slightly forward. A shadow flickered in Dugu Tianchuan's eyes as he tightened his grip, prompting a pained cry from the slender man, who felt as if his wrist were on the verge of being crushed. "I shall repeat myself. Release him." Dugu Tianchuan's voice remained calm, yet bore an undeniable authority. With a wail of agony, the slender man, unable to endure the pain, reluctantly let go. "Son, come stand behind your father." A trace of contempt danced in Dugu Tianchuan's smile as he drew his son behind him, positioning himself squarely against the two unscrupulous men. At this juncture, he could no longer feign ignorance regarding their true nature. "Kid, do you have a death wish?" The bald man, noticing his companion clutching his wrist and howling, stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Dugu Tianchuan. His stature was imposing, towering even above Dugu Tianchuan by several centimeters, and he weighed at least 50 pounds more, resembling a modern-day Zhang Fei. In his fury, his already unattractive visage twisted into an even more grotesque expression, instilling fear and panic in anyone who laid eyes upon him. After all, a man of over 250 pounds and nearly 2 meters tall confronting one was a daunting sight, and even Nangong Zixuan, sheltered behind Dugu Tianchuan, felt a pang of anxiety, contemplating whether he should call his mother to summon the bodyguards home. Yet, the thought of Dugu Tianchuan being with her at that moment and the potential repercussions sent a shiver down his spine. In an instant, Nangong Zixuan found herself ensnared in a web of profound confusion. Among the onlookers, there were indeed those with clear minds who, at this moment, finally discerned the anomaly, their eyes flitting between the faces of Dugu Tianchuan and Nangong Zixuan. After all, the resemblance between the two was strikingly uncanny. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were a perfect match, resembling each other so closely that a DNA test would be superfluous to establish their father-son relationship. The tall, slender man also began to sense that the tide was turning, suppressing the pain in his wrist. He exchanged a glance with his companion and promptly turned to leave. This place was no longer safe. Remaining here would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Upon observing this, the bald man frowned deeply, his expression darkening as he extended his right hand to point at Dugu Tianchuan. Then, much like his companion, attempted to turn and depart. Chapter 80. Unyielding, the bald giant loomed like a towering iron monument, his massive physique seemingly imbued with an inexhaustible aura of menace. Despite donning winter attire, the contours of his formidable muscles were palpable beneath the fabric, exuding a chilling sense of strength. His visage resembled a grotesque mask, etched by the passage of time and the weight of malevolence. His puffy face was accentuated by a pair of triangular eyes that glimmered with ferocity, while his thick brows slashed into his temples like twin blades, poised to strike at anyone daring enough to provoke him. As he parted his lips in a menacing grin, a jagged row of yellowed teeth was revealed, sending shivers down the spine of all present. Under the oppressive force of his presence, the crowd instinctively fell silent, their hearts racing with the realization that these two figures were anything but benign, possibly even traffickers of human lives. Even those few with remnants of conscience, shrouded in the malevolent aura, felt a surge of fear that extinguished any fleeting thoughts of alerting the authorities at the sight of the bald man's fierce gaze. After all, who would willingly invite trouble from such a demonic entity, risking an entanglement from which escape would be elusive? A scornful and mocking smile crept across the bald man's face. encapsulating an air of disdain and contempt for the world around him. He cast a sidelong glance at Dugu Tianchuan, his eyes brimming with unabashed arrogance and provocation, before swaggering away as if Dugu were but an inconsequential insect, wholly beneath his notice. "Is that how you intend to leave?" Dugu Tianchuan's calm voice pierced the oppressive silence like a sharp arrow, directly targeting the bald man. "Shouldn't you offer an apology before departing?" He raised his head slightly, his gaze tranquil and profound, as if the hulking figure before him were of no significance whatsoever. His intention was to escort the two men to the police, allowing the law to address their transgressions and prevent future atrocities. However, the reality of his circumstances compelled him to exercise caution. His identification was not yet finalized. Any hasty actions could precipitate unnecessary complications. Thus, he resolved to impart a lesson that would remain etched in their memories, ensuring they would never again dare to commit such inhumane acts. Apologize? The lanky man and the bald giant both paused. Bewilderment etched across their faces as they turned slowly to regard Dugu Tianchuan, as though he had uttered the most absurd statement imaginable. In their perception, this youthful figure had audaciously provoked them. Surely, he must be a fool. The lanky man recovered first, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke with a mocking tone. "Kid, are you tired of living? To dare demand an apology from us? It seems you have forgotten how to spell death." He began to advance toward Dugu Tianchuan, each step laden with a sinister aura. Dugu Tianchuan remained composed, standing there like a steadfast mountain, unyielding and unmoved. As the lanky figure approached, he suddenly sprang into action. With the swiftness of lightning, Dugu Tianchuan advanced, his movements so rapid that they rendered his form nearly imperceptible. His right hand, fingers slightly curled, struck like an eagle's talon, seizing the lanky man's throat with fierce precision. The latter felt an overwhelming surge of force rushing towards him. Before he could react, Dugu Tianchuan's grip had already clutched his throat, capable of effortlessly snapping his neck with the slightest exertion. Instantly, the lanky man was overwhelmed by a wave of suffocation, his complexion turning as pale as parchment, his legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Observing this, the burly bald man clenched his fists and let out a thunderous roar, his massive frame charging towards Dugu Tianchuan with a ferocity reminiscent of a tiger descending a mountain, generating an oppressive gust of wind. "Be careful!" Though the onlookers feared the bald giant, they were even more apprehensive of potential reprisals from his associates. Yet in this tense moment, some could not help but shout out. Meanwhile, Nangong Zixuan's small face turned ghostly white, her eyes filled with terror. The appearance of this human trafficker was utterly shocking. His immense, muscular build radiated a formidable power. In that instant, a twinge of regret surged within her. She wished she hadn't involved her friend's father in such peril. Fearing that should he be harmed due to her actions, she would feel deeply remorseful towards Dugu Tianchuan. Unbeknownst to Dugu Tianchuan, the inner turmoil of the little girl behind him, he merely regarded the approaching adversary with indifference. Just as the bald man's fist, as large as a cooking pot, was about to strike Dugu Tianchuan's head, he moved. With a slight sidestep, the bald man's fist sailed past his face, while Dugu Tianchuan's left index finger, protruding at lightning speed, struck fiercely under his armpit. The bald man's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he emitted a harrowing scream, his massive body bending in pain. Simultaneously, Dugu Tianchuan raised his knee and, with a powerful pull on the back of the man's head, brought him down forcefully. With a resounding thud, the seemingly indomitable giant collapsed to the ground, convulsing, his face suddenly drenched in blood. At that moment, he still clutched the lanky man, not having moved an inch. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd as they watched in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before them. They could hardly fathom that the fearsome man had been dispatched so swiftly by Dugu Tianchuan, who had barely taken a second to subdue him. Nangong Zixuan mirrored the shock on her face, but soon a wave of uncontrollable excitement washed over her, her gaze filled with admiration for the towering figure before her. This was astonishing. He seemed even more formidable than the bodyguards at her own home. Suddenly, he turned his small head and recalled what Dugu Jianyan had said about his father's lack of wealth. He and his sister had previously struggled even to have enough to eat. If only his mother would hire him as a bodyguard. He could be with Dugu Jianyan every day. The thought caused Nangong Zixuan's heart to swell with excitement as he eagerly anticipated the moment he could speak to his mother about this matter. Unbeknownst to Dugu Tianchuan, someone had already arranged for his subsequent tasks. He merely cast a casual glance at the bald man on the ground before shifting his attention to the lanky figure in his grasp. How should he proceed? With an indifferent gaze fixed upon the slender man, Dugu Tianchuan regarded him coldly. "I apologize," the lanky man stammered, trembling all over, his eyes betraying a look of terror. He had not anticipated that his companion would be so utterly helpless in the hands of the other. Regretfully, he lamented not having checked the auspiciousness of the day before venturing out. He had initially hoped to earn some easy money, but instead encountered a formidable obstacle, a stroke of bad luck. However, these men were seasoned in the ways of society, adept at yielding when necessary. Immediately, he began to soften and prepared to offer his apologies. Yet, before the words could escape his lips, an abrupt pause gripped his gaze, swiftly replaced by an expression of surprise, accompanied by a chorus of cautious exclamations from those nearby. Chapter 81. Encountering tough opposition, beware. The crowd erupted in gasps, pushing away in a frantic attempt to distance themselves from the imposing figure of Dugu Tianchuan. Meanwhile, the diminutive Nangong Zixuan widened her eyes, peering through Dugu's towering form in terror at what lay behind him. The bald brute, whom Dugu had just felled, had risen once more, his face smeared with blood, rendering his already menacing visage even more grotesque and fearsome. His eyes burned a fierce crimson, akin to raging flames, as he fixated on Dugu Tianchuan, emitting a low, guttural roar reminiscent of an injured beast venting its fury. In his hand, he brandished a knife, at least 6 inches long, glinting ominously in the bright light of the square, as if it could effortlessly rend flesh with the slightest flick. "D!" the bald man bellowed, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he lunged forward, thrusting the knife towards Dugu's back. At the sound of the crowd's panic, Dugu's instincts kicked in. Although uncertain of the exact situation, the chilling aura creeping up his back prompted immediate awareness. In the blink of an eye, as the blade neared, he pivoted with astonishing swiftness, akin to a whirlwind passing through. The knife grazed his garments, stirring a gust that tousled his hair. Infuriated by his failed attempt, the bald man's rage intensified. His eyes blazed with fury as he slashed horizontally at Dugu's neck. At that moment, Dugu still held the slender man by the throat. Reluctantly, he hurled the man aside, who crashed to the ground, wailing in agony. Simultaneously, Dugu executed a perfect bridge, his body forming a right angle with the ground, as the sharp blade of the bald man narrowly missed his face. D. The bald man, incensed by his 2 unsuccessful assaults, could no longer contain his wrath, rapidly lunging at Dugu with the glistening knife. Confronted with the formidable weapon, even Dugu Tianchuan was compelled to summon every ounce of his concentration. After all, facing a knife was a vastly different scenario from an unarmed confrontation. He dared not underestimate the threat. A flash of determination ignited in his eyes as he planted his feet firmly on the ground, knees slightly bent. Like a serpent striking, his right arm shot out with remarkable speed. In a heartbeat, he seized the bald man's wrist with pinpoint accuracy, his grip akin to an iron vise, rendering the brute utterly immobile despite his desperate struggles. The bald man's expression morphed into one of shock and disbelief as he attempted to withdraw his hand. However, Dugu's grasp was as unyielding as if it had taken root. "Is this all you can muster?" Dugu Tianchuan let out a cold snort, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. With a powerful sweep of his arm, the massive figure of the bald man was sent soaring through the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Nangong Zixuan, watching from the side, was filled with trepidation. Her small face turned as pale as paper from sheer terror, her lips quivering slightly as her eyes fixated on the perilous scene, silently praying for Dugu Tianchuan's safety. Only when she saw him send the man flying did her heart begin to settle and admiration and excitement once again sparkled in her gaze. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, not expecting the bald man to be so ferocious, brazenly brandishing a dagger in public. Struggling to rise from the ground, the bald man's eyes were bloodshot, disregarding his injuries as he wildly swung the dagger, resembling a frenzied beast charging at Dugu Tianchuan. This time, his attacks were even more frantic and devoid of strategy, driven solely by a desire to end Dugu Tianchuan's life. Dugu Tianchuan narrowed his eyes slightly, the weight of the situation evident in his expression. He recognized that this man had succumbed to madness, and one misstep could potentially lead to his own injury. As the dagger lunged toward him once more, Dugu Tianchuan deftly sidestepped the vicious strike, simultaneously seizing the moment to unleash a right fist that struck the bald man squarely in the abdomen like a cannonball. The bald man felt a searing pain in his belly, akin to being struck by a colossal rock, and involuntarily flew backward. Remarkably resilient, he managed to stabilize himself mid-air, and as he landed, he propelled himself back toward Dugu Tianchuan like a rocket, the dagger slicing through the air once again. Just as the bald man was about to close the distance, Dugu Tianchuan suddenly shifted to the left, evading the attack. In one swift motion, his left hand grasped the bald man's shoulder, yanking him off balance and sending him sprawling forward. Seizing this opportunity, Dugu Tianchuan raised his right knee and forcefully drove it into the bald man's back. A pained cry escaped the bald man as he was propelled forward by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground, his dagger clattering away. He attempted to rise, but failed repeatedly, feeling as if every bone in his body were shattered and his internal organs roiling, leaving him devoid of strength. Reluctantly, he ceased his efforts and lay on the ground, gasping for breath, realizing that he had met his match. Dugu Tianchuan approached the fallen man slowly, bending down to regard him coldly. "You can choose, prison or the loss of your limbs," he intoned, his voice echoing like a harbinger from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. The bald man glared up at Dugu Tianchuan with intense hatred, his bloodied face resembling that of a malevolent spirit, instilling fear in all who beheld him. "I concede defeat today. Do as you wish." The bald man gritted his teeth and declared. A cold smirk appeared on Dugu Tianchuan's face, his eyes devoid of any emotion. "Have you truly mistaken yourself for a hero of society?" The bald man snorted disdainfully, turning his head away in silence. In light of this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes as Dugu Tianchuan suddenly struck. Although the bald man could be considered a formidable character, the excruciating agony of having his limbs brutally shattered was beyond his endurance, eliciting a howl that was far from human. The lanky figure, pale as a ghost, trembled uncontrollably. He realized that today they had encountered a true, ruthless adversary. Chapter 82. The shock of Nangong Zixuan, my dear. Are you afraid? Dugu Tianchuan gently embraced Nangong Zixuan, his voice soft yet tinged with an imperceptible tension. He could distinctly sense that the child in his arms had yet to recover from the harrowing scene they had just witnessed, a pang of regret swelling within him. At that moment, Nangong Zixuan's mind replayed the horrifying image of the bald man wielding a dagger, his expression twisted with malice, and the grotesque contortions of limbs that followed, leaving her pale as a ghost. As she heard Dugu Tianchuan's soothing voice, her gaze began to drift into a daze. This man had effortlessly subdued the vicious assailant with a blade, all in the name of his father, igniting an inexplicable sense of safety and reliance within her heart. "My dear," Dugu Tianchuan noticed the unusual expression on Nangong Zixuan's face and looked down at her with concern, his eyes brimming with worry. Startled, she was suddenly jolted back to reality by the sight of his face, so strikingly similar to her own. "And no, nothing," she stammered, her heart racing wildly. Although she had been further away moments ago, now nestled in Dugu Tianchuan's embrace, the resemblance between their faces stirred an overwhelming excitement within her. "That's good." Dugu Tianchuan sighed in relief, grateful that his son seemed to have suffered little fright. Gently stroking Nangong Zixuan's hair, he spoke with a hint of remorse. "This time, it was my fault. If I had waited for you at the door, this wouldn't have happened. I promise you." I will never leave your side again, all right? Dugu Tianchuan, filled with lingering dread, clutched Nangong Zixuan tightly, as if to dispel every ounce of fear and concern. Even at that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that the little one in his arms was not his biological son, but rather a child who bore an uncanny resemblance to Dugu Jianyan. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan's apology, her eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. Although his life had been carefree and his sister and he were cherished by Nangong Zixuan, who provided them with the finest of everything, he often felt an acute sense of loneliness. Nangong Zixuan was frequently preoccupied with work, traversing the globe, leaving only him and his sister at home. Fortunately, the elderly matriarch doted on them. Otherwise, he wondered if he would have succumbed to madness, and when that might occur. This solitude had fostered in him a seemingly carefree demeanor, while he exhibited an extraordinary intelligence far surpassing that of his peers from a young age. It also served as a poignant reminder of his inner sensitivity. Having grown up without a father figure, he suddenly found himself at this moment with a tangible image of what a father was meant to be. Feeling the warmth of Dugu Tianchuan's affection and regret, a wave of warmth surged within Nangong Zixuan. Hesitating for a moment, she gently leaned her small head against this man's broad chest, a sensation of unparalleled comfort washing over her heart. Dugu Tianchuan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the sudden fragility of his son, who had always been remarkably independent and sensible. However, he quickly recalled his recent brutal actions and wondered if he had frightened his son. At that moment, a pang of regret washed over him, yet he felt a lingering reluctance to have acted otherwise. It was certainly better for those human traffickers to face execution. Had it not been for his current identity, he would have promptly turned the two over to the authorities. Nevertheless, he was confident that, after his departure, compassionate individuals would notify the police. Thus, his immediate priority was to urgently contact Xiao Zhongyan to resolve matters concerning their identities and household registration, ensuring that no complications would arise in the future. "Fear not, my dear, your father is here," he softly reassured, gently caressing his son's delicate form, his heart brimming with tenderness. Soon, Dugu Tianchuan, cradling Nangong Zixuan, arrived at the site of the earlier performance. The once vibrant stage was now being methodically dismantled by the staff, with musical equipment being cautiously removed, leaving behind a somewhat desolate expanse. In this slightly forlorn corner, Ding Hao and his companions remained immersed in their exuberance, animatedly conversing as if they were still riding the high of the event. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the approaching figure of Dugu Tianchuan and his son. Dugu stood tall and poised, his stride steady, while Nangong Zixuan nestled peacefully in his arms, exuding an air of endearing innocence. "Daddy!" Dugu Tianchuan's melodious, youthful voice echoed in the air, brimming with childlike wonder and affection as she rushed toward her father. Dugu Tianchuan offered a slight nod to Ding Hao and the others. Then, a gentle smile illuminating his face, he slowly crouched down, extending his arms to warmly embrace his daughter, planting a fervent kiss on her fragrant little cheek. "Brother," Dugu Tianchuan, feeling a bit shy, touched her face where her father had kissed her, then curiously turned her gaze toward Nangong Zixuan. She felt a wave of confusion. For years, her brother had always been a remarkably independent child, rarely indulging in such affectionate displays that required their father's embrace. What was going on today? Meanwhile, upon seeing Dugu Tianchuan, Nangong Zixuan was momentarily frozen in disbelief. His eyes widened as if he had witnessed the most astonishing spectacle in the world, filled with incredulity. He scrutinized Dugu Tianchuan intently, as if seeking answers etched upon her face. How is this possible? Is this truly the sister of Dugu Jianyan? Yet, why does she bear an uncanny resemblance to my sister, Nangong Zixuan? The only discernible difference seemed to be that this little girl could articulate her thoughts fluently, while his sister, Nangong Zixuan, could not. Yuan? Nangong Zixuan's voice trembled involuntarily, his expression betraying a mix of panic and bewilderment, as if he had suddenly lost his way. "Foolish brother, I am sure Xian, not Yuan. I shall ignore you." Upon hearing her brother mispronounce her name, Dugu Tianchuan immediately furrowed her delicate brows, her rosy lips pouting in displeasure, resembling a ripe cherry, exuding a playful and endearing charm. At that moment, Nangong Zixuan was utterly bewildered, his mind a tumultuous whirlpool of confusion. He never anticipated that not only did Dugu Tianchuan bear an uncanny resemblance to himself, but his sister also mirrored his own sister, Nangong Zixuan, to an astonishing degree. This bizarre coincidence filled him with profound doubt, while simultaneously igniting a peculiar thought. Could it be that Dugu Tianchuan is indeed the father he has never met, and that the Dugu siblings are truly his long-lost twin siblings? Chapter 83. Astonishment at this moment. Nangong Zixuan's mind seemed to be shrouded in a thick fog, a realm of utter chaos and blankness. As he stared vacantly at his sister beside him, he was no ordinary child. His astounding IQ of 220 enabled him to perceive the intricate nuances of many complex matters. From a probabilistic standpoint, the man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the father his mother had long claimed to be deceased, raising the possibility that he was indeed the same individual. This astonishing hypothesis detonated within his innocent heart like a powerful bomb, unleashing a tumultuous wave of emotions that surged forth in relentless cascades, battering the defenses of his psyche. His heart began to race uncontrollably, each beat resonating like the tolling of a warning bell, while his breaths quickened as if an invisible hand were tightening around his throat. His gaze remained fixed on the man before him, who bore a striking resemblance to himself, a blend of confusion, shock, and curiosity interwoven within his eyes. Even the gentle grip of his arm around his sister instinctively tightened, as if he feared that this man might vanish at any moment. "What's the matter, darling?" Dugu Tianchuan perceptively sensed the intensity of that fervent gaze. A slight turn of his head revealed Dugu Tianchuan's eyes, ablaze with an unprecedented fervor directed towards him. The emotions swirling within those eyes were intricate and tangled, akin to a chaotic knot, concealing countless secrets so complex that even he found them difficult to decipher, stirring a hint of uncertainty within him. After all, his son had assumed the heavy responsibility of caring for himself and his sister from a tender age, learning to suppress his emotions during what should have been a carefree childhood. At such a young age, he had donned a mask, quietly concealing the joys and sorrows of his heart. Typically, he exhibited a calm demeanor, rarely allowing his emotions to surface as they did now. Nevertheless, Dugu Tianchuan refrained from delving deeper into the reasons behind this behavior, attributing it to his son's youth. Despite displaying a maturity beyond his years, he was still merely a child of over 3, perhaps frightened by recent events, thus prompting such reactions. He did not entertain the notion that he might have mistakenly taken the wrong child, for in his heart, this was undoubtedly his own flesh and blood. "Are you hungry? Shall we find a place to eat?" Dugu Tianchuan inquired gently. "Daddy, Xuanyuan's little tummy is hungry, and my Barbie doll is hungry too." Before Nangong Zixuan could respond, Dugu Tianchuan's eyes suddenly sparkled, resembling 2 shimmering stars. She puffed out her little belly, her adorable demeanor eliciting smiles, as if declaring her hunger to the world. Witnessing his daughter's lively and playful side, Dugu Tianchuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling a swell of joy in his heart. He marveled at how his daughter had gradually emerged from the shadows of her previous years of insecurity and timidity, reclaiming the innocence and happiness that every girl her age should possess. At that moment, Ding Hao and his companions approached with a light-hearted gait, their faces beaming with joy as if adorned with the glory of victors. "Come on, Chuanji, we are famished. Today is a celebration of our flower band's triumphant debut," Lulei exclaimed with excitement. Yinling nodded in agreement, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Indeed, today's performance was exceptionally successful. This marks our inaugural step into the entertainment industry, a moment of great significance. "All right, let us go." The joy in Dugu Tianchuan's heart was palpable. He felt genuine happiness for Ding Hao's splendid performance, had just received a reply from Xiao Zhongyan, and was thrilled to see his daughter so lively and cheerful. With such a confluence of good fortune, how could he not be elated? "Son, what would you like to eat?" Dugu Tianchuan suddenly remembered that his son had been rather quiet and turned to him with gentle inquiry. Black truffle, Nangong Zixuan blurted out, lost in his thoughts, but as soon as the words left his lips, he realized he had misspoken and quickly fell silent. Black truffle? Upon hearing this term, Dugu Tianchuan's brows instinctively furrowed. In his understanding, it was an exceedingly expensive and luxurious delicacy, not something an ordinary person could afford. Moreover, how could such a young child even know the name of such high-end ingredients? Brother, what is black truffle? At that moment, Dugu Zixuan looked at her brother with curious eyes, sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. Oh, it's nothing. I just saw a store that seemed to have that written. Nangong Zixuan realized his earlier slip had aroused suspicion and hurriedly explained, attempting to evade the scrutiny. I would rather have pizza. He quickly amended. All right then, Chuanji. Let us take the children for pizza. They also have plenty of other dishes that the kids enjoy. Ding Hao timely intervened to ease the tension. Sure, Xian. What do you think? Would you like that? Dugu Tianchuan turned to his daughter, inquiring tenderly. Yes, as long as my brother likes it. I like it too. Dugu Zixuan nodded earnestly, her serious demeanor adorably charming. In truth, she had little knowledge of what constituted good or bad food. It was only recently that Ding Hao and the others had brought them various delicacies from outside. Otherwise, they would only be familiar with steamed buns and mantou. All right, let us head to the pizza shop. Seeing that the children had no objections, Dugu Tianchuan took both of them in his arms and led the way to the restaurant in the mall. At that moment, Nangong Zixuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt as though he had narrowly escaped from a life-threatening crisis. His heart filled with gratitude for his quick thinking in altering his words. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently revealed the truth. Although his mind was still awash with swirling speculations, what prevailed at that moment was a sense of confusion and unease. He had yet to come to a resolution. If this man truly was his father, how was he to convey this to his mother? Moreover, how would he navigate their relationship? The mere thought of his mother's visceral disdain whenever she mentioned her deceased husband made Nangong Zixuan feel overwhelmed. Of course, all these considerations hinged upon the assumption that a biological connection truly existed between them. Yet at present, everything remained mere conjecture based on tenuous clues. What he failed to notice was the penetrating gaze that Dugu Tianchuan cast upon him as he carried them toward the restaurant, filled with profound curiosity. While Nangong Zixuan might have believed his own narrative to be flawlessly crafted, he was unaware that Dugu Zixuan had never received an education and thus could not possibly recognize any characters. As their father, Dugu Tianchuan was acutely aware of this fact. However, he merely harbored a modicum of suspicion, without delving too deeply into it, nor doubting that the child he held was anything other than Dugu Zixuan. After all, the boy's appearance and attire mirrored those of Dugu Zixuan perfectly. How could he not be his son? Perhaps he had simply overheard someone mention the name and had taken note of it. Meanwhile, as Nangong Zixuan exhaled in relief, Dugu Zixuan, in the company of Nangong Zixuan and others, found himself engulfed in a state of shock. Chapter 84. The intense shock of Dugong Zixuan followed his bodyguard to a restaurant. The entrance of this establishment was grand and elegant, with a golden doorknob shimmering under the illumination of lights. The doorman, clad in a neatly tailored uniform, greeted each guest with a professional smile, courteously opening the door for their entrance. A wave of discomfort washed over Dugong Zixuan as he hesitated, feeling a twinge of unease. Although he had been informed by Nangong Zixuan about dining at a lavish restaurant, the opulence exceeded his expectations. As a child who had just clawed his way back from the brink of hunger, he found it hard to fathom such luxury. This was merely the exterior. He could only imagine the splendor that awaited inside. Despite his trepidation and fear of embarrassment, Dugong Zixuan found himself unable to retreat, and with a composed expression reminiscent of Nangong Zixuan, he slowly ventured into the restaurant. Upon entering, he couldn't help but gasp. The grandeur was overwhelming. Crystal chandeliers cascaded from the ceiling like a constellation of stars, casting a soft yet radiant glow that transformed the restaurant into a dreamlike realm. The walls were adorned with exquisite artwork, each stroke seemingly narrating tales of time. The dining tables were set with elegant tableware, glinting with a silvery sheen under the refracted light, exuding nobility and grace. In the meantime, an elegantly poised young woman sat by the window, delicately lifting a cup of coffee to her lips. Dressed in a pale purple cheongsam, the hem swayed gently like ripples, accentuating her enchanting figure and regal demeanor. Her features were exquisite, her fair skin radiating a gentle luminescence under the light, and her eyes, deep as the night sky, sparkled with a mysterious allure. When her gaze inadvertently met Dugong Jinyan's, his heart skipped a beat. How could it be her? Dugong Jinyan's heart raced as he recalled this woman vividly, not just for her beauty, but for the altercation she had with his father a month prior. If his memory served him correctly, his father had harbored a strong aversion towards her. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he followed the bodyguard to the dining table and slowly took a seat, only to have his pupils dilate in shock, causing him to spring up involuntarily. His abrupt movement nearly toppled the food and drinks on the table. "Why are you still so clumsy?" Nangong Zixuan frowned, casting an irritated glance at her son. Yet, Dugong Jinyan seemed oblivious to her words, lost in a daze as he stared at the young girl seated beside her, his emotions tumultuous like a raging sea. What was going on? At that moment, Dugong Jinyan felt his mind was overwhelmed. Though he had been startled by the striking resemblance between him and Nangong Jinyu earlier, it paled in comparison to the bewilderment he now faced. The young girl bore an uncanny resemblance to her sister, Dugu Tianchuan. If the two were placed side by side, dressed in identical attire, discerning one from the other would prove nearly impossible. In that moment, Dugu Jinyan's mind was utterly befuddled. He merely stared at the young girl, oblivious to what Nangong Zixuan had just articulated. How could this be? What a remarkable coincidence this world had bestowed. Waves of confusion and astonishment churned within him. His brow furrowed tightly as the expression in his eyes betrayed his bewilderment. Simultaneously, a bold thought flickered in his mind. Could this woman be their mother? After all, how could there be such a striking similarity? Once this notion sprouted, it took root in his heart like a seed, complicating and weighing down his emotions further. Nangong Zixuan was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by her son's peculiar behavior. "Jinyan, what are you doing?" she inquired, her brow knitting slightly in irritation. "Sit down and eat. Do you not realize you might frighten Yuan?" At that moment, Nangong Zixuan set aside her food, her large, captivating eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at her brother, seemingly unsure of what had come over him. Hearing his mother's words, Dugu Jinyan snapped back to reality, recognizing that he had indeed behaved rather oddly. Suppressing his overwhelming confusion, he awkwardly smiled at her and cautiously settled into his seat. Just then, a waiter approached, carrying a platter adorned with an exquisite black truffle cake, placing it upon the table. The cake exuded an alluring aroma, the rich scent of chocolate intertwined with the unique fragrance of truffles, tantalizing the senses. "All right, the black truffle cake you ordered for your sister has arrived. Hurry and eat." Nangong Zixuan paid little heed to Dugu Jinyan's earlier demeanor, well aware of her son's eccentric personality, which often led him to engage in peculiar antics. As he beheld the unfamiliar delicacy, Dugu Jinyan's mouth watered profusely, his eyes brimming with desire, yet he remained motionless. He was confronted with an exceedingly awkward dilemma. He had no idea how to eat it. Meanwhile, Nangong Zixuan elegantly grasped a small silver spoon, gently scooping a piece of black truffle cake and slowly offering it to Nangong Zixuan's mouth. The latter obediently opened her small mouth, savoring the cake, her face lighting up with a satisfied smile. Witnessing this scene, Dugu Jinyan endeavored to steady his own composure, striving not to appear too conspicuous. He mimicked Nangong Zixuan's actions, clumsily taking up a spoon and scooping a piece of cake. With utmost care, he brought the spoon to his mouth, imitating Nangong Zixuan's manner of savoring it. The moment the cake touched his tongue, Dugu Jinyan was enveloped by an unprecedented and delightful flavor that unfurled within his mouth. The rich flavor of chocolate harmoniously intertwines with the distinctive aroma of truffle, as if a lively dance were unfolding upon his taste buds. The cake possesses a delicate and dense texture, melting effortlessly upon entry, imbued with a subtle sweetness and a profound essence of truffle, transporting him into a realm of sweet reverie. Each bite is suffused with a sense of bliss, a sensation that radiates from his mouth throughout his entire being, compelling him to gently close his eyes and immerse himself in this exquisite taste. Is something amiss? A flicker of doubt crossed Nangong Zixuan's mind as she observed the expression on Dugu Tianchuan's face. It was well known that her little one never exhibited such tranquility during meals, particularly when it involved something he did not favor. Thus, his current demeanor seemed rather peculiar. Hearing Nangong Zixuan's words, Dugu Tianchuan felt a jolt of surprise within. He detected the skepticism in her tone and hastily opened his eyes to respond, only to be interrupted by the sudden emergence of a man's voice. Chapter 85. The Sudden Confession of Qin Haoshuan Zixuan. Have I arrived too late? A tall man entered with a smile, revealing none other than Qin Haoshuan. Jinyu, Yuan. What delectable treats are you indulging in? As he approached, Qin Haoshuan reached out to pat Nangong Jinyu's small head, only to be evaded, leaving an awkward smile on his face. A flicker of malice briefly glimmered in his eyes before it vanished. Ah, wita fine smila. Qin Haoshuan turned his gaze toward Nangong Xinyan, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Yuan, is that a black truffle cake? After a fleeting glance at him, Nangong Xinyan nodded gently, but soon redirected her attention to the cake, ignoring Qin Haoshuan once more. Observing the children's demeanor, Qin Haoshuan maintained his smile. Yet a simmering anger brewed within him. Beside him, Nangong Zixuan cast a glance at her two children, her eyes revealing a complex array of emotions, though she refrained from elaborating. Please take a seat, Haoshuan. With a gentle smile, Nangong Zixuan handed him the dessert menu. Choose whatever you desire. Glancing casually at the menu, Qin Haoshuan replied, Then I'll have a hanker of grilled fish, top-tier wagyu from the island nation, and a portion of caviar from the bear country. The ever-attentive waiter promptly took the menu to arrange the dishes. When did the children arrive? Why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have prepared some gifts for them. Qin Haoshuan inquired tenderly as he looked at Nangong Zixuan. They just arrived yesterday. With an exasperated smile, Nangong Zixuan glanced at her two children, her expression a blend of amusement and frustration. Grandma said these two little troublemakers caused quite a ruckus at home. She felt her heart couldn't take it anymore, so she had no choice but to send them over to me. Qin Haoshuan laughed heartily. What can you do? Jinyu has always been clever. He surely wouldn't be able to endure staying at home. It's also beneficial for him to explore the outside world. As the ancients said, reading 10,000 books is not as useful as traveling 10,000 miles. Moreover, given Jinyu's intelligence, he should venture out more. It will greatly benefit his future. As for Yuan, a hint of compassion and affection flickered in his eyes. Though she cannot speak, I believe she should venture out more. Perhaps one day, an opportunity will arise, and she will suddenly find her voice, don't you think? As he spoke, he glanced at the siblings, his gaze filled with indulgent affection. If outsiders were to witness this, they might well assume he was their father. Lost in the delightful array of dishes, Dugu Tianchuan was taken aback by this revelation, lifting his head to gaze at Nangong Jinyu's sister, his eyes filled with astonishment. Nangong Jinyu's sister cannot speak? No wonder she had not heard her voice since arriving here. Initially, she thought it was merely because the young lady was preoccupied with her meal and lacked the time for conversation. Little did she know, it was due to this reason. Sighing softly, Nangong Zixuan's face revealed a trace of helpless pain. Do not overthink it. Upon witnessing the expression of resignation on the exquisite visage of Nangong Zixuan, Qin Haoshuan felt a pang of tenderness in his heart. He gently clasped her hand and spoke softly, Zixuan, do not worry too much. With the advancements of modern medicine, there will surely be a way to heal Yuan. This unexpected gesture seemed to startle Nangong Zixuan. She quickly withdrew her hand discreetly, pretending to adjust her hair before feeding a piece of cake to Yuan. Thank you, Haoshuan. Your companionship throughout these years has been invaluable. Otherwise, I would not know how to endure. Noticing that Nangong Zixuan had evaded his affectionate gesture, a fleeting shadow crossed Qin Haoshuan's eyes, but he soon regained his composure. What do you mean by that? He cast a mild, reproachful glance at Nangong Zixuan and said with a resigned smile, For you, I, Qin Haoshuan, would willingly offer my life, let alone these trivial matters. After speaking, his gaze towards Nangong Zixuan was filled with deep affection and determination, silently conveying the steadfastness of his heart. Zixuan, do you know? From the moment we met, I vowed to protect you, despite the myriad events that followed. My initial belief has remained unwavering, to ensure your happiness and that of the children for a lifetime. Qin Haoshuan's voice was low and gentle, his eyes fixed intently upon Nangong Zixuan, brimming with boundless love and compassion. As Nangong Zixuan slightly raised her head, their gazes met, and a complex emotion flickered in her eyes: gratitude, reliance, and a hint of barely perceptible worry. With a soft sigh, she slowly replied, I understand. But now that I have children, I am unworthy of you. With your qualities, you could easily find a better girl. Please do not waste your time on me. No. Qin Haoshuan interjected firmly, reaching out once more to grasp Nangong Zixuan's hand. Her eyes flickered momentarily, yet this time, she did not withdraw but allowed him to hold her. Zixuan, please believe me, in my heart, you have always been the most perfect existence and the only one I wish to marry. Throughout these years that you have not accepted me, I may feel sorrow. Yet I will wait for you, for the day you truly embrace me. I will treat the two children as my own, accompanying them as they grow, providing them with the finest education and love, ensuring they become confident, independent, and the happiest of children. Qin Haoshuan's fervent gaze was filled with profound affection as he fixated on the enchanting face of Nangong Zixuan, unwilling to divert his eyes. Faced with this sudden declaration of love, Nangong Zixuan appeared somewhat taken aback. Her eyes were filled with confusion, and she sought to withdraw her hand but found it impossible to do so. Upon witnessing this scene, the solitary Junyan Dugu was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of indignation. Although he was uncertain about the nature of his relationship with Nangong Zixuan, he could not fathom why he harbored such an aversion towards the seemingly gentle man before him. As for Nangong Zixuan, Dugu merely cast a cursory glance at her, his gaze fixated on the intertwined hands of the two, and he could not suppress a disdainful snort. Despite his youth, having accompanied his father in begging since childhood, he had become accustomed to various spectacles, thus holding a deep-seated contempt for the duo before him. At that moment, Nangong Zixuan suddenly became aware of her son's piercing gaze, and for reasons unknown, a wave of panic surged within her. She hastily withdrew her hands and pretended to smooth her hair. Chapter 86. You aren't still thinking about that fool, are you? A fleeting shadow of discontent washed over Qin Haoshuan's eyes, as if dark clouds had momentarily obscured the brilliance of his once deep gaze. However, he quickly masked this turmoil with a forced smile, his expression a blend of sorrow and resignation, the corners of his mouth slightly turned down, as if he were suppressing a profound sadness within. Come, Yuan, have some of this. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Nangong Zixuan adorned her face with a gentle smile, delicately offering a piece of durian pastry to her daughter. Her eyes brimmed with affection and concern, yet a discerning observer might catch a flicker of anxiety hidden deep within her gaze. Nangong Zixuan shook her little head, tightly pursing her lips, her cherubic face puffed up in anger, resembling an adorable pufferfish. The bright, innocent eyes of the child revealed a clear aversion as she fixated on the durian pastry in her mother's hand. Unable to articulate her dislike, she conveyed her feelings through her expressive demeanor. Upon witnessing her daughter's displeased countenance, Nangong Zixuan finally realized her blunder. This was a flavor favored by her son. How had she momentarily overlooked such a detail? A hint of remorse crossed her features as she quickly apologized. Oh dear, my precious, I made a mistake. I'm so sorry. In her flurry of apologies, she hastily extended the durian pastry toward Dugu Tianchuan, her eyes reflecting a mix of disarray and regret. This display of anxiousness only heightened Dugu Tianchuan's discomfort. Furrowing his brow slightly, Dugu Tianchuan's gaze revealed a hint of disdain and irritation as he cast a cold glance at Nangong Zixuan before shifting his attention to Qin Haoshuan. Observing the latter's deeply wounded expression, a barely perceptible smirk of derision crept onto his lips. Though still young and unaware of the term green tea, Dugu Tianchuan felt an undeniable loathing for this man, particularly recalling the insults hurled at his father. His disdain only intensified. As for Nangong Zixuan, his feelings towards her were no less contemptuous than those he harbored for Qin Haoshuan. Upon seeing Nangong Zixuan, a flicker of suspicion ignited within him. If his conjectures were accurate, reflecting on the years his father had endured, dragging his injured body while bearing the burden of a fool-less reputation, Dugu Tianchuan's animosity towards her deepened further. Qin Haoshuan happened to catch Dugu Tianchuan's mocking gaze and was momentarily taken aback, a wave of inexplicable anger surging within him. Damn it, he inwardly cursed. How irritating this little brat's eyes are. Why had he dealt with these nuisances back then instead of allowing them to survive? Despite the simmering resentment within, Qin Haoshuan maintained his composed and gentle facade, though his fingers unconsciously tapped rhythmically on the table, a subtle manifestation of his inner agitation. Dugu Tianchuan, detecting the pungent aroma emanating from the durian pastry that Nangong Zixuan had presented, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, prompting a couple of dry heaves. "What is wrong, darling?" Upon witnessing this scene, Nangong Zixuan's expression subtly shifted, prompting her to hastily set aside her food and rise to investigate. "I am fine." Coldly rejecting Nangong Zixuan's attempt to check on him, Dugu Tianchuan pushed aside the food before him, retorting, "I am full." Nangong Zixuan was taken aback, gazing at her son with a hint of confusion, seemingly at a loss as to why he had suddenly reacted this way. Meanwhile, Qin Haoshuan cast a meaningful glance at Dugu Tianchuan before extending his hand to caress Nangong Zixuan's hair, attempting to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. To his surprise, however, Nangong Zixuan shrank back, evading Qin Haoshuan's touch while emitting a discontented grunt. This moment rendered Qin Haoshuan's hand suspended in midair, and the smile on his face became increasingly awkward. "I need to use the restroom." Dugu Tianchuan, wishing to avoid further interaction with the two, coldly stood up and headed for the exit. Seeing her brother about to leave, Nangong Zixuan's large eyes darted around before she quickly swallowed the food in her mouth, stood up, and toddled over to his side, tugging at his clothing and gazing up at Dugu Tianchuan. Casting a glance at the little girl, Dugu Tianchuan felt a flicker of affection in his heart. Although he was uncertain of their exact relationship, the thought of her inability to speak stirred a sense of compassion within him. Without hesitation, he gently took his sister Nangong Zixuan's small hand, his gaze softening with tenderness as he slightly bent down to meet her eye level, filled with fondness. "Come, brother will take you to the restroom." With that, he slowly led Nangong Zixuan towards the exit of the dining area. Nangong Zixuan remained stationary, watching the two children depart, her heart tinged with helplessness. This child. There is clearly a restroom within the dining area. Why must they go outside? However, recalling Qin Haoshuan's earlier actions, she began to comprehend that her son was indeed upset. Despite being merely 3 years old, she understood that one must not approach her son with conventional reasoning, as he had exhibited extraordinary talent since he first began to comprehend the world. After a brief moment of contemplation, she reluctantly instructed the bodyguard beside her, "Keep a close watch on the young master and young miss. They must not come to any harm." "Understood, chairwoman." Upon hearing Nangong Zixuan's command, 2 stoic men clad in dark suits nodded in agreement, swiftly pursuing the children. Once the trio vanished from sight, Nangong Zixuan wearily settled into his seat. "Is Jinyu upset?" Qin Haoshuan's gaze bore a trace of resignation and self-mockery. "Zixuan, I indeed lost my composure earlier, but please believe that every word I spoke was heartfelt. I truly love you, to the point of madness, to the extent of wishing to build a new family with you, one that includes our own children. Do not say any more." Suddenly, Nangong Zixuan interrupted Qin Haoshuan's confession, her expression gradually turning frosty. "Haoshuan, I have always regarded you as my dearest friend, so it is best for us to maintain our current relationship." "Why?" Perhaps stung by Nangong Zixuan's words, Qin Haoshuan fixed his gaze on the woman before him, his eyes reddening. "After all these years, do you still not understand my feelings?" Upon witnessing Qin Haoshuan's demeanor, Nangong Zixuan's icy expression softened slightly. "Haoshuan, my sole focus now is on caring for the two children. Other matters are simply beyond my contemplation, and I hope you can comprehend that. Surely, you're not still pining after that fool." A shadow flickered in Qin Haoshuan's eyes as he blurted out. The moment his words escaped his lips, Nangong Zixuan's countenance instantly turned frigid once more. Chapter 87. Whining, what do you mean by that? At this moment, the gentle demeanor that once adorned Nangong Zixuan's face had dissipated, replaced instead by an icy aura. Her beautiful eyes bore into the man before her with a look of unyielding coldness, seemingly awaiting his response. Why? No longer suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Qin Haoshuan, with reddened eyes, gazed at the stunning woman before him. "Zixuan, you are fully aware of my affections for you, yet you persist in rejecting me. Even if you have children, I care not. I would embrace them as my own and ensure they suffer no grievances. Having gone this far, why do you still refuse me?" Seemingly resolved to bare his soul, Qin Haoshuan, breathing heavily and overwhelmed with emotion, continued, "As for that fool, he appeared beside you with ulterior motives. Have you forgotten the day you gave birth, when he stole away 2 children and burned them? For such a person, you continue to spur my advances." Silence. Nangong Zixuan's voice rang out like thunder, silencing the entire restaurant, drawing the attention of every diner. Realizing she had lost her composure, she inhaled deeply, nodding apologetically to the approaching waiter, then turning her icy gaze back to Qin Haoshuan. "Qin Haoshuan, I implore you to curb your tongue. I do not wish to hear such words again, lest we find ourselves unable to remain even as friends. As for the fool you mentioned," Nangong Zixuan's expression darkened with hatred. "While I am uncertain of his fate, do not let me uncover any information regarding his family. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to make him regret his actions." Witnessing the chilling words spill from Nangong Zixuan's passionate lips, Qin Haoshuan's expression hardened, a surge of anger momentarily freezing his features. Cursing himself inwardly for this lapse, he suppressed his fury and forced a smile. "I apologize, Zixuan. I have acted inappropriately." Casting a cold glance at him, Nangong Zixuan redirected her attention to the table. "The dishes you ordered have arrived. Let's dine." With that, she lowered her head to indulge in a meal, not sparing him another glance. "Ayu, I'm taking my sister to the restroom now. The same place we encountered this morning. Can you come out?" Finding a secluded spot, Dugu Tianchuan evaded the gaze of 2 bodyguards and sent a message to Nangong Zixuan via his smartwatch. Meanwhile, Nangong Zixuan, still with Dugu Tianchuan, was already in a state of turmoil. He glanced frequently between Dugu Tianchuan and Dugu Tianchuan, sensing that something was amiss, which heightened his concern for the concealed hair of Dugu Tianchuan in his pocket. Just then, he noticed the message from Dugu Tianchuan, and his eyes brightened. "I'm heading to the restroom. I'll be back shortly." Without waiting for Dugu Tianchuan's consent, Nangong Zixuan sprang to his feet, eager to dash outside. Hey, what is the matter with you today?" Before he could escape, Dugu Tianchuan, with a playful smile, extended his long arm and pulled Nangong Zixuan into his embrace. "This restaurant has a restroom. Why are you trying to run away?" Nangong Zixuan hesitated, realizing the predicament he was in. If he couldn't slip away, it would certainly lead to complications. In that moment, his mind raced as he searched for an excuse to meet with Dugu Tianchuan. I don't like the restroom here. I prefer the one from earlier today." After much deliberation, he could only muster up a nonsensical justification. "What's going on with you today?" Dugu Tianchuan, perplexed by his son's unreasonable outburst, cast a questioning glance in his direction. "You seem like a different person." A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through Nangong Zixuan upon hearing his father's words. Could he have noticed something amiss? Just then, Ling interjected with a smile. "Let him go. After all, it's barely 50 meters away. If Jinyan wants to go, I can take him." "All right." Dugu Tianchuan had merely spoken casually, not giving it much thought, and readily agreed to Ling's suggestion. "Dad, I want to go too." Dugu Tianchuan glanced at her father and then at Dugu Tianchuan, her big eyes darting about before she chimed in. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with her brother today. "Then let us all go together." Ling affectionately patted Dugu Tianchuan's little head and readily concurred. "I don't want to go with you, Andy. I can go by myself." Upon realizing someone intended to accompany him, Nangong Jinyu grew anxious. If someone followed him, he might inadvertently reveal his intentions, which he was keen to avoid. No way. Dugu Tianchuan's expression hardened at his son's protest. Have you forgotten what just happened? What if a similar situation arises again? It won't. Nangong Jinyu quickly shook his head and waved his hands, swearing, it absolutely won't happen again. You can trust me. I still think it's not acceptable. Without any hesitation, Dugu Tianchuan firmly rejected his request. Dad, suppressing a sense of awkwardness, Nangong Jinyu uttered a term that felt foreign to him. Yet for some reason, it stirred an unusual feeling within. Disagree, will you? I'm grown up now, and besides, I have the little genius watch. So you can check my location anytime, can't you? To be honest, Dugu Tianchuan felt genuinely uneasy. Yet he knew his son had always been quite independent. Given his assertion, it was evident that he had a plan in mind. He had not anticipated much else. He merely felt that the child had grown and developed her own thoughts. Dad, dear Dad, after calling out to him once, it seemed as though all psychological burdens vanished for Nangong Jinyu, and the words flowed effortlessly from her lips. She even resorted to a charming display, tugging at Dugu Tianchuan's arm and shaking it playfully. All right. This was the first time Dugu Tianchuan had witnessed such a childlike side of Dugu Jinyin, and with no other choice, he could only respond with a wry smile. Daddy, I love you. Upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan's agreement, Nangong Jinyu was overjoyed. With a resounding smack, she planted a kiss on his cheek and then pulled her sister along as they rushed outside. Be careful. Make sure to look after your sister. With a resigned smile, Dugu Tianchuan called out loudly. Don't worry, Dad, I've got it. Without glancing back, Nangong Jinyu waved her hand casually at them, leaving Dugu Tianchuan standing there in bewilderment. Chapter 88. Discovering strange matters. Nangong Jinyu was utterly oblivious to the fact that his casual reference to Dad had left Dugu Tianchuan thoroughly bewildered amidst the swirling winds. Over the years, Dugu Jinyin had never addressed him with such buoyancy or affection. He always adopted an air of remarkable composure, resembling an elderly sage rather than a mere 3-year-old child. Thus, Nangong Jinyu's offhand remark had genuinely left him momentarily stunned, only regaining his senses when Ding Hao waved his hand in front of him. With a light chuckle and a shake of his head, Dugu Tianchuan found this moment delightful. Truly delightful. For the first time, he felt his son embodied the vivacity of a 3-year-old, reveling in the exuberance appropriate for his age. Hatsi, let us discuss the forthcoming arrangements. Setting aside his musings, Dugu Tianchuan shifted his focus back to Ding Hao and the others, his expression gradually adopting a more serious demeanor. The others mirrored his seriousness, though their faces were also tinged with excitement. Perhaps today's conversation would indeed pave the way for a future unlike any they had envisioned. Meanwhile, leaving aside the negotiations between Dugu Tianchuan and Ding Hao, Nangong Jinyu was swiftly leading Dugu Zixuan by the hand as they hurried outside. Brother Dugu Zixuan called out repeatedly, her voice laced with urgency and excitement. Clutched tightly in her arms was her beloved Barbie doll, which seemed to her the most treasured possession at that moment. Running so fast, her little face flushed a bright red, her mouth slightly agape as she struggled to catch her breath, her panting evoking a sense of tender sympathy. Slow down. Zixuan is getting tired. Hearing her delicate plea, Nangong Jinyu instinctively slowed his pace, turning to look at her with eyes filled with warmth and concern. For reasons unknown, he had taken an immediate liking to this little girl upon first sight. Perhaps it was because her visage was strikingly similar to that of his own sister. Almost there. Coming to a halt, Nangong Jinyu glanced towards the restroom, which was now less than 10 meters away. He noticed 2 tall, expressionless men in dark suits standing at the entrance, and a flicker of realization coursed through him. It appeared that Dugu Jinyin had already arrived. However, as his gaze darted about, Nangong Jinyu's mind raced with calculations on how to evade these 2 bodyguards. He resolved to slip inside and change clothes with Dugu Jinyin first. Yet, casting a glance at Dugu Zixuan beside him, a wave of concern washed over him. What would happen to Zixuan if he went in? Although he was confident in his ability to handle certain matters, Dugu Zixuan was still just a child. Suddenly, His eyes brightened upon spotting a patrolling police officer. Nangong Zixuan gently crouched down, looking affectionately at Dugu Tianchuan. Tianchuan, be the good girl you are. Brother will be back shortly. Will you wait here with that police uncle for me? Upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan's words, although Dugu Tianchuan felt a twinge of reluctance, she obediently nodded, her small hand tightly clutching her Barbie doll, her eyes reflecting a blend of innocence and trust. Nangong Zixuan rose to her feet, gently taking the little girl's hand and leading her to the police officer. "Excuse me, officer, may I ask for your assistance?" she inquired sweetly, looking up at him. "What's the matter, little one?" The police officer chuckled at her query, crouching down to regard them with warmth. However, when his gaze fell upon Dugu Tianchuan's face, he paused momentarily, a look of confusion and disbelief crossing his features. "Well, officer, I need to use the restroom, but my sister is alone, and I fear she might be taken away. Could you please help me? I will be quick." "All right, you go ahead. I will wait here with your sister," he replied. Though slightly taken aback, he still smiled and readily agreed. "Thank you, officer. Thank you." With relief washing over her, Nangong Zixuan expressed her gratitude fervently. "You're welcome. Just be careful in there, little one. If anything happens, don't be afraid, for I will be here." The sight of such a tiny child attempting to act like an adult brought a smile to the officer's face, and he couldn't help but feel fond of her. Not only was she polite, but her demeanor and speech were far beyond her years, giving her the appearance of a child at least 10 years old. However, as he watched Nangong Zixuan hurriedly make her way to the restroom, the officer hesitated before pulling out his phone. "Hello, Lao Zhang. Come over here with that little girl who was with you earlier. I've stumbled upon something quite intriguing. You'll see when you arrive." "All right, I'll wait for you, so hurry." After ending the call, the officer gazed down at the little girl in his arms, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Meanwhile, Nangong Zixuan had donned the hood of her clothing, obscuring her face entirely. As she passed by the two bodyguards clad in black suits, she lowered her head, one hand clutching her abdomen and the other holding her hood, rushing inside. The bodyguards merely cast a fleeting glance at her before returning their attention to the restroom. Exhaling deeply, once inside the restroom, Nangong Zixuan glanced back, and upon confirming the absence of the two bodyguards, she finally relaxed. Jin, over here, not so loud," came Dugu Tianchuan's voice from within. "Okay, I'm coming." She beamed, joyfully running towards him. "I missed you so much." Upon reaching the solitary restroom where Dugu Tianchuan was, she enveloped him in a tight embrace. Feeling the warmth and strength of her embrace, Dugu Tianchuan's heart raced unexpectedly. His previously raised arms slowly descended as he gently reciprocated her hug. An unprecedented sensation surged from within him, leaving Dugu Tianchuan feeling both unfamiliar yet inexplicably fond of it. He chuckled softly as he released the embrace of his hands, gazing at his friend, who bore an identical visage. "How is it? Delicious, isn't it?" "Indeed it is." Dugu Tianchuan instinctively licked his lips at the thought of the delectable dishes he had just savored. Although his mood had been momentarily disrupted by that person named Qin, he could not deny that the food had been utterly exquisite. "In the future, feel free to tell me what you wish to eat, and we can discreetly exchange our meals. No one will ever notice," he added with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Dugu Tianchuan couldn't help but join in the laughter. "By the way, Tianchuan, I've discovered something rather peculiar." "Oh, and I too have stumbled upon something quite strange." They both spoke simultaneously, their words mirroring each other perfectly, save for the names, which momentarily left them both in a state of astonishment before they erupted into laughter once more. Chapter 89. Are we truly quadruplets? You say. The two children uttered identical words in unison, their young voices intertwining in the air, resonating with an inexplicable harmony as if their hearts were in perfect sync. "Ha!" Nangong Zixuan was the first to chuckle, her smile blooming like flowers in the early spring, pure and radiant. "All right, I'll go first." She tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement as she gazed at her companion before her. This marvelous phenomenon of synchronization was utterly fascinating. Apart from their slightly differing personalities, many events seemed to occur as if drawn by invisible strings, happening in unison without effort. This novel feeling made him feel an increasing sense of closeness and intrigue towards Dugu Jianyan. Okay, you say. Dugu Jianyan nodded gently, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips, revealing two adorable dimples. Clearing his throat, Nangong Zixuan exclaimed with a face full of wonder, "You know, Jianyan, the moment I first laid eyes on Xian, that feeling is truly beyond words." A hint of astonishment and confusion flickered in his gaze, as if he were still immersed in the shock of that moment. I felt as though I was seeing another Yuan. My sister Yuan looks so much like her. No, they're identical. Had it not been for the sound of her voice, I could scarcely believe my own eyes. I truly thought it was Yuan standing before me. As Nangong Zixuan spoke with increasing fervor, her hands waved animatedly, as if to express her astonishment through movement. "I feel the same," Dugu Jianyan replied with a rueful smile, a look of empathy surfacing on his youthful face. He recalled the moment he first saw Yuan, the shock still vividly etched in his memory. "You have no idea. When I met Yuan, I was genuinely startled. In that instant, it felt as though my heart had stopped. My mind went blank, leaving only that familiar yet strange face before me. It's simply unbelievable." Dugu Jianyan's voice trembled slightly, his eyes reflecting endless confusion. "Indeed, it is hard to believe." Nangong Zixuan furrowed her brow tightly, her eyes filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. "Do you think we might actually be quadruplets?" Her curious voice rang out again, her gaze fixed intently on Dugu Jianyan, brimming with anticipation and inquiry. Gazing at the identical face before him, Dugu Jianyan found himself at a loss for how to respond to such a question. His mind was in turmoil, various thoughts intertwining within. Had he not seen Nangong Zixuan before, he might have confidently declared it impossible, for such occurrences were far too fantastical in his original perception. Yet, having witnessed the striking resemblance to his sister Dugu Tianchuan, his conviction began to waver. He opened his mouth to speak, only to find himself rendered speechless. Though he was still young and had not experienced as much as his peers due to his childhood hardships, this did not imply that he was foolish. On the contrary, the ability to care for his father at such a tender age spoke volumes of his intelligence. However, he felt immense confusion in the face of this sudden predicament. Nangong Zixuan seemed to sense Dugu Jianyan's distress and offered a gentle smile to alleviate the shock brought on by the previous question. "Norus, tomorrow I shall discreetly find someone to assist me in conducting a paternity test for the four of us. The results will be ready in no more than 3 days. And then we shall know the truth." This notion indeed held merit. Dugu Jianyan nodded in agreement. "By the way, Jinyu, there is something I wish to inquire about, if you don't mind." After a moment's hesitation, Dugu Jianyan could no longer suppress his curiosity and voiced his question. "What are you talking about? What is our relationship? Feel free to ask." Nangong Zixuan waved his hand with the bravado of a chivalrous hero. His small stature and remarkably handsome features reminiscent of a character from a comic book, making him stand out significantly. Fortunately, the two were currently hidden away in a restroom stall, where they would undoubtedly draw considerable attention. "Speaking of which, Jinyu, I want to ask you, what do you think of my father?" Not wishing to dwell on the matter, Dugu Jianyan suddenly posed a question. Nangong Zixuan was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry, but then a radiant smile illuminated his face, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Your father?" "Jianyan, I truly admire Uncle Dugu." Upon hearing Dugu Jianyan mention his father, Nangong Zixuan's demeanor visibly shifted to one of excitement. "You have no idea. Just after we changed our clothes and you stepped out, I went out too. And guess what I encountered?" "What did you encounter?" Dugu Jianyan felt a surge of happiness at Nangong Zixuan's evident fondness for his father and was eager to learn what had stirred such excitement in him. "Human traffickers." "Human traffickers?" Dugu Jianyan's expression instantly froze, his previously calm demeanor transforming into one of tension. His gaze anxiously swept over Nangong Zixuan, revealing a hint of worry and urgency, as if fearing even the slightest harm might have befallen him. After a thorough inspection, he finally confirmed that Nangong Zixuan had not sustained any injuries, allowing him to exhale deeply, his top body relaxing slightly. "Thank goodness you weren't hurt," Dugu Jianyan murmured, his voice tinged with an unmistakable blend of concern and relief. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jinyu's eyes glimmered with an emotion that was hard to conceal. He could sense that Dugu Jinyan was genuinely worried about him. "So how did you resolve the situation?" Dugu Jinyan inquired impatiently, eager to discover how Nangong Jinyu had managed to escape the clutches of those traffickers. "As Uncle Dugu rushed to my aid during my capture by human traffickers, you cannot imagine the loathsome scene that unfolded. The trafficker had the audacity to claim to be my father, branding Uncle Dugu a charlatan. The mere recollection of that gaunt man's grotesque visage and his absurd rhetoric fills Nangong Jinyu's small face with indignation. He furrows his brow tightly, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if he is once again witnessing that nauseating episode. Furthermore, there was a colossal figure, even larger than Uncle Dugu, who attempted to assault him. Nangong Jinyu continued, his tone brimming with discontent and fury towards those vile traffickers. Chapter 90, Worship Ah's father been injured? Upon hearing this, Dugu Jinyan was instantly taken aback, his complexion paling as he extended his hands to grip Nangong Jinyu's arms tightly, panic etched across his features. At that moment, his eyes widened, brimming with concern, as if he could scarcely fathom the thought of his father being harmed. Just them? With a disdainful roll of her eyes, Nangong Jinyu's expression swiftly transformed into one of excitement, her gaze filled with admiration. She stood tall, her small frame radiating pride as she proclaimed, "Uncle Dugu single-handedly overwhelmed them with just a few punches and kicks. It was truly magnificent. That enormous brute even attempted to retaliate by pulling out a knife." "What? A knife?" Dugu Jinyan's anxiety surged once more upon hearing this. Although he was already aware that his father had not been injured, his heart was still in turmoil. "Do not fret." Patting Dugu Jinyan's shoulder, Nangong Jinyu spoke with an air of maturity beyond her years. Uncle Dugu knocked him down effortlessly. He didn't even graze Uncle Dugu's clothing. Exhaling deeply, Dugu Jinyan finally felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be replaced by an overwhelming sense of pride. Observing the pride etched on Dugu Jinyan's face, Nangong Jinyu inexplicably felt a surge of jealousy and an inexplicable sense of loss. "By the way, Jinyan, what do you think of my mother? Isn't she beautiful and gentle?" In an attempt to alleviate her inner turmoil, Nangong Jinyu swiftly changed the subject. "Aunt Nangong?" Upon hearing her words, Dugu Jinyan's gaze flickered momentarily before he chuckled lightly. "Yes, she is indeed very beautiful and gentle, and she is incredibly patient with me. Well, I should say with you and Yuan as well." Casting a suspicious glance at her companion, Nangong Jinyu sensed something amiss. "Wait, why do I feel like your words lack sincerity?" "Lack sincerity? What does that mean?" Dugu Jinyan was momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying confusion as he looked at Nangong Jinyu. Though he was quite intelligent, he had not received formal education, and given his young age and upbringing, his unfamiliarity with certain phrases was understandable. Realizing that Dugu Jinyan did not comprehend the term lack sincerity, Nangong Jinyu was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered. Recalling Dugu Jinyan's earlier revelations about his background, she hastily redirected the conversation to avoid any awkwardness. "It's nothing much. I just sense that you seem to hesitate when speaking of my mother." This, Dugu Jinyan furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to respond. To be honest, he harbored an inexplicable aversion towards Nangong Zixuan. "Don't worry, just speak your mind." Sensing her companion's hesitation, Nangong Jinyu, though unaware of the reason, was determined not to let this matter create any rift between them. "It is that Qin, named Qin Haoshuan. What is his relationship with your mother?" Observing that Nangong Jinyu seemed genuinely unperturbed, Dugu Jinyan spoke candidly. "Qin Haoshuan?" Upon hearing this name, Nangong Jinyu furrowed her brow, her small face displaying clear displeasure, her eyes revealing profound disdain. "How do you know that name?" No sooner had the words left his lips than his expression soured. "Was he with you just now?" Witnessing the unmistakable aversion on Nangong Jinyu's face, Dugu Jinyan chose not to elaborate, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "How vexing." With a resentful remark, Nangong Jinyu found herself lacking the inclination to converse further with Dugu Jinyan, and he finally comprehended why Dugong Jinyan harbored such sentiments towards his mother. After all, no child relishes witnessing such scenes. We must hasten to change our clothes. I intend to drive that insufferable fellow away. Very well. Seeing Nangong Jinyu's reluctance to discuss further, Dugong Jinyan did not press on, quickly changing his clothes alongside her. By the way, Jinyu, once they had donned their new attire, Dugong Jinyan recalled something of utmost importance. Upon exiting, turn right and walk approximately 10 meters. There is a police officer. Earlier, Yuan excused herself to use the restroom and accompanied me outside. Out of concern, I left her in the care of the patrolling officer. Do not forget this when you go out. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, her mirth escalating uncontrollably. What is it? Noticing her demeanor, Dugong Jinyan furrowed his brow, perplexed. Is there something wrong or amusing about what I just said? No, not at all. Observing Dugong Jinyan's confusion, Nangong Jinyu finally managed to contain her laughter. I merely think we are quite similar. We do resemble each other. Upon uttering this, Dugong Jinyan found himself even more bewildered. Hadn't they realized their resemblance when they first met? Why then was this amusing now? Seeing that he still appeared perplexed, Nangong Jinyu chose not to tease him any further. Earlier, when I came out, Xinyuan followed me, and I entrusted her to the outside police officer as well. It was only at this moment that Dugong Jinyan understood the source of her laughter. Reflecting on these coincidences, he too couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yet his mind lingered on Nangong Jinyu's earlier remark with increasing intrigue. Perhaps it could indeed be true? Yet what puzzled him was, if this were the case, why did his father behave as if he were unfamiliar with that woman? He could not fathom the nature of their relationship. Nevertheless, now was not the time for such musings. His sister awaited him outside. Jinyu, I shall step out first. You may follow shortly. Indeed, let us remember to stay in touch. With a slight lift of her wrist, indicating her little genius watch, Nangong Jinyu's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Rest assured, I will certainly remember. With a firm nod, Dugong Jinyan pulled the hoodie-esque cap over his head, casting a lingering glance at Nangong Jinyu before turning on his heel and striding away. His departure went unnoticed by the two bodyguards at the entrance, and as he passed them, Dugong Jinyan lowered his head to evade any chance of revealing his face. Indeed, the bodyguards remained oblivious, merely glancing twice due to the striking resemblance between him and Nangong Jinyu. With a sigh of relief, the tension that had gripped Dugong Jinyan finally eased. Once he confirmed that they could no longer see him, he raised his head to survey the surroundings. However, upon catching sight of the scene not far ahead, his heart skipped a beat, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his face betrayed a look of incredulity. Chapter 91. Fright. Dugu Jinyan was indeed taken aback. What had he witnessed? Before him stood two robust, reassuring police officers, one of whom cradled a little girl, playfully entertaining her. However, what left him utterly astonished and shaken was the startling resemblance between the two little girls. They were identical. Although he was aware that the day of their meeting would eventually arrive, he never envisioned it happening under such circumstances. A sudden tremor coursed through him, and he silently prayed that nothing would go awry. While he and Nangong Jinyu could easily accept the fact of their identical appearances, what about Dugu Tianchuan and Nangong Zixuan? If one of them struggled to accept this reality, it could lead to uncontrollable chaos, especially considering the unknown circumstances entwined within this moment. Unable to suppress the rising panic within, Dugu Jinyan dashed forward. Xian, brother. In the arms of the police officer, Dugu Tianchuan suddenly spotted her brother approaching. Her large, captivating eyes sparkled with delight as she waved her Barbie doll, enthusiastically beckoning him. Although Nangong Zixuan could not speak, her eyes also lit up in excitement as she turned her gaze towards Dugu Jinyan. Yet, when she heard Dugu Tianchuan call out to her brother, she froze momentarily, turning her head to look at her, astonished. Despite her lifelong silence and introverted nature, she possessed a sensitivity and understanding that surpassed that of most girls. Dugu Tianchuan's simple utterance of brother ignited a cascade of thoughts within her. "Oh, look at this young man, quite punctual, coming to fetch his sister," remarked the police officer holding Dugu Tianchuan, chuckling playfully. Yes, I'm here. Thank you, officer. Dugu Jianyan quickly responded, his face illuminated by the innocent smile characteristic of children. However, the officer cradling Nangong Zixuan was taken aback. His gaze flicked between Dugu Tianchuan and the girl in his arms, before settling on Dugu Jianyan. Wait, isn't this your sister, young man? Are you mistaken? Hey, Lao Wang, what nonsense are you spouting? Laughed the younger officer. This charming young lad just entrusted his sister to me for care. How could she be the sister of the girl in your arms? You didn't have a drink this morning, did you? Get lost. The older officer retorted, casting a disapproving glance at his colleague, his expression filled with confusion. I recall correctly. It was him. Just now as he spoke, he abruptly fell silent, his gaze scrutinizing Dugu Jianyan's attire. After a moment, he chuckled wryly. I must have mistaken him. The outfit he wore moments ago was different. Yet the resemblance between the two was astonishing. Not just similar, but utterly identical. Identical? The younger officer's eyes widened in surprise at his colleague's assertion, as he began to scrutinize the group with renewed intrigue. Are you implying that the child you just entrusted to me is exactly like this charming little boy? Indeed, they are remarkably similar. I cannot distinguish between them, much like the two young ladies here, except for the differences in their attire. At that moment, Nangong Zixuan and Dugu Tianchuan exchanged puzzled glances upon overhearing their conversation. What do these police officers mean? Do they perhaps have an older brother? The two little girls remained in shock, while Dugu Jianyan was reluctant to allow these well-meaning officers to speak further, fearing that his sister might learn something that could lead to unforeseen complications. Since their father returned to a normal state, Dugu Tianchuan's innate traits as a girl of her age began to blossom, and he did not wish for her to endure any psychological distress due to these matters. After all, both he and Nangong Zixuan were beginning to suspect that their father and mother might have once been a couple, and they could possibly be siblings. But why had their circumstances led to such a situation? They were uncertain, yet they understood that if they were indeed born of the same lineage, there must have been some upheaval that caused their parents not to recognize one another. Mishandling this situation could lead to unimaginable consequences. Thank you very much, officer. I must take my sister and go. Our father is waiting for us. He bowed to the policeman holding Dugu Tianchuan and then carefully took the little girl into his arms, smoothing the wrinkles from her clothing and adjusting her tousled hair. Goodbye, officer. Without waiting for a response, he grasped Dugu Tianchuan's hand and hurriedly made his way outside. Brother, slow down. Xinyuan can't keep up. Caught off guard by her brother's sudden pace, Dugu Tianchuan almost lost her footing but quickly resorted to her endearing charm, urging Dugu Jianyan to slow down. Father must be anxious. Let us hurry. Without offering Dugu Tianchuan much explanation, Dugu Jianyan lowered his head and quickened his pace once more. The young officer glanced at his colleague, a look of confusion in his eyes. Why do I feel like we're not acting as police officers, but rather like kidnappers? The officer holding Nangong Zixuan mirrored this expression, looking down at the little girl in his arms before shifting his gaze to the two small figures dashing away, his eyes reflecting the same bewilderment. I have no idea. Hello, police officers. Just as the two exchanged wordless, puzzled glances, a somewhat chilly child's voice suddenly rang out beside them, accompanied by two tall figures appearing at their side. The unexpected sound startled the two officers, instinctively causing them to take a step back, one hand reaching toward their waists. However, when they discerned the individuals before them, they were once again frozen in disbelief. What in the world? How did the little one return so soon, and in a different outfit no less? No, wait. This isn't the same person. Only at this moment did their befuddled minds finally register that this was not the same person. The little fellow who had just departed exuded a sense of composure, whereas the child before them appeared rather aloof, his expression marked by an air of sternness. Most notably, despite his tender years, indeed, one might even consider him a mere child. He possessed an aura that set him apart from the ordinary, unmistakably indicating his status as a young master from a distinguished family. The two imposing figures behind him, with their cold demeanor, seemed to almost bear the words bodyguards inscribed upon their faces. Chapter 92 Yuan. Do you have any questions? The two police officers exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment and confusion in the other's eyes. They found it hard to believe that the commanding presence of the young master before them bore such a striking resemblance to the previously composed little boy, yet exuded an entirely different aura. Uncle, observing the dazed expressions on their faces, Nangong Jinyu quickly realized what had transpired. It must have been the sudden appearance of Dugu Tianchuan and herself that had startled them. If it were just the two of them, it would be understandable, as twins were quite common. However, the fact that even the two young ladies were equally perplexed made this a rather significant newsworthy event. Nevertheless, she suppressed the mischievous urge bubbling within and feigned confusion as she looked at them. Oh. The officer holding Nangong Zixuan finally regained his composure, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. My apologies, I was lost in thought. You came to fetch your sister, right? Yes, I just finished in the restroom, and now I wish to take my sister there. Thank you. Nangong Jinyu noticed that her two bodyguards appeared equally puzzled. Not wanting to reveal anything to them, she hurriedly aimed to conclude the interaction and leave with her sister. Oh, all right. As she attempted to hand Nangong Zixuan over to him, one of the bodyguards stepped forward to take her instead. What is this? The older officer furrowed his brow, avoiding the bodyguard's outstretched hand as he turned his attention back to Nangong Jinyu. For reasons unbeknownst to him, despite the child-apparent youth, he emanated an aura that seemed far beyond his years, exhibiting a demeanor and manner of speech that were incongruous with his age. Moreover, since he was tasked with the responsibility of receiving the little girl, the officer felt compelled to inquire further. This was not an attempt to complicate matters, but rather a necessity for safety. Seeing the officer's reluctance to hand over the child, the bodyguard's expression flickered with a hint of surprise, yet he refrained from voicing any objections, merely redirecting his gaze towards Nangong Jinyu. Officer, this is our family-s bodyguard. It is perfectly fine for you to entrust my sister to him. Oh, very well. Upon receiving a clear affirmation, the older officer prepared to pass the little girl to him. However, just as he intended to hand Nangong Zixuan over to the bodyguard, the little girl swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek, her tiny hands animatedly gesturing in front of her. Ah! The officer was momentarily taken aback. Then a joyful smile broke across his face as he reciprocated with a hearty kiss on Nangong Zixuan's cherubic face. Though she could not articulate her thoughts, the affection from the officer delighted her, her large eyes practically sparkling with joy, revealing two adorable dimples that rendered her utterly sweet. Officer, my sister says she is immensely grateful for your protection and that she adores you. Nangong Jinyu observed the gestures of her younger sister, a smile involuntarily gracing her features. Before she slowly spoke, Uncle also adores you, little treasure. Upon hearing Nangong Jinyu's explanation, the police officer's face instantly brightened with joy. Come, let us go to your brother. Although she could not articulate words, Nangong Zixuan's hearing remained unaffected. At this remark, she promptly nodded her little head, her hair fluttering with each movement, rendering the young girl even more demure and endearing. It was only at this moment that the bodyguard stepped forward to cradle his young mistress in his arms. Just as they were about to depart, another young officer could no longer contain his curiosity. Little friend, do you perhaps have a brother and a sister as well? I just saw two. Before he could finish, a colleague beside him gently tugged at his sleeve, while an older officer shot him a glance, signaling him to refrain from further inquiries. Although his colleague's question seemed innocuous, it was not within their purview, and certainly not a matter warranting police intervention. It was best to avoid delving into unrelated matters. Years of experience in both work and life had taught him that sometimes mere curiosity could lead to unnecessary complications. The two bodyguards trailing Nangong Jinyu exchanged glances, a hint of bewilderment evident in their eyes, as if they were puzzled by the young officer's remark. One of them quietly inquired of the other, "What is this about? When did the young master acquire a brother so strikingly similar?" The other furrowed his brow, uncertain. But these matters are not ours to ponder. Let us focus on our duties and refrain from asking too much about unrelated affairs. Unbeknownst to Nangong Jinyu, who remained unaware of the bodyguard's subtle exchange, Nangong Zixuan, nestled in her embrace, overheard their conversation. Her round, sparkling eyes darted towards her brother, who was lost in thought. Filled with curiosity, She found the situation rather perplexing. Not merely curious, but profoundly astonishing. The moment she laid eyes on the girl named Xian, it felt akin to a nuclear bomb detonating within her heart. She had never fathomed that in this world there existed another girl, seemingly her age, who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself, crafted from the same mold. Moreover, the police officer had mentioned a boy who looked just like her brother. What could this possibly entail? Please wait here and do not approach. I wish to speak with Yuan. Nangong Zixuan abruptly halted her forward march, gently taking her sister from the bodyguard's hold. Her demeanor cool as she commanded. Then grasping Nangong Zixuan's small hand, she led her into a nearby secure passage. Young master, please hold on a moment. The two burly men exchanged reluctant glances. One bodyguard suddenly spoke up. Then, without waiting for Nangong Zixuan to respond, he entered the secure corridor. His sharp gaze surveyed the interior, swiftly inspecting the area before emerging once more, satisfied that it was devoid of any threats. It's safe inside. Young master, you and the young lady must not close the door. Please remain within our line of sight. Understood. Casting a glance at the other party, Nangong Zixuan's eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction. These two bodyguards exhibited a level of professionalism and attentiveness far superior to their predecessors, especially after the recent ordeal with the human trafficker, which had underscored the paramount importance of safety in Nangong Zixuan's mind. Let's proceed. Holding her younger sister's hand, Nangong Zixuan guided her into a secure passageway approximately 10 meters away from the two bodyguards. Yuan, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, Nangong Zixuan gestured. Encouragingly. Chapter 93. Is he more charming and cool than Uncle Qin? Yuan, do you have any questions? Nangong Zixuan inquired, gesturing with her hands. Who is that little friend? Nangong Zixuan, with her round, sparkling eyes, looked at her brother and quickly gestured. Why do we look exactly alike? A faint smile graced Nangong Zixuan's lips as she anticipated her sister's curiosity about this topic. Even if she did not voice it, it was imperative for him to share some insights with Nangong Zixuan. That young lady is quite possibly our sister or half-sister. What? Nangong Zixuan gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. Her brows furrowed slightly, and the once clear brilliance in her eyes rippled with intrigue as she fixed her gaze upon Nangong Zixuan, seemingly seeking answers from his expression. Seeing his sister's reaction, Nangong Zixuan felt an unexplainable urge to smile, though he recalled his own astonishment upon first encountering Dugu Tianchuan, which was no less than his sister's current bewilderment. She might be my sister or half-sister, but didn't Mommy say we are her only two children? Snapping back to reality, Nangong Zixuan quickly gestured with her small hands, her eyes brimming with disbelief. I cannot be certain either. Nangong Zixuan shook his head. However, consider this. I bear a striking resemblance to her brother, and you resemble Xianyuan. Can such coincidences truly exist in this world? Upon hearing her brother's analysis, Nangong Zixuan nodded, acknowledging the logic, yet, brother, how do you know her name is Xianyuan and that she has a brother? She lifted her head to look at him, a teasing smile gracing her small face. Though she was young, she was far from foolish. Nangong Zixuan's expression faltered, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. In his eagerness to speak, he had inadvertently overlooked this detail. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Could he possibly explain to Nangong Zixuan that the young man they had dined with was not him, but someone else? If Nangong Zixuan were to discover this, he would surely face a severe reprimand. It wasn't you who had lunch with Mom and me, was it? Suddenly, Nangong Zixuan communicated with a hand gesture, startling Nangong Zixuan, who instinctively hunched down and knocked lightly on the outside, relieved to see the two bodyguards remain motionless. Don't speak nonsense. How could that be? Please do not slander your brother. Although Nangong Zixuan had no hearing issues, Nangong Zixuan cautiously continued to communicate through gestures. At this point, hearing her words, he hastened to gesture a defense. In response to his explanation, Nangong Zixuan remained silent, merely smiling at her brother, her eyes sparkling with playful mischief. Nangong Zixuan, recognizing her expression, could only manage a wry smile before choosing to cease further explanations. He was well aware that his sister had been extraordinarily intelligent since childhood. Although her inability to speak was a significant flaw, it simultaneously endowed her with profound thoughts and a brilliant mind. Due to her physical condition, she developed a profound passion for painting. Despite being only 3 years old, her proficiency in both Western and traditional Chinese painting was remarkably high, earning her the admiration of esteemed mentors who believed that after 2 decades of growth, she would undoubtedly carve out a place for herself in the realm of Chinese art. In a moment of impulsive candor, he had inadvertently revealed information that was swiftly seized upon by Nangong Zixuan, who immediately associated it with the events of midday. One could not help but commend Nangong Zixuan's quick wit, which was on par with that of an average adult. Realizing that further evasion was futile, Nangong Zixuan chose to be forthright and openly acknowledged the matter at hand. Indeed, the individual who had accompanied them for lunch earlier was none other than the person he had just mentioned, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. "Tell me, did you and Mother notice anything amiss?" As she spoke, Nangong Zixuan raised an eyebrow triumphantly, casting a glance at her sister. "How can you say that?" Observing her brother's smug demeanor, Nangong Zixuan pouted and rolled her eyes at him. "What will happen if Mummy learns about this? You will surely face her wrath." Upon hearing the words family discipline, Nangong Zixuan's expression shifted to one of anxiety. Despite Nangong Zixuan often being preoccupied with work, she remained unwaveringly strict in her approach to their education, if not more so. The thought of her discovering this incident was enough to instill fear in him. Imagining her wielding the ruler, he felt a pang of dread. "Yuan, yuan, yuan, yuan." With a sheepish smile, he approached Nangong Zixuan and gently draped his arm over her shoulder, wearing an expression of flattery. "We are siblings bound by blood. Besides, I have always cared for you dearly since we were young. Surely, you wouldn't do anything to bring joy to our enemies at the expense of your brother, would you?" Seeing her brother's antics, Nangong Zixuan couldn't help but chuckle. Her brother was both clever and audacious, unafraid to engage in any endeavor. Yet the only authority capable of reining him in was their mother's ruler. All right. She pushed away Nangong Zixuan's arm with a playful smile. "I won't tell Mummy, but you must divulge everything you know to me, without a single shred of concealment. Understood?" Absolutely. Seeing his sister finally acquiesce to his request, Nangong Zixuan nodded fervently. As long as it spared him from a punishment, he was willing to agree to any terms set by his sister. He then proceeded to recount, without reservation, how he came to know Dugu Tianchuan and how he had convinced him to impersonate himself while he met with Dugu Tianchuan's father. He even shared his own doubts regarding their lineage with Nangong Zixuan. "This is everything I have experienced, dear sister. There is no concealment whatsoever." The explanation ceased, and Nangong Zixuan cast a flattering glance at his sister. "What does that man look like?" Nangong Zixuan, who had been listening quietly, suddenly inquired. "Man? Which man?" Nangong Zixuan paused momentarily, seemingly puzzled, but soon comprehended whom she was referring to. "He is exceptionally gentle, strikingly handsome, and remarkably cool, not to mention incredibly formidable." As she recalled the scene where Dugu Tianchuan taught those human traffickers a lesson, admiration sparkled in Nangong Zixuan's eyes once more. Witnessing her brother's demeanor, Nangong Zixuan's gaze brightened with excitement. "Is he even more handsome and cooler than Uncle Qin?" Chapter 94. Feeding. Is he even more handsome and cool than Uncle Qin? A glimmer of excited anticipation flickered in Nangong Zixuan's eyes. Upon hearing his sister mention Qin Haoshuan, Nangong Zixuan furrowed his brow, revealing a distinctly displeased expression. "Why bring up that man? It's truly revolting." The disdain Nangong Zixuan felt towards Qin Haoshuan surged forth, seemingly filling the corridor with his discontent. "I'm sorry." Realizing her brother was upset, Nangong Zixuan quickly gestured an apology. It's all right. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Zixuan forced a smile and gently ruffled his sister's hair. "Forget about it, Zixuan. You can look into it yourself when you have time. Trust me, Jinian Dad is indeed very handsome and cool." Nodding her little head, Nangong Zixuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although the two refrained from discussing the Xinyuan siblings or contemplating their true familial connection, they both understood that some matters, when occurring once, could be mere coincidence. but occurring twice could not be so easily dismissed. If one could attribute the resemblance between Dugu Jianyan and Nangong Zixuan to chance, then why did his sister, Dugu Tianchuan, bear such a striking similarity to Nangong Zixuan? Brother, look! At that moment, Nangong Zixuan pulled a long strand of hair from her pocket, her face alight with a proud, playful smile. Is it Zixuan's? With a glint in his eye, Nangong Zixuan took the somewhat dry and yellowed strand of hair. He could tell that this was evidently not Nangong Zixuan's own hair. It bore a closer resemblance to Dugu Tianchuan's. In contrast to the glossy black hair of the well-nourished Nangong Zixuan, Dugu Tianchuan's hair was dry and yellowed, a result of her impoverished upbringing. Although her nutrition had improved recently, and Dugu Tianchuan was providing herbal treatments for his children, the damage inflicted during their childhood would not mend swiftly. Moreover, Dugu Tianchuan's financial constraints restricted him to the simplest and most affordable remedies, meaning that the past month had only marginally improved the children's health. Gazing at the strand of hair in his hand, which clearly lacked vitality, Nangong Zixuan felt a sudden pang in his heart, and his previously joyful expression dimmed. At that moment, he recalled his initial encounter with Dugu Jianyan and the words exchanged, intensifying the ache within him. Nangong Zixuan, perceptive as ever, immediately sensed the shift in her brother's emotions. "What's wrong, brother?" she asked cautiously, observing him with concern and gesturing for an answer. "Nothing." Shaking his head, Nangong Zixuan chose not to disclose his inner thoughts to his sister. He forced a smile, saying, "You truly are my dear sister, even thinking of this. You're almost as clever as I am." With a huff, Nangong Zixuan shot Nangong Zixuan a significant eye roll, her arms crossed defiantly over her chest as she glared at him. Though she remained silent, her expression clearly conveyed her dissatisfaction and disdain for his words. Observing her adorable demeanor, Nangong Zixuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, the pangs of discomfort in his heart dissipating considerably. He reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Yuan, Yuan, let us refrain from mentioning our encounter with the Jianyan siblings to Mommy for now. We'll discuss the matter further once our paternity test results arrive. I can't fathom why. If we truly are siblings, Mommy seems unaware of Dad." He nearly uttered the word father, but quickly caught himself, adjusting his tone as he continued. "She doesn't recognize Jianyan's father? There must be some underlying truths we are yet to uncover. Thus, let's wait until we have clarity before we inform Mommy, shall we?" Nodding vigorously, Nangong Zixuan wholeheartedly agreed with this approach. Seeing his sister's compliance finally eased the anxiety that had been weighing on Nangong Zixuan's heart. "All right then, let us proceed to find Mommy and that insufferable fellow. I am eager to see what he intends to do." With that, he donned a serious expression and took his sister by the hand, leading her outside. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to these developments, Qin Haoshuan was attentively serving Nangong Zixuan a portion of delicacies. "Zixuan, open up and try this foie gras. It's a top-tier ingredient airlifted from France, exceptionally fresh." With a gentle smile, Qin Haoshuan offered the spoonful of foie gras to Nangong Zixuan. Her expression momentarily faltered, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes as she hesitated to comply. This reaction cast a shadow over Qin Haoshuan's heart, a fleeting gloom passing through his gaze before vanishing. "What is wrong? Feeling shy?" he inquired, glancing at the surrounding diners. With a soft smile, he continued teasingly, "I used to feed you like this quite often. Have you not yet grown accustomed to it? Or do you need me to change my method?" Nangong Zixuan frowned at his words, a wave of displeasure rising within her. As an adult, she understood all too well the implications of Qin Haoshuan's suggestion to change the method of feeding. While it was true that during their previous romantic relationship, he had often fed her in such a manner, it had never crossed into inappropriate territory. Moreover, since the birth of her 2 children, her focus had solely been on them, leaving no room for such frivolities. Regardless of their past connection, she now bore the responsibilities of motherhood, and every decision had to be made with her children in mind. Should such behavior occur, it would undoubtedly lead to an embarrassing spectacle if it were to reach the ears of those with ill intentions. Nevertheless, from a certain perspective, with him being unmarried and her a widow, their backgrounds were relatively similar, making them a fitting match in terms of social standing. Yet, Nangong Zixuan found herself deeply averse to this situation, profoundly disliking it. Initially contemplating a direct refusal, her gaze met that of the man before her, whose eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. A subtle stir occurred within the depths of her heart, evoking memories of their youthful days. In that time, Qin Haoshuan had embodied such qualities, and now, before her, he seemed to merge once more with the visage of his younger self, prompting her to instinctively part her crimson lips and lean closer. Qin Haoshuan, whose handsome features and noble lineage already set him apart, broke into a smile upon witnessing her reaction. At that moment, he exuded an air of aristocracy that caught the attention of several young women nearby. Yet he remained solely focused on the exquisite beauty before him, as if the world contained only her presence. However, just as Nangong Zixuan's alluring lips were about to make contact with the delectable foie gras, a chilling voice, reminiscent of a child's, pierced through the atmosphere. Chapter 95. The Fury of Nangong Jinyu. As Nangong Zixuan opened her crimson lips, poised to accept the foie gras proffered by Qin Haoshuan, an unexpected voice, sharp and laced with indignation, cut through the air. "Mommy, what are you doing?" Accompanying this outcry was a delicate, fair hand that swiftly knocked the spoon from Qin Haoshuan's grasp. The piece of French foie gras, likely worth the monthly salary of an average person, shattered upon the floor. Meanwhile, the other diners turned their heads in unison, their eyes alight with a mix of amusement and intrigue. This sudden turn of events jolted Nangong Zixuan from her momentary daze, causing her alluring figure to sit upright. "Jinyu, you're back?" Without even glancing at the fallen delicacy, she feigned composure, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, though a hint of embarrassment flickered across her features as she looked at her son and daughter. She had not anticipated that her actions would be so brazenly witnessed by her children. While her behavior was not overly scandalous, a sense of shame still washed over her. In stark contrast to Nangong Zixuan's unease, Qin Haoshuan's expression darkened, a tempest of rage brewing within him as he directed a glare towards the mischievous child. Yet, all attention remained fixated on Nangong Jinyu, leaving his ire unnoticed. "Come, sit down. You barely ate anything. Hurry up and eat." Sensing her son's cold gaze upon her, Nangong Zixuan felt a wave of anxiety and forced a smile to dissipate the awkwardness. "You have someone to feed you. Why should you concern yourself with me and Yuan?" Nangong Jinyu's words dripped with sarcasm, rendering Nangong Zixuan's complexion pale and deepening the dismay on Qin Haoshuan's face. "What nonsense are you spouting, child?" Though her heart raced with anxiety, Nangong Zixuan refused to concede. Just now, Uncle Haoshuan was merely showing Mommy the foie gras to verify its authenticity. "Who would have thought you would knock it to the ground before we could even examine it? Such mischief." Indeed, she was a woman capable of inheriting and expanding the Nangong family business. She quickly steadied her demeanor and deftly turned the situation back on her son. "Yes, Jinyu, you've misunderstood my relationship with Mommy at that moment." Qin Haoshuan managed to suppress the malice in his gaze, donning a rueful smile at being misinterpreted. Silence. To his surprise, as soon as Qin Haoshuan spoke, Nangong Jinyu spun around, her voice cold and commanding. The impact of her words left Qin Haoshuan momentarily stunned, his expression resembling that of a liver, as he stared incredulously at the little imp before him, seemingly unable to fathom that such audacity could emanate from her lips. After all, he had spent considerable time with these children, and though Nangong Jinyu had previously maintained a certain distance, she had never before been so insolent. Nangong Zixuan's expression turned icy in an instant as she called out his name in anger. "Who taught you such rudeness? Apologize to Uncle Haoshuan, or I shall ensure you learn what proper etiquette entails today. I hate you." Upon witnessing her mother's stern criticism, Nangong Jinyu's eyes immediately reddened, and a single tear began to well up within them. Though he possessed innate intelligence and exhibited a maturity beyond his peers, he remained, after all, merely a 3-year-old child. The sight of his mother in such close proximity to the man brought him considerable sorrow. Casting a resentful glance at the seemingly embarrassed Qin Haoshuan, Nangong let out a loud shout before seizing his sister's hand and fleeing the dining hall without a backward glance. "Quick, follow them." Nangong Zixuan, momentarily stunned, soon turned pale again and hastily instructed the bodyguard beside her to pursue the two children. I apologize, Zixuan. This is all my fault. If it weren't for me. As Nangong Zixuan and his sister dashed out, a glint of coldness flickered in the corner of Qin Haoshuan's eye, and a subtle smile graced his lips, though his expression remained one of profound guilt. I'm truly sorry, Haoshuan. I must find the children now. What just transpired? Halting her pursuit, Nangong Zixuan faced the man before her, her earlier emotions replaced by an inexplicable chill. I apologize on behalf of Jinyu. Moreover, I hope we can maintain a certain distance moving forward. Please refrain from referring to yourself as my boyfriend to others, lest the children stir up further trouble. Qin Haoshuan appeared momentarily taken aback, a flicker of barely concealed displeasure crossing his face, but he quickly resumed his demeanor of guilt and woundedness. Zixuan, I understand your feelings. The recent events were indeed my oversight, and I will be more cautious in the future. But have you not grasped my affection for you over these years? Furthermore, do not say another word, Nangong Zixuan interrupted, casting a deep glance in his direction before hastening after the path the children had taken. Her heart was fraught with complexity. On one hand, she felt anger at her son's earlier behavior, believing that even if he was upset, such rudeness was unwarranted. On the other hand, she worried about the potential harm her son might suffer as a consequence. As for Qin Haoshuan, she found herself unwilling to ponder the matter further, more so frightened to think about it, uncertain of how to address it. Sitting alone, Qin Haoshuan watched Nangong Zixuan's retreating figure, his expression gradually growing colder. A glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes, and a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Settle the bill, he commanded, rising to complete the transaction before making his way to a secluded area. After confirming the absence of any other presence, he retrieved an old mobile phone and dialed a number. Regarding our previous discussion, when shall we commence? Excellent. I await your promising news. Additionally, there's another matter I need you to assist with. Yes, certainly, we can take advantage of this opportunity as well. As for the finances, you need not worry. I shall transfer a deposit to you shortly via an account in the Maldives, and once the task is accomplished, I will ensure the remaining funds are sent to your account. Very well. I await your good news. After hanging up the phone, Qin Haoshuan cast a cold glance around him once more, then extracted his SIM card, shattering it into fragments before discarding it into the nearby trash bin. He straightened his clothes and adjusted his hairstyle, transforming back into the image of a refined gentleman, a gentle smile gracing his face as he stepped outside. Unbeknownst to him, Dugu Tianchuan was engaged in discussions with Ding Hao and others, deliberating matters that would significantly influence his future, particularly regarding the accumulation of sufficient capital to confront the Nangong and Qin families. Chapter 96. What if I established an entertainment company? What a delightful tea. Lifting the teacup before him, Dugu Tianchuan gently blew away the tea leaves floating on the surface, savoring a slow sip. A look of appreciation graced his face. This tea possessed an ethereal aroma, a rich flavor, and a lingering sweetness, truly a gem among teas. Dugu Tianchuan slightly narrowed his eyes, as if he were discerning the exquisite sensations of the tea's fragrance unfurling in his mouth. Where could such tea originate? What craftsmanship was required to achieve such unparalleled flavor? Observing his adept tea-tasting demeanor, Ding Hao's eyes flickered with intrigue. Many people in Huaxia indulge in tea, yet few possess the finesse of Dugu Tianchuan. Typically, only true tea aficionados or scions of noble families exhibit such grace. It appears that my friend harbors many undisclosed secrets. These thoughts swiftly traversed his mind, but Ding Hao refrained from voicing them. After all, everyone has their own mysteries, do they not? With a gentle smile, Ding Hao slowly remarked, "This tea is sourced from the ethereal Lingyun tea of the Misty Mountains in Jiangnan. That region, with its towering peaks shrouded in fog, fertile soil, and temperate climate, is exceedingly suitable for tea cultivation. The production process of this tea is equally unique. From a moment the fresh leaves are plucked, a careful selection of one bud and one leaf, just unfurled, is required. It then undergoes multiple meticulous procedures, including withering, pan-firing, rolling, and roasting. each stage demanding precise control of heat and timing to preserve the tea's natural aroma and authentic flavor. Upon hearing this, a spark of enlightenment flickered in Dugu Tianchuan's eyes as he nodded in approval. Ah, I see. No wonder this tea is so extraordinary. The tea pickers and makers must undoubtedly be masterful artisans. Lu Lei chimed in with a smile. Indeed. It is said that the tradition of making Lingyun tea has been passed down through generations, expertly handled by seasoned local tea farmers and craftsmen. They dedicate their lives to this tea garden, infusing their love and passion for tea into every cup. Upon hearing this, Dugu Tianchuan gently set down his teacup. Gazing out the window, as if through this cup of tea, he could envision the mist-laden tea mountains and the diligent laborers. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and mused. The humble tea, seemingly ordinary, harbors boundless knowledge and profound affection. A fine cup of tea not only delights the palate, but also allows one to feel the generous gifts of nature and the craftsmanship of the tea maker. Ding Hao concurred, indeed, in this bustling world. To enjoy such exquisite tea and take the time to savor it is truly one of life's great pleasures. Ah, you gentlemen are truly something else. It's merely a few broken leaves, yet you elevate them to celestial heights. How absurd! Hearing their discourse on tea, Yinling could not help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Ha! Seeing her expression, Dugu Tianchuan and the others exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. I simply cannot endure you all. Covering her forehead, Yinling feigned exasperation, yet the smile gracing her face betrayed her true feelings at that moment. Well, since Xiaoling is not fond of this topic, shall we discuss future matters instead? Observing that Dugu Tianchuan's expression had calmed, Ding Hao and his companions ceased their laughter, directing their gaze towards him. What are your thoughts on what lies ahead? Dugu Tianchuan inquired with a serene demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Hao glanced at his two companions beside him, and upon seeing their nods encouraging him to speak, he turned his focus back to Dugu Tianchuan. Brother Chuan, this is our perspective. The song you wrote for us has been recorded, and today, through the live performance, we have confirmed its popularity. Therefore, we wish to officially adopt Huar Band as our group name and release our song on the Q Music platform, convinced it will achieve commendable success. Hearing this, Dugu Tianchuan nodded. And then? Then? What do you mean by and then? Ding Hao and the others were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Dugu Tianchuan's implication. Not noticing their bewilderment, Dugu Tianchuan placed a hand on his forehead, his face displaying a look of exasperation. Are you suggesting that you plan to rely on a single song for your debut, and once you gain fame, you will sign with other companies? Yes, exactly. Dugu Tianchuan's words caused the three to brighten, nodding in agreement. He chuckled softly, gazing at them with an expression of disappointment. How can you, being the children of affluent families, harbor such limited ambitions? Brother Chuan, I understand your point, but Ding Hao's face bore a wry smile. To put it bluntly, we are merely overlooked scions of our families. Not starving, but certainly not earning respect either. Our families would never permit us to start a company or pursue other ventures. And even if we had the desire, we lack the financial means, which might even invite trouble from those at home. Being granted this honor by you, allowing us to step into the music industry, is already a source of great joy for us. Upon hearing this, Lu Lei and Yinling, who had previously been elated by the enthusiastic reception of their performance, fell silent, their faces now etched with sorrow. Ding Hao's words rang true. They were indeed a group of neglected individuals within their families, lacking the capacity to pursue other endeavors. Dugu Tianchuan gazed at their expressions and sighed softly. Speaking gently, I comprehend your predicament. The pressure from your families can indeed be suffocating. But do you truly wish to remain in such a state? To rely on fleeting fame from a single song and await the mercy of other companies as mere puppets? Ding Hao bowed his head silent, while Lu Lei and Yinling shared expressions of bitterness. After a moment of silence, Lu Lei lifted his head, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. Brother Chuan, we do not desire this path either, but we genuinely have no alternatives. The disregard from our families and the weight of reality press down upon us like insurmountable mountains. The mere chance to escape is already a considerable source of happiness for us. with a gentle tap of his fingers on the table. Dugu Tianchuan's gaze sharpened. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Given this opportunity, why should we not strive to seize it? Do you wish to live perpetually in the shadow of our family, becoming mere pawns in the hands of others, labeled as incapable by those around us? Yinling bit her lips softly, hesitating for a moment before responding. Brother Chuan, we understand your words. We too wish to carve out our own paths and demonstrate to those who once looked down on us just how flawed their judgments were. However, this is far from simple. Entrepreneurship demands capital, connections, and resources, none of which we possess. Most importantly, aside from our singing, we lack knowledge in other areas. What if I were to establish an entertainment company, and you all became shareholders, subsequently signing contracts with the firm? At that moment, Dugu Tianchuan suddenly spoke, and his words left everyone momentarily stunned, gazing at him with incredulity. Chapter 97 Agreement. As soon as Dugu Tianchuan spoke, the individuals present were momentarily taken aback. Their eyes fixated upon him, seemingly pondering whether he was jesting. After a brief silence, Ding Hao was the first to shatter the stillness, his voice trembling slightly. Laced with uncertainty, Brother Chuan, are you serious? Establishing an entertainment company? This is no trivial matter. It demands a substantial investment of both capital and effort. This. Indeed, Brother Chuan. At this moment, Lu Lei's face also bore an expression of doubt as he hesitantly remarked, moreover, the crux of succeeding in the entertainment industry lies in securing a prominent singer or team of our own. While we firmly believe that this song has the potential to gain some popularity, it is far from sufficient. Dugu Tianchuan remained silent, a serene smile gracing his features, suggesting that these words or concerns held little weight for him. Yinling, on the other hand, did not speak. Her gaze cast downward as though deep in contemplation. Though she had only known Dugu Tianchuan for a month, she sensed that he was not one to indulge in empty talk. Since he had proposed this idea, it was evident that he had formulated a plan. What that plan entailed, she could not ascertain, but it appeared he was merely awaiting their opinions. Should they take the plunge? Ding Hao and Lu Lei's words were undeniably pragmatic. Funds, connections, and quality songs were indispensable. Yet, would seeking out another entertainment company truly be the right choice? She was uncertain, having never previously engaged with this industry, but she had often heard from other sources about its chaotic nature. Considering the lack of support from their families, the price they would have to pay to make a name for themselves was daunting. However, if Dugu Tianchuan's suggestion to establish their own entertainment company were to be realized, they would at least retain control over their destiny. Even if they were to fail, so what? After all, they would never have to worry about their basic needs. Moreover, glancing at Dugu Tianchuan, a flicker of resolve illuminated Yinling's mind. Brother Chuan, I support you. Oh, upon hearing Yinling's words, a glimmer of surprise danced in Dugu Tianchuan's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, evidently taken aback by her swift agreement. Ding Hao and Lu Lei exchanged astonished glances, their mouths opening to speak, yet ultimately no words emerged, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions as they regarded one another. Are you certain? Yes, I am certain, and I believe in you, Yinling affirmed with a firm nod, exhibiting no hesitation. Haha, with a gentle smile, Dugu Tianchuan refrained from probing further and redirected his gaze towards Ding Hao and Lu Lei. What about you? What are your thoughts? Since Lingzi has expressed her support, both Lei Zi and I are unconditionally behind you. Let us do it. Gritting his teeth, Ding Hao resolutely set the tone. I have had enough of being looked down upon. If it comes to it, I shall take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Even if we ultimately fail, at least we shall not have to worry about our sustenance. The worst that could happen is a return to the days of mockery and disdain. With a hearty laugh, Dugu Tianchuan found joy in the agreement of the three companions. Although, according to his capabilities and aspirations for the future, these individuals were not the optimal choice, he still cherished the hope that Ding Hao and his companions would remain by his side, not for any other reason, but for the kindness they had shown him and his children. Without these benevolent young souls, his recovery would have taken much longer, and the risks faced by the children would have been considerably greater. In a sense, One could say that these young individuals were indeed his and his children's saviors. Dugu Tianchuan believed in acting from the heart. He upheld the principle of repaying kindness and settling grudges without delay. Furthermore, having gained insight into this world, he felt a profound confidence in his ability to achieve great things. If that is the case, why not carve out a path together with these young individuals? Rest assured, you shall never regret the choice made today. With his demeanor returning to calm, Dugu Tianchuan spoke with composure. Now that a decision has been made, Ding Hao and his companions chose not to dwell on the difficulties that lay ahead. Since everyone was in agreement, let us discuss the forthcoming arrangements. Lifting his teacup and taking a sip, Dugu Tianchuan began to speak slowly. As he did, Ding Hao and the others grew serious, their attention fixed on him. In my view, the essence of the music industry lies in the quality of the works produced. When one has a remarkable piece, attention will naturally follow. Of course, promotion is also a crucial aspect, yet it requires financial resources and connections, which happen to be our most daunting challenges at present. However, it is not insurmountable. A fierce confidence radiated from Dugu Tianchuan's eyes as he spoke eloquently, instilling an inexplicable trust in those around him. This elicited a glimmer of astonishment, even bewilderment, from Ding Hao and his companions. The man before them was a far cry from the vagabond he once was, his handsome visage exuding an undeniable magnetic charisma. For me, creating a good piece is the simplest task, and I've already charted out the future path for all of you. Really, Brother Chuan? Upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan's words, Ding Hao and his companions' eyes sparkled with excitement, their breaths quickening as they gazed at him. Have our future songs already been planned? Absolutely. With a gentle smile, Dugu Tianchuan's expression was filled with pride. Not to mention the classic songs from my past life on Earth. I'm also a gifted lyricist and composer in my own right. Haha, this is fantastic. Joy radiated from Ding Hao and his companions' faces. They are well aware of the extraordinary talent possessed by Dugu Tianchuan in both songwriting and composition. Not to mention the song they are currently performing. Even the classic piece Kiss My Baby that they sang this morning in the mall is a rare gem. Now, with Dugu Tianchuan proclaiming that all their songs are entrusted to him, what do they have to worry about? As for matters related to promotion and distribution, although they appear to be the most formidable challenges they face presently, they are confident that as long as they possess a plethora of exceptional songs, there will undoubtedly be investors eager to collaborate with them. Furthermore, a significantly important matter. At this moment, Dugu Tianchuan's expression turned solemn. He expressed his reluctance to entrust promotion to others in the future, desiring to retain control in his own hands. What? Upon hearing this, Ding Hao and the others were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Dugu Tianchuan with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Chapter 98. Short videos. Upon hearing the words of Dugu Tianchuan, Ding Hao and his companions were momentarily rendered speechless, their eyes reflecting disbelief as they gazed at him. Brother Chuan, what do you mean by that? Ding Hao swallowed hard, his expression tense as he looked toward Dugu Tianchuan. A faint smile crept across Dugu Tianchuan's face as he observed their astonished expressions. He understood the magnitude of the shock his words would incite. After all, establishing an entertainment studio or company could be deemed a modest undertaking. With commendable works, one might attract investment from other capital sources eager to collaborate. However, if one were to handle promotional endeavors as well, it transcended mere triviality, involving a complex web of resource allocation, given that the market was largely dominated by a few major players. Of course, even if they aspired to establish a promotional company, the question of their capability remained, not to mention the astronomical initial capital required, an amount far beyond the reach of a few inconspicuous second-generation heirs and Dugu Tianchuan, who had only just emerged from a life of wandering. I shall clarify my intent. We must not only establish our entertainment company, but also create our own promotional firm. Dugu Tianchuan declared, producing cigarettes for Ding Hao and Lu Lei, lighting one for himself, and exhaling gently, enveloping himself in a haze of smoke that obscured his features. Meanwhile, the two children in the adjacent room remained engrossed in their animated series, oblivious to the unfolding discussion. Ding Hao, Lu Lei, and Yin Ling exchanged glances, their astonishment still palpable. They accepted the cigarettes offered by Dugu Tianchuan, their hands trembling slightly as they lit them, inhaling deeply. The smoke spiraled in the air, mirroring the turmoil of their thoughts. Brother Chuan, this is no trivial matter. Ding Hao exhaled a smoke ring, his voice tinged with apprehension. Establishing an entertainment company is already challenging enough. To venture into the realm of promotion, what extensive resources and connections would that require? Lulei nodded in agreement from his side. Indeed, Brother Chuan, the entire market is controlled by those with substantial capital. How do we expect to carve out our share? We might even offend many in the process, leading to more losses than gains. I am acutely aware of the challenges involved, yet it is precisely for this reason that we must pursue it. Dugu Tianchuan asserted. Consider this. If we merely establish an ordinary entertainment company and follow the conventional path, we will forever be relegated to scavenging the remnants left by others. Only by mastering the promotional channels can we genuinely disseminate our creations, allowing them to reach a wider audience. Most importantly, as he exhaled another smoke ring, his eyes gleamed with ambition. We must possess our own avenues for expression. Only then can we carve out our own domain. Ding Hao and the others exchanged contemplative glances, sinking into deep thought. They recognized the validity of Dugu Tianchuan's words, yet their hearts were still laden with doubts. But Brother Chuan, how do we address the issue of initial funding? Registering the company, building a team, expanding the business. Each of these endeavors demands a substantial financial investment. Lu Lei furrowed his brow and inquired. The primary concern is that the market has become entirely saturated. Even if we resolve these issues, we would merely be trailing behind others, scavenging for scraps, which is utterly meaningless. Indeed, Chuan Gu, we are indifferent. We have faith in you and will wholeheartedly support whatever you choose to pursue. However, this sector has reached maturity, and it seems exceedingly challenging for us to carve out new opportunities within it, Yin Ling interjected. Her eyes brimmed with astonishment and concern, perplexed by the sudden emergence of such thoughts in Dugu Tianchuan. With a soft chuckle, Dugu Tianchuan rose and ambled to the window, gazing out at the bustling street for a prolonged silence, with only the flickering of his cigarette breaking the stillness. Ding Hao and the others remained silent, quietly observing the imposing figure of Dugu Tianchuan. To be candid, they were deeply astonished by his proposal, and even more so by the incredulity surrounding his sudden display of ambition. Only a month prior, he had been a disabled vagabond with an intellect beneath 10. Now, he was entirely rehabilitated, even the disabilities of his legs having healed, which hinted at his potential greatness. Yet, this did not necessarily entitle him to such audacious dreams. Nonetheless, the behaviors Dugu Tianchuan had exhibited recently had fostered a significant trust among them. Otherwise, they would not have acquiesced to his plan of establishing an entertainment company. At this moment, Dugu Tianchuan's heart surged with excitement, not for trivial reasons, but due to a revelation he had made that day, one potent enough to alter his standing and rival the Nangong and Qin families. This revelation was the existence of short videos. During a performance at the mall with Ding Hao and others, he had expected to encounter numerous streamers, equipped with either professional or amateur recording devices, akin to his previous life on Earth. However, as the event concluded, he found none, which piqued his curiosity. During his subsequent idle moments, he took to the internet to investigate, and to his astonishment, discovered that the world lacked short videos entirely. For Dugu Tianchuan, this was nothing short of divine fortune. In his former life, a certain platform had been the most popular company globally, with its founder ascending to the status of the nation's wealthiest individual. With this newfound business opportunity unveiled, how could Dugu Tianchuan possibly let it slip away? After all, his paramount objective now was revenge. Yet, both the Nangong and Qin families were beyond his current capacity to confront. In fact, to put it bluntly, he was no more than an insignificant insect compared to their influence. Nangong Zixuan had saved him, but she had also betrayed him. Thus, their grievances could be settled. Yet the lives of his 2 children demanded restitution from her. And what of Qin Haoshuan? A fierce glint flickered in Dugu Tianchuan's eyes. This man not only deserved death, but his entire lineage must vanish without a trace. According to the insights gathered by Dugu Tianchuan, the primary business of the opposing family lies within the realm of entertainment and film. Seizing this opportunity, he aims to utterly dismantle their influence. Dugu Tianchuan has never been a man of indecision. As the cigarette in his hand extinguished, he slowly turned to face Ding Hao and the others, a confident smile gracing his lips. The reason for my decision is rooted in my unwavering conviction that we shall emerge as one of the most successful groups in the world within 3 years. As for how we shall achieve this, Dugu Tianchuan replied with a proud smile. Through short videos. Chapter 99. The true essence of short videos. What did you say? Short videos? Were they the most successful individuals in the world over the past 3 years? Ding Hao and the others were momentarily taken aback, even forgetting that the cigarette in their hands was nearly burnt down to their fingers. It was only when the sting of pain jolted them back to reality that they hastily extinguished the cigarette, their eyes wide open as they gazed at Dugu Tianchuan, as if they had just heard the most astonishing revelation. He chuckled softly, then extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray. It seems you're still quite unfamiliar with the concept of short videos. As the name suggests, short videos are brief, yet impactful in their content. In this fast-paced era, where attention spans are rapidly dwindling, short videos have emerged as a means to deliver vast amounts of information in a condensed format, capturing the viewer's attention. In our world, this undoubtedly represents an untapped blue ocean. Dugu Tianchuan fixed his gaze intently on the young individuals before him. Consider this. While others are still grappling with traditional forms of entertainment, we have seized an unprecedented opportunity. Short videos not only allow for rapid user accumulation, but also possess live streaming capabilities, creating new platforms and offering diverse avenues for monetization, such as advertisements, e-commerce collaborations, and even virtual gift donations. Upon hearing Dugu Tianchuan's explanation, Ding Hao and his companions were left speechless, their eyes alight with fervent excitement. Although they did not fully grasp what short videos entailed or what live streaming was, their judgment regarding this concept, as articulated by Dugu Tianchuan, remained unclouded. After all, having been raised in affluent families, they possessed some fundamental business acumen. The innovative video concept he proposed, if realized, would undoubtedly be revolutionary. However, Ding Hao could not restrain himself any longer. But we have never even seen a short video. How can we know what users would enjoy? Dugu Tianchuan turned to him, a smile illuminating his face. I have already considered all of this. It is quite simple. He pulled out his phone and opened a video. The screen displayed a dog ferociously staring at a cat before it, emitting low, menacing growls, while the wary tabby cat, less than half the size of the dog, cautiously regarded its adversary. Suddenly, the dog lunged forward, snapping its jaws at the tabby cat. Oh! Yinling gasped at the sight, her delicate hands instinctively covering her eyes, seemingly unable to bear witness to the impending carnage. Ding Hao and Lu Lei shared her apprehension, their expressions tense with concern. They understood that the little cat appeared to be in grave peril. Yet before they could fully process the situation, the tabby cat sprang into action. If the dog's speed was swift, the tabby cat's agility could only be likened to that of a flash of light. At the very moment when the arrow was ready to be released, the tabby cat suddenly leaped into action, skillfully evading the jaws of the large dog. It swiftly wrapped its paws around the creature's neck. In a remarkable display of agility, the cat executed a roll, sending the dog crashing to the ground, while it seized the opportunity to depart without a glance back. This moment resembled a silent swordsman striking down a formidable opponent with a single, decisive blow. The elegance and poise of the scene defied description. As for the large dog, it lay on the ground, its eyes betraying a human-like expression of embarrassment and fear, seemingly incredulous that it had been bested by a mere cat in such a humiliating manner. Witnessing the spectacle, Ding Hao and Lu Lei were left utterly dumbfounded, only to erupt into hearty laughter, tears of mirth glistening in their eyes. This was simply unbelievable. Upon hearing the laughter of her companions, Yinling cautiously released her grip, only to catch a glimpse of the little cat, its rotund backside swaying as it trotted away. The cat was unharmed? Haha. Lingzi, you missed the thrilling scene. It was incredibly amusing. I felt as though that little cat was an invincible master. Really? Yinling's eyes reflected her confusion, as she had not witnessed the details. Absolutely. It was so hilarious. I will have Brother Dugu send you the video shortly. You must see it. It was truly entertaining. Noticing Yinling's puzzled expression, Lu Lei chuckled, his eyes still glistening with the tears of laughter that had just escaped. With a serene smile, Dugu Tianchuan recognized that they were beginning to grasp the essence of short videos. Howsy, lazy, may I inquire about your first reaction after watching this video? I wanted to share it with friends. Ding Hao blurted, then paused. Wait, Brother Chuan, are you suggesting that this irresistible urge to share is the key to a viral short video? Precisely. Now let me ask you, if there were other entertaining videos, or perhaps a beautiful woman dancing, especially one of your preferred type, would you be inclined to watch? Of course. That sounds delightful. Who doesn't he enjoy watching beautiful women? Ding Hao's eyebrows raised, a mischievous glint in his eyes, causing both Lu Lei and Yinling to instinctively distance themselves from him. Dugu Tianchuan tucked away his phone, proclaiming, "This is what we call a short video. Its essence lies in being short, fast, and exhilarating, capturing attention in a brief moment, swiftly conveying emotions, and providing enjoyment that compels sharing." As for content direction, he raised 3 fingers: humor, attractiveness, and curiosity. These will always have a market. After listening to Brother Chuan's explanation, Lu Lei suddenly spoke up, excitement breaking through his typically composed demeanor. But what about the technical aspects? Even if we understand the content, how do we build the platform? Yinling interjected at that moment. Now, she has begun to comprehend the essence of short videos. Casting a glance at Yinling, Dugu Tianchuan felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that Yinling possessed such understanding. Brother Chuan, upon meeting Dugu Tianchuan's gaze, Ding Hao couldn't help but smile. After all, Lingzi is a computer whiz, though her greatest passion lies in singing. With a spark of realization, Dugu Tianchuan was astonished to discover Yinling's hidden talents. Well, since everyone seems to be in agreement, shall we delve into the specifics of the operational details? Indeed, at that moment, after witnessing Dugu Tianchuan's elucidation, the enthusiasm of Ding Hao and the others was instantly ignited. No one desires to be perpetually looked down upon, do they? Thus, the genesis of the globally renowned Flash Shadow commenced within that modest tea room. Chapter 100. Xiao Zhongyan's discovery in the office of the chairman of the Xiao Group, a young man, appearing to be in his 30s, respectfully presented a file to Xiao Zhongyan. With an impassive expression, Xiao Zhongyan accepted the document and began to peruse it, while the young man remained standing at the desk, maintaining his respectful demeanor. Suddenly, Xiao Zhongyan's countenance shifted, and he radiated a formidable aura, his gaze darkening immediately. Despite the same utterance of him, the change in tone conveyed a myriad of emotions. The document indicated that this Li Banxian was now an advisor to the Lin Group. Moreover, it stated that 6 months prior, he had met with Lin Yaowen, accompanied by an unfamiliar, slender individual, and that Lin Yaowen himself had seen them off upon their departure. Raising his head, Xiao Zhongyan fixed his penetrating gaze upon the young man, his eyes swirling with an inscrutable hue. "Indeed, Mr. Xiao, are you certain this information is without flaw?" The young man responded with unwavering confidence. "Absolutely no issues." Xiao Zhongyan remained silent, returning his attention to the file. Suddenly, his body jolted, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his otherwise stoic face. His eyes clouded with dark incredulity. He gripped the edge of the document tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his gaze burning into the small print as if to incinerate the paper. "Mr. Xiao?" The young man sensed the shift and tentatively called out. With a resounding clap, Xiao Zhongyan slammed the document onto the table, the Wang Wally would surface echoing with a dull thud. He abruptly stood, the hem of his suit knocking over a coffee cup, the brown liquid staining the pristine white carpet. 3 months ago, my second son secretly entertained that enigmatic man at a private club. His voice emerged through clenched teeth, each word laced with icy fury. "Is there irrefutable evidence?" Despite the evident wrath emanating from Xiao Zhongyan, the young man merely lowered his head slightly, devoid of fear. Yes, this was an incidental discovery by our associates while tracing the man's whereabouts. However, the specifics of their conversation remain elusive, as the setting of their dialogue was exceedingly confidential. Nodding, Xiao Zhongyan understood his assistant's words carried weight, having served him for many years. Continue the investigation. We must ascertain the identity and background of that slender man. And he paused, a glimmer of cold steel flashing in his eyes. The financial transactions and personnel movements of Xiao Jian over the past 3 months. Understood. And what of the inquiry into the Lingxi grass? The young man shook his head with a wry smile. There's still no news on that front. Continue. You must find it within a week, regardless of the cost. With a flicker of determination in his gaze, Xiao Zhongyan turned to his young companion, who had been by his side since the tender age of 16, and declared, even if it means sacrificing half of the Xiao family's fortune, I shall do it. What? Upon hearing this, the young man, who had maintained an air of calmness, raised his head in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his features. He was acutely aware of the immense sacrifices Xiao Zhongyan had made to elevate the Xiao group to its current stature. Yet now, for the sake of a mere Lingxi herb, he was willing to relinquish half of the family's empire. The shock within the young man surged like tumultuous waves, relentlessly battering his reason. His throat constricted slightly, his voice dry. Mr. Xiao, what extraordinary properties does the Lingxi herb possess that warrants such an elaborate endeavor, even at such a grave cost? Xiao Zhongyan did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned towards the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the sprawling city. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the chiseled lines of his profile, yet could not dispel the shadows lurking in his eyes. After prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Lu Chun, how many years have you been with me? 16 years, 3 months, and 5 days. The young man named Lu Chun, though uncertain of the reason behind Xiao Zhongyan's question, answered instinctively. 16 years. A soft smile graced Xiao Zhongyan's lips as he regarded Lu Chun, the gloom in his eyes giving way to a gentle warmth. Can I place my trust in you? Lu Chun stiffened momentarily, then knelt on one knee, his voice steady and resolute. From the moment you rescued me from that hell, my life has belonged to you. Get up, get up. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion passed through Xiao Zhongyan's eyes, and he quickly stepped forward to assist him. He then bent down and lightly tapped Lu Chen's knee, chiding, I have told you before, a man should only kneel to heaven, the earth, and his parents. At the moment of my rebirth, in my heart, you became my father. Thus, kneeling before you is my honor. Very well, you rascal. Xiao Zhongyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he firmly patted Lu Chen's shoulder. Since you have inquired, allow me to share the details. With a soft sigh, Xiao Zhongyan gestured for Lu Chen to sit on the sofa, taking a seat beside him. This matter begins with Qingran. Miss Qingran? Lu Chen's expression shifted, revealing a palpable tension. Noting this reaction, Xiao Zhongyan chose to remain silent, though his mind was abuzz with thoughts. You are aware of Qingran's affliction. Every 15th day, she endures excruciating pain. Recently, I finally located a doctor capable of treating her, but the remedy requires the Lingxi herb. The doctor stipulated that it must be procured within 10 days, or else it would be beyond even divine intervention. 3 days have already elapsed, and now you understand my urgency. Xiao Zhongyan did not mention the soul-devouring blood poison. He merely attributed it to the goo poison. Is there truly hope for Miss Qingran? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's face unmistakably brightened with joy. Indeed, I hope you can procure the Lingxi herb within a week. Do you understand? Understood. I will immediately dispatch everyone to ensure we find it within the week. Upon hearing the 1-week deadline, Lu Chun could no longer remain seated. He promptly stood up to take his leave. Xiao Dong, I shall not delay any further. I will set off at once. Very well. Comfortingly patting Lu Chun on the shoulder, Xiao Zhongyan did not attempt to retain him. By the way, Lu Chun, I trust that the matter I asked you to arrange a couple of days ago has been completed? Just as Lu Chun reached the office door, preparing to exit, Xiao Zhongyan suddenly inquired. It has all been taken care of. You need not worry. Turning back, Lu Chun replied respectfully. That is good, that is good. Xiao Zhongnian sighed in relief, then solemnly instructed. From now on, you must treat any matters concerning Mr. Dugu as your own responsibilities. Do not show any disrespect. Understood. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Chan felt a twinge of confusion in his heart, but hurriedly made his exit. Not for any other reason, but for that 1 week time frame.